While people are busy practicing magic, I'm building infrastructure. All people have traveled to another world to become a magician, but Li Ang was assigned to the vast snowy area alone. Congratulations on obtaining the only first-level talent magic, undead summoning. As long as the magic power is enough, you can summon loyal subordinates from the undead world. When other mages were still struggling among the beasts, Li Ang relied on the undead forge, and the handmade swords, guns, swords, and halberds were sold in batches. When other mages are starving, Li Ang's undead restaurant opens. Build cities, build roads, sail, conquer the world. The laws of the world are activated. Welcome to the great world of Kumo, the humans of Earth. You will be fortunate to be the creators of this magical world, and a variety of gorgeous magic will be born from your hands. Each of you will have the qualifications of a magician, and awaken everyone's initial magic. Although the original magical world is full of complex and deadly threats, it is also full of countless opportunities and challenges. Founders of world history, I wish you a happy game. Ha 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 ha. Advent point is randomly assigned. Li Ang shivered, and the extreme cold woke him up from his sleep in an instant. Before his brain even raised the question, did I forget to close the window, Li Ang was already stunned by the ice and snow in front of him. What the hell? What's going on with this girl? Where is this place? Before Li Ang could finish his sentence, a gust of cold wind mixed with ice and snow almost sent him away on the spot. But the momentary bone-chilling chill also woke him up from the cold, and only then did he realize that something was wrong with himself at the moment. In front of him, a panel similar to the game interface appeared. Personal Information Magic Book Epic Song Trading Market World Channel. Li Ang suddenly thought of the dream he had just now. What was the magician of the whole people? What was the world of magic at the beginning? At this moment, he finally realized. The whole people have crossed. The World Chat channel really gave him the answer. At this moment, following Li Ang's strange idea, a chat channel of the previous life game popped up, densely packed with words, and Li Ang even saw the damn translation in a daze. Alexander is not big, traveling? God! Isn't this a plot that only exists in Chinese novels? Am I the son of destiny? Charge warrior, as a man of the Sakura kingdom, I do not agree with your statement. As we all know, time travel is the plot of the second dimension of our Sakura kingdom. Stumbling block, hee, Sakura man, isn't Sakura an abandoned house? And AI Xiaolu, ha 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 ha. Magic. My special mother has traveled to the world of magic. Dozed off in the dream, damn it. It's too early to finish the time travel, I just paid the down payment for the house. Yushin wrestled. I felt sorry for the upstairs for a second, and after thinking about it, I wanted to comfort you. Although you lost the house with the down payment, don't you also have to bear the debt from the bank? My name is Lai Yi, I Luo has something to say. No profit, Lao Luo, stop, I remember all the details of the money you owe. Even if we travel through time, we can't lose our reputation, can't we? Li Ang frowned. What are you all talking about? Aren't you nervous? Daddy is going to freeze to death. However, he also saw the character information in the chat channel, which were all similar to the screen name. Except for a small number of real people's avatars, most of the people were black. Li Ang tightened On's pajamas and closed the chat channel. He felt that On was in the worst situation now. Others still had time to chat, and he was about to be frozen into a popsicle. Li Ang opened the personal information, and a panel that could almost be described as blank appeared. Name, Li Ang. Level 0. Magic, 10/10. Experience, 0/10. Magic, Initial Awakening Magic, not yet awakened, please go to the magic book interface to awaken magic. Li Ang just woke up like a dream, and hastily opened the magic book interface again. This interface is like a novel app bookshelf, and now there is only a book cover shining with golden light. And the moment Li Ang opened the interface, the golden magic book exploded, as if some shell had been broken. Ding dong, congratulations on awakening the only first-level talent magic undead summoning. A voice sounded in his mind, and then a large amount of majestic information entered Li Ang's mind, as if he had been forcibly instilled with a large amount of magical theories and knowledge. At this moment, Li Ang really learned this magic, not just a mechanical use like a game skill. In addition, Li Ang also learned to mobilize the 10 points of magic power in his body. With the surge of magic power, the bone-chilling chill immediately eased a little, but he was still shivering from the cold. This can be regarded as going from facing the cold winter directly to entering late autumn. Undead magic. Undead summoning. Summon undead with different strengths according to the consumption of mana. After the summoning is successful, the target will no longer consume the caster's mana. The success rate of the summoning will increase with the increase in proficiency in using magic. Undead magic. Undead summoning. Current proficiency, 0/10 for beginners. Li Ang silently familiarized himself with the extra information in his mind, while opening the chat channel again. Sure enough, the world channel at this moment is no longer the surprise and ridicule at the beginning, and the chatter is all about magic. What are your talent magics? My talent magic is completely unreasonable. The black iron level gale magic Zhaofeng blows out a wind that is not as strong as my breath. Then you are really a bit lazy. Mine is okay. I used the black iron level fire magic fireball just now, and it's okay. The fireball is the size of a fist. Ha ha ha. My magic is spinning silk. This is the rhythm of Spider-Man. There are all kinds of strange magic, but Li Ang really didn't find that anyone has any powerful magic. The initial magic seems to be rubbish. After looking at it for a long time, the highest level seems to be a silver level frozen magic white waterfall, and the rest are at the black iron and silver levels. However, Li Ang's initial magic is extremely powerful, at least in his opinion, not to mention other things. This summoning effect that changes according to the output of magic power is enough for Li Ang to eat all over the world with one move. On the other hand, other people's magic is okay in the preceding entry stage, but it will definitely be eliminated later. In addition, Li Ang also found a situation that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It seemed that he was the only one in the extremely difficult ice and snow. Others did not say anything else, at least the climate in the environment was normal. Hey! Now that other people are practicing magic, my mother is going to survive in the wilderness. Li Ang looked at the environment he was in now. This is a cave. The cave is not too small. If you walk in it, you will not be blown by the cold wind, but the overall climate is like this. If the fire source is not raised as soon as possible, you really freeze to death here. And not to mention that besides knowing that he is in a place covered with ice and snow, he doesn't know what kind of land outside, whether there is a source of food, and what dangers there are. But just as Li Ang was looking at her distressed face of the house is empty, the voice heard in the previous dream sounded again. Random advent is over, the world map is open. Friends list open. The regional channel is on. And as the sounds continued to appear, Li Ang found that his own player panel began to become more and more vivid, more and more like the games of the previous life. Li Ang was definitely the first to open the world map with his mind. The so-called world map is obviously only a part of the world. Li Ang can't see where other people are, but his own location is clearly marked on the map. The word minus is written on the entire world map, which should be the name of this land, and Li Ang is now located in the northeast region of Minus, with the north and east all along the coast. And the map of the area where he is at the moment is really white and mountains, it is a proper vast snowy area. From the map, the height of each mountain is more than 3,000 or 4,000 meters, layered on top of each other, stretching endlessly. This time, Li Ang was numb, he sat on the ground blankly, and then was forced to stand up again by the cold stone. This motherfucker is going to kill me. There is such a big snowy area, and there are snow mountains everywhere, my mother can only go out to have ghosts. Li Ang covered his head in distress, chatting the channel is currently discussing their respective positions in full swing. Some acquaintances have also started to discuss forming a team, but Li Ang watched for a long time, and no one said that there are snow mountains around them. Occasionally, white mountains can be seen from a distance, which is definitely a dead horse, far away. But at this time, the voice that spread throughout the sky did not stop. The gate of magic has been opened, the founders of the history of the world at the beginning of Machu, struggled to find it. The world of Machu has entered the wild age, and the beasts of the world have been launched. The special treasure chest has been released. The material treasure box has been released. The epic song is on. Li Ang was stunned, and opened the epic song interface that he hadn't had time to look at just now. Song of Epic, in the prologue, the road to pioneering must be about blood and death, successfully survived for 7 days. Reward, Bronze Rank Magic Book 1. All magic books have levels, and the higher the level of the magic book, the higher the magic you will get. Spellbook level, Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Red Gold, Diamond. As for what is behind it, Li Ang doesn't know, but his only first level undead magic undead summoning must be above the diamond level. Hey! The howling outside suddenly increased, and the temperature inside the cave dropped again. Li Ang realized that if he didn't get a fire source, or put on cold clothes, he wouldn't be able to survive even tonight. It's a special mother's survival for 7 days. And now, the only thing Li Ang can do is to hope that his only first level talent magic will gain some momentum. Li Ang began to mutter words. He understood the meaning of the language, but he didn't know what kind of civilized language it was. With the continuous chanting and the output of the magic power in the body, a grey magic circle appeared in front of Li Ang, and a common skeleton rose from the ground. With 2 blue flames burning in the eye sockets, it moved directly. Crack! The sound of bones rubbing against each other sounded, and the skeleton man knelt on one knee in front of Li Ang. At this moment, Li Ang finally noticed that the other party still had this bone blade full of gaps in his hand, and having a weapon made Li Ang feel a little comforted. At this moment, he noticed that on the own personal information panel, the magic had been deducted a little, and the proficiency of undead magic undead summoning had also increased a little. The voice just now said that ferocious beasts were thrown in. Li Ang didn't know whether there would be ferocious beasts among the snow-capped mountains like his own, but just to be on the safe side, he directly saved 2 points of magic power and used them all to summon the undead. He failed twice, and the 6 skeletons summoned were also uneven. The first skeleton had at least a knife, and the 5 skeletons he summoned later could be said to have refreshed his 3 views. Not to mention bare hands, there are also 2 skeletons with 2 arrows stuck between the ribs. Let's all go out, form a team and show me what's around. Li Ang thought, and immediately 6 skeleton men came out of the cave under the leadership of the knife-wielding skeleton man. Hey! Click! A gust of wind and snow blew past, and the 2 skeleton men were blown to the ground at once. Fortunately, they got up quickly, and nothing happened. Li Ang hid in the deepest part of the cave, with his eyes closed and wrapped in thin pajamas, but at this moment he could perceive the sight of these skeletons, and the leading skeleton with a knife gave him a clearer feeling. The sky was full of wind and snow, but Li Ang also saw clearly where he was now. It should be in the depression between 2 snow mountains, which made Li Ang relieved. That would definitely kill you. The snow has covered the position of the calf, and the activities in such an environment are greatly affected, that is to say, what Li Ang summoned is the undead. And just when Li Ang looked at the tree and felt a little relieved, a boxy black thing came into view, and Li Ang was so excited that he almost jumped up. That's a treasure chest. Although the start was unfavorable, but luckily, after walking a few steps out of the cave, they came across a treasure chest. Li Ang didn't hesitate, and immediately asked the skeletons to come forward and take the treasure box back. Out of caution during the period, Li Ang first let a most useless skeleton go up, and when he found that there was no danger and no beasts to protect him, he decisively controlled the skeleton and carried the thing back. Looking at the skeletons covered with snowflakes, Li Ang really wanted to kiss them, but fortunately he held back out of politeness. I found a black iron level material treasure chest, is it open? A dialog box appears, do you still need to hesitate? Li Ang immediately nodded to confirm, and at the same time a message came into his mind. The level of the material box and the special treasure box was the same as that of the magic book, and the black iron level was the lowest level. There was a creaking sound, and the treasure chest of black iron grade materials was opened. Congratulations on getting wood 10. Congratulations on getting the blueprint wooden bowl. Gone. The fantasy in Li Ang's heart was shattered in an instant. He was convinced, is it really the lowest level material box? As the sound disappeared, in a burst of light, 10 logs neatly stacked suddenly appeared in the cave where Li Ang was, each about 4 meters long. Looking at the wood, Li Ang was silent for a while. Gah! But it's always a harvest. The wood can be treated by yourself, and it can be used for life heating, or it can be used to block the hole and make a simple wooden door. Li Ang asked the skeleton with the knife to come forward to chop the wood. When Li Ang was worried that the bone knife would be broken, a log was processed into firewood. Li Ang decisively inserted a slightly thinner firewood into several skeletons, the eye socket of the weakest one. The cyan flame danced, and white smoke gradually rose from the wood. Skeleton, are you polite? Li Ang was successfully roasted on the fire, and the temperature in the cave was also slowly rising. As long as the small amount of magic power in the body was running, freezing to death should not happen. Li Ang sent the skeleton team out again, then stared blankly at a scroll of parchment in his hand, which was the blueprint of another thing he got from the supply box earlier, the wooden bowl. It's not something like the imagined game equipment forging blueprint. It's similar to the magic book. It's a consumable. After use, the user will learn how to make a wooden bowl. Li Ang still didn't use it after thinking about it. Wrapped in pajamas, he watched the chat channel while perceiving the situation of the skeleton team. However, at this moment, the originally peaceful regional chat channel full of chatting and farting has undergone earth-shaking changes. Fear, complaints, and help can be seen everywhere. Is there anyone near me? Coordinates XXX, YYY, I'm on a tree, there are a group of hungry wolves below, my magic power has been exhausted, they are going to climb up. Help me. This is really a hell of a mother. It was fine at first, but suddenly a monitor lizard popped out, and my fireball technique hit it, and it couldn't even hurt a layer of skin. Brothers, I'm surrounded by a pride of lions. Form a team. Coordinates XXX, YYY, are the brothers nearby? You must form a team if you want to survive. I'm near you, but I'm being targeted by a group of hyenas. I can't cut them with the wind blade technique. I'll be empty after the last 2 shots. Li Ang's complexion changed slightly. Looking at this posture, the density of this so-called ferocious beast is quite terrifying. In the chat channel, there are almost no other voices. What is the successful experience of the time traveler? What fate is bound to be on one's side? Now, except for a small number of people who were engaged in military occupations in Blue Star in their previous lives, and still have a certain ability to protect themselves, the others are completely no different from being powerless. From time to time, a system message will pop up in the chat channel. Xiao Lanlin, death. Burn another half stick of incense, death. My surname is not Xiat, death. And just as Li Ang looked solemn, thinking about his next plan, on the other side, the skeletons who had just walked a certain distance, finally met the ferocious beast that had been dropped. A wolf with snow-white hair, the appearance of the snow wolf made Li Ang's expression turned pale. He didn't know whether these so-called ferocious beasts would retain certain characteristics. Go. Fix it. Li Ang didn't want the snow wolf to howl, calling its possible companions, and immediately ordered the skeleton squad to launch an attack on its own initiative. Under Li Ang's control, the skeleton man with the knife took a step slower, and the other 5 skeletons rushed forward, opening their arms, about to go up and catch the snow wolf. Ah! Snow wolf was not interested in these skeletons at first, but these guys dared to do it directly. It rushed up angrily, and bit the neck of the frontmost skeleton man. Crack! There was a sound of broken bones, the skeleton man's neck was bitten off, and his chubby head rolled to the ground. One of his subordinates was sacrificed at the beginning, but Li Ang didn't feel any heartache at all, just because the other 4 skeleton men had rushed forward and directly pressed the snow wolf to the ground. Ah! Snow wolf struggled violently, but a bone knife had already pierced directly through its neck. Instant death. And just when Li Ang's knife-wielding skeleton man eliminated the snow wolf in front of him, Li Ang's personal information panel changed again. Name, Li Ang. Level 0. Magic, 2/10. Experience, 3/10. Magic, undead summoning. This snow wolf directly contributed 3 experience points to Li Ang. Having lost a skeleton man, Li Ang frowned when he saw his own magic power. He didn't feel sorry for the skeleton man's death in battle, but the problem was that he didn't know how to restore the magic power now. Just when Li Ang was thinking, the remaining 5 skeleton men had carried the snow wolf back to the cave, and under Li Ang's control, they tried to eliminate the blood on the road as much as possible. Looking at the 2-meter-long and 1-meter-tall snow wolf in front of him, Li Ang swallowed. It is well preserved, after all, it was killed with a knife, and this can also be used as Li Ang's current food. Li Ang can dissect it, but this is the skill of killing pigs from others in his previous life, and he has never dealt with creatures like wolves. After receiving the bone knife from the skeleton man, Li Ang spent a lot of effort before finally disposing of the snow wolf's body in front of him. The most important thing is the complete snow wolf fur. If I have enough materials and tools, I can barely make a wolf fur coat to keep warm. Li Ang also thought about walking out of the cave and speeding up the hunt. And just when Li Ang straightened up with difficulty, covering his back and grinning, a voice came into his head. Comprehend the skill anatomy. Li Ang opened the personal panel and took a look. Sure enough, in the column of the own personal panel, in addition to magic, there is an additional skills information column. Skills, anatomy, life skills, dismembering biological corpses, you can get meat, fur, bones and other materials. Note, self-exploration, and the results reach a certain level, there is a chance to unlock life skills. Current level, Trainee 1/1000. Life skill proficiency level, Trainee, Proficient, Mastery, Master, Great Master. The higher the level, the higher the item level you get. Seeing the terrifying proficiency required for leveling up, Li Ang gasped, "It's so damn good that everyone in the life profession is a liver emperor. According to this progress, wouldn't I have to dissect 1,000 snow wolves in order to be able to upgrade from apprentice to proficient?" Li Ang immediately lost interest. The most important thing now is to ensure that he can survive. As he comprehended the planing technique, the snow wolf corpse that was processed also changed at this moment. Snow wolf meat 30, snow wolf teeth 12, complete snow wolf skin 1. A unit of wolf meat is as big as the fists of 2 adults and costs 30 yuan. Although it can be stored in a natural refrigerator outside, Li Ang doesn't want to do that. As for the current situation of the chat channel, most of them will be eaten after a while. When people are temporarily safe, hunger will come. The skeleton team was sent out by him again, but this time Li Ang has become more cautious in controlling them. Before finding a way to restore the magic power, it is better to use less of the death squad fighting style. The COL was very large and flat, and the wind and snow became the best cover for the skeleton team. They were not afraid of the cold and snow at all, and the flames in their eye sockets danced as they explored around. Soon Li Ang's heart tightened because he saw another snow wolf appeared. He hurriedly made the skeleton team lie down and hide in the snowdrifts. The snow wolves were looking for food, but what made Li Ang frown was, this guy walked towards the direction of the skeleton team without knowing whether he was alive or dead. Seeing what it was still sniffing in the wind and snow, it seemed that even though he was taking all precautions, the bloody smell of the last snow wolf still attracted its kind. Seeing the snow wolf that was getting closer, Li Ang's eyes flashed fiercely, "Since you are here to seek death, then there is no reason for Daddy not to accept it." Li Ang directly ordered the skeleton team to stay where they were, and lie there pretending to be dead. With a few skeletons, he didn't believe that the snow wolf would go up and take a bite. Sure enough, Snow Wolf slowed down as he encouraged the skeleton team to get closer, sniffing the air more and more frequently. However, not realizing any danger soon, Snow Wolf carefully approached the skeleton team's position and started digging in the snow. Pucci! The bone knife pierced into the flesh, and blood spattered everywhere. As Li Ang controlled the skeleton team more and more easily, the abrupt knife pierced the snow wolf's throat precisely in an instant. The latter was about to struggle when the snow rolled up beside him, and the 4 skeletons sat up abruptly, pressing down on the snow wolf. On the ladder. Soon, another snow wolf was killed by Li Ang. After sending the snow wolf's body back again, Li Ang's processing speed was obviously much faster this time. It is worth mentioning that the fur that has been planed has been processed through tanning and other processes. It only needs to be cut and sewed to make wolf fur clothes. Li Ang dealt with the second snow wolf, and the experience value increased by 3 points again. If he followed this speed, he would be able to upgrade to a level 1 magician soon. If this world is transformed into something similar to a game, will it be possible to restore the status to full by upgrading? With such doubts in mind, Li Ang ordered the skeleton team to attack again. At this moment, the sky outside has gradually dimmed. It was already afternoon when everyone descended randomly, and now it is already night without knowing it. And this situation is that everyone is aware of a problem. Night is the peak time for the activities of the beasts. In the regional chat channel, a large number of people have already chosen to form groups, and small groups have gradually begun to appear, like online games in previous lives, shouting in the channel. "I'll hit you daddy, 9 snake pirates are recruiting." It is required that talent's magic has an auxiliary effect on attack or healing. Coordinates, XXX, YYY, dot. Son of the Duke, the Knights of the Stars and Stripes are recruited. Unite and survive. The weak should not be abandoned. Coordinates, XXX, YYY, dot. Spring of Musashi, Sakura Club recruits new members, request, Sakura Countrymen, Samurai Spirit will last forever. Coordinates, XXX, YYY, dot. Iron Will, coordinates, XXX, YYY, professional soldiers are here to gather, the hope of mankind at this time needs you and me to defend. The recruitment information is endless. Judging from the numbers displayed on the regional chat channel, the Minus region alone has a population of nearly 100 million. Although this number has been decreasing, the speed at which human beings are grouped together has indeed made Li Ang secretly smack his tongue. At the same time, it is a lie in his heart to say that he does not want to go. Staying here alone in the snowy region, if you don't die, you will go crazy sooner or later. Although I don't know if my talent magic is the strongest, but at least the potential is at the top. I just need to constantly control the undead to kill those beasts, gain experience, and upgrade the level. With the improvement of magic power, I can continue to the expansion of my undead army. Li Ang's eyes gradually lit up. As long as he survived the difficulty of the preceding entry stage, own safety would not be a problem at all. Li Ang silently dived and looked at the regional chat channel. Suddenly, as if he had touched some signal, a large number of information about food purchases suddenly began to appear in the chat channel. I'm about to starve to death. Is there any boss who can trade me some food? I'll be grateful when I recover. I am the chairman of Shenlang Heavy Industry. If there is any little brother who can help me with food, I will be very grateful. Does anyone have food? I picked up a supply box on the way to escape just now, and there is a quilt in it. Is there any boss willing to exchange it with me? Everyone is short of food now, why do we need quilts? Wrapped corpses. Li Ang squinted his eyes, and now the teams that were recruiting just now have all died down. It seems that although they are recruiting, they definitely don't have enough food. Li Ang opened the trading field. There are still news about how many there are listed for sale, but as long as it is food, it will be sold out in seconds. Li Ang was not surprised by this. Although Li Ang's previous life was not ordinary, it would be nonsense to say that he was of high quality. Under such circumstances, it is obvious that those former soldiers, martial artists, and the like will be among the first to come forward. However, Li Ang is well aware that this world is a world of magic. Although magic has basically not emerged yet, the main theme will not change. These people who look very good now are just some advantages of the preceding entry stage. As long as he seizes the opportunity, it is not difficult to surpass these people. Li Ang picked up a few pieces of snow wolf meat and put them on the trading floor. Li Ang chose the seller's bid in terms of demand. After all, there is no currency, and there is an obvious seller's market, so why set prices and needs stupidly? Not long after he had just hung up the things, a series of trading requests appeared on his trading field interface in an instant, as well as what the other party was willing to pay. Most of them are wood and stone, but there are also some that catch Li Ang's eyes. The blueprint stainless steel knife is exchanged for 3 pieces of snow wolf meat. The blueprint wooden house is exchanged for a piece of snow wolf meat. The blueprint animal fur coat is exchanged for a piece of snow wolf meat. In the end, Li Ang exchanged a piece of snow wolf meat for a box of needles and thread, and a piece of snow wolf meat for the quilt in the chat channel just now. Li Ang is confident that he can get the other supplies, since he is the only one in the huge snowy area. The function of the trading market is much more convenient than any e-commerce in the previous life. There is no intermediate mailing link, and the payment can be received in seconds. Li Ang spread the animal skins on the piled logs, then wrapped his whole body in a quilt, and immediately warmed up. He let out a long breath. He had never felt how warm it was to be wrapped in the quilt before. Hey, is this heaven? Li Ang narrowed his eyes happily, and at the same time, an idea broke through the ground in his mind and grew wildly. Judging from the map, Li Ang's current location is still close to the north. If he wants to get out of the snowy area, he must ride a dragon and fly out like in the previous Western magic movies. Otherwise, it is really unrealistic to rely on walking. Then here comes the problem. I'll just stay in the cave for the rest of my life. Li Ang shook his head resolutely, looking at the wind and snow outside. Such a place, if it is not transformed, cannot survive at all. Infrastructure? This idea can definitely be described as crazy, but the long-term education in the Celestial Dynasty made him involuntarily have subjective thoughts. Since the environment can't adapt, then transform it. Li Ang thought about it, and this idea seems very reliable. As long as he keeps getting stronger, he will be able to summon more undead tribes in the future, and these undead tribes don't need to consume food and the like, which is simply the worst in the eyes of all evil capitalists. Cute person. Suddenly, Li Ang's body shook, his face flushed with excitement. In his perception, the skeleton team at this moment encountered a box again, and it was bronze in color. The style of the box does not look like the previous material box. In other words, it is very likely to be a special treasure box. Since it can be given a special name, the contents inside must be unusual. Less than 5 minutes later, Li Ang's skeleton team finally came back with the box in their arms. Li Ang got out of bed, and jumped up on the spot excited by the news in front of him. Bronze level special treasure box. After opening, you can get magic items, and there is a low probability of magic books. Li Ang went outside and grabbed a handful of snow and did a couple of hands washes. Open! Congratulations, you have obtained 1/100000 of the first magic language. Congratulations on your initiation meditation act. Macho language, approved by the will of the Macho world. The special language suitable for magic spells is the premise of creating magic and the basic homework for a qualified magician. Initiation meditation method. After using it, you can master the initiation level meditation method. In the meditation state, the magician's magic power will be restored. The higher the level, the better the effect of the meditation method. Li Ang hugged the skull of the skeleton man holding a knife and kissed it hard. God help me too! In the cave, Li Ang shouted excitedly. What is restricting his development now? What started out as food and insulation, now that both have been taken care of, there is only one problem left, and that is the magic. The bronze-colored special treasure chest disappeared into a stream of light, and Li Ang had 2 more sheepskin scrolls in his hand. One was the magic language, and the other was the meditation method that he had been thinking about. With the thought of Li Ang, the scroll of the meditation method disappeared, but a large amount of knowledge information appeared in his mind. This initiation level meditation method can restore a little magic power in about 5 minutes. Li Ang looked at Macho language again. This thing should only be described as fragments. And to be complete, 100,000 scrolls are needed in both hands at the moment. If this is collected one by one, you may not be able to save enough, right? Li Ang used it, and another wave of information flooded into his mind. Looking at the sky outside, it was going to be completely dark on Heavenly Horse. Li Ang didn't dare to delay any longer, and immediately asked the skeletons to lift up a few logs in the cave, and block them horizontally at the entrance of the cave. The original entrance of the cave was directly blocked. Most of them lived there, leaving only a small hole for one person to drill into. The night is very dangerous, but Li Ang at this moment is not false at all, and he even wants to take advantage of this dangerous night to do something big. Roasting a piece of meat on the fire, Li Ang immediately entered the state of meditation. The so-called meditation is very similar to the Taoist meditation in the previous life. After Li Ang entered the state according to the method of initiation meditation, Li Ang, with his eyes closed, felt a few balls of slowly dancing flames in the dark. The direction of these flames is exactly the few skeleton men guarding the entrance of the cave. In the invisible connection, Li Ang felt that the flames representing the skeletons were constantly beating. In the invisible connection, the slightest bit of energy was transmitted to Li Ang's body through the several flames. Li Ang suddenly opened his eyes, and on the personal panel, the magic power column has actually increased a little. It's only 2 minutes, right? According to the content of the meditation method, it takes at least 5 minutes to recover a little mana. Could it be because of you? Li Ang thought about it, and the ecstasy in his eyes became more and more obvious. What is the beginning of the underworld? This is simply a destiny start, okay? Li Ang immediately started meditation, and after only 10 minutes, he opened his eyes again. Name, Li Ang. Level 0. Magic, 10/10. Experience, 6/10. Magic, undead summoning initiation meditation method magic beginning language 1/100000. Skill, anatomy. Seeing the magical power that will be full here in just a short while, Li Ang tried hard to restrain it, but still couldn't help laughing. The joy of playing games to create mythical equipment is far less intense than that of hacking. This time, Li Ang was not polite, and used undead summoning again. The difference was that, to solve the worries of insufficient magic power, Li Ang directly invested all 10 points of own magic power into it. As a burst of grey light dissipated, a skeleton man rose from the ground again. What excites Li Ang is that this time the skeleton man is obviously much stronger than the few at the door. While the bones are thicker, the bone knife in his hand is also brand new and sharp. The feeling of being hollowed out is somewhat familiar, but Li Ang firmly refuses to admit that it is the same feeling after finishing a movie in the previous life. It was too late for the newly summoned skeleton man to show his own ability. Li Ang entered the state of meditation again. In this way, when Li Ang summoned the second skeleton man with full magic power again, a voice came to his mind. Undead summoning proficiency is full, and the proficiency level has increased. Current level, Proficient 0/1000. Li Ang didn't care about these, he finished another wave and hurriedly regained his physical strength. When Li Ang opened his eyes again 10 minutes later, he immediately felt that the situation was wrong. He felt that his perception and control of the summoned creatures in front of him became more and more obvious. Even now that the amount he needs to control has increased, not only is there no stuck, but it is becoming more and more smooth. Is this becoming stronger? Li Ang was a little obsessed with this change. Ah! A sharp wolf howl interrupted Li Ang's self-satisfaction, his eyes had a fierce hunter's light, and now the roles were reversed. Now Li Ang has a total of 7 skeletons, 3 of which are armed. There is only a small gap blocked by the logs at the entrance of the cave. With the body of the snow wolf, it is not actually impossible to get in, but they can only come in one by one. Li Ang made the 4 unarmed skeletons stand against the logs to prevent them from falling over, and let the 3 skeletons with knives carefully hide on both sides of the hole. Ah! Li Ang took a deep breath, and then yelled loudly. One sound was not enough and he yelled again. Soon there was a rustling sound outside the cave. It was the sound of some creature stepping on the snow. From the position of the cave entrance, Li Ang saw 4 or 5 snow wolves gathering outside the cave. Will there be more that he can't see? After all, the range of sight is so wide. Li Ang picked up a piece of snow wolf meat and threw it out directly. The unroasted snow wolf meat still had a clear bloody smell, and the same smell instantly made the hairs on the snow wolves stand on end. Li Ang didn't give up, picked up a complete snow wolf skin, waved it provocatively at the snow wolves outside through the hole, and howled, as if celebrating. Sure enough, a snow wolf rushed towards the entrance of the cave with a howl. The wolf's head stretched in, and half of his body stretched in. Pucci! The 3 bone knives pierced Snow Wolf's neck with precision in an instant. 3 experience points will arrive. The companion's death not only did not scare the snow wolves, but also aroused their ferocity in this vast snowy night. Immediately, another snow wolf rushed up, but was dealt with by the 3 skeleton men at the entrance of the cave again. Li Ang's body surged with energy, and the magic power accelerated for a while. Name, Li Ang. Level 1. Magic, 20/20. Experience, 0/50. Magic, Undead Summoning Initiation Meditation Method Magic Beginning Language 1/100000. Skill, Anatomy. Just as Li Ang guessed, after the upgrade, the status will immediately return to full, and the experience value after the upgrade will also be affected. Snow Wolf's original 3 experience points and the extra 2 points after the upgrade, will also disappear at this moment. But Li Ang didn't care about it. Anyway, that's what the gods decided. What can he do? Complain to the customer service? The snow wolves outside are still trying to rush in from the entrance of the cave. With the bloody smell getting stronger and stronger, Li Ang judged by the sound alone that there are at least a dozen snow wolves outside. Not a small pack of wolves anymore. The outer side of the log blocking most of the whole space was being scratched fiercely by the snow wolf, and the low and fierce growls could be heard endlessly. Pucci! 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 The 3 skeleton men with knives at the entrance of the cave were really executioners. With their knives in hand, they could easily deal with the snow wolves. At the moment, Li Ang had already piled up 7 or 8 snow wolf corpses in the cave. Li Ang summoned a skeleton man again with 10 points of magic power, but to Li Ang's surprise, the weapon the skeleton man summoned this time was not a bone knife, but a bow and arrow. A woven quiver with 5 bone arrows stuck in it. This time Li Ang became even more excited. He asked the skeleton archer to stand a little further away from the entrance of the cave, shooting arrows at the wandering snow wolves outside, while he himself worked hard to dissect the corpses of snow wolves in the cave. The snow wolves outside kept howling, and from time to time, another snow wolf would rush in from the entrance of the cave, and was instantly killed by the guillotine on both sides. The value is growing like crazy. Finally, after almost half of the space in the cave was filled with snow wolf corpses, the snow wolf outside the cave finally retreated and left helplessly. Name, Li Ang. Level 3. Magic, 50/50. Experience, 0/500. Magic, Undead Summoning Initiation Meditation Method Magic Beginning Language 1/100000. Skill, Anatomy. Just brushing snow wolves made Li Ang upgrade by 2 levels, and the experience points needed to upgrade again increased, but Li Ang didn't have any worries about it. A voice sounded, this time it was not in Li Ang's mind, but the whole world was filled with this voice. More than 100,000 magicians have reached level 1, and the Devil Sovereign list is open. The Devil Sovereign list will be updated for 7 days for the first time, and all list members can get generous rewards. Magicians, explode your potential. The world was in an uproar, and Li Ang also discovered a new section Devil Sovereign list on the own panel for the first time. As Li Ang clicked into the Devil Sovereign list, a voice came into my mind. Congratulations, Magician Li Ang has been listed on the Devil Sovereign list, please select the information you announced. Before he knew what his rank was, an interface that looked like a game registration bar popped up on Li Ang's panel. It's really fucking good at playing more and more. Li Ang couldn't help complaining. However, Li Ang was stumped by the problem in front of him. Should he announce the information? Will there be any impact after the announcement? Shoot the bird in the head. Cute mother, I'm in the snowy area, I really wish someone could come and beat me. Li Ang suddenly made a decision. Daddy also made a high profile. With Li Ang's thought, a list of thousands of people appeared in front of him. Devil Sovereign list minus. First place, Li Ang, level 3 magician. Second place, Dragon King, level 1 magician. Third place, Little Red Flower Ovo, level 1 magician. Fourth place, Spiders Don't Rush to the Street, level 1 magician. Fifth place, Augustus, level 1 magician. Li Ang was a little surprised at his position at the top of the list, but not too surprised. The snow wolf is definitely the top among the beasts. In less than half a day, he killed dozens of snow wolves. Even the world's #1 special forces can't do it. It is said that the information is published, but the published information is not only a grade and name, but also a profile picture of the person. Li Ang put his own face on in a high-profile way, and even the expression on his face was quite unbearable, like I am the #1, you come and beat me. As for the others, anyway, Li Ang turned around for a long time, and the first few hundred people turned out to have grey avatars, and their names were all fictitious nicknames. Li Ang smiled, opened the chat channel, and sent his first sentence in the chat channel. That's right, I'm the first one. Get down on your knees. Scumbags. The Devil Sovereign list also brought him privileges in the chat channel. The profile picture Bling Bling is shining with golden light. The golden light is so dazzling. With Li Ang's haughty expression on the profile picture, it seems to be contempt from the Emperor of Europe. All of a sudden, the powerful but silent chat channel that was still shocking the people on the Devil Sovereign list exploded. I hit you, Daddy, it's you who took the top spot of our eldest sister? Dare to report the coordinates. Smashing Valudo, this guy is so arrogant. He is the only one on the entire Devil Sovereign list to publish information, even his appearance. The past is unbearable, if you stay at the top of the list, this guy will get a gold level magic book after 7 days. Guy named Li Ang, do you dare to report the coordinates? There is a turtle in the field saying Guitian, aren't you people from the Celestial Dynasty always restrained? What the hell is this guy? There is a blue tile on the stage, what kind of people from the Celestial Dynasty? The top leader must be our Kimchi man Smita. Li Ang frowned when he saw this, and spoke again, there are people in the Kimchi country? Isn't there only leaks left besides the chaebols? When Li Ang satirized some people in the chat channel, the place on the east coast of Minas. A long-haired beauty who can't suppress her explosive figure in a loose sportswear, holding a spear made of pure steel, is heroic and charming at the same time. This person is the third person on the Devil Sovereign list, Little Red Flower Ovo. From her nickname, she probably thinks she should be a young girl, but she is a very charming Oni-san. How many times have I told you, do you really remember to eat but not to fight? What is it called, big sister, how ugly? At this moment, in front of her, a man is bending at a standard 90 degrees respectfully. I'm very sorry. Commander, I was wrong. The man had a serious face, but the people around him who were familiar with him shook their heads secretly, and they said something wrong, but they didn't mean to change it at all. This beach is currently surrounded by 7 or 8 people, both men and women. These people are also fate. Before they crossed over, they were all a startup company, and the leader, Xia Honghua Ovo, was the leader of the company. General Manager. They are all young people, and Xiao Honghua is a righteous person. When she started the company, she never stopped giving various benefits. Some of them are good at making friends, and they pass through time travel together. Huddle together to keep warm, and do something in the world of Machu. When they started, they were close to the seaside, and the boss was a beautiful woman with various styles, so they named their team the 9 Snake Pirates. Xia Honghua shook her head speechlessly. Her talent magic is silver level change magic metallization. It sounds powerful, but in fact it can only transform non-living things in contact with her into metal, and once out of contact, change into metal. It will immediately end and change back to the original thing. She found a dead branch on the beach and directly transformed it into the spear in her hand. With this weapon, she tackled a large number of turtles and other creatures along the beach. Don't worry about that Li Ang, he is so high profile now, he will die sooner. Shang Guan, now he has been shouting on the channel for so long, does anyone want to come? Xiao Honghua cast her eyes on another pretty girl, asked. It's not directly said, after all, it's already night and there are dangers everywhere, and most of the people who said it were asking for conditions, food and so on. The girl called Shang Guan shook her head. Forget it, let's upgrade quickly. I don't know how many such marine creatures will be here. Upgrade as soon as possible to take advantage. On the western grasslands of Minas, a group of big men are discussing around the bonfire at this moment. The leader with a Chinese character face is upright, like a natural leader, and this man is also the leader of these big men. These people are the Iron Will that is now on par with the 9 Snake Pirates on the regional channel Wyming. These people are soldiers who gathered together and came across. Devil Sovereign ranking Dragon King, the second place, is the leading man in front of him with a square face. That Li Ang is really a pity, I just don't know what kind of talent the other party is. The man said while eating barbecue, there are really many prey on the grassland. With the strength of these people, some beasts are not incapable of solving one-on-one situations. Survival is not a problem for them, the problem is how to grow and develop. The same situation also happened on the central plain of Minas. The Knights of the Stars and Stripes, composed of 5 blonde and blue-eyed men, did not take Li Ang at the top of the list, because the other party was too high profile. Even if you announce a name, your appearance is already announced, and you are still scolding people in the chat channel. Everyone thinks Li Ang is just a lucky clown who pops up and then disappears. Li Ang scolded several Kimchi countries Smita in the chat area for a while, and finally his fear of the surrounding environment dissipated a lot, and his mentality finally calmed down. He glanced at the top reward of the Devil Sovereign ranking, and it was indeed a gold-level magic book, as someone said in the chat channel before. Li Ang is very Buddhist about this, he will not lose now, what he has to do is to make his life better while becoming stronger. Li Ang let a rubbish skeleton come out of the hole, looked around carefully, the hole was full of blood and sawdust, there was no trace of life at the moment. Li Ang let the skeleton move away the logs blocking the hole. Immediately, the bloody smell in the cave weakened slightly. But it was still a mess. Seeing that there were many dead snow wolves waiting to be dealt with, Li Ang found himself in a difficult situation. He might not be able to finish the busy work by himself until dawn. Looking at the skeleton man beside him, Li Ang had an idea. Skeleton people can fight, and they are also very accurate in the execution of orders. Can I let them act as robots? As soon as he thought of it, Li Ang immediately walked in front of several snow wolf corpses as he had controlled them to fight. Pucci. Then several skeleton men began to dissect the snow wolf's body skillfully and standardly, which seemed to open up a new world for Li Ang. Especially after several skeleton men dismembered their snow wolves, Li Ang's proficiency in anatomy directly increased by several points, which made Li Ang think a lot. After the successful summoning, the undead tribes that come out will not consume magic power. In addition, the undead tribes do not need to consume food, do not have to worry about fatigue, and are not afraid of the cold in this vast snowy area. I can use my undead creatures to build a city in the snowy region, or even build a country. Soon the bodies of the snow wolves were all disposed of, and finally Li Ang counted them. 1,500 yuan for wolf meat. Snow wolf fang didn't count, but it is estimated that there are 6 or 7,000 pieces piled up to form a small mountain. As for the snow wolf skins, they are all complete, 41 in total. That is to say, Li Ang has dealt with a total of 41 snow wolves. With such a record, it's no wonder that he tops the Devil Sovereign list. The skeleton man moved in the accumulated snow outside and cleaned the blood in the cave, while Li Ang sat on a pile of logs wrapped in a quilt and started to open the chat interface. It was already late at night, but the voices in the chat channel did not decrease but increased. Hunger finally came amid fear and turmoil. Who can help me? Give me some food, I ate wild fruit by mistake today, I vomited and had diarrhea, I think I'm going to die. I exchanged wood, and I ran into several supply boxes, wood, stone, and iron. Who can give me some food? What about the recruiting teams? Why don't you talk now? Isn't what you said before very nice? Ah, let me die. The chat channel is full of abuse and frustration, as well as the fear of death. The motivation to become a magician has long been shattered by his rubbish talent magic. This is what he wanted. He directly put 1,400 yuan of snow wolf meat on the market, and kept 100 yuan for himself. This is what Li Ang kept for himself just in case. The meat cut out by dissection is very uniform, basically the size of 2 fists, and it is not a problem to eat a piece of meat for 2 or 3 days. People who are looking forward to food naturally keep their eyes on the market all the time, and the moment Li Ang's 1,400 yuan of meat is put on the shelves, everyone feels dazzled. Then the chunks of meat disappeared within a second. Instantly sold out. And the familiar golden light on the trader's head made everyone immediately recognize that the owner of this piece of meat was Li Ang from the number 1 list. Boss Li Ang, this is simply a welfare. The price is too fair. It seems that Mr. Li Ang also has a team. Otherwise, how could one person get so much meat? It's still wolf meat. Human nature is so ridiculous. Obviously before Li Ang, the high-profile number 1 in the list, all kinds of contempt, all kinds of sarcasm, now all kinds of kneeling and licking. In Li Ang's friends list column, the request to add friends has already reached 999 plus in an instant. This time, Li Ang didn't want to take the trouble to choose the trading items from the densely packed items, and there were really too many wolf meats, so Li Ang set up a fixed item for sale. In other words, if Li Ang needs something, whoever has it and can quickly lock in the order can buy it. For Li Ang's future plans, the pricing is still very reasonable. For example, wood and stones that no one wants on the bad street, 100 logs outside may not be able to buy food, but Li Ang gave the price of 80 pieces of wolf meat. Li Ang has made a lot of money, but those who come to the wooded place also feel that they have made a lot of money, and feel that Li Ang has discovered his conscience and decided to be kind to others. 1,400 pieces of wolf meat brought a lot of supplies to Li Ang. The first is the main wood and stone, building 2 mountains directly in front of Li Ang's cave. There is also a small pile of iron lumps and briquettes. The second is a large number of tools, such as axes, saws and the like. In addition, Li Ang asked for blueprints of several items by name. He found that the blueprints are really good. It is a kind of alternative skill book. After using it, he immediately learned how to make a certain thing. Now Li Ang can be said to be as small as a wooden bowl, as large as a wooden house, and he has mastered the steps and essentials of making it. When the materials arrived, Li Ang picked up the needle, thread and scissors and began to process them. If he wanted to get out of the cave, he had to solve the problem of clothes first. As for the shoes, he still had a pair of Tiana chasing on his feet, so he didn't have to worry about keeping them warm. After all, Li Ang changed the production drawing of the animal fur coat before, and the production method is not a problem. It took Li Ang 2 hours to complete the own wolf fur coat. Wrapped in a thick leather jacket, the chill disappeared. Li Ang tried to get out of the cave, stepped on the thick snow, and the cold wind howled, but Li Ang didn't feel any chill except for the feeling of the wind blowing on his body. Ha ha ha, another world's first step. Li Ang excitedly kicked the snow on the ground. A voice came into my mind. Skill comprehension tailoring is another life skill. Li Ang is not surprised. It took a long time to make the leather jacket on his body. The sky was already bright at this time, and Li Ang, who had just upgraded, didn't feel tired. He immediately started to clear up the surrounding terrain with the skeleton people, and dealt with it to build a house open space. Clearing ground, moving lumber, cutting. There are too many things to do. Li Ang suddenly felt that he was a little short of manpower. Without hesitation, the undead summoning technique was used, summoning, meditation. After working for 4 or 5 hours in a row, the sky was bright and the wind and snow gradually stopped. In the cave, Li Ang slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, there were 100 skeleton men, or skeleton soldiers, neatly lined up in the cave. 70 skeleton warriors and 30 archers. In addition to these, dozens of skeleton people are busy on the cleared space outside Shandong at this time, building a wooden house in an orderly manner. At this moment, the wooden house has begun to take shape. Li Ang stood up, the undead summoning technique was now showing its power, and he no longer had to worry about any danger. Li Ang, 100 people, directly divided them into 2 teams and named them the personal guard and the city guard respectively. There is no superfluous purpose in naming it this way, it is just to satisfy the mood of own secondary school. To identify the direction, the 2 locations are at the center at this moment, the north and south are covered with vast white snow, and the west and east are 2 huge snow-capped mountains that have no intention of climbing. Li Ang observed for a while, the mountains where the 2 snow-capped mountains connect are very gentle, and the own cave is located in a snow slope of the snow-capped mountains to the west. Fortunately, the terrain here doesn't look like there will be an avalanche. Li Ang heaved a sigh of relief, he is not afraid of anything now, even if a group of wild beasts attack him, he is only worried about the mighty power of nature. In this vast snowy region, and among the mountains, natural disasters such as avalanches are his biggest threats. The land here is not too hard, but it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to dig foundations in such an environment. Fortunately, the skeletons didn't know how to get tired, as if they were programmed robots, wielding hoes and other tools vigorously, dug out the foundation bit by bit, and built the house. There is no need for Li Ang to take care of this side, so the city guards are left here, and I am walking towards the south under the protection of the pro guards. The snow had already stopped, and with the skeleton soldiers clearing the snow away from the road, Li Ang didn't have much trouble walking. After walking about 200 to 300 meters, Li Ang saw a vast snowy area. Among the stacked snow-capped mountains, going out is really a luxury. Suddenly, Li Ang connected to the mental energy of his skeleton guard and sensed something, and looked in one direction. Li Ang's pupil shrank, and in the southeast direction, a group of huge figures were slowly leaving in the distance. Although he was a little far away, he still recognized what kind of creature at a glance identity of mammoth. At this moment, Li Ang just felt that God had played a huge joke on him. The so-called beasts of the world did not only refer to those beasts from the Blue Star in their previous life, but also those beasts that were extinct in ancient times. Li Ang looked at the skeleton soldiers beside him, but in the end he still couldn't let them catch up. The opponent's size was too terrifying, and there was absolutely no hope for head-to-head confrontation. Although he gave up the mammoth, Li Ang also began to look for his own prey around, and soon found a den of foxes. The snow-white hair and cute appearance did not stop Li Ang from killing them to upgrade. Li Ang hid in the dark, commanding the guards to surround the opponent's lair, and then ended their lives amidst the roar of the opponent. This nest of foxes seems to be a sign of the beginning. As Li Ang goes south, more and more creatures are found, including snow wolves, deer, bears, and even birds of prey in the sky. 50 skeleton soldiers are enough to deal with these. When they are far away, skeleton archers can accurately hit some prey with bows and arrows. Li Ang has killed more than 30 snow rabbits along the way, but such prey are far from Li Ang's upgrade. Li Ang speculates that monsters with more experience points will not appear until the first epic song is completed, that is, 7 days later. The current test is actually survival. Others survived in front of these beasts, but Li Ang survived among the ice and snow mountains. Depend on. In the snow, a ray of light flashed, and Li Ang's pupil shrank. It was a snow leopard. The most important thing was that it was a snow leopard playing with a special treasure chest. Under its body, a bronze-colored treasure chest was being scratched by it in various ways. Li Ang immediately ordered the guards to attack, and the 5 skeleton warriors stayed by his side, while the rest charged forward. The archer immediately released the arrow, and the sharp sound of piercing the air scared the snow leopard. Reflexively dodged the bow and arrow. When seeing the swarming skeletons, the snow leopard immediately ran away. There are so many weird guys, it no chance at all. The snow leopard retreated, and Li Ang couldn't wait to open this special treasure chest. Found bronze level special treasure chest, do you want to open it? Open. Congratulations, you have obtained 1/100000 of the first magic language. Congratulations on obtaining the Black Iron level magic book Great Earth Devil Method Softening Technique. A new magic, Li Ang naturally learned it immediately without any hesitation, and after he obtained and used this magic book, the magic book interface, which originally only had undead magic undead summoning, was added again. A shiny book. Great Earth Devil Method Softening, the most basic initiation magic in the Great Earth Devil Method, can control the softening of the land within a certain range, and then there will be advanced magics such as Mud Swamp Swamp Hand and so on. The softening technique of preceding entry stage doesn't have much attack power, at most it can be used to make traps, but the effect of this magic on Li Ang's body is completely different. Li Ang did not continue to hunt here with the SS team, and returned directly to the camp under construction. While remotely controlling the pro guards hunting to gain experience and supplies, he began to help with the construction of the camp. Muttering words in his mouth, the softening technique fixedly consumes 5 points of mana, and the range of action is 10 square meters. This effect is somewhat unsatisfactory, but Li Ang is also satisfied. Anyway, I already have the meditation method, so I don't have to worry about the consumption of Heart's Demon's power. Now even the top players on the Devil Sovereign list on the World Channel are still asking if anyone has obtained the magic power recovery method on the World Channel. Li Ang has been at the forefront of the main force. Although the snow region is difficult, there are still a lot of life here, and they are almost not easy to mess with. After Li Ang built a wooden house, the guards came back with the first batch of harvest. Leaving a few skeleton men to deal with the prey, Li Ang packed up his own wooden house. Everything in this damn world has to be started from scratch, and the heating in the wooden house can only be used to make a hole in the middle of the floor of the wooden house and a hole in the roof. Chimney. Burn firewood directly to keep warm. The wooden house is not small, about 50 square meters, with windows and everything, and Li Ang even asked the skeleton man to build a wooden bed for himself. The accommodation is temporarily settled, and the skeleton construction team has now set up warehouses and workshops. After the treasure chest is opened, things will appear directly, even in the trading field. As long as the transaction is confirmed, the transaction items will appear immediately, and there is no such service as temporary storage space. Warehouses are indispensable, but Li Ang wants to continuously obtain materials from the outside world. The way Li Ang thinks of now is to engage in light industry, process raw materials into various finished products, and sell them through the trading market to earn the materials he needs. Another day passed in a blink of an eye, and the guards went back and forth 4 or 5 times. Not only bringing back a large amount of prey, but also bringing back 3 bronze-level material boxes and a bronze-level special treasure box to Li Ang. A lot of things happened in one day. First of all, 3 buildings have been erected in Li Ang's camp. 2 wooden warehouses and workshops covering an area of 300 square meters, and a living wooden house of 50 square meters. In addition, Li Ang's skeleton team finally broke through 500. 300 skeletons were controlled by Li Ang to do construction work, and continued to expand the warehouse and workshop, while the rest were all sent out by Li Ang. Li Ang treated the determined place with softening technique and couldn't wait to return to the own wooden house. In the wooden house at this moment, 4 bronze-colored boxes are quietly placed there. Li Ang rubbed his hands together, starting with the supply boxes, and opened them one by one. Congratulations on getting the iron block 100. Congratulations on getting the forging furnace 1. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint forging furnace. The first supply box made Li Ang raise his eyebrows, and it was a good start. On's first business has also settled down. Congratulations on getting Navamai seeds 1000. A food crop in the world of Machol looks like barley, but according to the information, it is a food crop suitable for planting on plateaus just like barley. Li Ang looked at his location on the map interface. To the south is the inland where other people are, while to the north is a plateau, and to the north is the ocean. Moreover, this is the world of magic. Although I haven't seen many magic in the fantasy works of previous lives, Li Ang feels that there should be magic like softening technique, and there are not a few of them. Congratulations on getting the blueprint spear. Congratulations on getting the blueprint chain vest. The results of the 3 bronze-level material boxes are all very good, at least in line with Li Ang's current development route. Li Ang used all the drawings and other things, and then put a sack of Nava wheat seeds in the corner of the wooden house, and kept them carefully, neither far nor close to the fire in the middle of the wooden house, so as to ensure that the seeds would not be destroyed. After packing up his things, Li Ang turned his attention to the last box, which was the only special treasure box, rubbed his hands, and prayed to the gods of the previous life in his heart. Regardless of whether they could hear it or not, it was what they wanted anyway. Li Ang took a deep breath, opened his eyes suddenly, and ordered, "Open." Congratulations on getting. Congratulations on obtaining the Black Iron level magic book golden magic engraving. Congratulations on getting the magic wand Call of the Spirit of the Sky. Li Ang's breathing was suppressed at this moment, his eyes widened, looking at a dark golden magic book and an indigo magic wand in front of him. It's a bunker. Li Ang's voice pierced through the wooden house, but no one in this vast snowy area could feel his excitement at the moment. The spell book is used immediately. Golden magic engraving, the metal is injected with magic power to engrave the user's own imprint, which can be used to mark items. After marking, the engraving will not disappear unless the caster removes or the marked item is destroyed. Note: not available in mark on living objects. It has no real attack effect, but Li Ang's eyes are full of fiery fire. This magic will definitely help own a lot. Call of the Spirit of the Air, bronze level magic weapon, which has an increasing effect on empty attribute magic, and can slightly reduce the magic power consumption of all attribute magic. The use limit magic value is greater than 20. The so-called empty attribute magic is a large category of magic, which contains a lot of magic, such as wind magic, storm magic, air magic, fog magic, smoke magic. Li Ang's undead summoning belongs to the death attribute magic undead magic, and the same kind also includes soul magic, life magic and so on. This information is described in the magic book interface, but the powerful magic in these descriptions are all grey and black, indicating a strange state. The call of the spirit in the air, it is not very long, the color is very elegant, and the shape is not exaggerated. At the top is a blue ball that looks like a gem. The hole is about 1 meter, which looks like a crutch. Although it was not a magic wand that blesses his own magic, Li Ang was still very interested. He walked out of the wooden house, tried to raise his wand in the open space, and chanted the spell as before to sweep away the snow, but the ground that was still as hard as iron suddenly looked like it is the fluid that generally begins to move slowly. Finally, as Li Ang waved his magic wand, it became slack like a field ridge that has been overturned. Li Ang felt it. Originally, it needed to consume 5 points of magic power, but after using the wand to cast the spell, it became 4 points. The reduced mana consumption made Li Ang slightly disappointed, but it was only at that moment. Although it is not very useful in essence, at least I finally look like a magician. It will be more perfect if I replace the animal fur coat on my body with a magic robe. After experimenting with the magic wand, Li Ang hummed a little tune and asked the skeleton man to move the forge out of the wooden house and move it into a just-built workshop. Li Ang is not for anything else. People in the entire channel are now on the verge of life and death. Magic is still unable to give people enough protection. Weapons are definitely what people need most now. With a shortage of 100 million people in the Minus region, Li Ang will definitely make a profit if he wants to start a processing trade business. Several skeleton men worked together to lift the forging furnace and chose a suitable place to put it down under Li Ang's control. Then Li Ang asked people to fetch the fire, put in the firewood, and after burning for a while, add coal. The flames grew hotter and hotter. The forging furnace has a full range of tools, whether it is a bellows or a hammer for forging, which saves Li Ang a lot of effort. Li Ang has both iron ore and iron blocks from the material box. In order to reduce the process, Li Ang directly used an iron ingot to start calcining on the stove. Because he used the blueprints of steel knife and spear from the previous trade, Li Ang knew the process of forging weapons well, but it would be nonsense to say he was proficient. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of metal colliding resounded through the snow mountain. Li Ang repeatedly forged an iron ingot, and a knife-shaped iron ingot appeared in front of him. At this moment, Li Ang had already taken off his animal fur coat, and was waving his hands profusely. In the hammer, the magic power was running in the body, constantly relieving the soreness and exhaustion of the muscles. Li Ang's eyes became brighter and brighter. After working continuously for 7 or 8 hours, Li Ang put a long knife into the cooling pool with a clip. Here, there was an ear-piercing boiling sound, and a puff of white smoke rose from the snowy water. After a while, Li Ang took out the saber. It was a ring-shouldered saber from the previous celestial dynasty, and it had some flaws, but Li Ang looked at the long saber in his hand with satisfaction. After all, it was his first sword. Works. Although his purpose of forging the knife was not for the long knife in his hand, but comprehend the skill forging. Li Ang immediately beamed with joy. This is his purpose. If he builds it himself, he will not be able to do business anyway. He must use the advantage of the undead he summoned to realize the assembly line production of weapons. Li Ang first needs to forge more forges, and open an own exclusive shop in the trading field. The exclusive store has been set up from the beginning, but the conditions required at the beginning are so daunting to everyone that they cannot afford it at all, so that the current trading field is full of small merchants who place orders for transactions. No. A certain fee is required to set up a store, and the so-called fee here is the magic power of the magicians. Just registering a store costs 50 mana. There is no need to pay in one lump sum, but the store can be opened after paying within 3 hours. This is a trouble for others, but it is easy for Li Ang. Now with the terrifying 700 own summoned objects, the recovery of magic power during Liang meditation can be described as the speed of light. With 50 points of magic power, it can be fully recovered after closing the eyes for a few breaths. Although the requirements for opening a store are strict now, it will not be a big deal when the meditation method is popularized in the future. At that time, the trading market will definitely be similar to that of a certain treasure in the previous life. Liang now occupies the first place, that is to drink the soup properly. Opening the trading field, with the thought, a thing similar to a signed contract appeared, and another thing that looked like a slot machine. Liang closed his eyes and input 50 points of mana, and a pop-up window appeared. Please confirm your store name, logo, business scope. Liang didn't hesitate, he had already thought of the name, since it was the first one, the name naturally had to seize the authority. Mall. The logo uses his own avatar. As for the business scope, Liang chose the whole category without hesitation. However, after choosing the whole category, Liang found helplessly that there was an additional charge, which is equivalent to the process of trademark registration. If you agree to the name minus in the future, no one will be able to use it. 700 mana, such a price made Liang shake his head speechlessly. I don't remember how many times I experienced collapse, how many times I was revived with full blood, and finally 700 points of magic power were collected by Liang. After Liang made the payment, a line of text was scrolled above the interface of the trading field for magicians in the entire minus area, which lasted for 5 minutes. Warmly congratulate Mall for becoming the first merchant to settle in the trading ground in the minus area, and hereby reward a gold level material treasure chest 1. Warmly congratulate Mall for becoming the first merchant to settle in the trading ground in the minus area, and hereby reward a gold level material treasure chest 1. Warm congratulations. In such a situation, even Liang himself never expected that there would be such a reward for being the first to settle in. A material treasure box made of gold appeared in front of him, and the regional chat channel had already exploded at this moment. Damn it! Settled in a store? That's 50 points of magic power. I only have 3 pitiful points of magic power left now. May I ask how the boss did it? I tried sleeping, but obviously sleeping doesn't restore the mana. I knew it was him. Mall. What a bold tone. Only he dared to name it directly. Who? I'll go. Big boss. Click on the trading field, and the logo of Mall is shining golden, which hurts everyone's eyes. Isn't that familiar head portrait and that sassy expression the same as Liang himself, who is at the top of the Devil Sovereign list? Along the eastern coast of Xia Honghua is leading a group of her men to hunt the prey that washed ashore on the coast, and there are some who have little fighting power who are weaving fishing nets. Simple little wooden boat. Everything is going in a good direction. In Little Red Flower's plan, they can catch fish along the coast and gain experience by killing these sea fish. At the same time, they can get a lot of food and attract more people to join. As long as they grasp the rhythm well, they can even really form a 9 snake pirates. But when there was such a big movement in the trading field, even Xia Honghua herself was a little confused. How did Liang do it? And her current magic power has been used up, and now the urgent thing is to work hard to upgrade. Of course she knew the conditions for opening a store, but because of this, she never thought about opening any store in the preceding entry stage. There are quite a few people on their side, besides their 9 snake pirates, there are dozens of other groups. Is there any transaction that cannot be completed with each other, and it is difficult to open a store in the trading field? Hey! Sister, take a look, this guy's registered business scope is all categories. He registered the whole category under the name minus. The girl from Shangguan on the side suddenly gasped, shout out loud. And her words also surprised everyone, and hurriedly opened the Mall to take a look. Sure enough, the words full category were impressively marked on the business scope. Well, that's 700 points of magic power. It's only been a few days? But he's still level 3. No, it's 4th level now. What? It's 4th level now. What? In Liang's wooden house, looking at the golden treasure chest in front of him, rubbing his hands and preparing to open it, Liang's magic power suddenly surged, and the strength of his whole body became much stronger. Now I just talk about strength and physique, at least 3 the level of adult men combined. Liang opens own personal panel. Name, Liang. Level 4. Magic, 100/100. Experience, 0/1000. Magic, Undead Summoning Art Initiation Meditation Method Module Language 2/100000 Great Earth Devil Method Softening Art Golden Magic Engraving. Skills, Planing Sewing Forging. The sudden upgrade made the pores of Li Ang's whole body feel comfortable. Even looking at the level up experience that has been doubled, there is still no frustration. It's okay. Anyway, he doesn't need to worry about it. We, the skeleton team, can farm monsters and give him experience. Li Ang, oh, I accidentally upgraded again. On the regional channel, Li Ang's golden profile picture appeared, but I don't know if people are already immune to his Versailles, or because they are used to his frivolous character. The response is not great, but they are all asking him how to recover his magic power. Li Ang did not hide anything, and explained the function of the meditation method. Take this opportunity not to forget business. Li Ang, the Minus Mall will soon start selling equipment such as swords and armor, with clearly marked prices. After saying this, Li Ang's friend list began to beeping non-stop, but he has set not to remind people who are not on the Devil Sovereign list, that is to say, there are now a large number of Devil Sovereign list member wants to add him as friend. But Li Ang didn't pay attention to their intentions. Apart from wanting to get the meditation method from him, what else could these people do? Now he is more interested in the gold level material treasure box in front of him. Following Li Ang's order, the golden treasure box was opened in a dazzling light. Congratulations on getting the blueprint glass workshop. Congratulations on getting the blueprint large ancient city. Congratulations on getting the blueprint sleigh cart. Congratulations on getting wood 100000. Congratulations on getting the iron block 100000. Congratulations on getting the blueprint windmill mill. Congratulations on getting 30 tons of rice. Congratulations on getting 100 tons of flour. Congratulations on getting 1 ton of cooking oil. Congratulations on getting 1 ton of soy sauce. Congratulations on getting. In an instant, not to mention the wooden house where Li Ang was staying, the entire outside of the wooden house was completely enveloped by various materials that suddenly appeared, and the notification sound finally stopped after a while. Li Ang was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the various things that had filled the entire wooden house. Now it was very difficult for him to move, and he finally squeezed out of the wooden house. Li Ang felt that he was better than forging. Tired of picking up a weapon. After removing the wooden house, Li Ang opened his mouth wide. Let alone the wooden house, the entire planning camp has already been filled with various supplies by the other party. Is this the gold level supply box? It's too scary. Li Ang murmured, and a gust of cold wind finally brought him back to his senses. The other party's things in the snow moved into the warehouse. The skeletons were carrying things, but Li Ang paced around the camp, looking up at the 2 snow-capped mountains on both sides from time to time, as if he was calculating something. Li Ang still uses all the blueprints in the material box directly, but the large ancient city in it gave Li Ang the direction. After calculation, it is not impossible to build a city in his current location, and it is even very suitable. Moreover, the current location can be regarded as a traffic artery in the snowy region, and if a city is built here, it is really invincible. The large city on the drawing has an area of more than 50 square kilometers, but the mountain where Li Ang is located does not have 50 square kilometers, but 30 square kilometers is still possible. He only needs to shrink the city and build it a little smaller, everything can be solved. However, even if it is a large city after shrinking, the construction of 30 square kilometers is by no means just built. These all require a lot of resources, including stones, wood, and metals. Now the southern city wall can be built first, and at the same time, the business of the trading field must start as soon as possible. Li Ang exhaled, and white mist rose from his mouth. Now that there is a plan, it is natural to start quickly. The workshop has already completed the construction of 1 forging furnace at the moment, and the 2 forging furnaces are fired at the same time, and continue to build the forging furnace. The scale of the trading field is formed. The proficiency of forging skills is rapidly increasing. Li Ang guessed in his heart that these sub-professional levels of his are still just apprentices. If he goes up, if he gets blueprints for magic equipment, this kind of treatment for gaining experience is not available to others. The fact that Li Ang's store will sell weapons and equipment has been known to everyone in the Minus region. Weapons and equipment are definitely something that everyone is currently in short supply. Even because of the weapons, there have been many snatching and killing incidents. Without the constraints of rules and laws, Killing people is no longer an incredible thing. Li Ang is alone in the snowy area and can't feel the danger of the human heart at this moment, but the other magicians are secretly wary of the people around them. There are many things where friends kill each other because of their interests, not to mention friends, there are also a lot of cases where relatives fight each other with their lives. Li Ang's shop has been watched by many people, the purpose is to be able to complete the transaction as soon as the goods are on the market, and get the top spot. But when the first item in the store hit the shelves, it left everyone wondering. Li Ang's coin, a coin with the magician Li Ang's special magic imprint, which can be used for consumption in the trading field -mall. In addition to this, -mall has a better acquisition interface. Most of the things that can be thought of have purchase prices here, and the payment method is the only item in the store Li Ang's coins. The world of Machu is no longer a currency, it doesn't even have a decent city and civilization. Even if there are shops in the trading field, the way of trading is that the shopkeepers set in advance what they want to exchange for the goods they put on the shelves. Barter is still backward. But now Li Ang, the first person to eat crabs, actually created the currency directly. Although it is limited to consumption in his shop, it can undoubtedly bring great convenience to his shop transactions. And if -mall grows bigger in the future, why won't this currency become a recognized currency in circulation? Everyone traveled from Blue Star, and most of them saw through Li Ang's plan at a glance. This guy is definitely not a brainless person. Sitting on a wooden stake, Xiao Honghua looked at the only product on the shelves of Li Ang's store, and finally had a little more serious eyes in her eyes, not daring to underestimate Li Ang anymore. If this kind of thing is really allowed him to do it, Macha Delo dare not say it, at least no one in Minus can touch him. Xiao Honghua looked at Li Ang's currency conversion ratio, and found that there were a lot of things to buy, and the price list was ready for each category. Xia Honghua easily found the information she wanted on it. Sea fish, 1 yuan/jin. It's a very rough price, and the unit is also the unit from the previous life, but it only gives the price of sea fish in general, and there is no detailed description of what kind of sea fish, live or dead. But this is quite normal. After all, what is there in this world, what is the difference between things and Blue Star, and what is their name, everyone does not know. The preceding entry stage should be simpler. Xia Honghua thought for a while, and directly exchanged 10,000 catties of sea fish, which happened to be what they just caught, but unfortunately the net was not strong enough, only caught it once, and it broke the second time, and the others were busy mending the net. 10,000 metal coins were placed in a wooden box and appeared in front of Xiao Honghua, while the sea fish that had been arranged by the side had disappeared. Xiao Honghua picked up one and looked at it. Li Ang's way of putting On's head on it made the corner of her mouth twitch, but she vaguely felt the fluctuation of magic power from the coin. Xiao Honghua frowned lightly, is the meditation method really that strong? This guy is able to attach magic power to so many coins, how much does it take? At the same time, Xiao Honghua also stopped the idea of counterfeiting currency, and the other party was obviously wary of such things. And Li Ang soon found out that the transaction was completed, 10,000 catties of fresh sea fish became the first transaction in his store, and what he paid was only some metals treated with golden magic engraving. After looking at the trader, Xia Honghua Ovo, the other party dared to make a move, but he hadn't put any products on the shelves yet. But for the sake of the other party's support, Li Ang directly released other own products ahead of schedule. Fine steel knife, selling price, 1,000 yuan, remaining stock, 20. Fine steel spear, selling price, 1,100 yuan, remaining stock, 20. Wolf fur coat, selling price, 400 yuan, remaining stock, 40. Chain mail, selling price, 5,000 yuan, remaining stock, 10. As the product was put on the shelves, the pupils of the people watching the place shrank in the entire Minus area. They quickly clicked to buy, and then they were prompted, sorry, you don't have what the store manager needs. None of these people have exchanged currency yet. Just when these people were in a hurry to exchange currency, the little red flower who had exchanged currency early had already made a quick move. None of the 10,000 coins were left, so she bought 10 fine steel knives directly. Just after she spent all the money, in the original Minus Mall, the interface representing the 4 items directly dimmed, and 2 bright red characters stood out on it. Sold out. Hey! What kind of beasts are you all? It's a pity that you can't drill wood to make fire with this speed. Woohoo, little brother Li Ang, sell me a knife, and I can show you in private. Upstairs, you should post your profile picture first, don't be a big guy who picks your feet. I'm curious now, how did Mr. Liang do it? Could it be some kind of magic created out of thin air? What kind of magic? It would be nice if talent magic could have offensive power, but what are you thinking about creating out of thin air? There must be a team. In the regional chat channel, the discussion about Liang kept swiping the screen. Liang sold nearly 100 pieces of equipment and weapons today, including 10 sets of chainmail that were cumbersome to forge. To say that it was built by one person would be to lie to a fool. Located on the coast of the East Sea of Minas, the 9 snake pirates directly obtained 10 high-quality stainless steel long knives because of Xiao Honghua's early move, and their combat effectiveness increased by several knots in an instant. Long live the eldest sister! Ha ha ha! It's so cool, this machete can cut melons and vegetables. Watching the subordinates excitedly hacking and killing the creatures on the coast, Xiao Honghua thought deeply. Sister, what are you thinking? The little Shangguan girl on the side tilted her head and asked. Xia Honghua took a deep breath and said, it's time for us to set up a stronghold. This place is very good. There are many creatures along the coast, and we can go out to sea to catch fish, so we don't have to worry about food. The 9 snake pirates are booming here, but at the moment the Iron Will led by the second Dragon King on the grassland is gloomy at the moment. They also made a move, but they didn't exchange the coins in advance, so that they didn't grab any equipment and weapons. Superior. For some unknown reason these days, there were more and more ferocious beasts around them, and what made them nervous was that they found the existence of blue star ancient creatures like saber-toothed tigers around them. Dragon King was silent for a while, took a deep breath, and said, cheer up, everyone, we were careless today. I didn't expect that Liang could really bring out so many weapons and equipment. According to him, there will be tomorrow. We will now exchange all the useless things in our hands. Everyone nodded silently. What else can they do besides these? Dragon King began to collect the things that the members of the Iron Will got these days, and sold some useless blueprints, wood and stones in Minas Mall. Although Liang only sold these items, the real profit was tens of thousands of times more than the direct sale. Most of the money was obtained from exchanging coins. Fortunately, Liang thought that such a thing would happen in advance, and produced as many engraved coins as possible, so that the camp where Liang is now is completely surrounded by various materials and cannot be seen. Wood, stone, and iron ingots occupy the main materials, and these are the main materials Liang needs to build the city. The most important thing to build a city wall is the foundation. If you want to build a high city wall, you must pay close attention to the foundation. Don't worry about Liang at the workshop, the clanging sound has never stopped. He personally participated and directly used Great Earth Devil method softening technique to soften the hard frozen ground, and the skeletons immediately began to vigorously wave their hoes and other tools to start digging. Liang's workload was not heavy. After softening the ground where the foundation was dug, he returned to the wooden house that the skeleton people had packed up. At this moment, the wooden house that was crowded with various materials had regained its previous spaciousness. Liang began to count the own harvest from the backstage of the shops in the trading field. Ignore everything about wood, and Liang mainly focuses on various drawings. Blueprints can only be used once, and it is useless to use them after use. Therefore, in Liang's exchange list, it is specially set that the redeemed blueprints cannot be exchanged again. Because of this, people almost unanimously exchanged the blueprints in their hands. After all, this kind of thing is not the only one. If you don't exchange it, if someone else exchanges it, the blueprint in your hand is basically useless except for your own use. In this way, Liang got more than 300 copies of drawings alone. Without any repetition, these 300 drawings cover a wide range, but the main ones are dishes, clothes, and cold weapons. Among them, the drawings of the dishes were all contributed by Dragon King, the second on the Devil Sovereign list, and Liang didn't know whether to say good or bad about the other party's luck. Without any hesitation, Liang directly used all the blueprints. More than 300 blueprints flooded into his mind. It was at this moment that he was dizzy and sat down on the bed. It took a long time to recover. Exhaling heavily, Liang covered his head. The sudden explosion of pain taught him a lesson. Hey, be more careful in the future. That is to say, he was the only one in Suiyu. If he really gathered together like those people outside, and he made such a sudden move, it was very likely that he would lose his life. However, it's time to increase your strength. But it's time to increase your strength. Liang was lying on the bed, with a warm blanket and a stable environment, which was difficult for other magicians to appear. Li Ang talent's magic is undead magic, undead summoning. The enhancement of strength he talks about naturally means summoning new undead. After reaching the 4th level, Li Ang's magic power limit has also reached 100 points. Taking a deep breath, sat up from the bed, and did what he said. Li Ang immediately held the wand of On, and began to mutter. A grey magic circle rose in the wooden house. This time it was still all the magic power, including the wand itself. As a result, Li Ang's magic power invested this time has exceeded 100 points. Hey, hey, hey. The flames on the fire were flickering, and the burning energy seemed to be suppressed by something. Under Li Ang's suspicious gaze, a puff of black air rose from the magic circle on the ground and condensed in mid-air. A strange figure appeared in front of Li Ang. Li Ang murmured swear words, feeling so powerless that he could only vent his inner fear and anxiety in this way. The figure floated in mid-air, the thin veil on her body moved without wind, the long black waterfall hair hanging from her head to her ankles. Her figure was slender, and her skin was pale. What made Li Ang stand on his legs was that his face was covered by long hair at the moment, revealing a clean chin and a pair of scarlet bloodshot eyes. Isn't this the image of a female ghost in previous film and television works? The crisp voice sounded, and the cute lowly voice made Li Ang stunned on the spot for a moment, and the terrifying atmosphere disappeared in an instant. The lowly voice sounded again. Li Ang's eyes widened, and he was sure that the owner of the voice was the female ghost in front of him. A line of information appeared in front of his eyes. 3rd level monsters, wraiths, can use simple hypnosis magic, curse magic, soul magic, can ignore pure physical attacks, and have spiritual intelligence. Li Ang doesn't know where the line of text in front of him came from, and he doesn't know what a 3rd level monster is. Li Ang is excited enough to see the magic that the other party knows. Wraith's voice rose a little, and he tilted his head slightly. The hair covering his face was scattered, revealing a face that turned all living beings upside down. What wraith? I think she is an elf. This is Li Ang's inner thoughts at this moment. The original scarlet eyes paired with the current angel face. There is no trace of terror. The red eyes are like rubies that make people's eyes shine, a proper bonus. Li Ang had an idiotic smile on his face, and the wraith tilted his head cutely, flying around Li Ang, as if wondering why the master who summoned her in front of him was an idiot. After a long while, Li Ang broke free from the reproductive biology of humans and wraiths. First, he habitually wiped the corner of his mouth, then stretched out his hand, and said, "Hi, I'm Li Ang." This introduction should be quite normal, but Li Ang wants to try. "Hello, I am your master, give me a bite." But considering that the other party has intelligence, and it is not clear whether he will obey his words like those foolish skeletons, Li Ang decided not to die first. Looking at Li Ang's outstretched hand, Wraith sucked on the lovely Kyung's nose, and her long hair rested on Li Ang's hand as if it were alive. The long hair is soft and cold, making Li Ang feel that he is not touching his hair, but the blade of an ice skate. "What's your name?" Li Ang asked, and the latter just looked at him intently, as if he didn't understand, and didn't seem to know how to answer. "If you don't have a name, you will be called Sadeko from now on," Li Ang continued. "Shenzi." The female resentment spoke with a crisp voice, but Li Ang always felt that the other party was still a little silly. "It's Sadeko, take it off, Sadeko. Sadeko." The latter was floating in the air, and the fire in the wooden house flickered left and right as the opponent moved. Seeing Sadeko getting familiar with the surrounding environment, Li Ang didn't bother her anymore. At least if she couldn't come out to see, the other party still listened to her. Closing his eyes, meditation recovered its magic power. In less than 5 minutes, 50 points of magic power were fully recovered. Li Ang picked up the wand again under the gaze of Sadeko, and chanted in his mouth. The appearance of the grey magic circle is still full of magic power. Yell yellu. There was a neighing sound, but before Li Ang could react, a grey-black figure rose from the grey magic circle, and then... boom! The door of the wooden house was knocked open in an instant. Li Ang didn't even see what he summoned, and the latter rushed out like the wind. Hee hee! There was a chuckle, and Sadeko sat on a wooden frame, covering her mouth. Li Ang rolled his eyes speechlessly. Fortunately, the undead summoned by his own perception, including Sadeko in front of him, are all connected with mental energy, and so is the figure who ran out just now. Li Ang tried to order him to let the latter come back. After a while, there was a sound of kicking outside the wooden house, and Li Ang walked to the door. A 2-meter-high grey-black horse appeared at the door, and when he saw Li Ang, he stretched his legs. The head leaned over affectionately. Yelyalu. A puff of hot air came to Li Ang's face, and the summoned horses excitedly licked and messed with Li Ang's hair. Li Ang was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the own undead summoner could also summon living creatures. You know, whether it is the earliest summoned skeleton man or the just summoned Sadeko, they are undoubtedly undead from previous fantasy works race exists. But the horse in front of him showed strong signs of life. Heartbeat, temperature, exhaled heat. Li Ang stroked the smooth body of the other party, and a line of information appeared in front of Li Ang's eyes, just like Sadeko before. Second-level monsters, cold-cursed horses, can use magic wind, shadow wind, magic wind wings. The speed is extremely fast. The common horse magical beasts in the undead world follow the cold climate life, because the place where they appear will soon be covered by wind and snow, hence the name. They are known as the messengers of the extreme cold curse in the undead world. A second-level monster, and Sadeko is a third-level monster. Li Ang wondered what the so-called level represented. And just when Li Ang raised such doubts again, a message appeared in his mind out of thin air. The level of the monster corresponds to the level of the character. When a magician is at level 010, it is equivalent to a first-level monster, and at level 1120 is a second-level monster. Li Ang took a breath, looked back at Sadeko who was fluttering casually in the room, and from time to time grabbed Li Ang's warm quilt and rolled around, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Who would have thought that this one looks like it can fly? Nothing else. The threatening little girl turned out to be an existence above level 30. Fortunately, there is an extra intelligent summoner, and Li Ang doesn't have to talk to a bunch of skeletons. This is the disadvantage of staying alone in the snowy area: loneliness. Sadeko is not nothingness. She can also be seen and touched, but as long as the opponent enters a fighting state, her body will become nothingness, and direct sword attacks will have no effect on her. It seemed dissatisfied that Li Ang kept his eyes on Sadeko's body, and the cold-cursed horse he stroked strongly arched his head, and Li Ang came back to his senses. By the way, do you eat or not? Li Ang asked. A lot of rice, noodles, grain, and oil came out of the gold-level material box, and there were some vegetables, so I didn't have to continue eating roasted wolf meat anymore. Let the skeleton people in a forge an iron pot and a kitchen knife. If the blueprints were not collected after opening the shop, Li Ang really couldn't do anything about it. Xia Honghua traded a lot of fresh sea fish to him, so there is really no need to worry about spoilage in this icy and snowy place. There are many types of sea fish. Under the curious gaze of Sadeko, Li Ang selected two other-world sea fish like golden pomfret. He skillfully cut the fish body, poured oil in the pan and heated it up, fried the fish until golden, and added green onion and ginger. The braised golden pomfret is out of the oven under Li Ang's skillful operation, and the rice on the other side is also hot out of the pan. Li Ang fried another dish of snow wolf meat, which smelled really good. When Li Ang brought the food to the table, Sadeko's big ruby eyes lit up. Comprehend the skill cooking. Ignoring the voice in his head, Li Ang set the bowl and chopsticks for Sadeko. The latter looked puzzled and didn't know what it was for. It wasn't until Li Ang picked up the rice bowl and demonstrated it that he picked up the bowl in a similar manner. Chopsticks. It was the first time to use chopsticks. Even Sadeko, a third-level monster, was obviously not proficient, but the moment a piece of golden fish was wrapped in sauce and delivered to her mouth. Woo woo woo. A contented voice came out of Sadeko's mouth. Looking at the other party's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, Li Ang, the cook, naturally enjoyed it in his heart. Neither of them spoke. Li Ang looked at Sadeko in front of him while he was eating. His beauty was better than the food on the plate, and Sadeko never stopped talking. Li Ang is her summoner, and she can feel that the food quickly turned into waves of energy after entering Sadeko's body. Therefore, he doesn't know if fairies and elves can shit, but Sadeko in front of him probably can't. Perfect. The thoughts in Li Ang's mind blurted out, and Sadeko, who was enjoying the food, raised her head in doubt. Li Ang shook her head slightly. As long as she kept her dirty in her heart, she would be a fool if she said it out. The master and servant were very satisfied with a meal. Outside the wooden house, the cold-cursed horse chewed the fresh vegetation collected by the skeleton man from the surroundings, mixed with some beans from the supply box, and the cold-cursed horse was quite satisfied. After the meal, Li Ang didn't say a word, and Sadeko took the initiative to do the work of cleaning the pots and dishes. At first, Li Ang was a little worried about whether the other party would do it. After solving the work, Li Ang finally felt relieved. This magic power. Li Ang felt the magic power in Sadeko's body, envious in her heart. The level of this magic power has reached at least 1000 plus. Master, do you need me to do anything else? Sadeko cleaned the dishes and drifted back to the wooden house again, her big eyes flickering, combined with the provocative name. Li Ang almost reacted on the spot. It's fine to call me master, from now on you can call me, just call me City Lord. Li Ang thought for a while, thought of what he was going to do, and clapped his hands and said. Sadeko stared blankly at Li Ang, and then looked outside the wooden house. Although she didn't say anything, she seemed to have said everything. Don't look at it as if there is not even a village, but give me time, and the city will definitely be built. Sadeko's innocent look like a fool made Li Ang feel a little uneasy, and said. Sadeko nodded cutely, and then obediently went out for a walk. Li Ang let out a long breath, and started the own calling work again. Now that the materials are abundant, the construction work can naturally be carried out vigorously, but Li Ang's original manpower is actually insufficient. Especially now that he has set up a weapon shop, Li Ang needs a lot of workers. Li Ang did not summon Sadeko with 100 points of stud like before, but summoned at 10:1. After such a long period of exploration, he has discovered that 10 o'clock is a watershed, or a standard value. The ones summoned by 10 points of magic power are basically low-level fighters like skeleton soldiers who are healthy and have certain combat capabilities. It's good to have healthy limbs after 10 o'clock. Even if the body is healthy, the bones are brittle. If you fall and knock on the stone, it will shatter to the ground. Skeleton swordsman, skeleton archer, skeleton axeman, skeleton spearman. Following Li Ang's vigorous call, a strong skeleton soldier named Bai Sensen walked out of his wooden house, and outside the wooden house, Sadeko, whom Li Ang had told him, was assigned to places that lacked manpower. Li Ang didn't know how many people he had summoned, until he saw through the window that the sky outside had darkened again. Li Ang finally stopped. For the last time, a skeleton soldier holding a bone spear rose slowly from the ground in the magic circle. The flames in the skull rose up, and Li Ang's magic power was emptied again. Just when Li Ang was about to restore his magic power through meditation again, a lot of information suddenly appeared in his mind, and a voice sounded at the same time. Undead magic undead summoning proficiency reaches the standard, and the proficiency level is increased. The current level, Mastery. Undead magic undead summoning reach the Mastery level and gain the ability to summon groups. Li Ang was taken aback for a moment, but then he was overjoyed. It turns out that with the improvement of proficiency, there will be new changes in the use of magic. Group summoning, isn't it just that you want to summon skeleton soldiers, so you don't need to call again and again with 10 points of magic power? 100 points of mana are invested at once, and 5 skeleton soldiers are summoned. This definitely saves a lot of effort. My lord. A soft call brought Li Ang back from the excitement of upgrading her magic proficiency, and she saw Sadeko standing at the door floating, as if she wanted to say something, but Xiao blushing and embarrassed to speak. A pair of big ruby eyes looked at Li Ang expectantly. Li Ang looked at the sky outside, and instantly understood what the other party meant. Unexpectedly, when I was eating at noon, I casually said the time of 3 meals a day, but Sadeko remembered it quite clearly. How many people were summoned this afternoon? Li Ang asked, getting off the bed. Sadeko had been prepared for a long time, and immediately replied, 1,200 people, 500 swordsmen, 500 archers, and 200 spearmen. Li Ang nodded. This number is not bad, but it is far from enough to build a city. In Li Ang's plan, to build the big city he is currently planning, the time to build a city is shorter. Li Ang's plan is to explode 100,000 troops. Calculated according to the fact that a skeleton soldier needs 10 points of mana, he needs to consume 1 million mana. He explodes 1,002 soldiers in one afternoon, and does not sleep for a day. If meditation is used instead, it will be about 4,000 a day. What the hell, the city will be built a long time ago when I explode 100,000 soldiers, but 50 points of magic power is still not enough, I need to upgrade. Li Ang was thinking in his heart while busy with dinner work. Sadeko seems to be very talented in cooking, and she helps out beside Li Ang. She only read the process once at noon, and she has already remembered what Li Ang needs and when she needs it. It has already flown in front of Li Ang. 2 braised fish in brown sauce and a plate of twice-cooked pork made from wolf meat, Sadeko ate with great interest. After dinner, Li Ang said, tomorrow we will go to the south to have a look. Okay, my lord. Sadeko said pretty, and then got into the quilt on the bed under Li Ang's puzzled eyes. Li Ang swallowed, the throbbing in some way made him a little unable to control himself. But when he saw Sadeko's innocent eyes that day, he immediately woke up as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. Sadeko obviously has never felt such a thing as a quilt, she likes the feeling of being wrapped, and she doesn't have the slightest thought of temptation, and even Li Ang seriously suspects that she doesn't understand this wraith. In the workshop outside, dozens of forging furnaces are still tinkling non-stop, but the sound transmitted to the wooden house is already very small, and it does not affect sleep. Li Ang also went to bed, and then Sadeko hugged his waist very directly, the cold breath that seemed to have the aroma of mint pressed against Li Ang, making the latter dare not move. The soft and boneless touch made him swallow his saliva. Now he only needs to issue a command with his mind, and soon the workshop outside the wooden house will be able to process a wooden bed and send it in, but you must not be stupid. Li Ang secretly warned himself in his heart, at the same time, he felt that he was so happy to travel to life in another world. The next morning, when Li Ang opened his eyes, he saw a pair of pure ruby eyes staring at him. "My lord, it's time for breakfast." If these words were spoken by the stunner in front of her, who was standing at the head of the bed in a maid outfit and bent slightly, revealing her white career lines, Li Ang would definitely give this morning a perfect score. There will be everything." Li Ang stretched his waist and said with a pun. Sadeko naturally didn't know that her city lord in front of her was planning a new job for her in the future, and when she heard that Li Ang was about to prepare breakfast, she immediately floated up from the bed happily and followed Li Ang out. "Ha!" Li Ang stood in front of the wooden house wearing a fur coat and breathed a sigh of relief. He had just finished brushing his teeth with a wooden toothbrush dipped in salt. The experience was naturally not very good, but the life of another world, especially it was only a few days since he came here, and he was secretly happy to be qualified to brush his teeth. The other magicians are still running around for survival and food. There are eggs in the warehouse, which are all opened from the supply box. Apart from eating, Li Ang knows nothing about hatching chickens with eggs, and raising chickens. Fried eggs can be said to be Li Ang's best thing, a fried egg, bread with butter. The minus mall of a trading field allows Li Ang to have almost everything that can be opened in the material box. This is the role of the platform, and it is also the advantage of a monopoly and an exclusive market. "I'll make you a cake when the conditions are right." Sadeko seemed dissatisfied with such a Western-style breakfast. Li Ang comforted her. In fact, he doesn't like to eat this kind of food either. To put it simply, it's easy to say, what kind of bread, butter, and ham sausage is really loveless. If possible, he still likes buns, fried dough sticks and tofu now. Thinking about it, I had a boring breakfast. Tisk, Sadeko, let's eat seafood noodles at noon today. Li Ang gritted his teeth. He has a lot of flour, kneading noodles, and condiments. As long as he adds the sea fish bought by Zia Honghua, he is fully equipped with seafood noodles. Condition. Although Genza didn't know what the seafood noodles in the two mouths were, the longing in Li Ang's eyes could not be faked. This kind of expression was not shown by Li Ang even when eating braised fish, but now it is. Obviously, this seafood noodle is absolutely delicious. Yet. Sadeko nodded happily, her long hair flying in the air. Now that he has decided to have a big meal at noon, Li Ang naturally has to step up his own actions. In one day, due to his increasing proficiency, the number of items produced by the workshop doubled compared to before. Li Ang thought for a while and didn't put all of them on the shelves. Instead, he set aside 50 sets of equipment and put the rest on the shelves. "I am going to explore the north. Although there is a high probability that there will be no danger, and there are third-level monster Sadeko and second-level monster Cold Cursed Horse, Li Ang still decides to change the equipment for his team of skeleton soldiers. The team of 50 people were all equipped with chain mail, stainless steel long knives and spears. Standing in the ice and snow, the weapons reflected the cold light, and Li Ang nodded in satisfaction. Minus Mall is watched by everyone all the time, and even a large group like Little Red Flower directly assigns a few people to watch the movement above, and several boxes of coins are ready to be exchanged early, just waiting for Li Ang list items. Fine steel knife, selling price, 1,000 yuan, remaining stock, 40. Steel spear, price, 1,100 yuan, remaining stock, 40. Wolf fur coat, selling price, 400 yuan, remaining stock, 50. Chain mail, selling price, 5,000 yuan, remaining stock, 50. Japanese sword, priced at 800 yuan, remaining stock, 50. Longchuan sword, price, 1,200 yuan, remaining stock, 100. The price has not changed, the survival has almost doubled, and several new products have been added. It was also sold out in a second at the first time. Li Ang is not surprised by this. There will only be more and more items in the future, and as the blueprints of various items are collected by him, the types of products in the future will also change. More. On the Minas grassland, Dragon King's iron wool has always been guarded at the interface of the trading field, so when Li Ang was put on the shelves, their people also shot instantly. However, there were too many people who robbed them. Even though they had made their move in an instant, they still managed to snatch 5 fine steel knives, 3 chain mails, and 5 Japanese knives. On the contrary, the Longchuan sword with the largest number was not snatched. Dragon King looked at the results in front of him, and experimented with several swords. Although they mostly used daggers and military stabs when they joined the army, the quality of the swords is still judged, and they are all excellent works. Boss, how did this Li Ang manage to not only increase the number of products, but also launch new ones? A subordinate asked in amazement. Although they only grabbed the ones in front of them, it is unrealistic to equip so many of them. But just thinking about how many people are watching, you know how lucky you are waiting for someone. Dragon King wielded a fine steel knife, and he had obviously practiced opening and closing. After a while, he stopped in satisfaction and said, no matter how he did it, at least one thing is certain, he is a celestial people, and someone we can't mess with. Let the workshop make a pair of saddles, and Li Ang put the saddle wrapped in snow wolf skin on the back of the cold spell horse, without pulling the reins, reaching the third-level magician's body with a light jump on horseback. 50 skeleton soldiers who were fully armed and replaced with steel equipment were neatly arranged behind Li Ang, which was a small army. Sadeko fluttered and sat in Li Ang's arms for the last time, but she didn't feel shy at all. Not only was she not shy, but she kept asking what kind of seafood noodles she was going to eat at noon. Li Ang smiled and kept using secrets as an excuse. As soon as he gave an order, the frost-cursed horse under his crotch galloped straight away, followed closely by the skeleton team behind. Although the speed of the skeleton team is not slow, it is obviously not at the same level as the cold curse horse in terms of level and proficiency. Li Ang moderately slowed down the cold spell horse, so that the skeleton team could follow behind. Li Ang was holding Genzi and riding a cold spell horse, and the metal-covered skeleton team behind him was like a large snowplow, breaking through the snow on the road abruptly and opening a long road. If you go straight north, you can see the ocean from the map, but there is obviously a long way to go before reaching the ocean. After Li Ang and others traveled at extreme speed for about an hour, they finally ran out of the valley between the two snow-capped mountains. Suddenly see the light. To the west is a mountain stretching upwards. Although I have never been there, I can roughly see from the map interface that the west is a plateau, and the south of Li Ang is a forest that can't be seen at a glance. It is covered with ice and snow, but the emerald green color and lush trees cannot be hidden. Viewed from this direction of Li Ang, the meandering river leaves from the direction of the plateau and continues through the forest, where there are vibrant greenery and herds of animals. Cows, sheep, deer, and of course a series of predators such as Li Ang's old friend Snow Wolf. The river has been flowing to a distant place, and it should go east directly into the sea, and this also makes Li Ang's eyes brighter. Good place. Good place. Li Ang kept repeating the words, the hot air spit out from his mouth, but the flame in his heart was burning more and more intensely. Li Ang was sitting on the back of the cold curse horse, with 50 steel warriors behind him. He was like a king who had seen the new world, and his heart was full of desire to conquer at the moment. Go! Li Ang gave the order, and the cold cursed horse immediately ran towards the direction of the river forest. Suddenly, something seemed to fly out of the snow. Before Li Ang could react, Sadeko in her arms pointed with her tender little finger, and a small dark purple magic circle appeared on the fingertip. Hypnotic magic fixed body. Sadeko murmured, and the figure that flew out fell directly into the thick snow without moving. A skeleton soldier stepped forward and raised the target, and Li Ang realized that it turned out to be a fat chicken covered in white and blue, which obviously was not a product of his previous life, but a snow chicken from another world. The snow rooster is not dead, and the breath of life is very stable, as if it is fixed by something, and it is held motionless by the skeleton soldiers. What a fat chicken! I've already thought about what Sadeko will eat for tonight. Let's make chicken soup. Li Ang said with a happy face. The eyes of Sadako in her arms also lit up, and she pulled Li Ang's skirt and asked, "Is it delicious?" "Delicious." Li Ang nodded confidently. Pouring chicken soup and making pork ribs are his biggest hobbies. He dare not say anything else, but he dares to say that he can do a good job of these two. However, to Li Ang's surprise, Sadako flew up directly from Li Ang's body, and before Li Ang could figure out what the other party was going to do, he saw Sadako standing in midair with her hands raised. A magic circle appeared between her hands, enlarged, and finally rose above Sadako's head like an umbrella. Hypnosis magic false breath. Purple smoke spewed out from the magic circle, instantly covering the snow around Li Ang and others, and then under Li Ang's shocked gaze, fat snow chickens walked out of the snow, staggering. 5 minutes later, Li Ang made a rough count, and there were at least 300 snow chickens. Genza fell from the sky and returned to Li Ang's arms again, but Li Ang finally couldn't help but picked up the latter's small face and slapped her hard. "Let alone eating it now, you can even start farming yourself." Sadako watched in a daze as Li Ang commanded the skeleton soldiers to rummage in the snow where the snow chickens came out before, and oval eggs like white jade were found out. With so many things at once, it is impossible to continue to move forward, but is it rare to fall to Li Ang? With a wave of his hand, all snow chickens and snow eggs are on the shelves of Mall. Snow chicken, priced at 99,999, surviving 351. Snow eggs, priced at 99,999, survived for 2,000. The horrible price made people who have been paying attention to Li Ang shopping mall almost pull their eyes out. Although judging from the description, these two things are products of another world, but how can this price be sold in good faith? However, their idea is correct. Li Ang has no plan to sell these items, and there is only one reason for putting them on the mall, and that is to use the mall as a temporary warehouse. Li Ang gave On a thumbs up for his wit, and the lighter team immediately continued to move forward. Along the way, Sadako leaned in Li Ang's arms, and just looked up at Li Ang's face, which made Li Ang's face gradually uneasy. He admitted that he was a little impulsive just now, but he was stared at by such eyes. He felt that he was being condemned by his conscience. "Sadako, I just, Li Ang wanted to say something, but was shocked by Sadako's behavior and pulled the reins. Parting her lips, Sadako pursed her lips, squinted her crescent eyes and said, "I'm so happy." This time, Li Ang couldn't help it anymore. Sadako didn't seem to have any shyness, leaning against Li Ang's arms, her two clean feet were dangling. After a while, Li Ang finally calmed down and continued to lead the team towards the forest. Although he tried his best to restrain the ecstasy in his heart, the corners of Li Ang's mouth still curled up uncontrollably. What exploration, his own trip was worth it. Then, under the attention of frequency deists in the whole area, Li Ang's shopping mall began to have more and more new products, and each of them was ridiculously expensive. White deer, selling price, 999,999, inventory, 10. Snow wolf cubs, selling price, 999,999, inventory, 15. Snow hoof yak, selling price, 999,999, inventory, 5. White boar, selling price, 999,999, inventory, 12. The ferocious beasts are absolutely overwhelming against the magicians who have just crossed over, but in the face of a third-level monster like Sadako, whether it is a ferocious wild boar or a ferocious snow wolf, the same as the previous snow wolf chicken isn't much different at all. So much so that when Li Ang and others came to the edge of the glacier, they didn't even need Li Ang and the skeleton soldiers behind them to make a move. The scene was completely Sadako's stage alone. Hypnosis magic: when dealing with these ferocious beasts that outsiders see in front of you, it is almost invincible, and it will not even cause any wounds to these prey. Therefore, Li Ang's harvest is all living things, and the regional channels have already heatedly discussed it. Good guy, I'll be direct, good guy, how did the leader of the list do it? He got so many prey, and they were all alive. Boars, cows, wolves, my god. What does this guy mean by putting this up, humiliating us? Let's go, anyway, I don't think I deserve to be humiliated by the big boss. On Xia Honghua's side, Xia Honghua just built a wooden boat tens of meters long with the blueprints she got by chance. Before she had time to be happy, she was completely shocked by the big news that Li Ang made. The members of the Nine Snakes Pirates were also shocked at the moment. They always thought that as long as they were patient enough to get the fleet out, it would be a matter of time before they developed. After all, only their 9 Snakes pirates are the ones developing marine resources. Even the few extra teams that were originally around are now being suppressed by the 9 Snake pirates in various ways, and they can't hold their heads up at all. Xiao Honghua's face was solemn, and while looking at the things in the Liang Mall, she opened the own map interface. At least we are sure of one thing now. Why he dared to make such a high profile is not only because of his amazing strength. He is now in a place we absolutely can't go to. On the Minus Grassland, Dragon King is leading a team that has expanded to 300 people, and is taming the horses on the grassland. There are men of the Mongolian nationality in the team, and they are familiar with this kind of thing. In 2 days, they had already owned 50 another world prairie horses, and taught many people how to ride horses. But when Liang put so many items on the Minus Mall, the members of Iron Will gasped in shock. Some members who were training riding skills on the grassland stopped in disbelief one by one. Boss, this guy, captured alive. The young man who spoke was Jianxing Gui, one of the few in the organization who was not from a military background. He is a true successor of martial arts and has a high degree of research in Kendo. The latest to join Iron Will, but he has already won the second in command position by virtue of his strength. Dragon King exhaled heavily, looking at the proud capital of himself and others. At this moment, they have set up tents one by one on the grassland, using animal skins and wood, and built a wooden fence around them. At this moment, there are still people in the camp who are building arrow towers. Although it still looks very simple, it is already a well-known safe house for dozens of miles around. With this camp, Will of Iron has finally entered into steady development. Dragon King wasn't too shocked by Liang's gains. After all, they only discovered how difficult it was when they were also trying to set up a weapons workshop. Whether it is manpower or tool resources, they are not very up to standard. The most important thing is that everyone is working hard to improve their own strength. It is obviously not very happy to be a sub-professional. What shocked Dragon King was the location of Liang, Snow Chicken, Snow Wolf. These creatures are obviously only found in the snow region, and the only snow region in the Minus region is the vast mountains in the northeast. Like Xia Honghua and Dragon King, it is natural that there are many people who can see Liang's position. Discussions about this matter are rampant in the communication channels of the whole area. Most people expressed their shock and admiration for Liang. In the entire regional communication channel, there was no one posting news about being in Suiyu, so it can be said that Liang is the only one in Suiyu. And the previous speculation that Liang actually has a team is naturally self-defeating. People's discussion Liang had expected it a long time ago, but he didn't worry about anything. As the saying goes, if you want to make trouble, you have to go to the snowy area. At this moment, after Sadako had easily hunted a large number of prey, Liang finally met a target opponent he liked. A full-grown colorful tiger, the appearance is no different from the Siberian tiger in the previous life. When Liang found the other party was also crawling behind a pile of low vegetation. The shock came out. Liang didn't react slowly, and directly ordered 50 fully armed skeleton soldiers to charge forward. Not made of flesh and blood, and equipped with long knives and spears, Liang didn't feel distressed at all. The pikemen were in front, and under Liang's control, several of them worked together to slam the end of the pike into the ground, pointing the tip of the pistol at the tiger that was flying over. Ah! A roar of a tiger shook the snowflakes from the surrounding trees, and the 2 skeleton soldiers were directly slapped 4 or 5 meters away by the opponent's fierce tiger palm, but the surrounding skeleton sword soldiers had already swarmed up, and the icy blade fell from the sky, killing the 2 skeleton soldiers. The head of the tiger was shrouded tightly. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the roar of the tiger spread throughout the area. The tiger fiercely knocked 3 or 4 skeleton soldiers into the air, and with another flick of its tail, it knocked 3 or 4 skeleton soldiers into the air again. Such a mighty scene fell in Liang's eyes, but he couldn't make any waves in him. The skeleton soldier who was shot by the opponent before quickly got up, picked up the weapon on the ground, and rushed up again. It is not easy for the other party to break free. It didn't take a moment, but when the tiger finally realized something was wrong and wanted to leave, it was already too late. The skeleton archer who had been prepared a long time ago opened his bow and set the arrow. With Liang's special control, the tip of the bone was in a white shadow instantly pierced through the tiger's eye socket and killed instantly. This colorful tiger was indeed much stronger than the snow wolf. A snow wolf could only give him 3 experience points, but this big tiger gave him a full 30 experience points, 10 times the difference. The colorful tiger collapsed powerlessly in its den, but Liang could hear tigers roaring from many directions in the dense snowy forest. The tigers in another world seemed to be infested. The river where Liang is now is not too deep, but the water flow is not slow. Building some boats along the river should reach the eastern coast quickly. Sadako raised her head and looked up at Liang. At this moment, she felt that the city lord seemed to have changed slightly. Liang was really emotional at this moment. He thought of the great emperor he admired the most in his previous life. Such a country, wouldn't it make people nostalgic? Liang got off the horse and walked to the clear river. The pure snow water came down from the plateau. Liang held it in both hands, crystal water dripped from his fingers, and Liang opened his mouth to drink it. At this moment, the icy snow water made the flame in his heart burn even more intensely. Macho continent, how old are you? Liang really wanted to measure this another world himself. This magical world heralds the possibility of immortality, and the sorrow of borrowing 500 years from the sky in the previous life seems to be gone forever. An immortal emperor, a true empire on which the sun never sets. City lord, don't we want to eat seafood noodles? Liang, who was full of grand plans and dominance, finally came to his senses under Sadako's innocent call at this moment. I thought a little too far, now let's build the city first. However, in Liang's plan, there are 2 more tasks for the construction of cities. A city will be built along the river outside the snowy forest, and a city will be built at the mouth of the river to the east. Because Liang got stuck in a bug in the shopping mall, it was easy on the way back, but Sadako was quick on the road and caught a lot of prey again. This time, the snow rabbit was the most. As soon as he returned to the camp, Liang immediately asked the skeleton people to start building chicken coops and other facilities. He can do these things without blueprints, and it is not difficult. And Liang himself started making soup with noodles. Sadako was obviously looking forward to the seafood noodles, and when Liang was busy, she used the towels from the supplies box to wipe the sweat that didn't exist on Liang's forehead from time to time. The faint aroma and the beauty of the road before made Liang feel a little distracted immediately, and worked harder to make noodles. Liang does not have a lot of seafood on hand, mainly all kinds of sea fish. After a quick process, Liang processed the fish meat into fish balls. Not bad. The seafood soup is boiling, and the tempting aroma attracts Sadako to dance around, while Liang has already started processing the noodles. At lunch, Liang and Sadako were each holding a bowl of seafood noodles with a good portion. First, they took a sip of the steaming hot soup. Well! A comfortable feeling spread throughout the limbs and bones of the body, and the coldness of running outside in the wind and snow suddenly dissipated. Suck! Sadako picked up the noodles with chopsticks, imitating Liang's way of eating, and began to bury her head in cooking. A pair of white and jade-like feet under the table shook contentedly. Liang also ate quite satisfactorily, and it seems that own craftsmanship has not deteriorated. While eating, Liang opened the own interface. First of all, the regional channel. The content on it was as expected, basically it was talking about him, and everyone knew that he was in the snowy area. Liang didn't feel nervous at all. Not only that, he looked at the seafood noodles on the table, took a photo with the camera function and sent it up. This function can only be used by the top 100 members on the Devil Sovereign list. When the photo of Liang's bowl of seafood noodles with obvious color, flavor, and taste appeared on the regional channel, the gleaming golden head seemed to be once again the contempt of the king. Liang, it seems that everyone knows that I am in the snowy area. Yes, the environment here is harsh, and I can only eat seafood noodles at noon, but I plan to stew chicken soup at night. I really envy your life. Don't worry about being caught by the heavy snow. Frozen to death, there are still people talking. The golden avatar made a speech, which made the entire regional channel quiet for a moment. All the people in the southeast, northwest, and north of Minas are speechless looking at their surroundings at this moment. Some people are in the trees, and some people are lucky enough to hide in caves and have an artificial residence. Only a handful of people. And what they eat now, dried meat, tasteless bread opened from the supply box, and some people are even looking for edible wild fruits in the mountains and forests. Does anyone say? This question also echoed in the minds of the leaders of several major forces in Minas. Without enough magic power, they can't open a store, and they can't collect most of the material types with one coin like Liang. Although these big forces have already solved the problem of food, it is absolutely impossible to eat well. Those lacking in salt, lacking in oil, without noodles, and short in vegetables abound. Li Ang's grandson has already eaten seafood noodles, but he is still crying poor with them? Oversigh. Li Ang thought for a while, and took a look at the Devil Sovereign list. Basically, the ranking of the list has not changed. It seems that the list of preceding entry stage is still quite stable. Devil Sovereign list minus. First place, Li Ang, level 4 magician. Second place, Dragon King, level 2 magician. Third place, Little Red Flower Ovo, level 2 magician. Fourth place, Spiders Don't Rush to the Street, level 2 magician. Fifth place, Augustus, level 2 magician. Li Ang estimated the amount of noodles he made, and only sent messages to the second and third. Have you eaten? If you haven't, I'll treat you to dinner. By the way, let's talk about cooperation. The message is sent out, and it is almost a second. Dragon King, brother still has some seafood noodles left? If brother is willing, then I will naturally have the cheek to ask for a bowl. Compared with Dragon King's politeness, Xiao Honghua's reply is much more direct. Little Red Flower Ovo, cooperation? What cooperation? In the big tent of Iron Will, everyone was having a barbecue, but Dragon King, the leader, suddenly looked serious, and everyone looked at him after Li Ang chatted with him in private. The 9 snake pirates were going to set sail to test whether the newly built wooden boat was strong, but the little red flower standing at the bow suddenly stopped their actions, frowning and waiting for Li Ang's reply. Li Ang didn't get down to business at the beginning, but first each served a bowl of seafood noodles, wooden bowls, and wooden chopsticks. On a whim, Li Ang engraved the words Sichuan takeaway on the wooden bowls. When Dragon King and Xia Honghua received the items, they all had weird expressions on their faces. Not only them, but the subordinates around them also laughed dumbfounded when they saw the bowls and chopsticks appearing in the boss's hand. Dragon King, hey, my brother has an idea, directly using the advantages of the trading market to start a takeaway? There is no platform to make the difference, that's fine. Little Red Flower Ovo, you are so handsome. Li Ang, haha, I'm so grateful, I'm alone, I always have to find a way to pass the time. Li Ang finally thought about it, and pulled the two into a special channel, that is, a chat group. Similarly, this function is also available to the top 100 members of the Devil Sovereign list, and only the top 100 members can be pulled. Minus Senior Business Circle Exchange Group. Li Ang, both of you now know where I am now. I also know where you are. You are completely in the 3 directions of minus. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are 3-legged. In addition, we are all from the Celestial Dynasty. Might as well cooperate with each other to make this minus completely a territory of the Celestial Dynasty. Xia Honghua Ovo, what you said makes sense. The 3 of us are indeed the least likely to have conflicts. You can talk about how to cooperate. Dragon King, +1. Li Ang, what's your situation now? Is there a stable upgrade path? Xia Honghua Ovo, it's not a big problem. After all, we rely on the ocean, and the fish we catch will gain experience after killing them. Dragon King, there is no shortage of prey on the grassland. Li Ang had finished eating own seafood noodles quickly, and was looking at Sadeko who was sipping the noodle soup while rubbing her chin. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and he couldn't help but be moved by the news that Xia Honghua revealed. The ocean is synonymous with inexhaustible products. Sea fish can have experience. Experience the rhythm of explosion. He may even be surpassed by the opponent to reach the top of the list. Looks like the ocean has to be done ahead of time. Li Ang murmured while typing information in the chat group. Li Ang, I am constantly expanding my production line of weapons and equipment. In addition to selling them in the mall, I can sell them to you individually. If you are a little red flower, you can trade them with sea fish. Live sea fish are just like mine. I encountered some problems while upgrading. Li Ang talked nonsense. Xiao Honghua looked at the boat that was still stable after sailing slowly under her feet for a while, and after discussing with several cotters under her, she directly agreed to Li Ang. In the chat group, looking at Xiao Honghua and Li Ang, you have already determined the direction of future cooperation and development, and Dragon King can't help but feel anxious. Dragon King, Brother Li, there are cattle and sheep everywhere in our grassland. We are now domesticating these cattle, sheep, and horses. Do you think you need these? Li Ang frowned. Of course he needs cattle, sheep, and horses, but here comes the question, on the grassland where Dragon King and the others are now, Can the animals there adapt to the environment on his side? Seeing that Li Ang did not respond for a long time, the disappointment in Dragon King's eyes could not be concealed. If others, cattle, sheep, and horses preceding entry stage must be very much desired, especially once these animals are domesticated and formed into breeding, they can almost serve as the foundation of a power. But Li Ang is alone, still in a place like Suiyu. These resources are really not necessary for him. Li Ang thought for a while. After all, he had drawn him into the group, and connected with the other two forces in the minus area, so it would be easier for him to get something outside the snowfield if he needed it in the future. Suddenly, while Li Ang was meditating, Sadako put the large wooden bowl in her hand on the table with a bang, and let out a long breath, her face full of satisfaction. Li Ang's eyes lit up, thinking of what he had unintentionally carved on the wooden bowl before. Li Ang, fortunately, I have an idea. The leader is the first to listen. So Li Ang explained his idea of doing food delivery. On the other side, in the large grassland tent, Dragon King, who was still at a loss what to do, couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he saw the message from Li Ang. He agreed without even discussing with his subordinates. Meat is really not a big problem for them. If Li Ang's snowball delivery can be done, they can also expand their scale. It's not even just meat resources. Li Ang's leather armor is also a big consumer of animal skins. Meat and animal skins are two things, and Li Ang is exchanged for a large number of equipment and weapons. It is not without their iron wool to completely unify the grasslands. Question. Dragon King talked about Li Ang's proposal and own ideas in the big tent. Everyone here is from the army. Now that they have come to another world, there are not a few people who want to do something. When they heard this plan, they all nodded, expressed support. Jianxing Gui, the deputy leader, also thought for a while, then nodded. So far, Li Ang, the Lord of Snowy City, Dragon King of Iron Will, and Little Red Flower of 9 Snake Pirates have secretly formed a cooperative alliance. The scale of Li Ang's workshop has been expanding. He has never lacked the resources needed for forging, and he is even quite rich. Li Ang directly expanded the number of forging furnaces in the workshop to 120. With 120 forging furnaces and a non-stop forging team, the daily output of weapons and equipment is enough to fully equip a small army of 300 people. Li Ang didn't blindly export all the equipment, and the 7 days of the first epic song will soon end, and Li Ang has a premonition that a big change is coming. There are 300 sets of armor and weapons a day, 100 sets of Li Ang are reserved for own skeleton soldiers' equipment, 50 sets of steel wool and 9 snake pirates, and the remaining 100 sets are put in own minus mall on sale. Of course, what really makes him a huge profit is that people have been exchanging all the useless things on hand for Li Ang's coins. The 7 days of traveling to this world passed quickly. While everyone was waiting nervously, the voice in the sky sounded again, spreading throughout the entire Minus region and even the entire Macho continent. Song of Epic Prologue, completed. Congratulations to you magicians, you have survived the first difficulty you will continue to face in Macho continent, the threat of hunger and wild beasts, and you are one step closer to becoming a real creator and composer of magic. Epic Song Chapter 1 Open. Thank you for the 100-point reward from the Big Brother 16 Knights Xiangtian, thank you. Epic Song Chapter 1, 1 million magicians in the area have reached level 5. Obtain rewards, Bronze Level Magic Book 1, Initiation Level Meditation Method 1. Everyone's Magic Book interface opened with the opening of Epic Song Chapter 1, and there was an extra Bronze Level Magic Book waiting to be opened. A voice sounded, and the information transmitted by the voice made the magicians in the entire area howl uncontrollably. Epic Song The first chapter has been opened, the road of magic has officially started, the supply of material boxes has stopped, the number of special treasure boxes has increased, the trading of magic books is allowed, and the release of magical beasts. The sound ended, but everyone, including Li Ang, changed their faces. The supply box is broken. This is simply messing around. You must know that 99% of people in the preceding entry stage get food and other things from the supply box. Once the supply box is broken, they will face the embarrassment of food shortage. Although Li Ang doesn't have to worry about being affected by survival, there will be big problems in obtaining follow-up materials. Everyone has nothing in their hands, so naturally there is no way to exchange his coins, and they spend them in his mall. The sound ended, but the chat group between Li Ang and Dragon King Xia Honghua immediately rang. Dragon King, Brother Li, now that the supply box is broken, will your weapon business be affected? Little Red Flower Ovo, Do you have enough metal materials? Li Ang didn't hide it, he needed the business of equipment manufacturing, and why didn't the two of them need Li Ang's constant trading to equip them with weapons? Li Ang, there are some reserves, but if we want to expand on the current scale, we will consume them all within a month. The 1 month Li Ang mentioned included the metal resources he needed to build the city. Now working around the clock for the past few days, the southern city wall has begun to take shape. Knowing that Li Ang can last for a month, the two of them were temporarily relieved, but they also knew in their hearts that they must find the metal veins quickly. Li Ang can't be expected to find this kind of thing in the snowy area alone, it still needs the efforts of the two of them. After discussing with the two, the transaction continued, but everyone stepped up to purchase metal resources in the regional channel, and at the same time looked for another world's ore veins in the surrounding area. And Li Ang's tripartite reaction is almost the same, and there are other organizations. Knights of Stars and Stripes, Black Dragon Society. The two are the fourth and fifth forces in the minds of people in the Minus area. The former is formed by the Sunset people, and the latter is formed by the Sakura people. At this moment, the leaders of the two sides also reached an alliance agreement like Li Ang. The Knights of the Stars and Stripes are located in the plains in the central part of Minus, while the Black Dragon Society is located in the hills in the northwest. The manpower on both sides is about 200, and all of them are talented magicians. Both sides began to compete with the 9 Snake Pirates and Iron Will to purchase supplies in the regional chat channel. Food, metal, clothing, etc. are all the targets of their competition. Li Ang watched the regional channel for a while, then shook his head silently and shut it down. Everyone has traveled through the previous life and has received a certain degree of education. Appreciated. In addition to the vigorous acquisitions of these companies, how many people will actually make a move? You still have to rely on yourself. Li Ang stood outside the wooden house. At this moment, the camp has undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, there were only 3 or 4 workshops, which have expanded to more than 20, directly covering Li Ang. The huts are surrounded. Looking south from a distance, a 2-kilometer-long city wall with a height of more than 2 meters came into view, and the city wall was still being increased in height and width. More than 3 meters wide. Not only that, but now Li Ang's skeleton soldiers have reached a terrifying 15,000 people, gathered in this mountain camp. Comprehend the skill breeding technique. A voice sounded, and Li Ang walked towards the newly built farmhouse in the north. At this moment, the cattle, sheep, and other animals he brought from the northern snowfield have been settled. Li Ang specially asked people to collect food for these animals around, mixed with some food from the warehouse, and soon the another world creature captured alive by him quieted down. One thing to say, Li Ang felt that even if he didn't improve the food treatment for them, these guys shouldn't want to leave the farmhouse built by his skeleton men. The white wild boars huddled in the pigsty and hummed in satisfaction. The food in the trough had already been eaten clean. Li Ang also tried to get the skeleton man to take some cooking oil to quickly neutralize the pig food in the trough. Mixed, Li Ang is now standing by the pigsty, the ferocious wild boar just looked up at him, and then continued to lie lazily in the farmhouse. In addition to wild boars, there are also animals such as yaks and white deer. What makes Li Ang helpless is that the few snow wolf cubs brought back kept making noises. Fortunately, they are all cared for by skeletons, so they don't worry about being bitten at all. Have magical beasts started to come? I don't know if my breeding technique can breed magical beasts, and what does magical beasts look like? Li Ang thought about the message conveyed in the voice just now. Checking the construction work in his own territory, Li Ang returned to the own wooden house with satisfaction, and 10 special treasure boxes had already been pushed in the wooden house at this moment. 1 silver level, 3 bronze level, and the remaining 6 are black iron level. Li Ang took a deep breath. This is the result of sending out skeleton teams to hunt and collect supplies these days. Among them, the silver level special treasure box was found in a white bear cave. 3 adult white bears don't know why they live together, and they're huddled together in a cave. In order to eliminate these 3 guys, Li Ang directly dispatched own strongest force, 3rd level monster Sadeko. Gods and Buddhas, in view of the fact that I was slaughtered by all kinds of tourist attractions in my previous life and still enjoy burning incense for everyone, please bless me with a few powerful attack spells. Li Ang clasped his hands together, prayed, and decisively opened 6 black iron level special treasure chests at the same time. Congratulations on getting the generation and principle analysis of magic patterns. Congratulations, you have obtained 1/100000 of the first magic language. Congratulations on getting the blueprint Vampire Arrow. Congratulations on getting the Black Iron level Magic Book Ice Magic Freezing Ice. Congratulations on getting the Black Iron level Magic Book Wind Magic Unstoppable Wind. Congratulations on getting the blueprint Magic Parchment. Li Ang was a little surprised that 2 magic spells were released at the Black Iron level. He didn't rush to read the magic information, but thought of the gods and Buddhas to thank the gods and Buddhas in his heart. First of all, the generation and principle analysis of magic patterns is obviously a kind of magic side knowledge similar to Macho language, but it is a very complete initiation tutorial. Helplessly, what distressed Li Ang was that this was not something like the previous skill books and blueprints, and he could not learn directly through his mind, but had to turn the pages of the book to think and learn by himself. Putting it aside, Li Ang looked at the 2 drawings. Vampire Arrow, on the basis of ordinary metal arrows, a small amount of red gold and other magical metals are added, which has the characteristics of blood-sucking and increases the sharpness of the arrows. You need the forging skill level proficient to learn. Magic Parchment, an indispensable tool in magic research. It can be used to draw magic circles. It has good magic absorption and compatibility. By drawing magic patterns on it with a special magic pen, you can make magic scrolls. It's all on the magic side, and Li Ang directly used both drawings. The material information needed for the production of the 2 also immediately appeared in my mind. Ice Magic Frozen Ice, consume magic power to condense ice crystals. Wind Magic Unrestricted Wind, consume mana to reduce wind resistance. They are all very low level or even non-attacking magic. This kind of magic probably doesn't even appear on trainee magicians in the fantasy works of previous lives. Li Ang was not disappointed about this, after all, it was the lowest special treasure chest. He doesn't lack anything, even though he can trade unused magic books on the trading field now, but he doesn't think it's necessary. Although it is of no real use, at least it can enhance your knowledge of magic after using it. The more you know these low-level magics, the easier it will be for you to understand and learn magic. The 6 black iron special treasure chests were not badly opened, and Li Ang set his sights on the 3 bronze-level treasure chests. Another devout prayer. Congratulations on obtaining the Black Iron level Magic Book Enhancement Magic Sight Enhancement. Congratulations on obtaining the Bronze level Magic Book Wind Magic Wind Wings. Congratulations on obtaining the Bronze level Magic Book Undead Magic Extreme Transformation. There is nothing else, 3 bronze treasure chests, and 3 magic books are opened. Enhancement Magic Vision Enhancement, it can be used to enhance the vision of the target, and can also be used on itself, which can enhance the caster's resistance to psychedelic magic in a limited way. Wind Magic Wind Wings, consume magic power to condense a pair of wind elemental wings, which can fly at low altitude. Undead Magic Extreme Transformation, consuming mana, you can fuse undead creatures with certain materials to create a new undead. It can only target second-level monsters and lower undead. There is no direct attack magic, but its effect is obviously higher than that of the magic book opened in the Black Iron treasure chest, especially the last undead magic. This magic is matched with Li Ang's current undead magic Undead Summoning Perfect Match. During this period of research, he also discovered that the skeleton soldiers he summoned can only be regarded as pseudo first-level monsters. Some powerful beasts like white bears are not easy to deal with, let alone magical beasts that he has never seen before. He needs to increase their strength, but this extreme transformation gave him direction. Finally, it was the only silver-level special treasure chest. Li Ang prayed devoutly for a while, and then decisively opened the chest. In a burst of dazzling light, a total of 3 rays of light appeared from the treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the silver-level Magic Book Blood Heart Jade. Congratulations on getting the bronze-level special item Shina's Paintbrush. Congratulations, you have obtained 10/100000 of the first language of magic. Li Ang couldn't wait to read the information of these 3 things. Blood Magic Blood Heart Jade, a Blood Heart Jade is condensed through the magic power. Within the reach of the caster, the wound of a creature with a wound on the body bursts, the blood is forcibly absorbed by the Blood Heart Jade, and the Blood Heart Jade can also be thrown into the target deals massive magic damage. Li Ang's breathing was stagnant immediately, this is the real attack magic. And looking at the introduction, it is still a group attack magic. Li Ang decisively used the magic book to learn. There is also a special item. Shina's Paintbrush, bronze level special item, which can be used for writing and drawing magic lines, magic circles, and magic characters. As soon as he got the method of making the magic parchment, Li Ang got the magic pen needed for drawing from the silver-level treasure box. In Li Ang's heart, he not only secretly praised his behavior of praying devoutly before opening the box. He's never been one of Lady Luck's favorites. Li Ang immediately walked out of the wooden house, and bowed blindly to the sky with excitement. Thank you all the gods, Buddhas and immortals for your support. When I develop, boy, where there is my city, there will be your shrines. This actually is not nonsense. In the future, whether it is in the cultural attire of the city or in his nostalgia for his past life, Li Ang intends to create some great gods and shrines in his mind. Excitedly clasped his hands together and bowed a few times, Li Ang returned to his own wooden house, suddenly thought of something, opened the magic book interface, and an unopened book was waiting to be opened. It was the reward given by the first epic song, the bronze rank magic book, which all surviving magicians have. Li Ang immediately unlocked the magic book with his mind. Congratulations on obtaining the bronze rank magic book Great Earth Devil Lawland of Vitality. Great Earth Devil Method Vitality Soil, consume magic power to control the soil of the earth, absorb the flesh and blood corpses of beasts and magical beasts whose death has not exceeded a day, and quickly form soil nutrients. This is a pleasant surprise. The second Big Earth Devil method is the same as the previous softening technique. It has a great effect on Li Ang today. Now that the supply box is broken, the survival of hundreds of millions of people in the Minus region will once again become a problem in the future. If you want to survive, you must either research another world crops that you can use, or hunt beasts and magical beasts, or plant them yourself. Li Ang wants to become bigger and stronger in the future. Even if the first two paths are feasible, he will also develop the third path. It just so happens that he has grain seeds from another world. After sorting out his thoughts, Li Ang opened his own page of the mortal realm. Name, Li Ang. Level 5. Magic, 200/200. Experience, 0/2000. Magic, Undead Summoning Art Initiation Meditation Method Magic Beginning Language 28/100000 Great Earth Devil Method Softening Art Golden Magic Engraving Ice Magic Freezing Ice Wind Unstoppable Wind Enhancement Magic Vision Enhancement Wind Magic Wind Wings Undead Magic Extreme Transformation Blood Magic Blood Heart Jade Great Earth Devil Lawland of Vitality. Skills, Anatomy Mastery 329/100000, Sewing Mastery 117/100000, Forging Mastery 35/100000, Cooking Apprentice 814/1000, Cultivation Apprentice 1/1000. Of the 15,000 skeleton soldiers, 12,000 were left by him in the camp for workshops and various constructions, and the rest of Li Ang was assigned to him. The 3,000 people were divided into two forces, one part thought about exploring and collecting in the south, and the other part was in the north. In addition to collecting, Li Ang also asked them to build a simple road. Just now, if this panel is sent to the regional channel, it will definitely scare a bunch of people to death. In addition, due to the deal with Xia Honghua, Li Ang will get a large number of live sea fish every day. After the skeleton soldiers slaughter all these sea fish, although each sea fish only has a sporadic 0.1 point of experience, and some even have no experience, Li Ang still continues. Upgrade. The magic value of the 5th level reached 200 points, which also gave Li Ang a lot more confidence in dealing with the next magical beasts. And these are not all of Li Ang. Tomorrow is the time for Devil Sovereign ranking to give out rewards, the gold level magic book. Li Ang feels that as long as his face is not very dark, he will take off directly. It took a while for Li Ang to recover from the future YY, took a deep breath, and directly recruited 50 fully armed skeleton soldiers. He wanted to experiment with his own Undead Magic Extreme Transformation. Undead Magic Extreme Transformation, in fact, it is a process of synthesis. The target undead family and some items are synthesized to become a new product. In this process, Li Ang learned from the magic information itself that there is a certain failure rate. Factors such as insufficient magic power output and high level of undead will cause the magic to fail. The result of failure is that not only the skeleton soldiers of the main composition and the things invested in the composition will be wasted. But Li Ang doesn't feel distressed at all. A skeleton soldier dressed in fine chain mail, with a helmet and a long knife at the waist and hips, went out under Li Ang's order and came in front of him. The synthesized things Li Ang picked up off the shelf equipment, which was a suit of equipment on the opponent's body. As Li Ang recited the spell, a grey magic circle rose from the skeleton soldier's feet, and Sadeko floated curiously not far away. After all, It was the first time that Li Ang didn't know how much magic power to output, so he tried his best. With the continuous injection of magic power, the magic circle rose from the skeleton soldier's feet like a scanner. The grey mist diffused along the gaps in the armor and entered the opponent's body. Under Li Ang's gaze, the skeleton soldier began to tremble violently, and the bones and the armor on his body made clanking and colliding sounds. Finally, after about 2 minutes, Li Ang's 200 points of mana consumed 150 points, and a skeleton soldier covered in cyan, slowly rising with cyan mist was freshly released. For the first time, unprecedented information appeared before Li Ang's eyes. First-level monsters, skeleton warriors, the life of the skeleton clan that has just entered the category of monsters, has a certain fighting instinct, and has a certain sensitivity to the breath of life. Unlike Sadako who knows magic like Sadako, the skeleton warrior who has stepped into the category of monsters in front of him only has primitive fighting instincts, that is, swinging and chopping the long knife in his hand. But the skeleton warriors of first-level monsters can already beat the elite special forces of the previous life in terms of strength and other aspects. Li Ang pointed to a wooden stake prepared in advance, and ordered the skeleton warrior to go up and hack. Shua! A burst of cyan sword glow flashed. If Li Ang hadn't improved his strength several times, his mental energy had also increased a lot. The skeleton warrior couldn't clearly see the movement from drawing the sword to swinging it. Li Ang picked up the wooden stake and looked at it. The flat cut was impossible for the previous long knife. Obviously, not only the skeleton warriors themselves have been improved, but also the strength of their equipment as synthetic materials has also been improved. Enhancement. Li Ang couldn't help being very satisfied with this. If he transformed all the 15,000 skeleton soldiers into the current first-level monster skeleton fighters, then he could be said to have gained a firm foothold in the snowy region. However, it still takes time. After all, not to mention that he has not yet figured out the most suitable ratio of magic power output. The armor and weapons on the skeleton soldiers alone are far from reaching the number of all armed forces. When Li Ang started to transform the skeleton soldiers one by one, just after he completed 50 skeleton soldiers, just when he wanted meditation to restore his own magic power, a wave of howling wolves suddenly spread throughout this camp. Li Ang looked serious, and mental energy quickly switched to the skeleton man in the camp, and then found something strange in the north of the camp. 2-meter-tall ferocious wolves appeared 100 meters north of the camp, and were already approaching here. Different from the snow wolves he had encountered before, these were obviously the descending magical beasts, because from these ferocious wolves, Li Ang felt the fluctuation of magic power. Without enough time to recover the magic power, Li Ang quickly led 50 skeleton warriors of first-level monsters to the north of the camp. On's farmhouses were all built in the north. If these beasts broke in, he would suffer a lot. Even so, the animals in the farmhouse, who were originally lazy and comfortable, became nervous. Li Ang's movements are fast, or Sadako's movements are very fast. Because Li Ang said that when the animals in the farmhouse grow more and more, there will be more and more delicious food in the future, Sadako is very concerned about these animals. Li Ang hadn't rushed to the north of the camp, she had already floated there. Standing in mid-air, with her hair flying, the breath of the third-level monster was released directly. Immediately, the leading ferocious wolf paused, and after a while Li Ang also rushed over, quickly allowing the skeleton team to form a formation, and the icy knives and guns stood in front of these magical beasts in an instant. Snowwind Wolf, a second-level monster that can use low-level ice and snow magic and wind magic, and has not weak melee combat ability. Li Ang's face turned serious. Looking around, there were 13 second-level monsters. What made Li Ang nervous was that the leading Swifeng wolf was as good as Sadako in breath, and he was also a third-level monster. Li Ang cautiously retreated to the retreat, and at the same time took out his own magic wand. At the same time, thousands of skeleton men in the camp quickly gathered in the northern part of the camp, either holding golden iron knives and guns, or holding initial weapons. Bone spear, bone spear. With the protection of the army, Li Ang breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately started meditation to recover his magic power. Ah! Ah! The Snowwind Wolf is covered in snow, so it is really not easy to find it if you lie down in the snow. Perhaps sensing that Li Ang, a human being, was recovering, the leader of the Swifeng Wolf let out a wolf howl decisively, and the 13 Swifeng Wolves immediately pushed aside the snow and rushed towards the camp. Even without Li Ang's direct guidance, the skeleton soldiers were not without the ability to fight back, and the bone arrows in the skeleton archers immediately shot out with a whistling sound. However, without Li Ang's direct control, the aim was lacking. The dense rain of arrows made it impossible for several Swifeng wolves to avoid it, but the sharp bone arrows were gently bounced away after hitting the opponent's body. Skeleton archers, who are not considered monsters, can't break through the defense of Swifeng wolf at all. Sadeko's ruby eyes gleamed fiercely, and a purple and black magic circle unfolded deep in a pair of bare hands. Hypnosis magic body fixation. Sadeko pointed with his finger, and the target was the leader of the Swifeng wolf who was the most threatening, and the latter also rushed to the camp after a wolf howl. Facing the attack of Sadeko, the leader of the Swifeng wolf flashed a pair of blue wolf eyes. After a chill, no movement was seen from the other party. Under the four legs of the other party's running, a light blue magic circle appeared, and then the other party's body was divided into 3 parts, and 3 identical figures appeared. Wind magic extreme shadow, in addition to increasing the speed, it can also cause visual confusion to the enemy. However, Sadeko is a resentful spirit after all. Although Swifenglang's move confuses other people's vision, the aura of the soul cannot be faked. The leader of the Swifeng wolf who was still galloping suddenly whimpered and fell to the ground. The huge inertia made his body rush out directly, pushing the pile of snow like a snow cart. At the same time, the 2 phantoms also disappeared. Ah! The rest of the Swifeng wolves had rushed up at this time, opened their ferocious jaws, a white and blue magic array appeared at the wolf's kiss, and a pale arrow completely condensed from ice crystals shot straight at Li Ang who was surrounded in the middle. There were several crisp impact sounds, but a series of skeleton soldiers wearing metal chainmail stood in front of Li Ang. The sharp ice arrows couldn't even penetrate the metal armor on the body, but the huge force made the few skeletons who resisted fall on their backs. Hey! A Swifeng wolf jumped up when it was about to meet the skeleton soldiers. Its terrifying wolf claws went straight in Li Ang's direction, but the sharp piercing sound suddenly came from sounded below. This Swifeng wolf stretched out in the air, not to mention avoiding it, it couldn't even lower its head to look at the direction of attack. 3 blue long spears pierced through the opponent's belly in an instant, and the blood mixed with internal organs amidst the opponent's wailing, sprinkled on the pure white snow, which was very dazzling. It was the skeleton warriors of 3 first-level monsters who shot. And the other 40 or so skeleton warriors also exploded with amazing fighting power at this moment. Since they are undead and their intelligence is limited, they have no fear at all. Facing the protruding wolf claws, while instinctively dodging, the weapon in his hand also wanted to stab at the opponent's vital points. Li Ang was not worried about the battle outside at all. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes again, with a ferocious desire to fight in his eyes. The huge undead summoning team of 15,000 people allowed him to recover from meditation at an incredible speed. It is not an exaggeration to describe it. The magic power of 200 points is already full at this moment. Of the 13 Swifeng wolves, except for the leader who was controlled by Sadeko, the rest were all injured, but they were surrounded by swarms of skeleton soldiers. All kinds of weapons greeted them. Li Ang violently raised the call of the spirit in the sky in his hand, and the magic power fluctuated violently with the appearance of a scarlet magic circle. The pattern on the scarlet magic circle looks like a bat spreading its wings, or a devil grinning with its mouth open. Blood magic blood heart jade! Li Ang yelled, and the Swifeng wolf, which was constantly struggling and attacking in the encirclement, seemed to be bitten by something suddenly, and the howl of wolves spread all over the place. It filled the entire camp, echoing between 2 snow mountains. The steaming blood seemed to have a ribbon of life, pulled out from their wounds, and gathered in front of Li Ang's magic circle in mid-air. In the blink of an eye, a blood-colored amber the size of a basketball had condensed round ball. There is something beating in the ball, like a heart. At this moment, the 13 Swifeng wolves fell to the ground in convulsions, their bodies almost shriveled by half. Li Ang's gaze was fixed on the surge of magic power not far away. The Swifeng wolf leader who had just broken free from Sadeko's hypnotic magic swung the magic staff in his hand, and the condensed blood heart jade suddenly hit the opponent's body like a cannonball. Boom! After the huge explosion, the blood-red light dissipated, and the snow on the spot had long since disappeared, revealing frost-bitten turf. In a large pit, the leader of the Swifeng wolf fell to the ground without any movement. At the same time, on Li Ang's personal panel, the experience column directly increased by 17,000 experience points. There were 13 Swifeng wolves in total. The leader contributed 5,000 points of mana to Li Ang, and the remaining 12 gave 1,000 points each. One after another in a flash, 3 forces circulated in Li Ang's body, enhancing his bones and muscles. Li Ang's exhaustion was swept away in an instant. Suddenly jumped up. More than 4 meters high, these 13 Swafeng wolves directly raised him by 3 levels. Name, Li Ang. Level 8. Magic power, 1000/1000. Experience, 0/10,000. Magic, although I really want to water word count. 1000 points of mana made Li Ang want to jump up excitedly. At this moment, behind Li Ang's golden headshot on the Devil Sovereign list, there was a column representing the level, which instantly caused an uproar in the regional channels of the entire Minus region. Devil Sovereign list minus. First place, Li Ang, a level 8 magician. Second place, Little Red Flower Ovo, level 4 magician. Third place, Dragon King, level 3 magician. Fourth place, Spiders Don't Rush to the Street, level 2 magician. Fifth place, Augustus, level 2 magician. In the friend list, the column of the chat group was beeping non-stop. Li Ang ignored it. He could figure out what it was because of it with his toes. Others struggled to advance to the first level, so he went straight to the third level. It is impossible not to be asked. Li Ang walked up to the Swafeng wolf corpse, and as he gave an order, several skeleton men who were usually responsible for dissecting their prey stepped forward. The wolf is dismembered. The materials of magical beasts are obviously graded. When Li Ang got the dissected materials, a series of information appeared in front of his eyes. Second level Swafeng wolf skin, it can be used in the production of magic equipment, processing requires tailoring to reach mastery. Second level Swafeng spike, it can be used in the production of magic equipment. Adding a little to the forging of cold weapons will have unexpected benefits. The processing requires forging to reach mastery. Second level Swafeng wolf meat, it is a material for making magic dishes, and the processing requires cooking skills to reach mastery. Second level magic core, wind and ice double line magic core, widely used, can be used in the production of magic equipment such as wands, can be used in the production of magic potions, can be used in the production of magic dishes, can be used in the production of magic scrolls. Handling requires corresponding skills to reach the mastery level. Undoubtedly, the biggest gain this time, besides the experience, is the magic core in Li Ang's hands at the moment, 12 second level magic cores, and 1 third level magic core, all of which are blue and about the size of a walnut. It looks like I'll be busy next time. Li Ang carefully kept these things in his wooden house, especially the 13 magic cores, which he directly packed in a small wooden box, put it under own bed. Magical beasts are obviously in large numbers. After experiencing this battle, Li Ang discovered the terrifying existence that can be seen everywhere in the wild through the spiritual link with the skeleton soldiers hunting outside, and the skeleton soldiers who explored inevitably suffered casualties. But this will not make Li Ang feel worried and afraid. The last thing he worries about is the shortage of troops. Hunting magical beasts upgrades, expansion workshops upgrade life skills, and build the city as soon as possible. This is the main task Li Ang faces now. He can upgrade his life skills through the summoned skeleton man, but others do not have this ability. This is his advantage. Upgrading life skills is costly and takes a long time. As long as he is the first to reach the level of processing magic materials, he will be the first to control the market. Even in this vast snowy region, he can radiate and affect the entire Minus region. Now forging and tailoring have dozens of weapons and equipment workshops. Comprehend the pharmaceutical technique obtained. Breeding technique. According to Li Ang's guess, after the late-stage proficiency is improved, magical beasts should be able to be domesticated and raised, which will take time to do slowly. Now the only thing that can be upgraded quickly is cooking. Thinking of this, Li Ang immediately began to frantically summon skeleton soldiers. After the mana value reaches 1000, Li Ang can summon 100 skeleton soldiers at a time. Although these skeleton soldiers are not enough for them to deal with monsters, they are definitely the favorite of capitalists to work in the workshop. Li Ang now has a lot of food reserves. Not counting the rice, noodles, grains, and oils he opened from the gold level material box before, he also has a lot of meat traded with the 9 snake pirates and Iron Will during this period. There is absolutely no problem with catering. Amidst the tinkling sounds, iron pots were forged by the forge. After all, it was the first time that Li Ang had to personally control these skeleton soldiers to complete the action of cooking. Sadeko is obviously more interested in the catering workshop that Li Ang is building than the forge where the tinkling sound is constant and hot molten iron is everywhere. This time Li Ang had more mana, and the summoning was much easier. He directly summoned 10,000 skeleton soldiers, bringing the total force to 25,000. Minus East Sea, the 9 snake pirates can be described as gloomy at this moment. They successfully built the wooden boat, and found no problems after going to sea for a trial voyage. They were excited and prepared to do a big job. Unexpectedly, with the end of the first epic song, when the magical beasts came, the treasure of the ocean, the land, has become a dangerous existence like the underworld. Shang Guanlaner bandaged Xiao Honghua's wound. On the shoulder, there was a hideous stab wound that was red all over. Although the bleeding had been stopped after emergency treatment, her right arm could not move. A second-level monster, the purple electric sailfish. If Xia Honghua wasn't wearing chainmail at that time, the purple electric swordfish that jumped out of the sea in an instant would have destroyed her right arm. Xiao Honghua didn't say a word, she stared blankly at On's subordinates. When they originally went to sea, there were nearly 300 people, but now there are only 170 people left, and the rest have already been buried in the belly of the fish. And the wooden boat they had given great hope to was stranded on the beach in tatters at this moment. The surviving people were all wounded, like a game-like world. At this moment, the cruel death told them that this is not a game, and death is real death. Captain, you have to cheer up, the big deal is that we don't sail that far, just go fishing near the shore, and we are much faster than others. The little girl Shang Guanlaner looked worriedly at the silence. The silent little red flower comforted her. The latter shook his head slightly, not wanting to speak. When she first came here for 7 or 8 days, she felt that life was difficult, but when she led her men out to sea, halfway through the sea, the guilt and self-blame that came from the peaceful age spontaneously emerged. Lu! Where are you going? A loud shout caught the attention of the two, and a man with a wound on his arm suddenly stood up and walked towards the distance. This man seemed to be a signal, and several people chose to leave one after another. Usually the most active in the team, the young man named I beat Uga Dad stood up and shouted dissatisfiedly. Xiao Honghua, who had been silent all this time, finally stopped him and said, Xiao Lu. Let them go. There is no farewell or guilt. When these people couldn't survive, it was the 9 snake pirates who gave them food. Now that 9 snakes encountered great difficulties, they were the first to leave. Now, the remaining 170 people left directly, and there were less than 50 people left, counting Xiao Honghua 47 people. With so many people leaving at once, the members of the 9 snake pirates who chose to stay were all angry and unwilling, but looking at these subordinates, a smile appeared on Xiao Honghua's charming and heroic face. On the contrary, she felt much better. Okay, it's a good thing to leave as soon as you leave. It was my mistake to sail to a distant place without knowing the situation. I promise, I won't make such a mistake again. Will you still believe me? Xia Honghua said solemnly. Big sister, what did you say? The brothers stayed behind. No one blames you. The young man Xiao Lu was the first to speak out, and several people around him also nodded in agreement. What I'm worried about now is that we have nothing but the weapons and equipment we have, and today we have nothing. Shang Guanlaner said in a low voice. Xia Honghua was silent for a while, took a deep breath, and said, It's okay, I'll take care of this matter, I'll go. In the middle of speaking, Xia Honghua seemed to have seen something incredible. Under the suspicious eyes of everyone, she quickly opened the only chat group she joined. Liang, the magical beasts are here. How are you two? I'm going to officially launch Snow Group Takeout today. If you need a group meal, I'll give you a discount for the sake of allies. Dragon King, the situation here is not very good. A lot of magical beasts suddenly appeared out of thin air. Our camp was almost lost. Brother Li, can you build more weapons? These magical beasts are too scary. Maybe we have to shift our strategy. Gone. On the prairie, the iron wool camp at this moment is a scene of turmoil. There are several big holes in the pruned wooden walls. There are traces of battles everywhere in the camp. The tents were torn a lot by the claws of unknown magical beasts. Several wounded are receiving treatment. Not long after the battle ended, Dragon King's goal was too big, and they directly attracted a 3rd-level monster, and there were many 1st-level monsters. If they didn't often set up patrol posts outside, without preparation, the camp is completely over. This is the case for top organizations like Iron Will and 9 Snake Pirates, not to mention characters like the Lone Ranger. The current regional channel has been swamped by the news of the magician death. Xia Honghua Ovo, the situation here is not good. The ocean is more dangerous. Our boats were almost completely destroyed. Now we are at a low point in our career. In the snowy area, Li Ang rubbed his chin and frowned. Beside him was Sadeko, who was eating a bowl of seafood fried rice. It seems that the situation is much more serious than I thought. Li Ang frowned and thought about it, and the two people in the chat group asked for help. Dragon King needs a lot of weapons, saddles, and equipment. The little red flower needs food and medicine. Dragon King needs a lot, but does not have enough coins to pay the bill, and Xiao Honghua is even more straightforward, without a penny. Li Ang thought for a while and asked, "Have you solved the magical beasts? The corpses can also be used for money." On the grassland, the Dragon King turned his gaze to the three corpses placed in his camp. One is a taupe second-level monster hyena, the other is a porcupine with long thorns all over its body, and a thick python about 5 meters long. All three were first-level monsters, which was why they tried their best to stay. As for the most powerful third-level monster, even if Dragon King and Jianxing Gui went up together, they were instantly defeated. If it weren't for their advantage in location, the sharpshooters in the team aimed at the opponent's eyes and other weak positions to greet, they could only abandon the camp on horseback. After paying such a high price, the three first-level monsters were dealt with, but none of them could handle them. The information showed that the proficiency level of anatomy was insufficient. The materials of magical beasts must be good things, but now they really can't wait that long, and now they have to solve the immediate predicament. In the end, Dragon King had no choice but to trade the 3 trophies to Li Ang in exchange for equipped weapons. As for Little Red Flower, the other party didn't ask for much, mainly food and medicine. Li Ang couldn't help the latter, and the former gave free funding. Anyway, there were not many people. After the transaction was over, Li Ang watched the regional channel for a while, and it really can be described as bleak. Originally, the main thing that was advertised on the regional channel was the people who descended near the forest and had wild fruits and other things to eat. Now that the magical beasts descended, the forest instantly became the underworld on earth, and these people also fell from heaven in an instant. Figures that used to be active on the regional channels were replaced by their messages of hope. The number of people in the regional channel suddenly dropped from a little over 100 million to 85 million. The number of deaths on that day alone reached more than 20 million. It's just unbelievable. Li Ang can't experience this kind of tragedy in the snow area alone, but people in other areas of Minas have gradually become numb to death. Dead people couldn't be more common, and the frequency of seeing broken corpses on the side of the road is as common as seeing weeds. What's more, among the more than 20 million people, many of them couldn't stand the cruelty of the other world, so they came to understand themselves. Without supply boxes, magical beasts are rampant. Hunger, death's double oppression knocked out the mentally weak in just one day. Li Ang can't control these things, and he's not interested in them, and he doesn't have any idea of publicity, so he directly launched the food and beverage products in On Mall. Codfish risotto, price, 100 yuan, stock, 5,000. Seafood ramen, price, 120 yuan, stock, 5,000. Beef noodles, price, 120 yuan, stock, 5,000. Fresh fish soup, price, 200 yuan, stock, 5,000. Steak with sauce, price, 1,000 yuan. Because the rule of the trading market interface is that the products on the shelves will not deteriorate or change over time, Li Ang is not polite, and directly produces more than 70 meals, and each of them is 5,000 copies. If all these things are sold, the circulation of coins in one day alone will be worth hundreds of millions. Gu Jian is a level 2 magician. When he traveled through time, he was with Grandpa On. The old man is over 60 years old and has no combat power at all. Fortunately, the place where Gu Jian's preceding entry stage descended was close to the forest, so there was no need to solve the problem of food. Because there is an old man who needs to be protected, Gu Jian seized the time to improve his own strength from the very beginning. With his bronze level talent magic emotional magic lazy heart, he managed to bring the old man to survive. After all, the old man is old and knows a lot. Although the forest provided them with the resources to survive at the beginning, it also had huge risks. Gu Jian chose to move out of the forest under the old man's suggestion. This also saved them from disaster. Now that the magical beasts are coming, the number of special treasure boxes is also increasing, so more and more people already have the initiation meditation law, and Gu Jian is one of them. Emotional magic lazy heart has no real attack power, but it is very powerful in battle. An indigo-colored magic circle appeared in Gu Jian's hand, and in front of him was a first-level monster green python about 4 meters long. It had already raised its head high, and the green python, which was about to attack, was hit by Gu Jian's magic. Immediately lying on the ground limply like a noodle, motionless. Gu Jian was already familiar with the road, and before the effect of the magic was over, another magic circle was unfolded from his hand. Ice magic ice arrow. The ice crystal arrow pierced through the opponent's head in an instant, and after struggling for a moment, the green python turned into a corpse. Although the accident of the arrival of the magical beasts killed a large number of people, it also finally made the people who descended into this world look like magicians. Gu Jian dealt with the magical beasts that appeared around his camp, let out a sigh of relief, and then saw takeaways on the shelves in Liang's Mall, the trading place. Looking at the pictures full of color and fragrance, Gu Jian's stomach couldn't help but growl, thinking that Grandpa On hadn't had a decent meal for a long time. Gu Jian made a quick decision and sold the body of the green python to Liang exchanged coins. Liang paid a high price for the corpse of magical beasts. For just one corpse of a first-level monster, Liang offered a price of 100,000 yuan. Of course, this price is for people with a single hunting ability in the preceding entry stage, but it will definitely drop in the future. When Mr. Gu picked up the wooden bowl with the words Sichuan takeaway and looked at a bowl of hot noodles with ample portion, he couldn't help but burst into tears in his cloudy eyes. "Baby, eat it, it's useless for Grandpa to eat it, you." Mr. Gu said, but Gu Jian ignored him. He pretended he didn't hear such words, and gorged himself with a bowl of the same seafood noodles. Old man Gu sighed, knowing that his grandson didn't like to hear that. The noodles are springy and refreshing, served with the fresh and thick noodle soup and a large piece of fish on top. The two grandparents of the Gu family had a very happy meal. And characters like them abound in the Minus region. Some people held a bowl of delicious food, and as they ate, they couldn't help but shed tears. "Woohoo, my mother doesn't know what's going on, and there's no news on the regional channel, the noodles she makes are much better than this." Among the 9 snake pirates, the little girl Shang Guanlaner was holding a bowl of beef noodles, and finally couldn't hold back after eating, tears poured out. Xiao Honghua stroked the latter's head with pity on her face, and her thoughts and worries about her family also welled up in her heart. People in the Celestial Dynasty like to eat, but not just because it is delicious, but because they can feel a sense of happiness because of the warmth and fullness in their stomachs through a bowl of ordinary pasta. Xiao Honghua's eyes froze suddenly, and the people who bought the takeaway also found the words on the back of the wooden bowl just like her. The one who can defeat a person can only be himself. On the other side of the wooden bowl is a logo snowball takeaway designed by Liang that looks like rice balls. A phrase of chicken soup in the past, at this moment, inexplicably adds a force to people's hearts. On the grassland, the will of steel. This difficulty will never defeat the soldiers of the Celestial Dynasty. Rebuild order. Dragon King's eyes were also red at this moment. He held up a bowl of oily noodles, and even the wounded man in the big tent held his hands high. Wooden bowl, shouting loudly. Rebuild order. Liang immediately noticed a series of comments about his snowball takeaway on the regional channel, and the reputation was surprisingly good. And because of the emergence of snowball delivery, Minus's regional chat channel finally showed signs of recovery, and people began to slowly come out of the shadows. Liang just came forward to encourage a few words, and then quit the chat channel, busy with the things in front of him. Outside the wooden house, Liang started to own Summon Day again. Undead magic. Undead summoning itself has obvious randomness, just like the summoning of Sadeko before. It is also a 50-point magic stud, and a cold spell horse is summoned later. However, Liang firmly believes that if all 1000 points of mana are poured in, there will definitely be a strong subordinate. Taking a deep breath, the magic power surged, and a grey magic circle unfolded and expanded on the ground. Perhaps it was due to the input of more magic power, the magic circle was 3 or 4 times larger than before, with a radius of 3 to 4 meters. Under Liang's expectant gaze, a bronze-colored skeleton with one knee kneeling on the ground and holding a spear appeared in the magic circle. Strange Bone General, Bone 16. See the Lord. A language that obviously didn't belong to this world and didn't belong to the previous life came from the other party's mouth, but Liang found that he could understand the other party's meaning. The 4th level monster, the Bone General, the infantry elite class of the Undead Skeleton Clan, can command and control the low-level Skeleton Clan, has fierce cold weapon combat skills, can use undead magic bone magic, and is intelligent. This is why Liang has summoned so many, and he is the first one who recognizes the master as soon as he appears. Li Ang doesn't know how terrifying the 4th level monster is, but he can probably guess some of it when he thinks about the horror of the 3rd level monster. Especially this Bone 16 obviously has the ability to lead the army. Li Ang smiled with satisfaction. Very well, Gu Shiliu, I appoint you as the commander of the city guards, and from now on, I will hand over the patrol work around the city to you. Gu Shiliu knelt on the ground on one knee and was nearly 2 meters tall. After the latter respectfully agreed, Li Ang found that the other party stood up to nearly 4 meters. The existence of such a little giant also made Li Ang very concerned about the safety of the camp. I feel relieved a lot. The opponent was wearing bone armor. Li Ang didn't know how hard it was, but there was no sign of magical power on it, so it probably couldn't compare to steel armor. However, the spear in Gu Shiliu's hand was a bronze-level magic weapon. Your armor will be made for you later, Li Ang said, and Bone 16 respectfully went down to work. With Sadeko as the guide, Li Ang does not need to introduce and explain the situation in the camp by himself. A Bone 16 is obviously not enough. Li Ang is not satisfied with the original guards, even the skeleton soldiers he transformed are not enough. Meditation, calling. The magic circle unfolded, and a slender figure appeared in the magic circle. The moment this figure appeared, Sadeko floated over. Li Ang took a closer look and saw that it was another 3rd level monster's wraith. It seems that the own-made team can also start to arrange. The strength of the new wraith is about the same as that of Sadeko. It seems that he was lucky to summon Sadeko back then. The 3rd level vengeful spirit did not make Li Ang feel disappointed. After handing over the person to Sadeko, Li Ang started the great cause of summoning again. But God really seems to want him to form a group of own mates, 30 times in a row. They are all 3rd level wraiths. Sadeko happily let out a series of silver bell-like laughter, and dragged the little sisters to start wandering around the camp, but Li Ang couldn't help but go crazy. How can it be done like this? As a last resort, Li Ang used his little red hand skills again, praying to God and worshipping Buddha. After a while of devout prayers, Li Ang used the own undead summoning technique again. As a magic formation unfolded, a figure appeared in the formation. Even though he hadn't seen the opponent's race clearly, Li Ang couldn't help but cheer up. It's standing on the ground, at least it's no longer a wraith. The light dissipated, and a crooked figure wearing a black rag cloak and holding a bone staff came into view. 4th level monsters, skeleton mages, wise men of the skeleton family, can use undead magic, bone magic, corrosion magic, and have a certain amount of research on magic language and characters. Sokka, see the Lord. The skeleton mage named Sokka bowed slightly, and Li Ang could feel sufficient respect from the other party's breath. Li Ang stepped forward excitedly, helped him up personally, and said, Master Sokka, you are welcome to join. He couldn't help being excited. The other party knew how to use magic and Li Ang was more than that, but the other party knew magic language and writing, so he couldn't help but pay attention to it. The existing magic is obtained from the special treasure chest, but it can be judged from the information of the regional channel that there are very few truly powerful magic in the special treasure chest. If you want to keep at the top in the future, creating own magic is inevitable. And this requires a lot of knowledge of magic theory, and Sokka in front of him can help him in this regard. Sokka was flattered by Li Ang's attention. When he heard Li Ang say that he hoped that he would teach him magic knowledge in the future, Sokka agreed without even thinking about it. He has been summoned to this world by Li Ang. Huo is still connected with the other party. The stronger Li Ang is, the more at ease he will be. Naturally, Li Ang didn't know about this. Let the skeleton man build a wooden house for Sokka and settle him down. Li Ang started the call of Own again. After expanding the number of mates to 40, Li Ang finally summoned a powerful monster, and it was a big one. 4th level monsters, stone turtles, undead stone statues, can use undead magic, great earth devil method, have terrifying physical strength, usually exist in the form of stone statues, and attack suddenly during battle. Simply counting the turtle shell, the stone tortoise is bigger than Li Ang's 50 square meter wooden house. When its limbs are stretched out, it looks like a small mobile bunker with a layer of stone shell. After being summoned by Li Ang, the stone turtle bowed its head respectfully, expressing submission, without the ability to speak. Li Ang thought for a while that since the other party was usually in the state of a stone statue, he didn't need to eat or drink, so he directly assigned it to the South City Gate to protect the construction of the South City Wall. The stone tortoise seemed to have opened the valve for Li Ang to summon the gargoyles. In the next summon, Li Ang summoned more than a dozen third-level monsters of the gargoyles. These gargoyles have human and animal shapes, and they were arranged by Li Ang around the camp, and a few were also arranged on the mountainside of the two snow mountains, which can be used as good sentry posts. However, this cannot satisfy Li Ang, he needs to be able to serve as the object of the pro-guard army. God Mantian, help me one more time. After the boy builds the city, he will immediately build a shrine for everyone. The incense will continue. Li Ang clasped his hands together and muttered something. With the appearance of a summoning light, a ghost-faced general in a magic circle riding a tall horse and wearing a pitch-black armor appeared in front of Li Ang. The fourth-level monsters, Ghost Howling Iron Cavalry, Undead Clan, and Ghost Clan, the result of the evolution of military souls, have extremely strong combat and command capabilities, and the Undead Clan under their command will be affected by it, and their combat effectiveness will increase sharply. With the number of battles the more soldiers there are, the permanent strength will be improved. Undead magic, metal magic, blood magic can be used. Cook, see my lord. The cavalry general got off his horse, and before Li Ang recovered from the surprise, he quickly saluted, even though Li Ang couldn't even catch Cook's blow. Li Ang was shaking with excitement, and there was no other reason. The image of this ghostly cavalry suits his appetite too much, and it simply meets all the requirements of male aesthetics to the extreme. The ferocious armor, the face with blue fangs, the crotch covered with a layer of iron armor, and the majestic undead horse with blue-purple flames burning in its hollow eyes, isn't this a replica of the ancient tiger general? Cook's terrifying and ghostly face not only did not make Li Ang feel any fear, but filled his heart with a sense of security. It's you. Very good, General Cook, from now on you will be the commander of my personal guard. As Li Ang said, he lifted Cook up and asked Sadeko to arrange for him to build a residence, while he continued to concentrate on calling. The appearance of a ghost howling iron cavalry made Li Ang dislike the skeleton soldiers of the infantry. Why should the guards also have cavalry? After thinking of the name Li Ang, they will be called by their racial name, Ghost Roaring Cavalry. The appearance of Cook, the ghost howling cavalry, seemed to turn on a certain switch, and Li Ang really summoned a group of 50 ghost howling cavalry one by one. Of course, the subsequent summons were all third-level monsters, and they were worse than Cook, who was a fourth-level monster, in terms of size and appearance. But the flaws did not hide their strengths. When the 50 ghost howling cavalry in blue and black armor and armed with long spears lined up neatly, that terrifying elite power emerged spontaneously. At this moment, Sadeko also led 50 female wraiths who had changed their clothes. There were no maid outfits, but there were still dresses. Although there was not much cloth, it was enough to make 2 clothes for these female wraiths. Looking at each wraith with a delicate face, the corners of Li Ang's mouth raised upwards uncontrollably. "On the evil city lord life, seems to be about to start." The maid group Li Ang thought for a while, and thought of a certain fantasy work in her previous life, in which the members of the maid group possessed terrifying combat power. Although the own maid group could not reach that level, it could not stop Li Ang had this idea. Pleiades maid group, the head maid is the third-level monster Sadeko, and there are 50 members of the Wraith who are also third-level monsters. Ghost Howling Cavalry, command the 4th-level monster Cook, and there are 50 Ghost Howling Cavalry of 3rd-level monsters. City Guard Army, command the 4th-level monster Bone 16, another 5,000 skeleton soldiers equipped with armor and weapons, and 50 skeleton warriors of 1st-level monsters. At this time when encountering 3rd-level monsters and asking for blessings, Li Ang has such power. If it is revealed, it will definitely stun the people in the entire Minus area. This is Li Ang staying alone in the snowy area, and the only enemies are the magical beasts in the snowy area, so it doesn't take much power. Otherwise, Li Ang can do nothing at all, just call meditation all day, call meditation. With manpower, Li Ang also started a drastic arrangement. Cook was ordered by Li Ang to lead the Ghost Howling Cavalry to hunt magical beasts and search for special treasure chests. Bone 16 is responsible for securing the camp. Sadeko led her maid team to direct the skeleton construction team to build a new residence. A small wooden house in Li Ang is now obviously out of place. As for the skeleton mage Sokka, he served as Li Ang's professor of magic words and the director of the camp workshop, and he was regarded as Li Ang's housekeeper. Now the camp finally has its own management. Li Ang sits at the table in the wooden house, and the house is as warm as spring. Magic language is not just one kind, especially the external magic like undead magic, which has its own magic words, so the city lord wants to develop the long-term development of undead magic in the future. The language and characters of the undead are yours. Required homework. Sokka had to say that he was indeed a qualified teacher. At this moment, he was standing in front of a blackboard, writing on the blackboard with a stylus made of special ore. Li Ang frowned. In the transaction during this period, some people also sold fragments of Macho language to him in exchange for coins, but even so he only collected less than 500 fragments, a distance of 10 wan's level is still far away. He understands some simple Macho language, but now Sokka's writing on the blackboard, which looks like Mongolian in his previous life, confuses him. My lord, please be mentally prepared before studying. Although you are the chosen one, you must endure a long time to practice magic. It is impossible to achieve results in the short term. Sokka told Li Ang in advance get vaccinated. Li Ang also understands this, but he doesn't have any worries or fears. It's a joke. He passed the college entrance examination in the copy of the underworld in the previous Tian Chao. The relationship between husband and wife has long been understood. In this way, Li Ang officially started his further study of another world magic. Get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and learn sword skills and knife skills from Ghost 16. Isn't a magician just a waste of a staff from a previous life, and sword devil skills are also common. Follow Sokka to learn the characters of the undead at 10 o'clock, until Sadako serves lunch at 12 o'clock, and then deal with own affairs. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, continue to learn the characters of the undead and some principles of the magic circle. Under Sokka's explanation, study the generation and principle analysis of magic pattern. On the first day, it was very difficult to systematically contact and learn the principles of magic, but thanks to Sokka's guidance, Li Ang also began to have some superficial insights into magic. The morning in the snowy area is earlier. At this time, construction projects are in full swing everywhere in the camp. The skeleton mage is worthy of being called the wise man of the skeleton clan. Not bad. At this moment, the planning work has been completed in some parts of the camp, and the construction plans of related buildings have been planned in each area. You must know that this is the second day that Sokka came to this world. The progress of the construction of the city that Li Ang has not managed much has been significantly accelerated. The southern city wall has been completed, and a huge gate made entirely of metal has been installed. Starting from the southern city gate, Sokka has already some of the skeleton soldiers began to build roads in the city. This is something that Li Ang has ignored before. Li Ang is sitting by the window of the wooden house. On the table is a simple book bound with a few papers. There are various notes of Li Ang on it. At this moment, the number of blackboards in the wooden house has increased to 3. It was written by Sokka. Tat tat tat. The crisp sound of horseshoes came in from outside, but Li Ang didn't look up. Cook led the ghost howling cavalry out of the camp again and headed north. Li Ang gave the other party a map of the surrounding area by comparing the own map interface, and asked them to focus on hunting around the northern forest, where Li Ang's second city was built. The rules of the undead language are similar to hieroglyphs, which consist of individual letters to form words and then sentences. It's just that these languages are not just information tools, but can also induce special magic fluctuations. When these fluctuations are gathered according to certain rules, there is so-called magic. In the previous life, there were only 26 English words, but there were 1024 letters in the undead alphabet. The word library composed of such terrifying numbers can no longer be described as terrifying. Even Li Ang, whose mental energy has been greatly improved in the upgrades, is tortured by these letters at the moment. He felt that in terms of shape, the undead script seemed to be a combination of Mongolian script and Dr. fonts. If the width of the line changed a little, it would be another letter. Just as Li Ang was being tortured by the knowledge of undead magic, and tens of millions of other magicians were enduring the ravages of magical beasts, a voice resounded through the world again. Devil Sovereign ranking updated. Devil Sovereign ranking rewards for the first phase have been issued. Congratulations Magician Li Ang 8th level for winning the first issue of Devil Sovereign ranking top. The second Devil Sovereign list is open, and the next update time is 30 days. The second place, Xiao Honghua, is only a level 4 magician, and Li Ang is twice as high as the second place. The regional channels are filled with all kinds of voices. Li Ang can guess what is being said without looking at it. Some are bitter, some are envious, some are jealous, some are licking. In the chat group, the second and third Xia Honghua and Dragon King sent blessings to Li Ang. Little Red Flower Ovo, congratulations, first place. Dragon King, I'm really curious, Brother Li, what do you do all day, isn't this level up too scary? Li Ang, you guys are not bad either. The second and third have silver level magic books. As for me, Li Ang thought about it, took a photo on own book and sent it to the chat group. Li Ang, I am learning another world script with 1024 basic letters. 9 Snake Pirates, Iron Will. Xiao Honghua and Dragon King, who were still happy that they had obtained a silver level magic book, had stiff expressions on the spot at the same time. They thought that Li Ang was joking. How do you think the lines on this book are distracted people, randomly drawn ghost symbols, are these words? But Li Ang doesn't seem to need to lie to them, they are still in the stage of survival. Big sister, what's the matter? Xiao Lu, one of the cotters of the 9 Snake Pirates, asked I'll beat you daddy when he saw that little red flower's expression was not right. Everyone looked over, Xia Honghua swallowed her saliva, and asked, how many years have you learned English with 26 letters? If there is a language with 1024 letters, can you understand it? All members of the 9 Snake Pirates. The situation of Ironwool was exactly the same as that of the 9 Snake Pirates. Everyone thought that the boss was joking, but when they knew that it was another world language that Li Ang was learning, they all swallowed their saliva and fell silent. Ignoring how much shock he had brought to others, Li Ang closed the chat group, opened the magic book interface, and a magic book waiting to be opened was emitting golden light. I don't know why, but Li Ang doesn't feel the slightest sense of joy when he encounters the most advanced magic book besides undead magic undead summoning, it's flat. With the movement of Li Ang's thoughts, the golden light exploded, and a voice sounded in Li Ang's mind. Congratulations on getting the gold level magic book Great Earth Devil Law Golden Core. Great Earth Devil Law Golden Core, it triggers the metal deep in the ground to turn into a terrifying explosion, triggering a riot on the ground. When the magic power is sufficient, it is enough to cause the island to sink. Sitting in front of the window, Li Ang frowned as he looked at the interface that only he could see. This magic is indeed offensive magic, right? Judging from the other party's introduction, it seems to be true, but Li Ang has another slightly immature idea. Could this be a spell for prospecting? After all, it is said to sense the metal in the ground. After the Minus region entered the first chapter of Epic Song, it also officially entered the main text. Although a large number of magicians died every day due to various problems, the overall level of magicians also began to increase. Quickly improved. However, no matter how the level was raised, everyone looked at the top of the Devil Sovereign ranking, even the most favored ones on the Devil Sovereign ranking, at this moment they felt deeply powerless. Devil Sovereign List Minus. First place, Li Ang, Level 10 Magician. Second place, Little Red Flower Ovo, a Level 6 Magician. Third place, Dragon King, Level 5 Magician. Fourth place, Shoayawu, Level 4 Magician. Fifth place, Augustus, Level 4 Magician. Li Ang has nothing to be proud of about this. After all, can he say that he spends every day studying magic theory and undead literature in a wooden house? Could he say to the mages who were struggling to kill magical beasts, I didn't participate in a single battle, upgrades and so on, all depend on the life of my men. Reaching out to take the towel from Sadeko, Li Ang wiped his sweat, and a skeleton warrior took the long knife from Li Ang's hand. Li Ang looked at Gu Shiliu who had just finished practicing sword skills with him in front of him, and asked curiously, is this sword skill innate to you? Gu Shiliu shook his head immediately, and said, only talent is born with, there is no race, and combat experience can be inherited, not even a dragon. I have survived in the world of the undead for more than 130 years, and I have also fought for a long time. It took more than 100 years to have such power. Li Ang paused slightly when he wiped his sweat, after fighting for more than 100 years. No wonder the opponent was obviously letting go, and the wooden knife he used could beat him with a real knife so that he was powerless. However, Li Ang couldn't help being curious about the situation in the undead world, and asked, how cruel is the undead world that they keep fighting? Gu Shiliu, who always answered Li Ang's questions, was silent at this moment. After a long while, there seemed to be a meaningful taste in the eye sockets of a pair of burning skulls. When you reach the peak, you hold the world of the undead. If you make it cruel, it will be cruel. If you make it beautiful, it will be absolutely beautiful. Li Ang shook his head speechlessly, I thought you would fight, but I didn't expect you to flatter. In his opinion, what the other party meant was that when he was strong enough, he would summon more and more creatures from the undead world. My lord, General Cook is back. Sadeko, who was on the side, received the report from the maids and walked to Li Ang's side and said. It has been 5 or 6 days since she had management under her, and now Sadako is becoming more and more like a head maid. Although she wears the same white dress as the Wraith maids, she has a sense of majesty that stands out from the crowd. Li Ang looked up suspiciously. It was only around 9 o'clock in the morning. In the past, Cook would only come back in the afternoon. Why did he come back so early today? Without Li Ang going to take the initiative to look at it, Cook soon came to Li Ang's side. Cook knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully and urgently, "My lord, I have found what you asked my subordinates to search for." Having said this, the ghost howling cavalry behind him lifted the thing up. A huge transparent stone, like crystal or ice, but Li Ang felt a faint wave of magic power from above. A line of text immediately appeared in front of Li Ang's eyes. Low-level magic crystal, naturally generated crystal with a small amount of magic power, which can be used to make weapons and equipment, potions, and other magic items. Overjoyed, Li Ang stepped forward to caress such a large piece of magic crystal, and asked, "Where is it? Is there a lot?" "But there are veins." Asking 3 times in a row shows Li Ang's joy at the moment. At this time, Li Ang's magic teacher Sokka also rushed over after hearing the news. When he saw 2 ghost howling cavalry moving a magic crystal the size of a door panel, none of them staggered and fell to the ground. Under Li Ang's suspicious gaze, Sokka stepped forward tremblingly, as if stroking a lover, stroking the smooth surface of the magic crystal with a pair of bony hands, and muttering the language of the dead. "It's so big, it's unbelievable, it's worthy of the Macho continent, it's just." Li Ang asked suspiciously, "Teacher, why are you so excited? This thing is obviously not a high-end product, and the magic power it contains is just that little." Sokka turned around. If he hadn't been summoned by Li Ang, he would have used the bone stick in his hand to knock Li Ang's head open to see what was inside. "You don't understand, if such a huge low-level magic crystal is placed in the undead world, it is enough to start a battle. It is so big, it is enough to create a lot of good things, it can." Sokka said with some dissatisfaction, but halfway through the speech, he seemed to think of something, and he was stunned on the spot, and then the whole person began to tremble violently, crying and howling. "What's the matter?" Li Ang looked at Sokka, who went crazy because of a low-level magic crystal, and asked Sadako sideways. In the undead world, the number of naturally formed magic crystals is very rare. With a little magic crystal, some masters can make a lot of magic items. But now that there are magic crystals, materials from the undead world. Sadako, the body swayed slightly in mid-air, looking at the mournful Sokka, he said with pity. Li Ang understood, what is harvested is mulberry elm, but the east corner is lost. However, his original intention was actually not to use this magic crystal to create any magic items. Sokka was very sad, but he quickly recovered his mood. Although some materials of the undead world could not be obtained, the Macho continent was at the time when the magic civilization was brewing. There will only be more and no less, and it is not difficult to find a substitute. A magic circle needs to be set up where the magic crystal is kept, so as to reduce the loss of magic power. Sokka looked at Li Ang and said. However, Li Ang shook his head and said, "The magic power will be scattered, anyway, I don't need it to have magic power." Sokka didn't understand the meaning of Li Ang's words at first, but when Li Ang commanded the skeleton soldiers to carefully polish the magic crystal into a flat surface with a small stone chisel and various tools, he finally realized that something was wrong. He wanted to stop it, but Li Ang had made up his mind. He could only watch with a sad face that under the processing of the skeleton soldiers, the magic crystal turned into several square mirrors. "My lord, if this happens, the magic crystal will be destroyed," Sokka said sadly. As if hoping that Li Ang would realize how much waste he had, he pointed to the debris on the ground and said. "Just these leftovers you made, as long as you add some suitable materials, you can make magic jewelry. This amount can make a lot." Li Ang didn't care about the leftovers on the ground. Cook had told him just now that the magic crystal was found in an ice cave. "Lo! Teacher, you can also create magic equipment?" Li Ang asked in surprise. Sokka nodded. "The highest level is some bronze-level magic equipment. No matter how high it is, there is no way to do it. It is not difficult to engrave magic lines on suitable materials for low-level magic equipment, but there are more things involved in high-level magic equipment. I do not know what to do." Li Ang's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Sokka to be really capable. Bronze-level magic equipment is indeed not good enough. He has personally experienced the call of the spirit in the sky, and now he feels that it is getting worse, but if an army is equipped with bronze-level magic equipment, armed to the teeth. But this still needs a long-term plan. After all, Sokka also needs to adjust and redesign the previous magic equipment blueprints to make things fit the materials of Macho Continent. When Liang asked the skeleton soldiers to polish the mirror surface of the magic crystal, on the other side of the open space in the north of the city, the skeletons of 10 greenhouses had been completed, completely made of metal, with tens of centimeters inserted into the ground. After the effect of devil method softening technique passes, the ground will soon turn into frozen soil again. Cook brought back a lot of magic crystals this time, but Liang's greenhouse is really too big, covering an area of 7 or 8 acres, and the length alone is more than 600 meters. The magic crystal that Cook brought back was polished, and it took a whole day of hard work to install it on the roof of a large shed. Seeing Liang create a transparent house, no one knows what he is going to do. Although they know more about magic than Liang, they are really not good at science and farming. Liang asked Sadeko to carry the magical beast's magic core box under his bed, while he controlled the camp and gathered the skeleton soldiers in the workshop. "My lord, what are you doing?" Gu Shiliu asked suspiciously who he thought Liang was going to send troops to deal with. Liang didn't speak, and asked to open the warehouse from number 10 to number 15, which was full of hay. It's freezing cold, and Liang is not sure if he doesn't dress the greenhouse. The hay was prepared by Liang before, and the purpose was to weave straw curtains for the greenhouse. For a greenhouse of more than 600 meters, at least 700 or 800 straw curtains are needed for one layer, and Liang needs to cover 2 layers of straw curtains for the greenhouse. The people in the workshop did not move, and other projects were stopped. Liang directly recruited nearly 20,000 people. Under his mental control, these skeleton soldiers immediately began to skillfully weave straw curtains. Liang controlled them to weave straw curtains. After a while, let them get it on their own. The work was not difficult, and after more than an hour of sufficient manpower, Liang began to ask people to cover the straw curtains. After working until almost noon, a greenhouse was finally completed. Next, deal with the land in the greenhouse and just increase the temperature in the greenhouse. "Teacher, can you increase the temperature of this fire-type magic core and turn it into something similar to a stove?" Liang took out a pink second-level magic core. This is one of Cook's hunting gains during this period, the magic core of a cave salamander. Although Sokka didn't know what Liang was going to do, but after all, the boss here was Liang. He reached out to take the magic core, looked at it, and nodded slightly to indicate that there was no problem. Some unfinished prey carcasses were brought in. Liang didn't even use the magic wand call of the spirit in the sky, and cast spells without a wand. Great Earth Devil method land of vitality. There was a lot of movement, and the ground in the shed seemed to come back to life in an instant, turning into mud pythons, followed by the corpses of wild beasts and first-level monsters being thrown down the hill. It was thrown into the shed, then instantly overturned and dragged into the soil. The soil became darker at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was obviously much more fertile. And this is Sokka, who has walked in with the fire magic cores given by Liang before. At this time, the magic cores are placed on candlesticks. Emanating from the magic core, scorching heat hits the face. Not too high, not too low, the temperature is just right. 7 or 8 mu of land is converted into more than 4,000, 5,000 square meters. More than 20 magic core boosters are enough. The previously obtained seeds called Nawa wheat were brought in by the skeleton soldiers. I had never seen wheat grown in a greenhouse, but Liang had no other choice. Anyway, the greenhouse area is large enough and there are not many seeds. But now everyone understands what Liang wants to do. He actually wants to farm in this vast snowy area. Although he has this luxurious big house, is it really possible? Sokka and the others didn't speak, and put a big question mark on whether Liang's matter could be completed. Controlling the skeleton soldier to do a planting action, the skeleton soldier learned it, but Liang unfortunately did not trigger the reminder that he could comprehend it. There are not enough magic crystals, but he still has several greenhouses with metal frame structures. He can't make glass, and he doesn't have the corresponding materials. Check out the ice cave where the crystal is located. Cook said cautiously, "My lord, as many magic crystals as you need, I can bring them back to you. I don't know what's going on in the ice cave." The implication is that I hope Liang will not take the risk himself. However, Liang made up his mind to go out. By the way, he needed to go to the glacier in the north to have a look and start building a stronghold there. But a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. This is another world after all. Li Ang carefully brought the Pleiadian maid Kor and Sokka, the skeleton mage, and Cook's ghost-screaming cavalry has reached the limit of security, leaving only Bone 16 to protect the camp. Early the next morning, Li Ang rode the cold spell horse and left the camp under the protection of everyone. Just a few hundred meters away from the camp, Li Ang discovered the difference in the surrounding environment. First of all, there are a lot of vegetation around that did not exist before, and after only going out for such a distance, he has already seen 3 or 4 waves of magical beasts. But they are all first level and second level monsters. Li Ang has serious business to do now. As long as he is not a stickler who comes up to seek death, he will not let anyone take action. The ice cave that Cook found is located on a mountainside of the snow-capped mountains on the west side, and further ahead is the plain he had been to before. The subordinate happened to find this place when he was chasing an ice-patterned bear. The city lord needed transparent stones, but he found these magic crystals. Soon everyone arrived at the destination. At this moment, the sunlit snow on the mountainside was shining. Cook and others dug in one place for a while, cleared the snow, and removed the stones that they obviously took the initiative to cover. A downward hole that could allow 4 or 5 people to enter side by side appeared in front of everyone. "There's a lot of space down there," Cook explained. Li Ang nodded slightly. Without him saying a word, Cook had already jumped down, and half of the ghost-howling cavalry stayed outside to watch their mounts. Li Ang jumped down after him, and the wind element on his body turned into a pair of blue wind wings with the surge of magic power. Stepping on the ground and standing still, what you see in front of your eyes are huge magic crystals, which are crystal clear. The bones of Sokka's body suddenly dispersed, and when they gathered together again, they were already quietly standing behind Li Ang. One of the two used wind magic and the other used bone magic, and they landed easily at a height of about 6 or 7 meters. "My lord, I can feel the presence of living beings ahead," Sadeko whispered in Li Ang's ear when she came down again as a wraith. Li Ang nodded, and immediately the team began to explore the depths. The magic crystal exudes a dense light, so there is no need to worry about the light, but everyone still walks carefully. Li Ang was worried that there would be some natural traps in this ice cave, and he stepped on the air and fell into the ice cave. Undead tribes such as Sokka are not sure what strength the creatures in Macho mainland have reached. As they walked forward, Li Ang had to marvel at the hugeness of this ice cave. They had walked at least 400 to 500 meters in such a short period of time, but apart from some magic crystals with higher and higher concentrations of magic energy, no more, nothing else. If Sadeko and the others hadn't said that they were getting closer to that powerful force, Li Ang would have felt that this place was not a natural magic crystal mine. Soon, Sadeko stopped in front of the line. Before Li Ang could ask what happened at the exit, a rustling sound came from a fork in front of her. Cook walked to the front with a solemn expression, and Sokka stood beside Li Ang, and the team immediately became tense. Everyone carefully entered the fork, and at the corner, Cook looked in, then quickly retracted, staring at Li Ang solemnly, and said, "My lord, there are 3 4th-level monsters, how many more are there?" "There are 2 2nd-level monsters, you get out, and your subordinates will finish them off." Startled, Li Ang cautiously stepped forward to take a look, but this look made his eyes turn red. This is a square with a relatively large space. The 3 bodies in the center are like half-human monsters made of ice crystals floating in the air, wandering aimlessly. But this is not the point. The point is that the 3 guys are surrounded by a hill made of treasure chests, and at the top of the hill is a special golden treasure chest. Li Ang made a rough estimate, not to mention the level, there are 20 or 30 special treasure chests here alone. Li Ang was breathing heavily. He tried hard to suppress the thought of rushing out immediately, and led the team back slowly. To deal with these 3 guys, there is still a lack of manpower. Although there are so many people on his side, Li Ang still shamelessly said that there is a shortage of manpower. After retreating a certain distance, Li Ang took a deep breath, the magic power surged in his body, and a grey magic circle rose on the ground. Name, Li Ang. Level 10. Magic power, 2500/2500. Experience, 0/40,000. Magic, Undead Summoning Art Initiation Meditation Method Magic Beginning Language 932/100000 Great Earth Devil Method Softening Art Golden Magic Engraving Ice Magic Freezing Ice Wind Unstoppable Wind Enhancement Magic Vision Enhancement Wind Magic Wind Wings Undead Magic Extreme Transformation Blood Magic Blood Heart Jade Great Earth Devil Law Land of Vitality. Skills, Anatomy Mastery 7571/100000, Sewing Mastery 497/100000, Forging Mastery 1890/100000, Cooking Proficient 673/10,000, Cultivation Apprentice 88/1000. This time, Li Ang was still inputting all the magic power. With the surge of magic power, a dais-shaped creature rose from the magic circle. Before Li Ang could see the image of that person clearly, there was a gasp behind him. Cool voice. Fallen beast. Sokka let out a low cry, and Li Ang also received the message of the summoned object at this time. Fallen beast, 4th level monsters, undead carnivores, undead creatures completely dominated by instinct, have a strong desire for flesh and blood, have strong physical strength and melee combat ability, and are not afraid of spiritual magic such as soul magic. You can use enhancement magic. The light dissipated, and the image of the fallen beast stunned Li Ang. Actually is not frightened, but the image of the other party is too familiar. Isn't this a zombie? The information said that the fallen beast acted completely according to instinct, but fortunately Li Ang could feel that he could still control it. The fallen beast stood motionless, like a livid statue of flesh and blood. My lord, you'd better stay away from this kind of guy. This guy has a kind of toxin. If an ordinary creature touches it, it will definitely cause flesh and blood to fester. If it is serious, it will even become its fallen beast's follower. Sokka said seriously. Remind Li Ang. Li Ang nodded slightly, but felt that this fallen beast is another world-like zombie. Isn't this kind of poison just corpse poison? It's not difficult to hear from the words that even Cook and Sokka, who are both 4th level monsters, find it difficult to deal with this fallen beast. Letting the tank-type berserker stand aside, Li Ang used undead magic undead summoning again. Soon there was a new undead creature in a burst of light. When this creature appeared, Li Ang obviously noticed that all the resentful spirits including Sadeko shivered. Soul-weaving spider, 4th level monsters, undead magical beasts that feed on souls and mana, can use undead magic and poison magic. The soul-weaving spider's feet were the size of a millstone, its body was grey-black fluff, its legs were like sharp blades, its fangs were as bright as crystals, but the moment it appeared, the Pleiades maids immediately moved away. Obviously, this soul-weaving spider is obviously the natural enemy of the Wraith Spirit clan. This time, when Sokka saw the object summoned by Li Ang, he was obviously overjoyed, and said, My lord, the soul silk produced by the soul-weaving spider itself is a good material for the magic robe, especially suitable for undead magician. There are also eggs laid by the weaving soul spider, and the egg shell is also an important material for an antidote. Its fangs can be added to weapons and forged together. The forged weapons have a considerable killing effect on the enemy's soul. There is also its fluff, which is collected and mixed with its soul silk to weave into flannelette and wrapped outside the wooden box, which can prolong the storage time of the magic core and magic crystal for at least 2 to 3 years. Li Ang looked at the eloquent Sokka speechlessly. If the soul-weaving spider is the natural enemy of the Wraith, then the skeleton mage may be the natural enemy of the soul-weaving spider. However, Li Ang also kept Sokka's words in mind. This soul-weaving spider is obviously full of treasures, and it is also in existence that he can control. Both are good choices. The subsequent summons were still 4th level monsters. Obviously, Li Ang invested 2,500 points of magic power, and a few ghost howling cavalry were also summoned, and even a new skeleton mage was summoned. But it is still a 5th level monster. But this kind of power is enough to crush the 3 monsters in the cave. Li Ang also gave up the summoning. The large army marched directly into the square where the monster was before without any intention of concealing it. Cha! The 3 4th level monsters were startled when they saw so many terrifying monsters suddenly appearing, and let out sharp screams. Li Ang looked at the other party, although he had a human form, but he still looked like a type of magical beasts. Ice Shadow Aquarius, 4th level monster, sub-elven, can use ice magic. Needless to say, the ghost howling iron cavalry charged forward, surrounded the opponent in the blink of an eye, and stabbed the opponent mercilessly with the spear in his hand. The ice-type sub-elf named Aquarius also immediately incited fluctuations in magic power, but Li Ang, Sokka and the newly summoned skeleton mage Morris moved faster, and a dark white magic circle was on the opponent's side. The feet rise. A terrifying and ferocious bone hand emerged from the magic circle in an instant, firmly restraining Aquarius who was about to resist. The long spear thrust of the ghost howling cavalry came out, and the 3 4th level monsters, Aquarius, died instantly. Kill 4th level monster Ice Shadow Aquarius to gain 23,000 experience points. Kill 4th level monster Ice Shadow Aquarius to gain 23,000 experience points. Kill. As soon as the 3 reminders sounded in his mind, Li Ang's magic power surged again, and the energy flowed through his limbs. Li Ang obviously felt that his own bones and muscles had become stronger. After Aquarius's death, the dead body fell to the ground as she had imagined, and her ice-like body began to gasify continuously. Before Li Ang could react, she disappeared directly. Only 3 azure blue balls the size of billiard balls remained in place. Sokka and Morris put Li Ang's things away as if they were treasures, and their voices trembled when they saw Li Ang's suspicious gaze. "My lord, sub-elves are a type of natural elves. They don't have a so-called physical body, but this elf heart is the condensation of the essence of their whole body. It is the best choice as the core of the staff." Morris, as a newcomer, immediately took the lead, said one step at a time. Li Ang nodded knowingly, and waved his hand to let them deal with it, while he looked at the treasure chest hill in front of him. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Li Ang crossed his hands and breathed a sigh of relief, and then prayed devoutly under the suspicious gazes of his subordinates. The newcomer Morris couldn't understand Li Ang's behavior, so he approached some old people Sokka and asked, "Elder, is the city lord worshipping the god of the dead?" The so-called elder is a respectful name in the world of the undead. Sokka and Morris are equally powerful, but Sokka is the old man next to Li Ang after all. However, Sokka was embarrassed at the moment, the flames in his eyes danced, and his eyes turned to Sadeko, who was the first to follow Li Ang. "He came just a few days earlier than Morris, I really don't know that." Sadeko looked at Li Ang's palms folded in reverence, murmured something, moved closer to Sokka and the two of them, and whispered, "It's not the god of the undead. I heard from the city lord that he worshipped many gods. It's because he is far away. The great god of my hometown. It seems that there are Sakyamuni Buddha, Maitreya Buddha, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, etc. in the west, while in the east there are Sanking, Yanhuang Great Emperor." Sadeko whispered the name of the great god that Li Ang casually said in her spare time. The undead tribe who came over were stunned. "Well, won't you be punished by God if you believe in so many gods?" Morris murmured, tongue-tied. Cook, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "Perhaps because of this, the world will of the undead chose this lord." Hiss! The background of the Lord City Lord is so terrifying. There are so many gods protecting him. Everyone gasped, and then became more respectful when facing Li Ang. Li Ang, who prayed routinely before opening the box, had just finished this self-comforting ceremony, and then for some reason, he always felt that Sadeko and the others looked strange, as if they were different people. But the treasure chest was in front of him, so he didn't care about these things. He rubbed his hands and opened the chest. There are a total of 27 special treasure chests, of which the black iron level is naturally the most, with a total of 11, 9 bronze level, 6 silver level, and the most dazzling gold level. All the black iron levels were opened, and Li Ang did not report any hope. 4 or 5 low-level magics were offered, all of which were the lowest level things such as fire magic fireball. Li Ang only used them as alternative materials for his own research on magic, and used them all. Some basic magic knowledge pours into the mind. Among the black iron level treasure chests, perhaps the magic beginning language and a blueprint are what Li Ang pays attention to. Blueprint Kinjian armor, bronze level magic equipment manufacturing blueprint. After use, you can get the forging technology and material list of Kinjian armor. Forging requires forging level to reach mastery. Macho language naturally needless to say, as Li Ang came into contact with more and more magic knowledge, he finally realized the benefits of the Macho language, which was considered to be a Tiankeng at first. As the Macho language mastered more, Li Ang's learning efficiency of magic also improved a lot. For this reason, he has already increased the price given by Macho language when exchanging coins in his shopping mall. As for Kinjian armor, needless to say, this is the design drawing of my second magic equipment after Vampiric Arrow. For Li Ang, the value of a piece of magic equipment is far less than a forging blueprint. After all, with the mastery level forging technique, he is sure that he is the only one in the entire Minus region. 9 bronze rank treasure chests. Li Ang finally took it seriously, and now bronze rank items can still work for him. Macho language 13 were released. Congratulations on obtaining the bronze level magic book magic water shield. Congratulations on obtaining the bronze level magic book water magic, rain of spirits. Congratulations on obtaining the bronze level magic equipment decree pendant. Water magic water shield. The most common water defense magic in online games in the previous life made Li Ang pay attention to the latter magic. Water magic spiritual rain, consume mana and rain water rich in the power of life within a certain range, which can slightly speed up the healing of wounds and the growth of plants within the range. Li Ang didn't care about healing wounds and other magic effects that were extremely popular in the regional channels. Instead, he was interested in the latter one to speed up the growth of plants. Now he has been thinking of a way to quickly improve his life skill level. Excited to learn the magic, Li Ang picked up the magic equipment that he opened. Decree pendant, bronze level magic equipment, which can enhance meditation effect by 10% after wearing it. It's better than nothing. Li Ang curled his lips. His meditation is really special. Even after killing Aquarius, his level has risen to level 11, and his mana has reached 4000. It takes a few minutes to recover. This 10% effect seems to really attract him. However, the decree pendant itself looks pretty good, very much like the Eye of Agamotto in a Marvel movie in the previous life. It can be regarded as an ornament. Putting something on his neck, a cool feeling came from Li Ang's temples, which made him slightly refreshed, and mental energy seemed to be more active. Next came the silver level treasure chest, and Li Ang began to look forward to it. With the treasure chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining the silver level magic material tainted blood brocade cloth. Congratulations on getting the detailed explanation of the body structure of fallen beasts. Congratulations on obtaining the silver level magic material heart of hatred. Congratulations on obtaining the silver level magic undead magic ghost fire. Congratulations on obtaining the silver level magic great earth devil law great riot. Congratulations on obtaining the silver level magic ice vortex blade. Congratulations on getting macho language 1000/100000. After the sound ended, Li Ang's gaze became hot. Just the macho language and 3 obviously powerful attack type magics that he needed, he made a lot of money, not to mention there are new things. Detailed explanation of the body structure of fallen beasts. I just summoned a fallen beast, and now I open this kind of thing. Is this destiny? Li Ang looked at the other 2 things, a piece of scarlet brocade, and a fleshy ball that looked like a pomegranate that had been poked open. Stained blood brocade forging, a silver level magic material, a specialty of the undead world, woven from bone-thirsty silkworm silk, soaked in the blood of the 100-year blood pool, and full of evil breath. Heart of hatred, the heart that 6th level monsters hate can still be rejuvenated even after being given enough blood. These things seem to give Li Ang a direction, an inspiration to create his own magic. Li Ang asked people to put away the things, and looked at the last box, which was also the only gold level treasure box. When it came to the golden treasure chest, Li Ang prayed again under the watchful eyes of all his subordinates. The pious energy made several people believe in the conjecture that Li Ang was supported by many gods. As Li Ang issued an order, a golden light lit up on the golden treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the gold level magic book Undead Magic Racial Induction. Congratulations on obtaining the gold level magic item Golden Throne of Scarlet Glazed Wings. Congratulations on getting the blueprint Lionheart Scepter. Congratulations on obtaining the black iron level meditation method Papalagan Sutra. The light dissipated, and a gilded throne appeared in front of Li Ang, with majestic golden reliefs on the throne, griffins, goshawks, giant snakes. There are also basic book-like things on the throne. Golden Throne of Scarlet Glazed Wings, a gold-level magic item, the legendary throne of authority of the Patriarch of the Winged Human Race. The user will gain the blessing of wisdom and reason, improve the efficiency of the user's meditation, and the activity of mental energy. A drop of blood is required. Acknowledge the Lord. Blueprint Scepter of the Lionheart King. After using it, you can master the forging technology and material list of the gold-level magic staff Scepter of the Lionheart King. Forging requires a master forging technique. Undead Magic Racial Induction. Sign a contract with a specific undead family, which can consume mana to summon the same race of this race from the undead world. It consumes a lot of mana, please use it with caution. Black Iron Level Meditation Method Papalagan Sutra. After using it, you can master the Papalagan Sutra. The Black Iron Level Meditation Method allows users to gain the ability to look inside themselves, which is the prerequisite for studying advanced magic. Improve meditation efficiency. As expected of a gold-ranked treasure chest. Li Ang murmured, stroking the golden throne in front of him, it was so gorgeous that no man could refuse it. He couldn't wait to cut his finger with the blade on the spot, and then dripped blood on the golden throne in front of him. The golden light flashed, and under Li Ang's amazed gaze, the relief on the golden throne seemed to come alive, and it started to move slowly. Li Ang's body. Such a situation not only made Li Ang unresponsive, even the undead tribes behind him were shocked. Although Sokka and the others were well informed, resources in places like the undead world were too scarce. Let alone gold-level magic items, they have never seen them before. Therefore, they don't know that gold-level magic items need to recognize their owners, or can enter the host's body. Fortunately, Li Ang experienced so many bombardment of fantasy works in his previous life, and he could feel some things in his body, so he didn't panic and turned his attention to other things. I used to despise the bronze-level call of the spirit of the air and couldn't keep up with my own growth. Now the golden treasure chest has a gold-level magic wand, and it is still a blueprint, which means that as long as I have enough materials, the forging level is raised to the first level, and this weapon can be installed in batches. Li Ang shared the blueprint information with Sokka and Morris, and the latter was so excited that his bones shook immediately. They looked at Li Ang in disbelief and asked, Lord City Master, can we really have a gold-level magic wand? Li Ang nodded, since it is a drawing, it can be installed naturally. My lord, don't worry, I will go out with General Cook to search in the future, and I will definitely collect the materials I need as soon as possible. The newcomer Morris immediately volunteered. But his words reminded Li Ang of something, he read all the things in front of him and used them immediately. A huge amount of information flooded into his mind. Li Ang stood still for a while, and then gradually got used to it. The higher the level of magic, the more things are involved, and the amount of information involved in the silver and gold level magic, even tens of thousands of low-level magic can't keep up. This ice cave has a large space, and even now, they haven't fully explored it yet, but Sadako no longer feels the breath of the monster. Li Ang thought of what Morris had reminded him just now, the magic power surged in his body, and a dark golden magic circle rose up on him, and then there was no reaction at all. With his eyes closed, Li Ang's mental energy, with the help of the magic circle, instantly inspected the surrounding ice caves with a radius of several hundred meters. Then he opened his eyes suddenly, and the magic circle disappeared. He interrupted the spell casting by himself so that Li Ang passed out of breath, and his brain was short of oxygen for a while, but fortunately Sadako's eyesight and hands quickly supported him in time. Oh, my lord, you are too reckless, how can you interrupt the magic so rudely, it might kill you. Sokka didn't even expect Li Ang to make such a sudden move, with a look of fear and annoyance on his face, which is also his fault, he didn't tell Li Ang the common sense when casting magic. Li Ang didn't expect that interrupting the spell casting would have such a big consequence, and he also looked terrified. What he used just now was the gold-level magic Great Earth Devil Method Golden Core that was rewarded first in the Devil Sovereign list. Originally, what he thought was that since this magic could detect the metal in the ground and then cause the metal to explode, then it would be fine for him to just search but not trigger, but this reckless act made him stumble. Li Ang felt a stabbing pain in his head, and his complexion was as pale as paper. He was supported by Sadako to sit down, and at the same time, he used hypnosis magic to help relieve it. After a while, Li Ang gradually calmed down. He pointed to a direction and said, "Follow the entrance in this direction and go straight ahead. Take the middle one of the 3 forks, and there is a metal vein." Sokka nodded to indicate that he had written it down, looked at Li Ang with concern, and asked, "How are you doing, my lord, is there any sign of the magic power getting out of control?" Li Ang felt it, and shook his head slightly, "This time I was reckless." After a while, Li Ang began to summon the undead. First, he was a skeleton soldier with a fixed 10 mana. With 4,000 mana, he could summon 400 at a time. It took less than an hour. This ice cave a full 5,000 people were added out of thin air. Then Li Ang mobilized the summoning connection with Sokka, the skeleton mage, and used the newly acquired magic undead magic racial induction, and the 4,000 magic power was enough to complete a summoning. A skeleton mage of a 4th level monster appeared in the magic circle. "Wu Qi sees the lord." The skeleton mage named Wu Qi saluted respectfully. Li Ang waved his hand, and meditation recovered its magic power. The black iron level meditation called Papalagan Sutra is indeed more than the initiation level meditation, but it is still unremarkable in Li Ang. However, from the gold level treasure chest, it can also be seen that the black iron level meditation method is opened. This thing should be very precious. After recovering his magic power, Li Ang summoned again. This time he summoned the weaving soul spider. He thought that it could be kept in captivity if there were too many of them. Now Liang has undead magic racial induction. Like summoning Yuki, such a specific summon consumes a lot of mana, and it is emptied every time. Liang summoned 19 of them, and stopped after meeting the original soul weaving spider. It was really uncomfortable to run out of mana all the time. And at this moment, Cook, who went to check the vein Liang said, also brought back with his people, and brought back 3 obviously different metal ores. Cold iron, the unique magical metal in the depths of the snow-capped mountains. It has a strong conduction ability for the magic power of ice, water, and fog. It is an excellent material for making magic equipment. It requires forging level mastery level or above. The higher the quality of the material, the higher the level of forging required. Ice pattern steel, the associated metal ore of cold iron ore, the product of the long-term coexistence of cold iron and magic crystals in a low-temperature environment, is an excellent material for forging magic equipment. Higher materials require a higher level of forging. Frozen stone, the product of the long-term coexistence of magic crystals and biological fossils in an extremely low-temperature environment. It is an excellent material for forging magic equipment. It has a strong ability to channel magic power, and is especially suitable as a base material for magic patterns. Requires forging technique level is above mastery level. Higher quality materials require higher level of forging technique. The ice cave is not too close to the city that Liang is currently building. It is just between his first city and the planned second city. Liang directly uses this place as his own stronghold and arranges a part of it here. The power of 24th level monster soul weaving spiders, 4th level monster skeleton mage Uki, and 5,000 minor skeleton soldiers. The Zishan ice mine was also named by Liang, and Wu Qi was the first person in charge of the mine. After arranging the work here, Liang led Cook and a group of people out of the ice cave. He did not forget that he would establish a stronghold in the northern plain this time and start building a second city. The reason why he started construction on the second city before the first city was completed was not only because his own strength had improved and he could call in large quantities of labor force, but also because he bought it from Minas Mall. There are already too many things such as wood and stone, and they must be used quickly. However, when Liang and others quickly left the ice cave and walked through the valley between 2 snow-capped mountains to the plain in the north, what they saw made Liang gasp involuntarily. On the former plain, apart from the forest of green snow trees in the distance, and the ribbon-like snowfield glaciers, there are magical beasts everywhere. Cook was also shocked, and hurriedly explained, "My lord, when we came here to hunt yesterday, it wasn't like this here." Liang didn't doubt the authenticity of the other party's words, but looked at everything in front of him in a daze. Looking around, there were thousands of monsters moving around here, and none of them were easy to provoke. In the glacial water, on the snow, and in the sky, monsters are everywhere. A 3rd level monster, the 100 poison ice crab. The 4th level monster, Hong Kong Ying. The 4th level monster, Kai tiger. Carnivores and herbivores can be seen everywhere here, which can already be described as flooding, which should not exist in a natural form, so there is only one possibility, this is the newly arrived magical beasts. My lord, we must dispose of these magical beasts, or at least divide them and disperse them. Otherwise, once more advanced monsters appear, it is easy to form a wave of magical beasts. Cook solemnly suggested. Liang nodded and looked at his position, which was on a snowy slope, but such a big target had already attracted the attention of many monsters. Liang looked at the power around him again. The 4 4th level monsters, Cook, Sokka, Morris, and Fallen Beast, as well as the 3rd level monsters of Ghost Howling Cavalry and Wraith Maids, totaled there are more than 100 people, definitely not weak. Riding on the cold spell horse, Liang thought for a while, turned to Cook, and asked, "Can it be solved?" Cook immediately nodded resolutely, and said, "There hasn't been a horde of intelligent beasts yet, and I'm confident that I'll be able to deal with them with the Ghost Howling Cavalry." Hearing the other party's reply, Liang no longer hesitated, and immediately ordered to attack. In order to help the opponent eliminate as many monsters as possible, Liang even directly asked the Pleiades maids to join the battle. Cook, who was ordered by Liang, led 50 Ghost Howling Cavalry of 3rd level monsters, driving the skeleton warhorse under his crotch, and rushed down the snow slope in an instant, while the Pleiades maid team also flew up under the leadership of Sadeko, floating above the head of the Ghost Howling Cavalry. The Pleiades maid group is good at hypnotic magic and other spiritual magic, but it has played a very good auxiliary role. Before the howling cavalry got close to the target monster, the maids used hypnotic magic. Although some 4th level monsters were stronger than the members of the maids, facing the hypnotic magic of 3 or 4 wraiths all of a sudden, it was not easy for a while. The mind lost for a moment. In just this moment, the ghost howling iron cavalry seemed like a pack of wolves pounced into the sheep pen. The sharp spears were burning with pitch-black flames, instantly piercing through the opponent's stagnant body. Away! The shrill howls of beasts startled the surrounding monsters, some of them ran wildly to escape, but more of them rushed directly towards this side. Even Li Ang was taken care of by the magical beasts. However, there were 2 skeleton mages of 4th level monsters beside Li Ang, and a fallen beast meat shield berserker of a 4th level monster. The 3 4th level monsters that rushed up did not even approach Li Ang's side for 100 meters. He was already on the way to charge. Li Ang has not been idle either. At this moment, he also began to mobilize his magic power to cast undead magic and undead summoning. It is still a mass-produced skeleton soldier with a fixed 10-point magic power. Although these things have low combat effectiveness, even 1st level monsters not really, but the advantage lies in being cheap and obedient. The second city is going to be built here, and they are indispensable. The snow field is wide, and the white snow has been removed, and there is a huge group of magical beasts. Tens of thousands of magical beasts roared and rushed towards Li Ang, more than half of them were occupied by 1st level and 2nd level monsters, and the thick snow was stirred up by these ferocious snow-covered magical beasts. Bursts of snow. If such a horrific scene were placed on other people in the Minus region, even Xiao Honghua and Dragon King, who were second only to Li Ang in the rankings, could only pray that they could escape this catastrophe. However, Li Ang keenly noticed that the group of magical beasts is not harmonious. The food chain of nature has not disappeared because of the existence of Li Ang and others. In the chaotic group of magical beasts, carnivorous magical beasts will still eat grass. Sexual magical beasts launched a fierce attack. They do not have a strong magical beast's leadership and control, which will also be an important reason for their demise. Minus East Sea, since the last adversity made most of the 9 snake pirates choose to leave, after the reflection of Xia Honghua and the discussion of all the cotters, they decided to abandon the original development plan and take the elite route instead. After changing the development strategy, the 9 snake pirates quickly regained their strength, repaired the damaged wooden boat, and began to move steadily in the offshore location. As the number of operations increased, they became more and more skilled in this aspect. With their huge a total of 47 members of the 9 snake pirates were caught, and 11 of them were actually on the Devil Sovereign list. They have developed very steadily. Even if the experience value given by a sea fish is only a few tenths, it is a terrifying number to harvest tens of thousands at a time. And with the activities of other people on the coast, they also searched for a lot of special treasure chests one after another, and all members of the 9 snake pirates obtained the initiation level meditation method. The light in everyone's eyes became brighter as the 9 snakes grew stronger and stronger. On this day, Xia Honghua was discussing with Sheng Guan and others to set up a store for their 9 snake pirates in the trading field. They who have resources naturally need to trade in exchange for other resources. However, they encountered problems in the exclusive store. Everyone thinks of making their own store's exclusive currency like Li Ang. After all, in the regional channel, the financial people in the previous world have already explained it very clearly. The goods in Li Ang's shopping mall itself do not have much profit, but he uses the limited processed goods as capital to give the originally worthless currency value. People buy things in Li Ang's store, and it creates 2 secondary wealth. One is the price difference when exchanging currency, this is Li Ang's final decision, and the other is the value of the goods he purchased, of which Li Ang must also have a huge profit. The 9 snake pirates have a large ocean as their capital. As long as they have their own exclusive currency, they can also exploit consumers twice. But they experimented with shells, they tried special stones, they even tried the scales of some first-level sea monsters in the catch. Either the quantity is too small to be used as currency, or the output of this kind of thing has been seen elsewhere in the regional channel. None are suitable as currency. Leader, no, the teeth of this sea fish cannot be used as currency. Although this sea fish is a first-level monster, it is too common. A young man named Ding Hong Sheng sighed. This person's nickname is Crane Ding Hong, ranked 47th on the Devil Sovereign list, a level 4 magician, and he is considered to be the most powerful cotter in the 9 snake pirates. Xiao Honghua sat on a rock, holding her chin helplessly, with a dejected look on her face. This doesn't work, that doesn't work either. Do we want to use Li Ang's currency? Then we don't have to be exploited by him. Xiao Honghua sighed quietly, with a look of unwillingness. That guy is now in the weapon workshop, and the takeaway is very impressive. Now more and more people have really begun to choose to use his currency as a transaction currency. If no suitable currency is found, the cake will be all Li Ang's. It's the guys. Shang Guanlaner, who was usually in charge of secretarial work for Xiao Honghua in the pirate group, suddenly seemed to see something incredible, and gasped, and the gentle and pleasant woman burst into foul language. Damn it! What is that Li Ang guy doing? The level has taken off. When Xiao Honghua heard Shang Guanlaner mentioning Li Ang's name, she was annoyed for a while. Although she is now in alliance with the other party, it does not prevent her from hating this name now. What are you talking about him at this time? Isn't that guy's level always so perverted? Xiao Honghua covered her head and rolled her cute eyes. Xiao Lu, one of the cotters who said "I'll hit you daddy," also had a shocked expression on his face. He tugged on the little red flower in a murmur, and swallowed his saliva in disbelief. Big sister, you should see for yourself, Devil Sovereign List, that guy Li Ang isn't human. Xia Honghua was confused, and opened the own Devil Sovereign List interface, and she, who has always cared about her self-cultivation, couldn't help but swear. Damn! Devil Sovereign List minus. First place, Li Ang, level 14 magician. Second place, Little Red Flower Ovo, a level 7 magician. Third place, Dragon King, a level 6 magician. Fourth place, Eternal Swordsmanship, level 6 magician. Fifth place, Augustus, a level 5 magician. Sixth place, Shoyawu, level 5 magician. However, before Xia Honghua could express her thoughts, the information on the Devil Sovereign List changed again, and the rank of Li Ang, who was originally number 1, was raised again. First place, Li Ang, level 15 magician. The entire 9 snake pirates were silent, or in other words, all the people in the minus area who were not fighting at the moment stopped what they were doing and looked at Li Ang's grade. Originally, it was still level 10 this morning, but it was suddenly raised to 11 at noon, and now it's like being on a stimulant, directly jumping to 10 fifth level. This is completely Yuki Jueshin, and his level has surpassed the second place Xia Honghua by more than double. Minus Southwest Grassland, Camp Iron Will, the camp that was destroyed by a magical beast's attack has been rebuilt, and the original pure wooden wall has been reinforced with a metal protective layer. These are the reasons they sold animal meat to Li Ang exchanged for animal skins. At this moment, the Will of Steel has become more and more like a strong soldier. Especially their leader Dragon King and deputy leader Jianxing Gui, one is ranked 3rd in the Devil Sovereign List, and the other is ranked 4th in the Devil Sovereign List. In addition to these two people, Iron Will also has 6 or 7 other characters on the Devil Sovereign List. But at the moment when they were eating, the camp was full of songs and laughter, but suddenly there was no sound. A person discovered the sudden change in the Devil Sovereign List, and then the cheerful atmosphere seemed to be poured with cold water. Dragon King and Jianxing Gui didn't say a word, and their faces were not good looking. They originally thought that their site is located in the vast grassland, and the surrounding area of the camp is also lush with water and grass, and now that Jianxing Gui has suddenly risen to become a top figure in the Devil Sovereign List, he will definitely surpass the 9 snake pirates in the future and become the first Minoan faction. They think that Li Ang is a person and not a faction. But Li Ang's terrifying upgrade speed now scared everyone. Suddenly, in the camp, a big man wearing leather armor and a hulking back yelled in horror, and everyone looked at it. That kid, he's upgraded again. Everyone hurriedly opened the own interface, and sure enough, Li Ang, the first place, had just risen to level 15 under their watchful eyes, and now he is already 16 in the blink of an eye. Is this a human? Even Dragon King couldn't help muttering to himself at this moment. He glanced at the Alliance chat group where he and Li Ang belonged. Both he and Xiao Honghua sent inquiries, but Li Ang yes there is no response. In the regional chat channel, the discussion about Li Ang was rampant, as if everyone didn't do anything today, just to see how far Li Ang could do it. My god, now that someone tells me that the list will go down, I believe it. Could it be that he ran into some high-level monster that hurt both sides and took advantage of it? The one above is right, but picking up corpses shouldn't be a matter of raising many levels in one go. There is obviously a process for being number 1 on the list. Is the big guy on the list here? Look at me. If you give me a position, I'll join you. Oh, I'm just outside the snowy area. If you want to find Liang, you need to go through 3 snowy mountains full of monsters. I saw someone go in desperately yesterday, and then I saw him from a distance. Popsicle. The entire minus is discussing Liang, the number 1 devil sovereign list, and as Liang's level continues to increase, it will intensify. Level 17, Level 18, Level 20, Level 21. Until the afternoon and near dusk, Liang's level barely stopped at level 30. In the regional chat channel, Liang's golden profile picture appeared. Liang, are you talking about me? Dragon King. Eternal Swordsmanship. Little Red Flower Ovo. In the regional channel, everyone stared at Liang's golden head in a daze, but no one thought of what to say at this moment. The world fell silent. Devil Sovereign List minus. First place, Liang, a level 30 magician. Second place, Little Red Flower Ovo, a level 7 magician. Third place, Dragon King, a level 6 magician. Fourth place, Eternal Swordsmanship, level 6 magician. Fifth place, Augustus, a level 5 magician. Sixth place, Shoayawu, level 5 magician. Liang's abnormality makes people in the whole world feel ashamed even if they are his green leaves. The gap is really too big, and the horror is that they don't know how to catch up. At this moment, some small groups in the minus area couldn't help but feel sympathy for the top few on the Devil Sovereign list like Xia Honghua and Dragon King. No matter how hard they try, Liang's existence seems to be a warning: you will always be slag. With a smirk on the corner of Liang's mouth, he was sitting on the corpse of a third-level monster, the Quake Elephant, watching the interface that exited the regional channel. Looking at Shui Yuan, who had changed greatly at this moment, he let out a long breath. Looking around, the original snow-covered snowfield has been completely reduced to the underworld. The pure white snowflakes were completely soaked in the blood of the magical beasts and turned dark red. A gust of cold wind blew by, and the strong smell of blood not only did not attract any magical beasts, and even the magical beasts who smelled the smell around them immediately fled away. At this moment, on the other side of the plain, a group of surviving magical beasts whimpered and were imprisoned in a temporary fence. Most of them are herbivorous magical beasts. Even though most of them can jump out of the fence at will, there are only dozens of skeleton soldiers watching outside, but none of them dare to move. 7 or 8,000 skeleton soldiers are busy processing the corpses of magical beasts one after another, and Liang's anatomy experience is gradually increasing. On the other side, close to the snowfield, along the river, a city across the river from the snowy forest has started construction, and there are tens of thousands of people working here alone. Now, Liang has reached a terrifying number of 60,000 just this kind of ordinary skeleton soldiers who are not graded, and this terrifying force is completely controlled by him alone, and even Liang does not feel the meaning of the limit. If Liang wanted to, he could even summon the number 60,000, 60,000. For Liang, who has reached level 30 at this moment, it is really not too much trouble. Name, Liang. Level, 30. Magic power, 80,000/80,000. Experience, you can continue to obtain it after condensing the heart of magic power. Magic, Undead Summoning Papalagan Sutram Magic Beginning Language 17231/100000 Golden Magic Engraving Undead Magic Extreme Transformation Undead Magic Racial Induction Undead Magic Nether Fire Great Earth Devil Law Great Riot Ice Magic Ice Vortex Blade Blood Magic Blood Heart Jade Great Earth Devil Method Earth of Vitality. In the future, I won't write anything that doesn't involve the main plot, and that is not above the silver level. Otherwise, I will be able to give you hundreds of words in one panel in the future. I still care about word of mouth. Skills, Anatomy Mastery 57571/100000, Sewing Mastery 667/100000, Forging Mastery 2170/100000, Cooking Proficient 1161/10,000, Cultivation Apprentice 121/1000. With 80,000 magic points, a skeleton soldier only needs 10 points. If Liang wanted to, he could summon 8,000 points at once. It can be said that Liang is the source of the undead tide at this moment, and he is a natural disaster. In the future, the magical beasts in Snowland will not have any possibility of survival except that they are not raised by Liang. Teacher Sokka, what is the heart of magic power? Liang frowned when he saw the information about his experience value list, and he called Sokka over. Looking at the information about the magic materials on magical beasts, he, who was terrified in the world of the undead, intuitively felt that he was getting rich. When he heard Li Ang's question, Sokka immediately replied without thinking, the concept of the heart of magic power can be understood as the magic core of a magician. Without a heart of magic power, there is no way to increase the magic reserve of a magician. As for the method of condensing the hearts of magic power, the city lord needs to start choosing the road of magic for your future development. The strength of the magician's late stage is directly linked to the quantity and quality of the hearts of magic power, and the magician's first magic power, the heart, which can also be called the original heart, is the most important for the future influence. With Sokka, the skeleton mage, Li Ang really avoided a lot of detours. Sokka explained to Li Ang what he knew in detail, and Li Ang listened carefully. Choose the magic that you will mainly practice in the future, and then collect some magic materials of related attributes, draw a magic circle, and if it goes well, you will be able to condense the heart of magic power. Li Ang frowned and asked in surprise, is it still possible to fail? What will be the consequences of failure? Li Ang's question seems to have touched some of Sokka's sadness. He was a little depressed, and said, failure will not be life-threatening, but next time when it is condensed, the magic materials needed will need to be multiplied tenfold. And it will take a month to continue to condense. Li Ang instantly understood the reason for the other party's sadness. It is estimated that Sokka failed to condense the heart of magic power. After understanding this period of time, the output of magic materials in the undead world is far inferior to that in Macho continent. It's such a sad story. Sokka continued to count the magic materials. It is estimated that only this kind of thing can heal the pain in his heart. Li Ang looked at the work here, and then looked at the sky. He was afraid that there would be too much to deal with today, so he didn't plan to wait any longer. He has already used the connection with the summoned objects to rush out a batch of carts from the workshop to come here. With so many things, he will no longer think about getting stuck in the trading field like before. The things are too scary, and it is no longer something to be envied. This is a self-defeating card. Li Ang returned to the city ahead of time with the Pleiades maid team, leaving Sokka and Cook to deal with the follow-up matters there. Before it got dark, Li Ang returned to his own camp. Now that the ordinary meals in his previous life are put into the present, even if he is not a person on the Devil Sovereign list, he is still a genius. Even though he has huge resources, Li Ang doesn't have many dishes. He really can't figure out that his first city has completed the construction of the southern city wall, and the remaining 3 city walls and roads in the city have been directly destroyed. Li Ang got on the horse all at once. In the wooden house, I tasted the meals made by Sadeko himself, such as fish-flavored shredded pork with white rice. What a manhan banquet! At this moment, Li Ang couldn't help thinking whether he could start preparing for contact with the outside of the snowy region. Since Li Ang increased his manpower, he estimated that in less than half a month, the 2 cities would be built one after another, and by then he would have already built the ships to go to sea. At that time, he could go out to sea from the sea outlet in the east of the snowfield, and walk south along the coastline to get out of the snow area. In other words, he will be able to recruit relevant talents at that time. There are still many elites from previous lives in the regional channel, but now they are in a miserable situation, and Li Ang is especially lacking in technology talents. Construction, shipbuilding, planting, etc. need more professional talents. The blueprints in the special treasure chests can indeed solve many things, but they are too rigid. After eating, Li Ang didn't feel sleepy at all. Looking at the busy camp, he opened the own chat group. Li Ang, I was busy before, what can I do? Both Dragon King and Xia Honghua responded immediately. Dragon King, Brother Li, if you don't make a name for yourself, you can become a blockbuster, level 30, you are not human. Little Red Flower Ovo, it's really self-torture to chase after you. Li Ang chuckled, but thinking that he suddenly encountered so many magical beasts descending today, a solemn look flashed in his eyes, and as an ally, he took the initiative to remind him. Li Ang, let me remind you of one thing, which should have a great impact on you. Now magical beasts are still coming, and the number is terrifying. Today, I experienced a wave of magical beasts with a scale of tens of thousands. 3rd level monsters, there are many 4th level monsters, you are close to the ocean and grassland, be careful. Looking at the message from Li Ang in the chat group, both Xia Honghua and Dragon King couldn't help being taken aback. They did not doubt the authenticity of Li Ang's words, because now the 3 parties have no conflict of interest at all, and Li Ang has no reason to lie to them about this matter. And Li Ang said that he has experienced the magical beast's beast tide, and correspondingly, his level exploded so much in a day, which makes sense. Among the two, Dragon King, who was on the grassland, had the most ugly complexion. Little Hunghua and the others could go ashore, far away from some oceans. They were on the grassland, and they already had a certain foundation. But after the large-scale magical beasts group, not to mention Li Ang said there are still a lot of third-level and fourth-level monsters in it, even if they are all first-level monsters, they are not something they can resist now. Dragon King, Brother Li, if this is the case, we are afraid that we will be in big trouble. Li Ang, don't worry, if you have nothing to do now, go out as much as possible during this time, clean up as many magical beasts around you as possible, control the scale, as long as there is no magical beasts tied, everything will be fine. Easy to say. In the tent, Dragon King sighed, it was the only way to go. In the chat channel, Li Ang finally talked about the own thing. Li Ang, do you have any magic blueprints on hand? Anything is fine. Sell me some. I have accumulated a lot of equipment and weapons recently. At night, Xiao Hunghua, who was sitting in a shabby wooden house, had just finished eating and put down the snowball takeaway meal in her hand. When she saw the news of Li Ang in the chat channel, her eyes lit up. They should have a lot of magic blueprints. Although they spend most of their time at sea, there are no treasure chests on the sea, but there are mountains and forests not far from the coast. On weekdays, some elite cotters will also form a team to explore. A lot of treasure chests have been opened, and a lot of magic blueprints have been accumulated, but it is useless for them to use it now. Slicing sea fish can improve the level of slicing, but without a forging furnace, they can't do anything upgrade forging. Each of these magic item blueprints requires the life skill mastery or even a master to be able to make them. Seeing that Li Ang needs this thing now, the meaning couldn't be more obvious. Little Red Flower Ovo, I'm really curious, how did you improve so fast by yourself? Could it be that your talent magic is a clone type? And it's diamond level? Li Ang was startled, this little red flower was smart enough, unexpectedly she had already guessed almost the same. Li Ang, hey, I won't tell you. Little Red Flower didn't expect him to be able to say that it's useless to keep these magic blueprints in her own hands. On the contrary, even if Li Ang couldn't get these things from them, she could still buy them in the regional channel. Effort. Little Red Flower Ovo, we do have a lot of things, and we can sell them to you, see private chat. Soon Li Ang saw that Xia Honghua had sent him a message. Xia Honghua Ovo, drawing brave shoulder armor, drawing gale gauntlet, drawing brave shoes. Li Ang saw that these were actually two suits, the black iron level brave suit, and the bronze level gale suit. They are all blueprints of warrior equipment on the magic side, which is undoubtedly what Li Ang needs right now. Li Ang, things are good, what do you want? Since it was a private chat, Xiao Hunghua definitely didn't want to equip weapons or something like that. There is a meaningful smile in Xia Honghua's beautiful eyes, she naturally knows that this is a good thing, these things are almost worthless in her hands temporarily, but if they are placed in Li Ang's hands, the actual value absolutely no less than a gold rank, or even a pure gold rank magic book. Xia Honghua Ovo, we plan to open an own store recently, but there is no suitable currency. With just this one sentence, Li Ang understood what the other party meant. He probably wanted to use his coin as a transaction settlement currency, but he didn't want to be exploited by him for nothing. Li Ang thought for a while, and said, I can give you a currency exchange price list for allies. In the future, you can use this price when you exchange materials for currency. However, Xiao Hunghua was not satisfied, and said, I want your currency production method. Impossible, it's getting late, wash up and go to bed after eating. Li Ang rolled his eyes and refused without hesitation. Leaving aside the golden magic engraving magic that has already been used by him, he cannot make magic books and scrolls before he has learned magic patterns and magic languages. Never allow yourself to lose control of the Minoan economy. Xia Honghua Ovo, it's really rude, she's a lady anyway. Li Ang, want a way to make currency? Yes, some benefits come late at night. In the wooden house by the sea, Xiao Hunghua blushed pretty. Li Ang's directness was beyond her expectation. The late night benefits were all adults, so I didn't know what it was. Little Red Flower Ovo, send me the price list, and I will trade with you if it suits you. Li Ang rolled her eyes, this woman wants to take advantage, but also doesn't want to pay. The transaction with Xia Honghua went very smoothly. Seeing that Li Ang was determined to die, the other party had no choice but to choose and obtain a relatively cheaper currency exchange rate. When Dragon King saw Xia Honghua chatting with Li Ang privately, it was obvious that he thought of getting together with Xia Honghua, but Dragon King had an additional transaction besides the blueprint exchange preferential currency policy. Magical beasts materials are exchanged for the share of magic equipment produced by Li Ang next. He promised to sell these temporarily unused magic cores and magical beasts fur materials to Li Ang at a low price, but asked Li Ang to give priority to selling 30% of the finished products to Iron Will when they produced qualified magic equipment. Li Ang chose to agree without hesitation. What's the matter? Could they still know how much magic equipment Li Ang produced? Even if it is sold to them, the price is not set by Li Ang himself. Dragon King also understands that they are completely passive in this transaction, but he has no other choice but to give Li Ang a favor by pushing the boat along the way. Li Ang obtained dozens of design drawings of magic equipment with almost no direct contribution. Among them, in terms of value, it is Xia Honghua's Brave Suit and Wind Suit. Both suits are armor sets, breastplate, pants, leggings, gauntlets, helmet. Among them, the Brave Suit is only ordinary equipment forged with magic metal and other materials, and it is only black iron level. However, the bronze level Gale set is a real magic equipment, with the magic pattern augmentation with the wind magic core as the core. Dragon King has solved the problem of weapon blueprints. Blueprint Gale Sword. After using it, you can get the forging method and material list of the bronze level magic weapon Gale Sword. Gale Sword. Inject magic power to launch a small wind blade, 1 hour cooling time. Blueprint Bee Stinger. After using it and obtaining the bronze level magic weapon, the forging method and material list of the Poisonous Bee Stinger. Poisonous Bee Stinger. A dagger-type weapon. After hitting the target, there is a certain chance that the latter will enter a poison state. It has a miraculous effect when combined with special poisons. Blueprint Green Steel Spear. After using it, you can get the forging method and material list of the black iron level magic weapon, the Green Steel Spear. Qing Gang Spear. Added the magic material King Gluo Steel to the spear, its strength and durability have been greatly improved. These are all things that Li Ang currently has the materials to forge. For this reason, Li Ang spent several days in repeated summons, until his manpower directly broke through 150,000 before finally stopping. In the blink of an eye, it has been almost a month since Li Ang came to this world. This morning, Li Ang just finished his morning homework and received a formal report from Sokka. The first another world city named Snow Wolf City by him, the infrastructure such as the city wall and the roads in the city have been completed, and now the formal planning of the construction of the functional departments in the city has begun. Magic power surged from Li Ang's body, and a pair of cyan wind wings with a wingspan of 3 to 4 meters appeared behind him. Li Ang jumped straight into the sky, and there were large snowflakes in the sky, but it was not in a hurry, that is, the snowflakes are relatively large. Looking down from an altitude of nearly 200 meters, in the middle of the two snow-capped mountains at this moment, a square and well-arranged city has been roughly constructed. The city covers an area of more than 30 square kilometers, but now only those near the south have buildings. An area of the city wall. The area occupied by the city is even less than 1%. At this moment, with the construction of the 7 or 8 meter high city wall, the planning and construction of the north city has also begun. The south city will be used as a planned workshop area in the future, and the north city will be an agricultural and residential area. Now that there is a city, Li Ang also decided to arrange a residence for these intelligent undead under his command, and he himself is gradually dissatisfied with the current wooden house. Li Ang stands in mid-air, and now he has a firm foothold in the Macho continent, and has a foundation of his own. After looking at it for a while, because I have a wind magic wind shield on my body as a protection, I don't feel any cold. The construction of Linhe City is almost complete, and 2 wooden boats have been completed. Next, we can follow the river to the mouth of the sea to see the situation. Li Ang took a deep breath and fell to the ground. My lord, the construction of the 7 agricultural greenhouses has been completed, and we can start planting crops. As soon as Li Ang landed, Sadako floated over, holding a small notebook in her hand, and said seriously. Li Ang nodded slightly. This matter is very well arranged. At this moment, the seedlings of the first planted Nawamai have already sprouted from the soil. Such a fast speed is naturally due to Li Ang's diligent use of water magic spiritual rain every day. Water. But now that the other greenhouses are ready, he doesn't have enough another world crop seeds to plant. It is imperative to get out of the snowy region. Li Ang murmured in his heart. Call me cook. Li Ang said, and soon Cook was called over by Sadeko from the Ghost Howling Cavalry camp in Baikan. Now Li Ang's Ghost Howling Cavalry has expanded to 1,000, and the 1,000 Ghost Howling Cavalry are all third-level monsters at least, which is definitely a terrifying force in this era. Cook arrived soon, and Li Ang immediately expressed his own thoughts. Right now, the power of magicians in other areas of Minus is still too lacking. Some important magic materials and potions need to be searched and collected by us. I decided to set off in 3 days, take a boat from Linhe City to the seaport, and go south to communicate with the outside world. Direct contact. Naturally, these undead tribes would not disobey Li Ang's order, and Cook immediately began to prepare. In fact, there is no need to prepare much. After all, their army is too special. They don't need anything like luggage at all. They just need to let Sadeko bring what Li Ang needs, and they can go straight away. Another reason why Li Ang chose to start after 3 days is that 3 days later, Epic Song Chapter 1 will almost meet the end conditions, and at the same time, his weaponry workshop can also upgrade forging to master. Just in time to arrange the forging of magic equipment. 3 days passed in a flash, and unlike the rest of Minoth, the number of magical beasts continued to proliferate. Li Ang's 3 days were very dull and fulfilling, completely spent in 3 days of vigorous exercise and study. On this day, Li Ang received Sokka's teachings in the wooden house as before, learning the knowledge of undead characters and magic principles, and a voice sounded from the sky, penetrating the entire world. Song of the Epic Chapter 1, completed. Congratulations to you magicians! Although a large number of magicians have been eliminated, this is the destined path of magicians. Either fight to the top or fall into the abyss. Surviving magicians, prepare for the next test. Epic Song Chapter 2 open. Epic Song Chapter 2, there are at least 1,000 magic towers in the area. Reward, the magician who owns the magic tower will get a gold level magic book 1, and a silver level magic wand 1. Epic Song Chapter 2 has been opened. Special monsters have come. Killing special monsters will give you a treasure chest of civilization. Opening the treasure chest of civilization will give you precious items including the production map of the magic tower. Note, the minimum level of special monsters is 4th level monsters. The sound continued, and the remaining 80 million magicians in the entire Minus area had not had time to be happy that they had obtained the meditation method, and the news of the lowest 4th level special monster that would come next instantly flooded everyone. Body chills. What kind of terrifying strength is the 4th level? At least most of the magicians are less than level 5 now. Some magic is not suitable for fighting, or people with weaker fighting ability. Encountering 2nd level monsters in the wild is cool, and now a 4th level monster descended. And it is the lowest 4th level monster. This bitch is still letting people live, is it so ruthless? No, I have to find a way to hide, and it will be over sooner or later. I'm afraid you're not Sheila Z, hide? Where to hide? Even if there are no magical beasts now, maybe this special magical beasts came to that kind of place. I've started to approach the big teams, hoping to get shelter. Looking at the test in the 2nd chapter, it seems that it is specially prepared for the elites of the Devil Sovereign list. This is to encourage the above people to form a team. Snowy Land, in Snow Wolf City. Li Ang frowned, he didn't expect such a thing to happen to him when he was ready to go. There are new magical beasts coming, and they are still the lowest 4th level monsters. What is this magic tower? Li Ang frowned and asked Sokka, who seemed to have heard something incredible. Grabbing Li Ang's hand, Sokka's voice trembled with excitement. My lord, you must find a way to get the magic tower. The more the better, the more the better. I didn't expect. Sokka seemed a little crazy, trembling all over. Li Ang frowned deeper, a little dissatisfied with Sokka's surprise. Seemingly seeing Li Ang's dissatisfaction, Sadeko who was at the side explained it aloud. My lord, this magic tower is equivalent to a magician's paradise. Although it is a tower, it is not necessarily a tower itself. It can be said to be a kind of residence. The magic tower is connected with the will of the world, and every world allows it to exist. Quantities are limited. And the magicians in the magic tower, whether they are practicing, researching and inventing new magic, or researching potions, have a very high increase. It is said that the magic tower also has the miraculous effect of changing the internal time flow. In the world of the undead, only big figures above 6th level monsters are eligible to touch existences like magic towers. After Sadeko's narration, Li Ang finally realized the importance of this magic tower. No wonder Sokka said excitedly that the more such things he got, the better. This is entirely a strategic resource, which must be controlled as much as possible. Sokka went crazy for a while, but finally came back to his senses, and said in a serious voice, "Master City Master, we low-level people don't know the deep secrets of the Macho continent, but all the undead, even 8th level, the big shots at the 9th level are also trying to find a way to come here. Looking at the map, Minus is not too big, but there are 1,000 places for magic towers. If you really want to realize the dream in your heart, you must master as many magic towers as possible during the preceding entry stage. Resource. This trip plan, we must go out." Li Ang also understood the importance of magic towers at this moment, and mastering more magic towers became Li Ang's top priority now. And judging from the information on Song of Epic, this so-called special magical beasts is equivalent to the boss monsters in previous online games, said to be above 4th level monsters, but even 4th level monsters must be higher than monsters. Ordinary 4th level monsters are much stronger. The snowy land occupies about 1/20 of the Minus region. If it is said that all the 1,000 special magical beasts came down on land, there could be about 50 of them in the snowy land alone. After Li Ang finished speaking, the undead subordinates in the wooden house could not help shaking their bodies excitedly. Li Ang himself clenched his fists slightly, and suddenly raised his head, "General Cook, from now on, we will increase the patrols in the surrounding snowy areas, and explore as far away as possible." Cook immediately took the order, "Don't worry, my lord, the ghost howling cavalry will definitely clean up the surrounding snow mountains and forests." Li Ang shook his head and said, "You are mainly in charge of the flat snow field and the surrounding snow mountains, and the forest is in charge of Gu Shiliu." Bone 16, who served as the commander of the city guards of Snow Wolf City, took the order. Compared with Cook's ghost cavalry, the skeleton warriors led by Bone 16 were obviously more suitable for exploring the forest. The key is that it is cheap and can be spread out unscrupulously. Snow Wolf City sent troops out one after another. Li Ang only kept 30,000 of the 150,000 army for the operation of the workshop, and sent out the rest. About half a day after Song of Epic Chapter 2 opened, at noon, rays of light in the sky of the entire world fell from the sky, like meteors in the sky. Even in the daytime, it is clearly seen by people around. Li Ang, who was in the snowy area, also immediately noticed the strangeness in the sky. In his line of sight, he could only see 5 beams of light descending from the sky, 3 near and 2 far away. A beam of light disappeared in each of the 2 snow mountains on the east and west sides of Snow Wolf City, and a beam of light also disappeared in the direction of the snowfield. I don't know if the remaining 2 beams of light are God's will. Looking at the high sky through the wings of the wind, it is almost on the way of Li Ang to the mouth of the sea, at least 70 or 80 kilometers away. Li Ang didn't expect such a big commotion from the arrival of the special magical beasts this time, but it just saved him the trouble of looking for it on his own initiative. Not long after they left, Gu Shiliu and the others also hurried back. In the current situation, it is obvious that the monsters in the snow mountains on both sides must be dealt with first. Back to before liberation. My lord, just to be on the safe side, it's safer for you to summon some more power. Sokka looked at Li Ang and suggested. After all, when it comes to treasures like the magic tower, they don't dare to entrust them too much. Li Ang is also planning. It just so happens that his mana will reach 80,000 after reaching level 30. He has never tried a stud summon. Li Ang took a deep breath, looking forward to what powerful character he could summon this time. The magic circle of undead summoning unfolded, and Li Ang still put all his 80,000 magic power into it without hesitation. This time, the magic fluctuations became more and more intense with the increase in the amount of magic power invested. Even the grey magic circle expanded tens of times terrifyingly, directly covering a large area on the south side of the city. A scarlet light appeared from the magic circle, and Li Ang seemed to smell the smell of blood, but when Sokka and the others behind Li Ang felt the breath, their complexions changed drastically, and they bowed their heads like quails, as if seeing something terrifying. The light dissipated, and a slender figure appeared in front of everyone, and a flash of surprise flashed in Li Ang's eyes. She wore a gorgeous wine-red tutu with a white top hat, and her angelic face was so delicate that no one could pick out any flaws. When the man saw Li Ang, his expression was flat, but his tone was very respectful. Blood Clan Furta, Lilith Furta, I greet you, respectful will. Bowing slightly, the etiquette is elegant, and the voice is clear and can show the high self-cultivation of the other party. At first glance, People can see that this is a highly educated noble lady. Li Ang's expression was a little stiff. Although the woman in front of him looked very friendly and respectful, but that noble temperament gave him an invisible sense of oppression from a superior, and he couldn't even be neither humble nor overbearing. Okay, hello. A villain in Li Ang's heart had already knelt down on the ground, so humble. 6th level monsters, high level blood, nobles in the undead world, can use blood magic, undead magic, enhancement magic, great earth devil method, wind magic. Because of its long lifespan, 870 at the age of 10, she also has good magic pattern skills. 6th level monster, 870 years old. Li Ang secretly swallowed her saliva, and carefully glanced at Lilith's milky white skin that could be broken by bullets. Very good, this is magic. Miss Lilith, wait a moment. Li Ang tried his best to look more refined, and his voice became more formal, making him feel as if he was reciting poetry in class. Lilith saluted again, her blonde hair swaying, but she said, "My lord, you can call me Lilith." Li Ang smiled, took a deep breath, and kept himself calm, but his mind was full of Lilith's pair of deep red gemstone eyes that seemed to see through everything, full of autumn water. The magic circle unfolded again, and when Lilith saw Li Ang casting the magic, a gleam of reverence flashed in Lilith's eyes. However, feeling the aura emerging from the magic circle, Lilith's bare hands were clenched quietly from an angle that Li Ang did not see. The bright red figure appeared. Li Ang swallowed again. What day is it today? Beauty delivery day? The light from the magic circle dissipated, and a tall, charming woman who was about a head taller than Lilith appeared in the magic circle. Her broad chest and those slender legs that were exposed made the air seem to be filled with some kind of ambiguous taste. This is a witch. Li Ang just had this idea, only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then he felt that he was wrapped in something soft, and he couldn't see everything outside at all. This woman doesn't talk about martial arts, but she attacks from left to right. Wow, are you the adult chosen by the will of the world? I wonder if Norika has the honor to know your name. Li Ang felt as if he was a sailor on the sea at this moment, and he met a singing siren. My name is Dxin, no, my name is Li Ang. Damn it, he even said what was in his heart. Li Ang's whole body was so stiff that he didn't dare to move. Fortunately, everyone obviously didn't know what Dxin meant. Nonika, although you blood elves are notoriously rude, I advise you not to be presumptuous in front of adults. A cold voice came from one direction. The terrifying fluctuation of magic power even caused the icy air to rise, the snowflakes in the sky were scattered, and the ground seemed to be trembling slightly. Lilith's long golden hair fluttered slowly, and she looked at Nonika with cold eyes. Oh, who am I? Isn't this little Lilith? I'm sorry, I didn't see you for the first time, but I can't blame you. After all, you are really too young, aren't you? Nonika's voice became more charming, and she even slightly tightened the arms around Li Ang with a playful expression. Li Ang felt that On's head was overwhelmed, and that On's will was about to fall. Let me die, just let me die like this time travel is worth it. Li Ang made a happy voice in his heart. But he finally realized that it was obvious that this Norika and Lilith knew each other, and they didn't seem to have a good relationship. Terrifying fluctuations of magic power also erupted from Nonika's body at this moment, and in an instant, there was an explosive force between the two of them invisible, as if something had collided, and the intense airflow instantly swept away the surrounding area. Sokka and the others, who didn't dare to take a breath, were blown away. Fortunately, both of them knew that Li Ang was the dominant person present. After a while, Li Ang was let go by Nonika. Leaving the soft and gentle land made Li Ang feel lost, and a look of loss flashed in his eyes, but at this moment, he happened to meet with Nonika, and the latter blinked her eyes charmingly, obviously discovering Li Ang's bad idea. Immediately, Li Ang blushed and turned his head away, but the message of Nonika also appeared in Li Ang's eyes. 6th level monsters, high elf blood elves, can use blood magic, life magic, hypnosis magic, wind magic, fire magic. Because of its long lifespan, she still has good potions skill. The two are still the same age. Seeing the two facing each other, Li Ang wanted to smile, but tried to hold it back, as if he would be very happy in the future. Ahem, we're going to have a big fight next, Mr. Sokka, please tell Lilith and Nonika what happened here, I still need to call some more people. Li Ang said. Meditation recovered its magic power, and then started to summon new members again. Here, Sokka and Lilith are talking about the magic tower. When they heard that the magic tower in the Macho continent was born, they all put aside the fight, they only saw each other. The most important thing now is to win the magic tower. Although they are the jewels in the hands of the big forces at the undead level, the magic towers do not have their share, but now Sokka says that a place as big as Minas has a share of 1,000 magic towers. The two of them felt that their magical powers were getting a little excited and out of control. Li Ang's side has already completed another summoning, and a shadowy old man with a stooped figure appeared in the magic circle. Master Sage! Sokka exclaimed. In the magic circle, the old man's eyes immediately fell on Li Ang, and he took a deep breath. Paul Naranki, see the great will, may death bless you. The smile on the corner of Li Ang's mouth was a little stiff. Death bless me? Is this a curse? 6th level monsters, skeleton mage, can use undead magic, soul magic, curse magic, bone magic, poison magic, wind magic, fire magic. High level magic, bone magic, ash bone disaster. Because of its long lifespan, at the age of 1337, he also has good knowledge of magic lines, potions, and the structure of magical beasts. Li Ang's eyeballs are about to pop out. If Lilith and Nanaka in front are powerful combat units, this Paul Naranki is absolutely capable of both civil and military skills, master. In particular, the other party possessed a self-created red-gold level magic, which is simply a gold-lettered signboard. He originally had an immature idea of creating his own magic, but now he sent the teacher. Li Ang stepped forward and grabbed the opponent's hand, with an excited expression on his face. I have the help of the master, like a fish in water, like a tiger with wings. Judging from the situation in a certain novel in the previous life, what he said should be fine, but for some reason, he always felt that Paul Naranki looked at him with a trace of weirdness, as if he was frightened by him. Although this Paul Naranki was said to be a skeleton clan, he didn't look like a skeleton clan. Although he didn't have the breath of a living person on his body, judging from his physical appearance, he was undoubtedly a normal old human being. In addition, why did Sokka call Paul Naranki Master Sage before? Sokka introduced longingly at the side. It turns out that the skeleton clan itself is one of the largest races in the undead world, and its own growth is extremely limited. All those who can grow into 6th level monsters are real monsters in the clan. These people are called sages. The biggest sign of a sage is that, as a skeleton family, his body has undergone tremendous changes due to research on undead magic and other reasons, and Paul Naranki has a full flesh and blood body. With the sage Polunarank here, you can ask the sage if you have any questions about your cultivation in the future. My knowledge reserve is even less than 1% of the sage. Sokka respectfully highly respected, and Paul Naranki will naturally not refuse. Lilith and Nanaka looked at Paul Naranki with respect, but the achievements and influence of the 6th level skeleton clan were much higher than those of the two of them. Own worked hard, but the help from the forces behind it accounted for the majority. But Paul Naranki is a grown-up 6th level monster. If the three of them fight to the death, even if two women team up, they may not be able to deal with Paul Naranki. After some familiarization, Li Ang didn't delay any longer, and set off directly towards the snow-capped mountains in the west. Because he didn't know the situation of the snow mountain, and in order to prevent other monsters from interfering with the action, even though he added 3 6th level monsters to the general, Li Ang let the ghost howling cavalry keep up this time. This time, Li Ang did not ride the frost-cursed horse, but flew up in the sky with blue wind wings behind him. Ever since he was able to fly, Li Ang didn't want to walk or ride a horse anymore. Others followed suit one after another, and the ghost howling cavalry followed at full speed across the mountains and ridges below. There was a dense light on the forehooves of these skeleton horses, as if riding clouds and fog on the ground. Everyone's speed is not slow, but after all, they don't know where the target is. They only know that it is in the snow mountain to the west, but the snow mountain is very big. When everyone was about to climb over this huge snow mountain, Paul Naranki and others in the team finally sensed something and flew directly in one direction. Soon, in a deep valley to the west of the snow mountain, everyone found their target. Ice Sacrifice Dragon, the product of 6th level monsters, sub-dragons, frost giant dragons and sub-dragon ancient crystal dragons. It has extremely strong resistance to magic, and its physical strength can ignore the attacks of monsters below 5th level. It can be used certain dragon language magic ice magic. Hiss, dragon. Li Ang and others stood on a platform on the cliff of the valley, 300 or 400 meters below, with crystal blue sharp blade scales on the back. About 6 or 7 the 10-meter terrifying western dragon crawled on the ground and fell asleep. The sound of breathing echoed in the valley, no less than the sound of the cold wind outside. Li Ang focused on the ice sacrifice dragon in front of him, but the eyes of Paul Naranki and the others immediately locked on the treasure chest behind the ice sacrifice dragon, which was pressed by the tail of the opponent's dragon, shining with platinum light. It seems that the opportunity for the magic tower is there. Paul Naranki's sinister voice was full of burning desire. A light flashed in his hand, and a cyan metal rod appeared, which turned out to be the opponent's magic weapon. Staff, although Li Ang really couldn't tell it was a staff. Master Paul Naranki, why don't we set some traps or something? Li Ang's voice became smaller and smaller, because Paul Naranki and Lilith were facing each other. Looked at him strangely. My lord, it seems that there is still a lot to learn. Although the sub-dragon has a dragon character on it, it is nothing compared to a real pure-blooded dragon. If it is a 6th level frost dragon, if so, in order to prevent the other party from escaping, it is indeed necessary to make some preparations, but if it is a dragon... Nanaka patted Li Ang's shoulder, and said earnestly, saying that at the end, there was an undisguised contempt on her face. My lord, stay here carefully. You will come down after we have dealt with this beast. A light flashed in Lilith's hand, and a small white lace umbrella appeared, and then she jumped directly from the platform. Down. Before Li Ang could say anything, Nanaka and Paul Narant beside him had disappeared instantly. In the 3 terrifying fluctuations of magic power, Zhenxiang's ice sacrifice dragon, who was sleeping soundly below, suddenly woke up, with a pair of dragon pupils full of ferocious rage. The size of only one eye was almost the size of Li Ang's entire body. Roar! The ferocious roar of the dragon spread across the surrounding snow mountains in an instant, and the snow on some snow mountains shook, slid, gathered, and formed an avalanche. Even on the cliff above Li Ang's head, a large amount of snow fell, and the wind on the cliff increased so much that Li Ang had no choice but to set up a magic shield to resist, but his eyes were fixed on the battle below. The 3 of Paul Naranki were all aiming at the treasure chest. Facing the ice festival dragon in front of them, they used all their strength almost immediately to make a quick victory. Lilith, who was the first to jump down, descended gracefully from the sky like a fairy, holding a small umbrella in her hand. Her body was still in mid-air. The cold voice spread throughout the valley, and a scarlet magic circle with beautiful flower patterns appeared out of nowhere on the top of the umbrella. It directly enveloped the entire ice festival dragon. Blood Magic Earl's Garden Ceremony. Out of thin air, completely condensed by scarlet magic power, thick bucket vines appeared almost as if they were real, twining and restraining the ice sacrifice dragon in an instant, and 7 or 8 blood-colored flowers with a radius of more than 10 meters bloomed. Boom, boom, boom. The huge explosion sounded like thunder in the valley. The huge sound made Li Ang's ears ringing. The ice festival dragon did not expect to face such a terrifying situation all of a sudden. Attack! Stimulated by the intense pain as if the body was being torn apart, it raised its head and let out a roar, another wave of sound, but Li Ang keenly noticed an ice blue magic circle appearing at the bloody mouth of the ice sacrifice dragon. It aimed exactly at Lilith, who just landed. However, Lilith's movements were faster. The small white umbrella was closed, and the tip of the umbrella was aimed directly at the head of the ice festival dragon, and another scarlet magic circle appeared. Blood Magic Rebel Spear. Boom! A blood-red 3 to 4 meter thick light beam shot out from the magic circle, and instantly hit the head of the ice festival dragon. In the fierce wind, Lilith held a small umbrella horizontally, as if holding a handle. The female god of war of the laser cannon is average. In particular, the chaotic airflow in the valley blows her golden hair and the skirt of the tutu skirt, which is elegant and sassy. Like a long spear, the red light beam instantly smashed the ice sacrifice dragon top onto the stone wall behind the opponent, and the huge boulder instantly shattered, and ice, snow and stones fell down. The ice sacrifice dragon let out a wail that shook the valley again, and there was blood in the dragon's mouth. But at this moment Paul Naranki and Nanaka had already arrived. Nanaka stretched out her hands deeply, and there was no shadow of any weapon, but 2 magic circles, one green and one red, appeared on the left and right in an instant. The size is not smaller than the size of Lilith. Magic of Wind, Cumulus Storm, Magic of Fire, Rage of Fire Spirit. Composite Magic, Fire King's Fury. A cyan air ball was thrown from the magic circle, and landed on the body of the ice sacrifice dragon, who had just struggled out of the stone pile. In an instant, a cyan tornado storm wrapped in a sharp wind blade hit the ice sacrifice dragon. Before the latter could utter a cry of pain, a terrifying fireball with a humanized grin slammed into the tornado storm. The scorching flames filled the entire valley instantly, and the ice and snow melted and evaporated in an instant. Roar! This time the sound of the dragon's horn of pain was obviously louder, and it was obvious that the fire attack of this level had already caused the ice sacrifice dragon to feel great pain. However, a larger magic circle with a grinning face suddenly appeared above the head, and it was Paul Naranki who made the move. Soul Magic Paradise Lost Breakdown. The moment the crimson-purple magic circle lit up, a majestic purple energy suddenly surged from the ice sacrifice dragon. Looking at this purple energy, Li Ang on the mountain wall didn't know why his body could feel the valley. Despite the scorching heat of the flame storm, his heart was icy cold. A phantom in the shape of a dragon struggled and twisted on the body of the ice sacrifice dragon, and as the phantom continued to struggle, the howl of pain from the ice sacrifice dragon became more intense. Paul Naranki didn't give up. As the metal stick in his hand touched the ground, another purple magic circle appeared on the top of the ice sacrifice dragon, and purple tentacles as thick as octopus tentacles stretched out from the magic circle. 3 or 4 stabs at the ice sacrifice dragon. Undead magic evil pressure. Blood splattered everywhere, and even the dragon armor with strong anti-magic properties couldn't resist the sharpness of these tentacles. After the tentacles pierced the body of the ice sacrifice dragon, the latter began to struggle violently, and the wound gradually expanded. Seeing that the opponent was injured, Lilith planned to use the magic of blood directly to attack the opponent's wound and finish the opponent at once, but Paul Naranki saw her thoughts and reached out to stop her. Although it is a sub-dragon, it is already the best magic material in Macho continent at this stage. The magic tower still needs it. Try to preserve the opponent's body as much as possible. Lilith just gave up, and soon under Li Ang's gaze, the ice sacrificial dragon struggled less and less, and finally lost its breath of life. Seeing this, Li Ang took a leap, spread the wings of the wind and landed below. It's one thing to look at it from above, but another to look at it from below. Huge, terrifying, fierce. The ice blue dragon scales were the size of Li Ang's palm. Even though the ice dragon sacred dragon had died at this moment, it was still 7 or 8 meters high like a small building when it fell on the ground. My lord, hurry up and open the treasure chest to see if there is really a chance of a magic tower. Li Ang stroked the body of the ice sacrifice dragon, which was as cold as ice, in amazement, but Paul Naranki was very impressed with the ice sacrifice dragon corpse. The dragon wasn't very interested, and kept staring at the treasure chest that was still emitting platinum light. Except for the magicians of the Traversers, no creature in this world can open the treasure chest, so they can only wait for Li Ang to open it. Li Ang nodded and hurried to the treasure chest. Civilization Treasure Chest, a high-level treasure chest representing magic civilization. After opening, you will definitely get the core of the magic tower, and there is a chance to get high-level magic items. Open. Following Li Ang's order, platinum gold rays of light shot out, but before Li Ang could see what was coming out of it, a loud voice shocked the world. The magician Li Ang successfully defeated the 6th level monster Ice Festival Dragon and opened the first civilization treasure box, hereby rewarding the regional first kill reward box 1. Still 3 times in a row, Li Ang sighed helplessly. He suddenly regretted that he announced his own name at the beginning, and now he is really tired of fame and fortune. The world is naturally fried again, and discussions about this news are raging on the regional channels. I'm not Xiaolu, do you want to be so perverted? How long will it take? We don't even know what special monsters look like, so you just kill them. I'll hit you daddy, not to mention anything else. I'm curious if you can kill 6th level monsters by yourself at level 30? Can you kill gods at level 100? Kendo Eternal, don't dream, how can you say that you are also a cotter of 9 snakes, and you don't have any clues? Whether you can beat even 4th level monsters at level 30 is debatable. 6th level wait for death. Discussions continued, and almost everyone was a special devil sovereign list profile picture. As for other ordinary magicians in the regional channel, they didn't have a place to talk at all. Li Ang's side disappeared with the light. Congratulations on obtaining the special magic item Magic Tower Core. Congratulations on obtaining the gold level magic book Undead Magic Bone Dragon Poison Breath. Congratulations on obtaining Blueprint Ring of Empty. Congratulations on getting Drawing Beast Pill. Magic Tower Core, incorporating part of the will of the Macho world, supplemented with certain magic materials, the magic tower can be built according to the relevant construction requirements. Sure enough, the most important thing in the civilization treasure chest is about the magic tower. A luminous pearl wrapped in a petal-shaped golden shell appeared in front of Li Ang. Li Ang could not feel the slightest fluctuation of magic power from it, but at this moment, this thing was emitting a dense light, floating in front of Li Ang. A voice appeared in his head, and then Li Ang's map interface opened uncontrollably. Congratulations on getting the Magic Tower Core, please immediately choose the Magic Tower construction plan point to bind with Magic Tower Core. This voice made Li Ang slightly taken aback. He didn't expect this thing to be bound immediately, but fortunately, he already had a plan and directly chose the direction of his Snow Wolf City on the map. Monitoring the landmark target Snow Wolf City, Magic Tower Core successfully bound. Then a voice that carried through the world sounded again. Congratulations to the magician Li Ang for establishing the first Matcha World City Snow Wolf City, and the only reward is the first level title Snowland Lord. Dragon King, fuck. Showa you take, nanny. Alexander isn't that big, monkey shit. Everyone was shocked. Jiancheng? Or is it in the terrifying death area in the snowy area? But everyone looked at the only marked position in the minus area on their map, and they all opened their mouths. There was only one thought in everyone's mind, this grandson is dead. On the map of the minus region, Snow Wolf City is located in a depression between two snow-capped mountains. At this moment, it completely blocks the passage of the southern mountains and the northern snowfield. Snow Wolf City, the only city in minus snow region, the owner of the city is Li Ang. Development industries, forging industry, planting industry, catering industry, food processing industry, animal husbandry, textile industry. Military power, no permission to display. Everyone was shocked, but Li Ang secretly wiped off his cold sweat. Good guy, he was just a good guy. If he hadn't taken the initiative to shut down the military display in the city just now, all the so-called world rules would have been exposed to him. But even so, the regional channel at the moment was flooded with one sentence. Little Red Flower Ovo, we are here to practice magic with all our might, but you secretly set up infrastructure. Dragon King, we are cultivating magic here with all our might, but you secretly built infrastructure. Showa Utake, we are here to practice magic with all our might, but you secretly started infrastructure. Alexander is not very old, we are here to practice magic desperately, but you secretly started the infrastructure. Everyone was shocked by Li Ang. Li Ang sold a lot of finished meals and weapons every day in the trading field and said that he was alone in the snowy area. They put their own brains under their feet and believed it. But now, the city has been built, and so many industries have been involved, how can they believe that Li Ang is a person? Li Ang didn't have time to pay attention to the huge movement in the regional channel. At this moment, as the magic tower core was bound to him, it turned into a beam of light and shot into Li Ang's body, making Li Ang's hands itch. A light blue tattoo in the shape of the magic tower core appeared. The three Liliths around looked at Li Ang enviously. Seeing the burning gazes of several people, Li Ang was in a good mood and laughed, "Don't worry, there are many more. I will arrange one for each of you when the time comes." Before Li Ang finished speaking, his head was embraced by a huge force. "Ah! You are so kind, Lord City Lord, Nanika likes you so much." It's okay for Nanika to hug Li Ang tightly, and she still hugged Li Ang up and down. Li Ang's brain was congested and he ascended to heaven. After a while, under Lilith's scolding, Nanika reluctantly let go of Li Ang, and Lilith stepped forward to support Li Ang who was a little unsteady. "Really, Nanika, can't you pay attention to the etiquette?" Lilith pouted, and Nanika rubbed her nose. It was rare that she didn't refute. She was too excited just now. Li Lizi wanted to say something, but Li Ang grabbed Li Lizi's shoulders with both hands, with a nosebleed on his face. "Lilith, don't blame Nanika anymore. I can understand it. It's not a big deal for a beautiful lady to act out of line because of being too excited. Besides, why not do it again?" Lilith. Lilith blushed and walked aside. The image of Li Ang in her heart must have been subverted at this moment. And when Li Ang said this sentence, he already regretted it. Damn it, he actually said what was in his heart. There was a trace of weirdness on Paul Naranki's gloomy face, and he walked aside with a low smile. "My lord, hurry up, we are going to the next place. With such a big battle fluctuation, I don't know if these monsters will flee." Li Ang was able to put away the things with a smile. The other things that were opened in the civilization treasure box were very good, and they all had a good effect on improving the current Li Ang. Drawing Ring of the Void, after using it, you can get the forging method and material list of the silver level magic equipment Ring of the Void. Requires forging master or above. The so-called Ring of Empty is the interspatial ring that Li Ang has been thinking about for a long time. Schematic Beast Pill, after use, you can get the production method and material list of the magic dish Beast Pill. Beast Pill, magical beasts special food. Long-term consumption can reduce magical beasts' vigilance and resistance to breeders, and it has a miraculous effect on magical beasts' recognition of their master. As for the corpse of the ice sacrifice dragon, anyway, the rules of the damned world have been announced to him directly, and Li Ang has also directly stuffed it into -mall. Complete ice sacrifice dragon corpse, selling price. Inventory, 1. Li Ang is not at all worried that someone will be able to buy the body of the ice sacrifice dragon from him. At this price, the total amount of coins issued by Li Ang is not so much. But this also made everyone see the appearance of the Ice Festival Dragon from the introduction information in the mall. The terrifying body shape of tens of meters is telling everyone that the dragon in this guy's name is not a nonsense. On the vast grassland, outside the Iron Wool camp at this moment, the new recruits are being reviewed and tested intensively, but the leader Dragon King and the deputy leader Jianxing Gui in the big tent have stiff expressions on their faces. Such a big guy. I'll be finished if I step down. Dragon King was dumbfounded, and his voice was a little out of tune. Jianxing Gui, who has always been calm and resolute, moved his mouth a few times at this moment, and complained, "If you step down, you will turn 10 liters into meat." That guy Li Ang, is there a gold finger from a previous life novel? On Li Ang's side, he had quickly packed up his things, spread out his wings of wind and soared into the sky, headed towards the snow mountain east of Snow Wolf City. Halfway up the snow mountain, the ghost howling cavalry found the target, and not one, but as a group. Frost Demon Ape, 4th level monster, social magical beasts, good at using ice magic sword shield enhancement magic, has a good melee combat ability. I don't know if it existed before, or it came along with these frost apes. At this moment, the environment of the frost ape life is an ice forest completely composed of ice crystals. At a glance, apart from the Frost Demon Ape King who is a 5th level monster, there are 51 remaining Frost Demon Apes. Seeing this situation, coupled with the strong bodyguards around him now, Li Ang also felt itchy and joined the battle. Undead Magic Bone Dragon Poison Breath. With the gold level magic that he just obtained, Li Ang flew in midair, his body surging with magic power. In the sky, a huge magic circle appeared, and then accompanied by the sound of broken glass, a hideous bone dragon head emerged from the sky. A broken space hole in the sky appears. A burst of green energy spewed out from the bone dragon's bloody mouth, and the poisonous mist instantly enveloped the snow field. A second ago, he was holding a huge door-panelized shield with a size of 3 to 4 meters, and waved at the frost demon apes rushing towards Li Ang with the ice crystal stick on the other side felt as if they were struck by lightning one by one. Both the speed and the fluctuation of the magic power on his body fluctuated violently. Although Li Ang couldn't see how much damage he had caused to the opponent, it had already obviously limited the opponent's great combat power. At this moment, Cook led the Ghost Howling Cavalry to fight around the Frost Demon Ape unscrupulously with fast mobility. On the other side, after all, only the 5th level Frost Demon Ape King was quickly defeated, and was defeated by Nanaka on the spot with a vicious wind magic attack. Soon another voice spread throughout the Minus region. Magician Li Ang successfully defeated the 5th level monster Frost Demon Ape King to open the treasure chest of civilization. Although there is no treasure chest reward, Li Ang's name once again squeezed everyone's heart like an invisible hand. Li Ang watched the Ghost Howling Cavalry finish off the last Frost Demon Ape, and with a flash of light, he opened the Platinum Treasure Chest of Civilization. What appeared this time was not the previous Magic Tower core, but something that seemed to be related to the Magic Tower, but it had no resemblance to the Magic Tower core. Wind Demon Heart, the existence of a part of the will of the Macha world, supplemented by certain magic materials, can be built according to the relevant construction requirements Magic Tower. The heart of the Wind Demon is white in color, in the shape of a water drop, surrounded by blue air currents, but it also has a kind of simple and gorgeous. Lilith's plain hand holding the small umbrella tightened slightly, her red lips parted slightly, but her ruby-like eyes kept staring at the Wind Demon Heart in Li Ang's hand. This is the core of a special magic tower. Li Ang was puzzled, but at this moment Paul Naranki said with admiration, "That's right, it's the core of the special magic tower. My lord, the interior of the magic tower has a miraculous effect on the practice of magic. The core of the general magic tower has been modified, and the addition of manufacturing materials with different attributes can increase the growth of a specific type of magician. For example, adding enough wind magic materials, this magic tower will have a 30% to 40% increase in cultivation for magicians who practice wind magic. The core of the special magic tower is an alternative existence in the magic tower. The magic tower built with the core of this kind of magic tower is born with a certain type of increase. The increase of the element can even be doubled. This is the core of the wind element magic tower. Li Ang was stunned. He remembered that Lilith practiced wind magic, but Norika seemed to be able to do it too, and the latter also had a look of desire at the moment. Both Norika and Lilith didn't speak, they just looked at the wind demon heart in Li Ang's hand silently, like two kittens waiting to be fed. Their big watery eyes just looked at Li Ang, let the latter feel overwhelmed. But after all, it is own subordinate, Li Ang must be bound immediately now. Li Ang thought for a while, and handed the wind demon heart in front of Lilith. Since you both want it, but Lilith came first after all, let's give it to Lilith first. 1,000 magic tower cores, and there are definitely wind attribute magic tower cores, Li Ang was still talking, but the corners of her lips felt warm. Before Li Ang could feel it, Lilith ran away like a frightened fawn. As for the wind demon heart in Li Ang's hand, it has disappeared. Hey, the city lord is really happy, this is Lilith's first kiss. Although Nanika was a little disappointed, she was not dissatisfied, watching her leave with a red face, bound wind Lilith from demon heart, with a teasing look on her face. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lilith shot a scarlet magic beam, which was avoided by Nanika as expected. Li Ang couldn't help but take another look at Lilith's back. Although her body was not as hot as Nunika's, some places were by no means as small as Nunika said. Li Ang couldn't help being distracted again, but fortunately he wasn't completely dominated by his lower body, and soon returned to normal. Lilith, as another world person, cannot be like Li Ang. Under the permission of the world's rules, Lilith can instantly bind the core of the magic tower in the blink of an eye, and it will take some time to process. And Li Ang just took advantage of this time to start counting his own harvest. First of all, the frost ape corpses in the shopping mall are not counted for the time being. Li Ang is mainly thinking about the things in the civilization treasure box just now. This time there are only 2 pieces, one is Wind Demon Heart, and the other is a magic book. Gold level magic book. Contract magic sacred words. Contract magic holy words, consume magic power and swear to the god of magic to reach a certain agreement. Those who betray will be sanctioned by the god of magic, and will not be able to touch magic power and use magic for life. This is the first time Li Ang heard about the existence of contract magic, and Li Ang also saw the classification of this magic through the interface of magic book. Law magic, word magic and so on. In Li Ang's vision, if these magics have been cultivated to the highest level, will there be a kind of magic, for example, will diamond level magic be able to follow the words? Li Ang quickly recovered from Paul Naranki's coughing, and the latter said, didn't the city lord get some kind of reward from the world rules before? Li Ang just remembered that when he bound the magic tower core just now, he got a top reward. And it seemed that Li Ang's mind triggered something, and an ordinary black iron treasure chest appeared in front of him. This appearance immediately made Li Ang less expectant about the top reward. With a thought, the treasure chest opened in a burst of light. Congratulations on obtaining the unknown dragon egg. The treasure chest disappeared, and what appeared in front of the two was an egg about half a person's height with a blue orchid-shaped pattern, a dragon egg. Li Ang's expression froze, Paul Naranki gasped, and Nanika covered her small mouth. Everyone looked at the dragon egg in front of them stupidly, as if their brains were down for a while. After a long while, Paul Naranki sighed and broke the silence. As expected of a new world bred by magic, the existence of dragon eggs can be obtained so easily. However, perhaps only Li Ang, who knows the situation of other magicians, will understand that it is not easy to get this dragon egg. This means that Li Ang has these helpers from the undead world. If he kills magical beasts and upgrades step by step like other magicians, let alone whether Li Ang can live long enough to touch magic towers, even if he can, then at that time, Li Ang would be at least 40 or 50 levels. As for how long it would take to reach level 40 or 50, Li Ang thought it would take a few years. My lord, let's reach a contract with this dragon egg as soon as possible, and just pour in the magic power continuously. Now I don't know the situation in the world of Machu. I really can't tell what kind of dragon descendant it is, but it's not bad. Where are you going? Paul Naranki sighed. He suddenly understood why Li Ang was chosen by the undead world. The other party's luck is really nothing to say. Under Paul Naranki's guidance, Li Ang began to slowly inject the magic power into the dragon egg at a certain speed under Paul Naranki's guidance. This is a long-term process. Now you pass the magic power in, let the young dragons who are hatching get familiar with your magic power, and then the dragon egg will accept you, which is a preliminary agreement. Paul Naranki explained to Li Ang that dragons naturally exist in the undead world. According to Paul Naranki, there is basically no difference in this process. Sure enough, when Lilith finished binding Wind Demon Heart on the other side, the dragon egg in front of Li Ang shone with light, and then it turned into a stream of light and entered Li Ang's body in the blink of an eye. Li Ang blinked his eyes and swallowed his saliva. Does this count as a marsupial dragon? Lilith's binding Wind Demon Heart is not like Li Ang's. You still need to choose a construction site, and the binding is completed directly. This is probably the special feature of another world people. Coming down from the eastern snow-capped mountains, Li Ang found that the number of magical beasts on the eastern snow-capped mountains was significantly denser than that on the west one just now, and Li Ang also found a group of magical beasts that looked like elk, which made Li Ang raised his mind. In the snowy area, apart from the need to build roads in the city, other places are still suitable for sledding. Just when Li Ang thought this way, the sky began to snow again. It's snowing again. Li Ang muttered, first come down from the snow mountain, go back to Snow Wolf City to unload the corpses of the frost demon ape, and let the skeleton soldiers dissect it. As for the ice sacrifice dragon, Li Ang still has the tools to dissect it for the time being. No, keep it in the mall. Although it was snowing, it was not a big deal for Li Ang today, and he didn't have any intention of taking a rest. He wasn't tired, and the others didn't feel a little bit, so everyone rushed towards the snowfield. With the undead clan of Linhe City as eyeliner, Li Ang still roughly knew where this special magical beasts descended, and it turned out to be in the snow forest on the other side of the river. The area covered by the snow tree forest is not small. At least Li Ang and others are flying in the air at the moment, and all they can see is the vast forest. The minimum height of these trees is 40 to 50 meters. It became taller and taller, and even at this moment Li Ang has seen quite a few 100-meter giant trees. The thickness of the trunk alone would take 3 or 4 adult men to hug. This forest is more than 200 square kilometers at least. Li Ang looked at the trees that couldn't see the edge in front of him and sighed in combination with the own map interface. My lord, it's better not to cut down these trees. If you want to use the snowy region as your foundation, this forest will become your largest source of potion and magical beasts materials in the future. Polu Naleng suggested solemnly, and Li Ang nodded naturally. Paul Naranki didn't need to tell him about this problem. Take the current Linhe city as an example, even if there is such a huge timber treasure house in front of it, unless the length and thickness of the timber purchased by the trading market is not enough, otherwise, it will definitely not be harvested. Found it. When Li Ang and Paul Naranki were discussing their future development plans, a wave of bats flew back and landed on Lilith's hand beside her. This is a unique magic of the Lilith blood race, which cannot be used by other races except the blood race. Bat transformation is a kind of change magic. A pair of bat wings behind Lilith flapped lightly, and she flew to the front of the team. After flying for more than half an hour, the forest below Li Ang and others was constantly being skipped, but the edge was still invisible. A huge tree with a length of 100 meters and its entire body made of ice blue ice crystals appeared in front of Li Ang's eyes. Frozen tree, 7th level monsters, special plant type monsters, can use ice magic, can use race talent magic ice magic freezing ray. Li Ang and others landed on the top of a big tree hundreds of meters away, and saw the target this time from a distance. Although the frozen tree is a tree, it is slowly twisting like a snake. The trees within 300 or 400 meters around have all fallen to the ground, and are frozen in it together with some magical beasts. 7th level monster, hiss! Li Ang gasped, his eyes horrified. However, Paul Naranki and the three looked at each other with slight surprise in their eyes. They were actually not surprised by the horror of the frozen tree, but by Li Ang's luck. Although the strength of this frozen tree has reached the terrifying 7th level monster, it has a huge disadvantage. Its position cannot be moved, so it becomes a target that will counterattack. For the three of them, it was really not difficult to solve. My lord, step back 1,000 meters and leave this place to us. Nanika had a relaxed smile on her lips. Li Ang wanted to say something, but Paul Naranki said indifferently, my lord may want to take the route of undead magic in the future. You will be optimistic about it in a while. To deal with this kind of stuff, the old man alone is enough. Li Ang never thought that Paul Naranki, who didn't seem to be very talkative, would have such a domineering side, that is, both Nanika and Lilith looked sideways. Li Ang obediently flew to a position 1,000 meters away, stood in mid-air, and used enhancement magic vision enhancement at the same time to clearly see the situation in the direction of the frozen tree. Because Paul Naranki intended to show Liang the charm of undead magic, Lilith and Nanika stepped aside at this moment. And the moment Paul Naranki exposed the wave of his own magic power, the trunk of the 100-meter-long frozen tree began to shake violently, and on the dense branches, the ice blue magic circle suddenly unfolded like a blooming flower. Under the watchful eyes of several people, Paul Naranki walked briskly, stood in front of the frozen tree, and stepped on the ice. A dozen branches of the frozen tree immediately pointed to Paul Naranki, and in the dozen or so magic circles, sharp ice thorns and pale cold currents surged across the sky. It was enough to cover Paul Naranki in an instant, but Paul Naranki touched the ice with a long stick in his hand, and let out a cold snort of disdain. Inferior beings that are not even considered magical beasts, even if they have power that they shouldn't have, they can't change the law of being an ant. As soon as the words were finished, under the staring eyes of Liang and others, 7 magic circles rose one after another directly above Paul Naranki's head. Undead Magic Cemetery Elegy, Undead Magic Real Body Appearance, Undead Magic Spear of the Bone Extractor, Undead Magic Deepened Evil, Undead Magic Bone Sclerosis, Undead Magic Tianguo, Undead Magic Evil Slave Lock. 7th Stage Composite Magic Bone Condemnation. As the 7 magic circles above Paul Naranki's head seemed to resonate in series, a beam of light that pierced the sky suddenly rose into the sky, and the terrifying wave of magic power suddenly fell to the surrounding ice fronts and shattered it. Even Paul Naranki at this moment, the solid ice 3 to 4 meters thick under Lung's feet also shattered. Under the horrified gaze of Liang and others, Paul Naranki's body began to enlarge like a balloon, and the flesh on his body gradually disappeared, exposing a pitch-black skeleton. 3 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, in the blink of an eye, Paul Naranki's body has expanded to more than 90 meters, almost equal to the freezing tree. And that's not all, as the magic circle above the head released a purple light, the metal stick that obviously didn't look like a mage's staff before also burst out with dazzling light. Then, just like Paul Naranki himself, it began to expand and change violently, and finally turned into a pitch-black spear with a length of 100 meters. The pale ice on the ground shattered, and at some point on the ground that had completely turned into pitch black, chains as thick as a man's arm burst out like a swamp, and quickly shot on the frozen tree, together with the chains one after another. The branches are tied up precisely and pulled vigorously. A whistling sound came from the frozen tree, and a pale object the size of a millstone on the crown of the tree that looked like a fruit began to burst out with great power, and it was pitch black in an instant. A thick layer of ice immediately covered the chains, and the clanging sound kept ringing. Even Paul Naranki's armor-like outer shell, which appeared just now, was instantly covered with a layer of ice, but it did not affect the latter's actions. He grasped the spear in his hand, swung it around fiercely, and then smashed it hard on the crown of the frozen tree. Boom! The earth trembled, and at this moment, the snow on the snow trees 4 to 5 kilometers around was shaken off one after another. The magical beasts who were hiding in the dark immediately ran out in shock, and ran away from here. Liang stood in the sky in the middle of the day, in the forest below my own eyes. Groups of birds flew out in panic. It was a powerful and heavy attack that made the trunk of the frozen tree almost bend, but it was firmly held by the chains protruding from the ground in all directions. Strange purple flames were burning on Paul Naranki's spear, and the frozen tree that was attacked was immediately stained with these flames, and the flames spread on the opponent's branches. Although there was still some gap in strength, the spread was relatively slow, but Paul Naranki undoubtedly had the upper hand. However, frozen tree is not without the power to resist. After all, the opponent is also a 7th level monster, and its pure magic power level is much higher than Paul Naranki. An ice blue magic circle appeared, surrounding the frozen tree, and the wind speed began to become restless. In the blink of an eye, a storm wall was wrapped with sharp ice crystals, covering the frozen tree. Lunarank took a step back. The flames in Paul Naranki's huge skull pupils were burning fiercely, and another magic circle enveloped the area. Undead Magic Eternal Sleeper Awakening. Immediately, the corpses of the frozen magical beasts in this area began to move strangely. Accompanied by the creaking, creepy sound, these magical beasts rushed towards the frozen tree ferociously. Undead Magic Corpse Explosion. Another magic circle appeared, and the corpses of magical beasts that had just surrounded the freezing tree exploded in an instant. Although the storm wall created by the frozen tree did not collapse immediately, there was a large hole, but Paul Naranki seized the opportunity, pierced the trunk of the frozen tree with a spear in his hand. Superior. Undead Magic Poison Song. A strange voice emerged from the spear, as if it was vibrating with a special melody, but this sound was like fingernails scratching glass, making Li Ang's heart in the distance all twitching. As the main target of this attack, the frozen tree began to tremble violently as if struck by lightning, and the ice crystal branches all over its body trembled, and a large number of ice crystals fell. From afar, Li Ang saw Polnarenki, like a fierce general, waving the spear in his hand and causing injuries to the frozen tree. As time went by, the breath of the frozen tree obviously began to constantly declining. Magician Li Ang successfully defeated the 7th level monster frozen tree to open the treasure chest of civilization. When this voice sounded, Li Ang had already arrived at the place where the battle was just now. The terrifying 7th level monster frozen tree had lost its breath of life. Bound by the chains, still standing there quietly. The civilization chest was found by Li Ang at the root of the frozen tree. This time, the contents of the civilization treasure chest protected by the frozen tree are obviously much richer. Ice Emperor Mountain Knife, Gold Level Magic Equipment. The transmission rate of ice magic power is increased by 100%, the magic power consumption of ice magic is reduced by 50%, any attack will carry freezing damage, the owner must be recognized. Bone-piercing heart, the existence of a part of the will of the macho world, supplemented by certain magic materials, can be built according to the relevant construction requirements. Magic Tower. Macho language 50,000/100000. Schematic Temple of Aurora Confusion, special item, gather enough materials to immediately generate a special building Temple of Aurora Confusion, which can be used as the main structure of the Magic Tower. Detailed explanation of the elemental principles of ice magic elements. It records the elemental arrangement principle of ice element magic and the conditions for channeling magic power. After learning, you can have a certain ability to create ice magic. Big Bang. Undoubtedly a blast. I didn't expect that there would be a core of a special magic tower again. What is the Lord City Master going to do with it? Polnarenki obviously released so many gold level and silver level magics, and the old man who had recovered his human body at this moment, but there is not the slightest sign of weakness. It was as if the battle just now was not done by him. Li Ang looked at the rhombus in his hand, which was constantly exuding ice blue mist bone-piercing heart, and almost without thinking, he immediately chose to bind himself, for no other reason. The reward title he obtained before was not only title Lord of the Snow Region, the only title that rewards magician Li Ang to build the first landmark city in the minus area. Effect: the speed of ice and snow magic cultivation is increased by 50%. Perhaps in addition to practicing undead magic, ice magic is indeed a good choice, and the two systems are cultivated together. Polnarenki and others naturally couldn't refute Li Ang's idea, but Lilith glanced at Polnarenki and suggested to Li Ang, "My lord, I suggest you think carefully. There is no limit to cultivation, even a series of undead magic is worth studying in a lifetime. If you still want to learn ice magic, you may be very busy in the future." Li Ang waved his hand. Now, as long as he gathers together the materials to build the Temple of Aurora Confusion, he can immediately have an ice-type magic tower. As for whether learning ice-type magic will distract energy, of course it will, but don't forget, he is not a native of this world. It doesn't matter, as long as I grasp the current advantage and occupy the absolute control of Minus, I will have plenty of time to study, and I will learn slowly. Lilith wanted to say something else, but Polnarenki shook his head without a trace. A meaningful smile flashed in his eyes. Is there enough time? It seems that it is necessary for this chosen will to understand the greatness of undead magic. Li Ang didn't know that an old man had already started to arrange homework for him 24 hours a day. At this moment, he chose to bind bone to bone heart without hesitation. As for the location, Li Ang chose Linhe City. Congratulations to the magician Li Ang for building a city called Linhe City in the first Macho world. A voice resounded through the world again. If the plants and trees in the entire Minus area have memory, they will definitely remember the name Li Ang. All the voices of this world rule are about Li Ang. People in the regional channel are already a little numb, and there is another city. When people open the map, it is indeed in the snowy area in the northeast of the Minus area, not far from Snow Wolf City, a distance to the south, a city built along the river. Appeared in front of everyone. Linhe City, Minus Snowy City, the owner of the city, Li Ang. Development industries, forging industry, planting industry, food processing industry, animal husbandry, shipbuilding industry, wood processing industry. Military power, no permission to display. Everyone didn't want to talk, but they were wailing in their hearts. They worked hard, but they were still beaten by Li Ang. Another city? Did you get the wrong script? Li Ang finished collecting the things here, and looked at the frozen tree 100 meters in front of him. This guy is one of the construction materials for the Aurora Confused Temple. He waved it, and the ladder disappeared directly. It was taken into Minus shopping center together with the Ice Festival Dragon, and hung on it at a price that absolutely no one can buy. However, when everyone was paying attention to the terrifying event of Li Ang's victory over the 7th level monster, other people on the Devil Sovereign list had keenly noticed Li Ang's attributes of Linhe City. One of the shipbuilding industries made everyone's heart skip a beat. Look at the map interface again, isn't the location of Li Ang Linhe City a river along the ocean to the east? Only then did everyone realize that when they looked at the vast snow-capped mountains before, they never thought that there was a way to get out of the snow-capped mountains by sea. In the southeast of Minus, the face of the little red flower along the coast is cloudy and uncertain, and the rest of the 9 snake pirates are also gloomy. The alliance between them is based on the fact that their territories are not connected. Going to sea, doesn't that mean that there is already a competitive relationship of interests between the 9 snake pirates and Li Ang? Leader, don't be too pessimistic, after all, even if he can go to sea, there is still a long distance from us in the snowy area. The little girl Shangguan Lanner looked at the demoralized crowd and comforted her in a low voice. Road. Xiao Honghua took a deep breath. Of course she understands these principles, but in the future, Li Ang's growth rate is too terrifying. Regardless of how the other party dealt with the 7th level monsters, the level 30 terror level alone made it impossible for the entire Minus to catch up. He can hide for a while, but he can't hide for a lifetime. With his strength, he wants to radiate to us, at most 3 months, or even shorter. The cotter Xiao Lu gritted his teeth. The growth of the 9 snake pirates does not count now slow, but compared with Li Ang, it's not even a turtle. Xia Honghua didn't speak, but opened the chat group with Li Ang. At this moment, Dragon King in the chat group has already asked this question. Dragon King, Brother Li, are you going to walk out of the snow mountain? Li Ang, well, in the last few days, I'm looking for something, and by the way, I'm looking for some talents. Li Ang didn't have any intention of hiding anything. Xiao Honghua's face turned pale. Even if she was proud, she didn't want to run into this freak Li Ang so early. Li Ang, but don't worry, my foundation is still in the snowy area. Maybe I will build a city on the edge of the forest outside the snowy area to directly contact the outside world, but even if it radiates outward, I will develop westward. We are still alliance. On the grassland, Dragon King glanced at the map. There is a hill to the west of the snowy area, and the desert to the west. Li Ang's words really didn't make people feel at ease at all. It was too much like a lie. What's there in the west? But the most worrying thing right now is of course not Dragon King. Their grassland and the snowy area where Li Ang is located are completely diagonal, far away. Little red flower ovo, it really can't make people feel at ease. Li Ang. In Linhe City, at this moment, skeleton soldiers are loading some things onto wooden boats. Li Ang is standing on the simple pier, but his eyes are staring at the chat group. He really doesn't have the idea of directly conquering now. At this stage, I still want to expand my influence in Minus from all aspects, and try my best to make everyone, even if they are not ruled by him, still inevitably become his subjects. Li Ang, there are still 80 million people in Minus, you don't have to worry about the transaction between us being affected. Xia Honghua Ovo, is this what we are worried about? When you come out at this level and fight us, isn't that going back to the novice village to beat the children? Ha ha ha. On the pier, Li Ang couldn't help laughing while watching Little Red Flower's speech, and Lilith looked over curiously. Does the city lord be so happy just by sailing? Li Ang waved his hand. It's okay, I just saw an interesting person say something interesting. Are you and Nanika going out with me? I'm a little flattered by the two beauties traveling with me. Lilith's pretty face was flushed, thinking of the kiss before. She bowed her head and said nothing. On the other hand, Nanika looked at Li Ang jokingly, stood with Lilith, and said, then, my lord, who is more beautiful, Lilith or me? Li Ang's smile froze. What is this, a cocoon? Fortunately, at this time, Gu Shiliu came to report that the things were packed and ready to go at any time. Li Ang immediately ran away and boarded the boat. Behind her was Nanika's silver bell-like smile. Li Ang had no choice but to deal with this kind of bold girl. He really couldn't control it. Li Ang was so embarrassed that Lilith couldn't help covering her small mouth. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Lilith and Nanika followed on board, while Polnarinki stayed in the snowy area. In addition to protecting Li Ang's foundation, he also took on the task of finding other special magical beasts in the snowy area. Although the civilization treasure chests of another world cannot be opened, they can be touched. He can collect these treasure chests and let Li Ang open them when he returns. There are 2 boats in total, each about 80 meters long, not too big. The blueprints of the wooden boats are designed to be of this size, and Li Ang doesn't know how to build boats, so he can only make do with it. I hope I can recruit some people who can build boats this time. Li Ang thought to himself. The sails on the wooden boat were unfurled and pushed by a gust of wind, and the wooden boat sailed slowly. In addition to Lilith and Nanika, this time Li Ang also brought Cook with him, and there were 500 ghost cavalry with him. As for the skeleton soldiers and the like, Li Ang could easily summon a large number of them. With so many people and some supplies on board, the 2 wooden boats were filled to the brim. The glacier is not too short. Even to reach the mouth of the sea, it takes more than 100 miles and nearly 200 miles. The speed of sailing is not slow now, but it will take nearly a day to reach the mouth of the sea. Li Ang was quite interested in watching the snow scene flying away on both sides at first, but after a while he felt bored and went back to the cabin to read the magic book. In fact, there is a reason why the speed is so slow. The boats are driven by ghost cavalry, they can ride horses to fight, but they have never been in touch with sailing, and now they are completely trembling. The will to shatter? Naturally, the speed of sailing cannot be fast. I don't know who it is, but finally Li Ang's plan to go sailing finally exploded on the regional channel. Except for a few people who are now in the regional pyramid who are wary of this, most of them seem to be watching it like a great savior. The regional channels are full of voices calling for help and identifying the boss. During the voyage, Li Ang thought about it, and in order to facilitate the recruitment of talents, he took the initiative to send a message on the regional channel. Li Ang, Snowland recruits a large number of talents: construction engineering, ship construction, urban planning, weapon forging, plant planting, animal husbandry, financial management, food and clothing management, and immediate family members can be brought. The golden headshot seemed to have special advertising effects, and the entire regional channel exploded in an instant, and those elites who had not adapted to another world life spoke fiercely as if they had found their own light. Me. I can build ships. I have built 10,000-ton oil tankers. The boss chooses me. You pull it down. The boss chooses me. Now this kind of conditions can't make a pure steel battleship. I will build an ironclad ship. I will also build ironclad ships. Li Xiaohu, I worked for the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences in the last world. Although it is another world plant, I still have the confidence to handle it well. Boss, do you want to build a city? I'm studying urban planning, and my graduation thesis is about ancient city structures. I can do both Chinese and Western. Boss, I ran a glass factory in my previous life. Boss Li, I can sail a boat. In my previous life, I have been a sailor to a captain. I can dance. I can dance for fun when the boss is tired. Me too, I'm still a virgin. One stone caused 1,000 waves. Even Li Ang himself did not expect that he would be so popular, but don't look at the 80 million people here, who are close to the coast, and those who can come to Li Ang if they have the conditions, will be deleted at once. Most people. Li Ang sent a location coordinates on the regional channel, a coastal area close to the snowy area, where the terrain is open, and it happens to be used as the construction site for the outer city. Li Ang, those who want to work, come here, XXX, YYY. Those who want to fish in troubled waters and try to kidnap people with morality don't come here. If you lose your life, don't blame me for not notifying you in advance. Li Ang's words are not just nonsense, he has also experienced battles now, and he has already integrated into the rhythm of another world the weak are prey to the strong. He hated moral kidnapping in his previous life. When they meet, Li Ang will deal with them regardless of whether the other party is old, weak, sick, or disabled. Of course, he also understands that this sentence may be able to stop some lucky people from thinking, but it will definitely not stop everyone. Seeing blood is inevitable. After Li Ang reported the coordinates, he never watched the regional channel again, and carefully read a magic book in the cabin. It was written by Sokka himself, and it was a kind of reading to strengthen memory. And as Li Ang sent out a coordinate, people in the entire east of Minas immediately chose to leave. Gu Jian also saw the message from Li Ang for the first time. When he saw that Li Ang's recruitment involved talents in shipbuilding and city construction, he clearly found that the eyes of the lifeless Mr. Gu in the light of life appeared. Without letting Mr. Gu take the initiative to mention it, Gu Jian immediately packed up the few things and prepared to go. They are not too close to the coordinates sent by Li Ang, but fortunately, there is no hope of rushing there. Grandpa, we have to ride over. There are some bumps, so bear with it. If Li Ang were here, he would be surprised to find that this Gu Jian is leading a first-level monster horse, and there are few people who tame monsters in Minas. Even the people on the grassland Iron Wool, most of their horses are ordinary beast-level horses. On the other side, in a mine near the central part, Alexander is not big in the top 10 of the Devil Sovereign list, ran down with more than 30 men in a panic. He was still wearing metal equipment produced by Li Ang. The standard equipment had arrived. Teeth can be regarded as an elite team. Boss, it can't be done. Our trap doesn't work at all, and the flame porcupine found it immediately. The subordinates were crying, making Maine's Pressure Mountain's face livid. They were lucky and found a rich metal mine, not an ordinary iron ore or copper mine, but a rich mine with magic ore, but there is a group of third-level monsters inhabiting here, and they have already carried out this kind of action. It's been 10 times, and every time it's a failure. Maine's stress was born in an authentic Western nobleman in the world, mastery of equestrianism, fighting, and firearms. Even here, he quickly became a figure at the top of the pyramid, but now he has repeatedly fallen on these porcupines. Leave the action here first. Didn't that Oriental boy Li Ang come out of the snowy region? Let's go and see. I really want to know what this guy's talent magic is, and he can upgrade so quickly. Dozens of stars and stripes knights rode away on horseback, and the direction was exactly the coordinates sent by Li Ang. The 9 snake pirates now have 2 wooden boats. Now they are taking the elite route and building the second boat. One can imagine their hard work during this period. With Li Ang as a pervert, they really dare not stop for a moment. The second wooden boat successfully sailed, and Xiao Honghua couldn't wait to order to go north, along the coastline to the location where Li Ang was sent. Captain, we are more than 700 miles away from Li Ang's position. Even if we can maintain the current top speed along the way, it will take 2 or 3 days. Surprised, they were avoiding Li Ang like snakes and scorpions before, but now they are going to take the initiative to find him. Aren't you curious about how Li Ang built 2 cities in the snowy region? Aren't you curious about his talent magic? Anyway, we don't have such a so-called city, and the camp is so simple. Let's go and have a look. Don't say whether we will meet in the future, at least get to know the other party's situation now. In the end, the 9 snake pirates still headed towards Li Ang. In order not to miss out, Xiao Honghua even had a private chat with Li Ang about meeting her. If you look down from the sky, all the magicians seem to have been summoned in the entire Minas near the northeast, and they rushed towards one direction with their families. Li Ang arrived at the mouth of the sea in one day, summoned a group of forces there to build a simple camp, and immediately went out to sea without stopping and rushed towards his predetermined direction. Even in order not to encounter any accidents, Li Ang sailed along the coastline all the way. He had no choice but to see that with so many people, none of them knew how to sail. When Li Ang arrived at the destination, it was already 3 days later, and the ghost-howling cavalry almost sent a boat full of people to feed the fish. If it wasn't for Nanika, who made a timely move and used the magic of the wind to stabilize the boat, they would have hit the rocks, directly ruined. And when Li Ang and others arrived here, they were still at sea, and they saw people everywhere on the coast from a distance, and small tents built one by one took up all the space that was still quite spacious. Li Ang saw them, and these people naturally saw the 2 wooden boats on the sea. Everyone stood up and approached the coast. Is it him? There's no sign. It should be, the direction is correct, it is indeed from the north. People talked a lot, and soon as Li Ang's boat got closer and closer, everyone finally saw the figure standing on the bow. The familiar look, isn't it the same handsome boy Li Ang with the golden head? Boss! Boss! I'm here! Papa Li! Papa Li! Look at me! Ah, the boss is so handsome! Li Ang! To be honest, he can tell at a glance that many people have acting elements. This kind of scene, like chasing stars in previous lives, makes it difficult for Li Ang to get used to. With the surge of magic power in his body, Li Ang jumped up with a vigorous step, and flew directly to the midair on the bank, looking down at the crowd. Everyone stepped back, leaving a 100-meter range. Li Ang said, but no one moved. Li Ang had already expected that, after all, it was the same when taking the train in the previous life. With a wave of his hand, a cyan magic circle appeared in Li Ang's hands in a huge wave of magic power. It enlarged, and everyone's pupil shrank. They didn't think that Li Ang would come for real as soon as he came up. However, now that everyone is crowded together, it is impossible to dodge at all. Wind magic wind wall. A huge wind wall directly pushed everyone back, and at the same time, the bottom-up airflow caused these people to fly directly in mid-air. When the blast disappeared, everyone unknowingly appeared 100 meters away, and no one stepped on or bumped at all. With a random wave of Li Ang's hand, a wind blade directly made a circle on the surrounding ground. Those who are not called, those who cross the boundary will die. Li Ang's voice could not be said to be cold, but the indifference in his eyes made it impossible to have any doubts about his words. The ship docked somewhat cumbersomely, or ran aground. Someone noticed this, and immediately someone in the crowd asked, "Boss, apart from those who repair and build ships, do you accept those who sail?" "I can sail, and I can also sail." Li Ang glanced at the person's direction, nodded lightly and said, "I will accept it." When you call someone who meets your skill requirements, you can just line up and sign up. At the end, Li Ang also added a sentence, saying, "This time the recruitment of personnel is by no means limited to the few industries I mentioned in the regional channel before. Some of you may be wondering if I can check it out. I can tell you clearly. I, Li Ang, am not all-knowing and omnipotent. Naturally, it is impossible to conduct a skill review for everyone. Basically, I will hire everyone who signs up. However, if I go to Swayu, I will find that some of you fraudulently fill in the skills that I don't know. Skills? I'm sorry, chopping off hands and feet is too bloody, everyone is from the age of civilization." Hearing this, some people in the crowd made eye contact with contempt and jokes in their eyes, but Li Ang's next words made everyone tremble. "I will give you a happy, beheaded." After finishing speaking, Li Ang ignored the crowd and turned his attention to the two wooden boats that had been stranded on the beach. A ghost-screaming cavalry got off the boat, and everyone gasped. After all, these people are all traversers, possessing some abilities bestowed by the rules of the world. They cannot see the detailed information of the ghost cavalry, but they can still see the level of 3rd-level monsters and 4th-level monsters clearly. Now, without Li Ang saying anything, the original 100-meter open space was vacated again. Everyone looked at Li Ang in shock, and then looked at Li Ang who was respectful to him. Obviously it was the ghost cavalry under him. However, the shock was not over yet. When Lilith and Nanika appeared, the scene was extremely silent. It's beautiful, very beautiful, but those who are obscene in their minds don't dare to harden themselves when they see the grades appearing in front of them. 6th-level monster. They suddenly understood why Li Ang was able to defeat such a terrifying existence as the Ice Festival Dragon. Li Ang looked at the scene, and several ghost howling cavalry moved a few tables and chairs from the boat, and someone reported a stack of papers. Lilith and the others don't know the written language of Li Ang's previous life. Even if they communicate with Li Ang normally, they rely on the induction communication between the summoner and the summoned object. If they just listen to the language, they can't communicate with each other at all. Then the current clerical work can count on Li Ang himself. Now, first of all, people majoring in construction and engineering come up. Don't do hard work, just design. Those with relevant skills should line up in the middle. Li Ang took a deep breath, and his voice reached the ears of everyone present. This time, there was no need for Li Ang to whip them with magic. An aisle was quickly vacated in the queue, and then everyone started to line up. Li Ang beckoned, and a young man walked over with the help of an old man. "Name, age, what?" Li Ang asked directly. Most of the regional channels now use things like game nicknames. Old man, Gu Jiangguo, 68 years old, is doing archaeology, but please rest assured that I am familiar with the construction and structure of ancient cities, and the structure of ancient ships. In addition, I also study ancient languages of various countries. Li Ang raised his head slightly, a little surprised, such a character would be a big deal in his previous life. The young man at the side seemed to see what Li Ang was thinking, and said, "My grandfather was the dean of the School of Archaeology at Tianchao University in the last world." Li Ang nodded, and a small golden magic circle appeared on the other hand. In the blink of an eye, another world ID card appeared on a metal card beside him. The engraved portrait has Gu Jiangguo's name on one side, and there is no ID number, which is very simple. But the portrait above is exactly the same as Gu Jiangguo, lifelike. A bright light flashed in Gu Jiangguo's cloudy eyes. Obviously, this magic should be Li Ang's method of making coins. He didn't say anything, and carefully produced the proof. Then Li Ang turned his gaze to the young man in front of him. Gu Jian, 23 years old, is good at making ancient armor from the Celestial Dynasty. He is also a level 5 magician. He is now ranked 72nd on the Devil Sovereign list. As the registration work progressed, Li Ang became more and more unable to do what he wanted. He was alone, and there were at least 70,000 to 80,000 people waiting here. Even after the registration is completed, these people will be transported to the snowy area with 2 wooden boats. When will it be transported? Some of these people must have been civil servants in their previous lives, and they are definitely competent for these jobs, but in the final analysis it is just one thing. Li Ang, he doesn't trust these people. After all, they were the first batch of people, and he didn't want to call in some veterans and let them occupy the management positions in advance. When Li Ang was distressed, Lilith walked over. "My lord, a ship is coming." Li Ang raised his head, and then saw 2 wooden sailing boats on the distant sea, which were sailing here quickly. They were about the same size as them, and they were both about 70 or 80 meters in size. Li Ang's eyes lit up slightly, then he suspended the admission and walked a few steps towards the beach. The members of the 9 Snake Pirates saw that the private chat with Xiao Honghua was indeed them. Obviously someone in the 9 Snake Pirates can drive a boat, and they didn't run aground like Li Ang's, but dropped the anchor in the shallow sea, and then came over with a few small boats. Xiao Honghua saw Li Ang at the edge of the beach at a glance, stepped forward, suddenly thought of something interesting, and stretched out her hand. "Hello, do you want to guess who I am?" Li Ang rolled his eyes, but a familiar smile instantly appeared on his face, and under the latter's shocked gaze, he hugged the other party. "Hong Hong, it's time for you to come here, you are needed here." Before Xiao Honghua could react, Li Ang dragged her to the table and sat down. "They are all allies. I won't say anything else. I helped you through the difficult times when you were in trouble. You should help me today." Li Ang told Xia Honghua self-recruitment requirements. After a while, Xia Honghua looked at him quietly. "Aren't you worried that I will play tricks on you and recruit some bad people for you?" Unexpectedly, Li Ang waved his hand and didn't care at all. "It's okay, I didn't expect to complete the review here. Today I only register here, and the review will be carried out in the snowy area." Xiao Honghua took a look at the ghost howling cavalry and Lilith beside Li Ang, a flash of shock flashed in her eyes, and she had some guesses about Li Ang's talent magic. Xia Honghua agreed to help, and called the other members of the 9 Snake Pirates. They used to belong to the same company, and now they are doing similar work again, making the 9 Snake Pirates feel as if they have been separated from the world. The addition of more than a dozen windows makes the registration work much faster, and Li Ang only needs to make his Suiyu ID card. Hundreds can be made in a matter of minutes. Li Ang is relaxed. In fact, Xia Honghua is not too tired. After all, Li Ang has already said that there is no need to review the relevant skills of these people, as long as the information is registered. "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet, Hong Hong." Li Ang lay on the table next to Xia Honghua and asked with her head tilted. Xiao Honghua glanced at Li Ang speechlessly, then sighed, "Xiao Hongyu." "Oh, it really is Hong Hong." Li Ang nodded. Xiao Hongyu had already registered a lot of people in a short time, and she took the time to chat with Li Ang. "At least 20% of these people are fishing in troubled waters. How do you plan to deal with it then?" "Behead your head, what a big deal." Xiao Hongyu's breath stagnates. "There are almost 100,000 people here, and the second achievement is 20,000, kill them all? I gave them a chance, didn't I?" Li Ang said lightly, without the slightest bit of shame or emotion on his face. "Although you have these cavalry monsters under your command, they are 20,000 people after all. Can you kill them? Don't ruin the good situation," Xiao Hongyu advised. Li Ang laughed out loud, attracting everyone's attention. He stood up and looked around under the gaze of everyone. "It's really impossible for 20,000 people to count on a team of cavalry to kill them all. It's even possible that some people who are interested will use 20,000 people to come and occupy the magpie's nest with me, but who said I only have these people?" After all, a huge grey magic circle rose from the ground, and under the horrified gaze of everyone, 8,000 skeleton soldiers holding bone knives appeared from the magic circle. "Guess how many troops I have in the snowy region?" The last sentence was addressed not only to Xiao Hongyu, but also to some malicious people in the crowd. Let's not say 20,000 people, even if it's 80 million people in the entire Minus region, if I think about it, if I send troops out of the snowy area today, it will be wiped out in a few months. At this moment, everyone no longer doubted what Li Ang said, and all doubts about Li Ang were also explained at this moment. Why is Li Ang able to start a business like Minus shopping center in the snowy region alone? Why can Li Ang upgrade his life skills so quickly with only one person? Why was Li Ang able to build 2 cities in the harsh snowy region in just over a month? At this moment, everyone understood that Li Ang is indeed a person, but he is not just a person. If he wants to, he can summon 8,000 laborers, 80,000, 800,000, or even 80 million magicians outnumbering the Minus region. Some people in the crowd began to retreat slowly, leaving behind the crowd's obstruction. In the face of such power, conspiracies and tricks are as powerless as fluff in the wind. Summoning? No wonder. Xiao Hongyu murmured. At this moment she couldn't wait to admit it, she was jealous. Li Ang's talent magic, although it wasn't some kind of cheating like the system in the novels of her previous life device, but not much worse. Li Ang obviously found that the whole scene became much quieter and orderly after he showed off his ability to rage. At the same time, the news that Li Ang talent's magic is summoning magic spread in the regional channel immediately, and everyone's first reaction was no wonder. With the return of the summoning technique, everyone also felt that Li Ang's achievements today had become a lot more reasonable. People are guessing what level of Li Ang's summoning magic that can summon the undead is, and Li Ang summoned 8,000 skeleton soldiers again after recovering his magic power. After going back and forth several times in a row, when 80,000 skeleton soldiers appeared directly on the scene, people became more quiet and well-behaved. You, why are you summoning so many? Also, can you summon infinitely? Xiao Hongyu was shocked, and the entire 9 snake pirates were also dumbfounded. This magic is simply too unreasonable. Li Ang nodded with a smile on his lips. It is indeed possible to summon infinitely, but the process of emptying and recovering the magic power is a bit uncomfortable, a bit like entering the sage mode again and again. Xiao Hongyu still didn't understand what it means to enter the sage mode, but the little girl Shang Guanlaner blushed and said something in her ear, and Xiao Hongyu's face was also stained with a layer of blush. As for what to call so many skeleton soldiers for, I plan to build a city here. Li Ang didn't care about Xiao Hongyu's reaction, but threw another blockbuster. Now whenever Li Ang sees the 2 own cities on his map interface, he feels an unprecedented sense of pride. At the same time, the idea of building the entire Minus into a country is even stronger. Building a city again. Xiao Hongyu was startled. Even with unlimited labor force, it would be absurd to build a city in one place. Li Ang rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think I built the city for myself? Think about it, how is the situation in Minus now? Magical beasts are everywhere, and now there are special magical beasts. Let ordinary people live, not everyone can adapt to this change. There must be a large number of people still rushing here. If we leave, what will they do? Although I am not a good person, but for the sake of these people's mastering the skills of the previous life, I must do my best. Save some people if possible. Building a city here can also be used as a window outside the snowy area. Also, you don't think I'm doing charity by buying those wood and stones without restriction." At the end, Li Ang gave Xiao Hongyu a weird look, and the latter was speechless immediately. Just as the 2 of them were communicating, the first batch of applicants for urban construction had completed their registration. It was counted that there were 1,200 people with relevant majors, and a total of 3,400 people including family members. If there are 4 ships, they can be transported at one time if they are squeezed together. What are 4 ships? It's fine if we kindly help you, but you still want to occupy our ship. Xiao Hongyu was dissatisfied when she saw Li Ang, who had no intention of discussing with herself, but decided to let people board the ship on her own initiative. Road. He, please help. Don't worry, wait until I settle down. I'll have someone build 2 bigger ones for you. Mr. Gu, who was the first to sign up before, knows that if he didn't lie, he would even be able to build them. I will send you 2 treasure ships of the Ming dynasty. Xiao Hongyu is tempted, or the entire 9 snake pirates are tempted, the shipping fee is worth it. Although Xiao Hongyu didn't pay much attention to historical content, the treasure ships of the Ming and Ming dynasties were also the shadows of famous trees, and the whole world knew that they were big enough, magnificent enough, and capable of sailing long distances. Are you sure? How can I trust you? Xiao Hongyu asked with sideways eyes. With a random move by Li Ang, a light-like energy appeared in a golden magic circle in mid-air, condensing into something like a contract, with the content written in Chinese characters on it. Party A, Li Ang, the owner of the snowy area, pays 2 treasure ships as freight, and hires Party B, Little Red Flower Ovo, to transport the designated people into the snowy area. A gleam flashed in Xiao Hongyu's beautiful eyes, and she looked at Li Ang in surprise. It seems that you are living a good life, and you know a lot of magic. Li Ang didn't know what modesty was, and smiled casually, haha, it's okay, I just read books every day, and then wait for my subordinates to bring back the treasure chests collected from Shuiyu. In fact, it's quite boring after a long time. All members of the 9 Snake Pirates. In the end, Xiao Hongyu did not sign the contract with Li Ang either. In her words, she was willing to trust Li Ang once. 4 wooden boats set off. In order to ensure the safety of the trip, Li Ang arranged for Nanika, who has wind magic, to board the boat. On the other side, Linhe City and Snow Wolf City Li Ang have also arranged receptions. Li Ang was logging and building the city while arranging for people to settle down first. It would take 2 or 3 days for the fleet to sail back and forth even with a few members of the 9 Snake Pirates. The registration work went on for a while, and the sky gradually faded away, so Li Ang made Xiao Hongyu stop. The people gathered here did not cause any disturbance because Li Ang provided them with free food and shelter. After all, the fleet left, and the skeleton soldiers patrolling around would only be chopped into meat if they made troubles. However, this night was the most peaceful night that these people spent after they came to this world. The night sea breeze blew by, and the bonfires in the camp made crackling sounds. It's amazing, the world of magic. Xiao Hongyu sighed while sitting on the beach by the sea, watching the ebb and flow of the tide. I didn't expect you to comment on this world like that. Li Ang came over with 2 glasses of drinks, and handed one to Xiao Hongyu's hand. The sunset fruit juice produced in the snowy forest tastes similar to sea buckthorn, and it can also slightly improve memory. Xiao Hongyu didn't refuse, but she trusted Li Ang inexplicably. Isn't this world miraculous? It gave you the power to control the life and death of others, and even became a city lord, a prince. Xiao Hongyu couldn't help laughing at the end. However, there was no smile on Li Ang's face. He took a sip of the juice in his glass and said softly, there are beauty and wonders in this world, but more of it is cruel. Don't you think we are like a group of ants caught in one place to play with? Some people think this is a game, and this world is indeed very similar to the game world, but we are definitely not players, and this is not our game. Xiao Hongyu didn't understand why Li Ang had such a big advantage, but there was deep worry on his face. Li Ang turned his head, looked at Xiao Hongyu, and said solemnly, you are too slow to improve your strength. This world is much crueler than you think. The undead clans I summoned told me that in the world of magic, elves, dwarves, races such as giant dragons exist. Xiao Hongyu's pupil shrank, and the hand holding the wooden cup was slightly clenched. Beasts come, magical beasts come, special magical beasts come, it's someone else's game. Li Ang has made his own conjecture very clear. Xiao Hongyu finally realized the crisis of the matter. Is it possible that another world kingdom suddenly appeared in Minas overnight? Xiao Hongyu's voice trembled unconsciously. I don't know. However, even if it appeared, I don't think we will be their friends. After all, we are different from them. Li Ang said quietly, the sea breeze blowing, they seem to be able to get out of the sea breeze the smell of blood. The originally quiet night was replaced by Li Ang into a heavy atmosphere. When both of them were silently thinking about their own affairs, the little girl Shang Guan from the 9 Snake Pirates walked over, followed by a quiet girl with a tense face. City Lord Li, this man said he wanted to see you. City Lord Li, this man said he wanted to see you. Li Ang turned his head and saw the girl behind Shang Guan Lanner at a glance. She was very beautiful, but that special temperament made him feel a little familiar, but Xiao Hongyu who was at the side recognized the girl's identity at a glance. Sakura man. Only then did Li Ang realize that this temperament was too familiar. He couldn't help frowning, with repulsive emotions on his upper body. Yes, yes, my mother is from Sakura, and my father is from Celestial Dynasty. The girl said nervously. Li Ang sniffed, the repulsion did not weaken much, and asked, what's the matter? I hope that the Lord City Master can save my father. He is being chased and killed by the Black Dragon Society. I beg you. The woman knelt down in front of Li Ang and kowtowed her head. Xiao Hongyu winked at Shangguan Lanner, who pulled the girl up. My father was the chief designer of the Black Dragon heavy industry before. He has always been at odds with the people of the Black Dragon Society, but because of his great influence on the Black Dragon heavy industry, no one has dared to touch him. Now! The girl cried. Li Ang suddenly realized that a new world does not mean a new beginning, and some hatred may not be able to let go, such as the cherry blossom girl he is now. Why should I help you? Li Ang said bluntly. You will use my dad, he is very good, he can build cars, he can also build boats, he can also build engines. What you said is too unrealistic. In the last world, how many people in a complete industrial system could make those things? As for now, can your father make a car with a hammer? Li Ang shaking her head faintly, the words of retort left Sakura woman speechless. Xiao Hongyu on the side looked at the girl whose pretty face was pale because of despair, thought for a while, and said, the Black Dragon Society is now involved with the Stars and Stripes Knights, these guys are definitely restless masters, and, I heard recently, the Black Dragon Society has killed many people from the Celestial Dynasty in order to rob resources and treasure chests. Li Ang's face was slightly cold, he pondered for a while, looked at the cherry blossom woman in front of him, and asked, what's your name? My name is Ishigaki Satomi, and my father's name is... I'm not interested in knowing your father's name, so I'll just ask you, would you still be willing to be my mate in the future? When Li Ang said this, he could feel the love between Xiao Hongyu and Shangguan Lanner. A contemptuous look of so you are such a person. Ishigaki Satomi also obviously did not expect that Li Ang would make such a request, which is indeed somewhat insulting to women with modern thinking, but Ishigaki Satomi was born in Sakura country. Okay, I am willing, Lord City Lord. Thanks to such a good thing as a chat channel, Ishigaki Satomi can quickly get in touch with the father she talks about, and here Li Ang is facing Xiao Hongyu's eyes of judgment. Scumbag. Li Ang rolled his eyes, and said indifferently, I'm a scumbag, don't tell me I have to work hard to save people if she kowtows a few times, am I a Superman? Besides, can you please it's easy to misunderstand me by saying such words to me in this kind of tone like a housekeeper. Xiao Hongyu has seen Li Ang's shamelessness. You are the body of someone who is greedy. The little girl from Shangguan also attacked Li Ang. However, Li Ang is still unmoved, maintaining the resistance of the upper body is already the limit of what he can do, a man who controls the lower body, what qualifications do he have to be called a man, maybe it is more appropriate to call him a father-in-law. Li Ang's shameless appearance really made the two women feel speechless, but if you like me, it is another world again, so what can they say? After agreeing to Satomi Ishigaki, Li Ang naturally kept his word. Although he didn't know what value the former heavy industry university had in this world, he had received money after all. Of course, Li Ang will not just believe in a promise, and Ishigaki Satomi has become the first object of his contract magic, and from now on she will be Li Ang's servant in the true sense, even that. Ishigaki Satomi's father's name is Shilei, and he is indeed a man from the Celestial Dynasty as the other party said. At this moment, after receiving his daughter's message, he hurried towards Jiang. However, Ishigaki Satomi does not have the privilege of Devil Sovereign list, and the news can only be released publicly on the regional channel. His father saw it, and what Shilei saw, the people of the Black Dragon Association naturally saw it too. Immediately, the members of the Black Dragon Society became anxious, but before they continued to chase, Li Ang spoke directly on the regional channel. Li Ang, listen, people from the Black Dragon Society, I will protect Shilei. If I don't see him appearing in front of me in 2 days, I don't care if he is still alive or not. If you kill them, this shit pot will be yours, from now on, for all Sakura people, I will kill one when I see one, and I will turn you into undead for me to command. Li Ang didn't even have the thought of making a move, and just gave a comprehensive warning. He believes that the Black Dragon Society must also know the power of his side by now. The Black Dragon Society is active in the central plains and hills of Minas, and there are several rivers that can pass quickly. If Li Ang is really offended, Li Ang will even you don't need to do it yourself, it takes more than 10 minutes to summon a team of ghost howling cavalry to level him. Li Ang's speech made the regional channel 537 quiet for a long time, everyone was watching the good show. The reputation of the Black Dragon Club in the regional channel is not very good. Now it's in the hands of the big boss Li Ang, which is definitely a joy to hear. In an open space along the river in the middle of Minas, several wooden houses were built at some point. Compared with the wooden houses Li Ang asked the undead to build in the two cities, the wooden houses here are obviously more decorative. Father, the situation of that guy Li Ang has been found out. His talent magic should be able to summon the creatures of the undead tribe as his subordinates. For the time being, it seems that the other party's summoning magic has no restrictions on the number and level of personnel. Someone has seen he is accompanied by two other world women who are 6th level monsters. A young man knelt on the ground and said respectfully. That is to say, we are not his opponent now. A burly middle-aged man with a scar on his face muttered to himself. He couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. This person was He Jizi, the president of the Black Dragon Association. Hi! The young man put his head on the floor, gradually oozing cold sweat, and gritted his teeth. Since this is the case, Shi Lei's value is not enough for us to take the risk of offending Li Ang. Let's put this matter aside for now, and go find out what the Stars and Stripes Knights are doing at Shimei Mountain recently, and hide it. Within 5 minutes of Li Ang's warning, He Kizhiquan, the president of the Black Dragon Society, happened. Shoyawu, since Mr. Li is personally the guarantor, our Black Dragon Society naturally wants to save face. We have no intention of being an enemy of Mr. Li. From now on, the Black Dragon Society will give up hunting down and offering rewards to Shi Lei and Satomi Ishigaki. In the camp where Li Ang was located, Li Ang clearly noticed the admiration in everyone's eyes. There is no doubt that the nature of human beings is to cling to and worship the strong, and now Li Ang just said a word, so that the strength is not weak, and it can even be said that the Black Dragon who dominates one side will choose to retreat, and it is simply the uncrowned king. Li Ang didn't feel too much about this, but Satomi Ishigaki was very excited, and kept bowing to Li Ang, so much that Li Ang saw how much she had. What is your talent magic? Li Ang asked. Wind magic. Fresh wind, has no attack power, and can only be used to clean the room. When talking about her talent magic, Ishigaki Satomi lowered her head in shame. If Li Ang's talent magic level represents the sky, Ishigaki Satomi's is definitely as low as the core of the earth. It's no wonder that the opponent is only level 1 now, and it's really lucky to be able to come here along the way. You are really good at being a maid. What did you learn from the last world? Li Ang shook his head speechlessly. Paintings and sculptures. Ishigaki Satomi lowered her head even deeper. From now on, you will be responsible for warming the bed, and nothing else can be done. Li Ang left a sentence, regardless of Ishigaki Satomi, whose pretty face was already flushed at the moment, to call the skeleton soldiers to build the city. The matter of the Black Dragon Society's surrender caused a heated discussion in the entire regional channel. If there is a hot search list in this world, then the current top spot on the list is definitely the matter of the Black Dragon Society. That old fellow Heichi is also afraid, hehe. However, it's no wonder that old fellow shrinks back, this oriental boy's summoning skills are really good. Mainz Alexander is wearing a chain mail, with a common waist and hips, and behind him dozens of people are also dressed in the same way. Leaving aside the religious attire of the Crusader cavalry of the previous life, the appearance of the two is very similar now. At this moment, they were standing in front of a forest but did not go in. In fact, in front of the entrance of the forest path, two ghost howling cavalry were guarding here like gate gods. There is a wooden sign beside each of them, with a paragraph of text written in Celestial language and Rakuten Japanese respectively. If you don't take the initiative to attack the undead, you can pass through safely. If you actively attack or do something threatening, you will not be responsible if you are killed by the undead. Go through the forest ahead and arrive at the talent recruitment office. The two ghost howling cavalry are both 3rd level monsters, and the flame porcupine that made Mainz and others fail before is also a 3rd level monster, and in Mainz's view, even though they are both 3rd level monsters, it is obvious the ghost howling cavalry in front of him was even more dangerous. Put away your weapons, and you are not allowed to draw your swords after entering. Mainz did not dare to risk himself, and ordered the people behind him. After entering the forest, the number of undead tribes became more and more. These undead tribes were obviously relatively low level, and they didn't respond when they saw the Mainz group. They were still cutting wood or transporting things mechanically. After walking for a while, everyone passed through the forest, and they saw a busy construction scene. Here, it is not limited to the undead, and more humans are participating. Over there, set up the beam, higher, higher, stop. Damn! What are you making here? Is this a wooden plank? Can you know how to work with wood? The stone is too big, no, I have to smash it even more. Most of them are from the Celestial Dynasty. One of mine's subordinates murmured. To be honest, seeing this enthusiastic posture really made people feel at ease. And mines and others also attracted the attention of people here at the first time. It is true that there are very few people who have mounts or form a cavalry team. These people can't be from the Knights of the Stars and Stripes, right? Someone among the crowd who was building their own home muttered. Mines can speak some Chinese, but the tone is weird. After questioning, Mines found Li Ang, who was chatting with Xiao Hongyu, the leader of the 9 snake pirates. Although he didn't know Xiao Hongyu, he knew Li Ang was recognized immediately. Li Xiangsheng, I'm taking the liberty, I'm Mines Alexander, the leader of the Xiangxia Akai Death Squad. Mr. Li, I'm taking the liberty to visit, I'm Mines, the leader of the Stars and Stripes Knights. The weird pronunciation only made the own name clear, but Li Ang still understood. Hello, you can speak Japanese. The other party had a good attitude, and Li Ang didn't make himself appear uneducated, so he shook hands politely. After knowing that Li Ang would fall behind in Japanese, Mines also heaved a sigh of relief. He also didn't have much confidence in own Chinese language. Today is really a sheep in the mouth of a tiger. It seems that Mr. Li is really going to build a city here, the master of the 3 cities is really enviable. Mines said with a smile. Not everyone can adapt to this life in another world. As long as they abide by my rules, I'm still willing to give them a certain amount of shelter. Mr. Alexander can also come and settle here. Li Ang said, but Mines had an expression on his face a little stiff. Good guy, didn't you say that people from the Celestial Dynasty were reserved? Why did they plan to poach people as soon as they came up? Hehe, there is no way to settle down for the time being, but I hope to set up a branch of our knights here, so that we can communicate with Mr. Li in the future. It's like this, Mr. Li bought a lot of magic equipment a while ago, design drawings, you must have some results, sir. Mines took a deep breath and started talking about the business. Li Ang nodded slightly, but there was no other unnecessary expression. Mines was excited. Sure enough, Li Ang could already forge magic equipment. If he had magic equipment, he was confident that he could take down Shimei Mountain. When the time came to master, Good Zhao, a magic metal mine, their Stars and Stripes Knights would be able to forge. It's time to take off. Well, can that gentleman sell some to us? We still have a lot of coins. Li Ang chuckled, but said, it's still difficult to mass produce it now. I just made some for my own use. When the mass production is completed here, I will put it on the -mall. Mr. Li, we are in a hurry here. See if you can sell us a batch first. We can give you a high price. By the way, we can still trade with magic books. We have a lot of magic books here, and there must be some you. Said Mines, taking a package of animal skin from his subordinates. Before opening it, he suddenly seemed to see something terrifying. Oh! Maggard! My lord, I found another batch of treasure chests. Cook, the general of the Ghost Howling Cavalry, came over. Behind him were 4 simple carts, and the things on the carts made everyone in the Stars and Stripes Knights take a breath. As for the other people in the camp, they have long been numb. The treasure chests are all Te Niang's treasure chests. Black iron, bronze, and even silver. Li Ang didn't even look at it. He pointed in one direction and said calmly, let's put it over there. I'll rest and open my eyes before opening it. If you open this thing too much, your eyes can't stand it. Mines. He turned his head stiffly and looked in the direction of Li Ang's finger, only to see a 4 to 5 meter high treasure chest neatly stacked inside a fence guarding more than a dozen Ghost Howling Cavalry. He just watched helplessly as the treasure chests brought by the skeleton soldiers were stacked on top of each other like building blocks, and some skeleton soldiers stepped on the treasure chests because they were too high. Mines grasped the animal skin pocket tightly in his hand. He also came from a wealthy family in his previous life. He has always wondered what it feels like to be poor. He didn't give him an answer in the last world, but now he understands it. He didn't even dare to show the harvest that he was proud of in the animal skin pocket. He felt like a clown. He shouldn't be here today. 220, or rather, he shouldn't appear in front of Li Ang openly. It also looks like it wants to do big business with the other party. Xiao Hongyu stared blankly for a long time without speaking. It seemed that Mines had shut himself up. A flash of pity flashed in his eyes. At that time, Li Ang told him that when she opened the treasure chests, her subordinates collected them in the snowy area and opened them all at once. At that time, he didn't feel anything, but during the few days waiting for the ship to come back here, she finally understood that opening the treasure chests it can be so simple and unpretentious. Hee, I made you laugh. There is no way for this damn treasure chest to have a sense of ritual. When you open the treasure chest, you will open the treasure chest. It also has its own light effect. My eyes can't stand it. Hee hee. Minds didn't know how to answer the words, he almost felt that he was going to be stupid, the whole person seemed to have lost all his strength, and the world became gloomy. How stupid I was to have the idea of catching up with Li Ang, a pervert. It seemed that the scene had cooled down for a while. Li Ang wanted to find a topic, so he shifted his gaze to Xiao Hongyu beside him, and said, "By the way, Captain Alexander, let me introduce you, this is the Nine-Snake Pirates head of the Xiao Hongyu." The latter stretched out his hand, but Minds showed a good upbringing, and let go of it with a slight grip. Leader Alexander is mainly active in the central region. In fact, there are still a lot of resources there from the map. I believe that in the future it will definitely become a place where various forces compete fiercely. Together with Captain Xiao, we will focus on the development of the snow region. One goal is on the ocean, Captain Alexander, we can cooperate. Li Ang had a warm smile on his face, but Mind's smile was a bit stiff, and he finally understood why those poor people in the previous life saw him driving a luxury car. Even with a polite smile on his face, the smiles returned by the other party were so stiff and ugly. Is this the sense of oppression from the rich? Cooperation, of course we must cooperate. It is my honor to cooperate with Mr. Li. I also have the same idea this time. Mr. Li recruits so many people. In the future, resources from all aspects must be needed. Mr. Li needs what can I find in the central area? Ha ha ha. As expected of an elite, my brain is flexible. Yes, I do have a lot of things I need. Li Ang twitched Pei Ensi's shoulder with a satisfied face. After talking, Li Ang already found out a rolled-up list from nowhere, and handed it to the other party. Maines reached out to take it, and flipped through it. The words on the list were not too big, and there was also a translation in Sunset, but the list was only 2 or 3 meters long. BBFD, hey, this is really... Mains's face revealed a color of joy. Although most of the things on Li Ang's list he had never heard of, there were also some things, thanks to the wide enough range of their night's activities, he has not only heard of them, but even seen them. Mr. Li, do you want all the things on it? Li Ang nodded seriously, and even made a move. Contract Magic once again made a contract, saying, Captain Alexander, you give me a good feeling, and I really cooperate with you with sincerity. I will take as many of the items above as I want, and in addition, if you dare to sign this guaranteed supply contract, I can make the decision and give you the priority supply right of magic decoration pictures. Now the dozens of Sunset people behind Minds are also excited, which is definitely a big benefit. Minds' breathing became a little heavy. To be honest, he didn't expect that he could really reach a cooperation with Li Ang, and the other party's hand was so big. Mr. Li, are you sure you can give us the priority right to supply magic equipment? Minds asked again with some uneasiness. Li Ang pointed to the contract floating in front of the two of them. The content on it was very detailed. It is also very clear. Commander Alexander, I'm about to own my third city, I don't do one-shot deals, I need to build my reputation. Li Ang said. The corners of Mind's excited mouth twitched uncontrollably, and his whole body was extremely excited. Then, shall we discuss the selling price of the magic equipment and the materials I choose to supply? In a wooden house, under the witness of Xiao Hongyu, Li Ang and Mainz discussed from day to night, and continued to discuss the next morning. They finally reached an agreement when the 4 ships returned at noon. The price and delivery time of the goods traded by both parties are determined. Mainz, there is one thing I want to remind you. In fact, I don't need to remind you. You should probably know that I am a person from the Celestial Dynasty. Although we have come to this world, there is one thing that will not change. Li Ang ignored the slowly approaching boats, but stared at Mainz with a solemn face. We hate the Sakura people. Very much. Seeing the undisguised coldness in Li Ang's eyes, Mainz took a deep breath and said seriously, Please don't worry Li, although Hongyu's cake is huge, I still want to eat it all to myself. Li Ang was satisfied, and he patted the latter's shoulder appreciatively. I just admire the fierce spirit of you Sunset people when they compete for interests. You're playing tricks to drive away wolves. Li Ang and Xiao Hongyu stood on the beach, watching the second group of people board the ship, Xiao Hongyu said jokingly. Li Ang smiled lightly, saying that driving wolf and tiger is actually not a big deal. There are too many materials needed to build a magic tower, and the snowy area must not be complete. We can only look for local snakes. Here is your list. It is the same condition as his. As long as you have enough materials, I can arm you with magic equipment to the teeth. Li Ang handed the prepared list to Xiao Hongyu. Or something that only exists in the sea. Xiao Hongyu was not as excited as mines. She glanced at the above things and the purchase price slightly, and then didn't mention this matter again. By the way, are you interested in special magical beasts? Xiao Hongyu asked, her eyes brightened slightly. Li Ang raised his eyebrows and nodded, of course I'm interested, do you know the location? I know the location of the 4 special magical beasts, but why is there a fee for this information? I want a magic tower. Xiao Hongyu asked for a price. Li Ang thought for a moment, then shook his head, the magic tower is given to you now, what's the use of you running around all day? I can promise you to give you the right to kill magical beasts, 4 special magical beasts, if you give all experience points alone. I'm not sure about reaching my current level of 30, but level 20 is definitely appropriate. Xiao Hongyu was silent. Li Ang's conditions were not bad. If she didn't agree, the other party would be able to find out about the special magical beasts from the regional channel sooner or later. Thinking of this, she nodded and agreed. When Li Ang saw that the other party agreed, he became in a better mood, but at this time Nanaka, who was in charge of protecting the route, came over, not paying attention to Xiao Hongyu who was beside Ji Ang at all. My lord, enough wooden houses have been built in Linhe City during this period, so don't worry about heating for life, and the personnel have already settled down, let them stay temporarily. Li Ang nodded, because he was not there, and because of the language barrier, Paul Naranki, a strong 6th level monster, had no choice but to keep these people from making petty moves. Let them live a good life for a few days and take care of their bodies. As for those who fish in troubled waters, they should treat it as a meal without their heads. Don't worry about it. You don't have to follow Nanaka this time. You and Lilith will go hunting with me to gather magical beasts. Li Ang's words immediately made Nanaka happy. Now Lilith already has the Boundwind demon heart, but she has nothing yet, and she really doesn't like looking at a group of humans run the boat. Now that the decision was made, Li Ang didn't waste any time. He came to a relatively hidden place, invested 80,000 points of magic power, and summoned a single target, but there appeared a blue-faced fangs with protruding cheekbones, like an evil spirit. Undead. Night Horror Ghost, a 6th level monster, a high-level ghost of the undead family, has the ability to change between physical and spiritual bodies, and can use undead magic, soul magic, curse magic, poison magic, and puppets magic, with good wisdom. Sylvek, see the Great Will. The Night Horror Ghost has an abstract figure and a slender lower body, but his upper body is a burly devil-like image. Caressing his sharp claws on his chest, he saluted Li Ang respectfully. Li Ang didn't have much time to exchange feelings with each other, so he directly explained the matter here, and then appointed Sylvek as the lord of the Snow Sea city under construction. When everyone saw a 6th level monster next to Li Ang again, and the image was still so terrifying, everyone gasped, and this scene was posted on the regional channel by some people, which naturally sparked a stir again. There was a frantic discussion. Li Ang announced the appointment of Sylvek in public, and said that from now on, this place will be supervised and protected by him forever. Within the scope of the division, no violence or private fighting is allowed, and those who violate it will be expelled from the city. Severe public execution. No one doubted whether Li Ang's words were plausible. After all, there was a Sylvek who was not a good person by any means. Because there was no boat, Xiao Hongyu did not bring the rest of the 9 snake pirates with him in order to travel quickly. With the blessing of Nanaka wind magic, Xiao Hongyu also had the experience of flying freely for the first time in her life. The 4 special magical beasts were all seen along the coastline when I came here, and they are not far away. Xiao Hongyu flew for a while before returning her attention to the business. The flying speed was obviously very fast, and when they flew about 50 or 60 kilometers south, everyone found the first target of this trip from a high altitude. Reminding like a hill, half soaked in sea water, the huge tortoise shell that looks like a sea reef is leaning on a cliff. If it weren't for the eyes of Li Ang and Xiao Hongyu to have the ability similar to detection skills, they would still be there. I was really cheated. Sea rock snapping turtle, 5th level monster, can use water magic sound magic, Its strong turtle shell has a strong defensive power, its personality is cautious, and it often hides in it to avoid battles. Why can't I see the treasure chest of civilization? The blue wind wings behind Li Ang skillfully maintained his balance. He stroked his chin, but frowned deeply. Xiao Hongyu swallowed, but she didn't know how to deal with such a big man who was obviously invulnerable. Hearing Li Ang's self-talk, she swept the sea rock snapping turtle up and down for a while, as if thinking of something. Could it be in a turtle shell? Lilith's small white cloth umbrella appeared in her hand, and she nodded slightly in approval. It's possible, I'll put my hand into the sea in a while, and you, Nanaka, will solve it. After finishing speaking, the whole person fell straight down, and then the horrific battle scene that Li Ang had seen happened in front of Xiao Hongyu. Give this guy a sigh of relief, and give Hong Hong the final kill. Li Ang instructed Nanaka. It's really intimate, Hong Hong. Nanaka jokingly glanced at the two of them, and then directly joined the battle. Is this magic? Xiao Hongyu looked at the two delicate girls in disbelief. She could set off a huge wave of hundreds of meters almost with a gesture of her hands. The terrifying battle fluctuations almost shook the cliff here, and there were always gravels. Fell into the sea. The painful groaning of the sea rock snapping turtle spread hundreds of meters around, and when it stood up from the sea, its huge shell was already level with the cliff where Xiao Hongyu and Li Ang were. Such a shocking scene made Xiao Hongyu nervously tug on the corner of Li Ang's clothes, as if it would give her a sense of security. However, Li Ang was amazed by her tenderness at the moment. Does every woman have 1,000 faces? Who would have thought that Xiao Hongyu, a strong woman who always put on a tough attitude even when facing him, would have such a weak scene? I thought you would join the battle yourself like a female general. Xiao Hongyu rolled a beautiful white eye, and retorted, I thought you would end up fighting, but I didn't expect you to be watching from the sidelines. The battle between Lilith and Nanaka ended soon. Although the sea rock snapping turtle resisted with great strength, and even used magic to control the sea water to form a terrifying attack, it was Lilith and Nanaka who fought against each other. Easily cracked. Wanting to leave, Lilith also blocked the opponent's way of retreat. Even if they retracted into the turtle shell, Lilith and Nanaka might use special blood magic to completely ignore each other's turtle shell. My lord, this guy is almost doomed. Nanaka's voice came, and Li Ang went down. At this moment, the sea water has gradually returned to calm, but a strong smell of blood can be smelled. Li Ang watched with his own eyes that Xiao Hongyu transformed a piece of broken reef into metal, and then turned into a spear with a length of 4 or 5 meters. Die. To be honest, the time it took to kill it with its last breath, 533, is even longer than the time it took for Nanaka and the others to fight. Li Ang released a taunt from the side, but Xiao Hongyu didn't even look at him. With a bloody face, he pulled out the spear, but at this moment, the spear had turned into a metal lasso, which was holding a platinum treasure chest. Sure enough, it's in its turtle shell. The Hun snapping turtle died, and at the same time, Xiao Hongyu's body began to flicker violently, wave after wave, and the upgrade speed was much faster than Li Ang's original one. On the Devil Sovereign list, although Xiao Hongyu's ranking is still the second, her level has already jumped up, from the original single digits to level 21. And behind her, Dragon King, who had been fighting her evenly all along, was thrown away forcefully. Devil Sovereign list minus. First place, Li Ang, level 30 magician. Second place, Little Red Flower Ovo, a level 21 magician. Third place, Dragon King, level 7 magician. Fourth place, Eternal Swordsmanship, level 6 magician. Fifth place, Augustus, level 5 magician. Sixth place, Showa Yebu, 4th level magician. Fuck. Look at the leader's level. Suihai City was working together to build 9 snakes at the base of Suihai City. Xiao Lu suddenly exclaimed, let go of the wood in his hand, and smashed it directly on the feet of a companion. Oh! Xiao Lu, are you going to die? However, at this moment, no one paid any attention to the member of 9 snakes who had been smashed to the foot, and everyone saw the terrifying facts on their Devil Sovereign list interface one after another. When they saw Xiao Hongyu's sudden achievement level, everyone was shocked. The team led by the boss really took off, the team leader is so happy. Ah! Why don't I follow up shamelessly? I have been promoted to more than 20 levels in one go, and I will sit firmly on the second throne. Quickly, quickly, contact the group leader to see if Mr. Li can bring a few more people. If he takes me to upgrade, I will kneel down and call him dad. The reaction of the Hydra members caught the attention of the people who were building the ceremonial foundation treehouse, and then the news about Li Ang and Xiao Hongyu's upgrade and takeoff spread throughout the regional channels. And Dragon King, who had just beheaded a third-level monster with difficulty on the grassland and raised his level to level 7, opened the Devil Sovereign ranking, and just wanted to see that he had once again suppressed Xiao Honghua and achieved second place, but it caught his eye. But the information almost made him pull out own eyeballs. This, shit! The other members of Iron Wool also cursed angrily. Isn't this little red flower cheating? Damn it! Looking for a big boss. Boss, this is absolutely unbearable. Let's also ask Mr. Li to lead the team. Whatever little red flower gives him, we will double it. As the deputy leader, Jian Xinggui still has some wounds on his body from the attack by the monster just now, and he looked at Dragon King with a solemn expression. Boss, I can't wait any longer, contact Li Ang immediately, and ask the little red flower to come out. Whatever the conditions, we will let him lead the team. If someone else takes the lead, the will of steel will be over from now on. Dragon King also realized the seriousness of the problem, and hurriedly chatted with Li Ang privately. The members of the Stars and Stripes Knights, who had just left Suihai City every 2 days, swallowed their saliva at this moment, looking at their leader with fiery eyes. Mine's complexion was uncertain, and he wished he could slap himself twice. Why was he in such a hurry to leave? Maybe he would give up some face, and Li Ang would count him in as well. It's okay, we have reached a cooperation with Suihu now, and there will be opportunities in the future. Now we collect the materials on the list. Wait until we have magic equipment. The middle part is what we said. At this moment, Li Ang was flipping through regional channels with a funny face. When he saw one, he couldn't help laughing and looked at Xiao Hongyu, who had cleaned the blood on his face, and asked, "Then our number 2 leader, we have a question to interview you, is the thigh of the leader of the list warm?" There are drops of water on Xiao Hongyu's face that haven't been wiped dry. Looking at Li Ang's humble face sitting on the treasure chest of civilization, I really don't know if this guy is suffocated after staying in the snowy area for a long time, or it's just his personality. Often likes to talk to women. Aren't you going to open the treasure chest of civilization? Xiao Hongyu changed the subject, and looked at the platinum treasure chest under Li Ang's buttocks. It's not hard to see that she wanted it very much, but Li Ang was completely unmoved. This thing was no longer in the trading ranks from the beginning, and Li Ang's direct collection of the civilization treasure box into -mall is still a sky-high price for proficiency, which has envied countless people. Hey, when the materials are collected, the interspatial ring must be produced first. I wanted to keep a low profile, but the reality is that I always push me to the front of the stage. It's helpless. The way Li Ang shook her head made Xiao Hongyu really want to hit the opponent after a while. This time Erxiang made the investment. Perhaps it was because the treasure chest of civilization was not opened, or it might be that Xiao Hongyu did not own the treasure chest of civilization. This time, even if Xiao Hongyu took the final kill of the sea rock snapping turtle, there was no world announcement like Li Ang. But Xiao Hongyu's current limelight is not weak at all. When heading towards the next goal, Xiao Hongyu and Li Ang were both replying messages on the own interface. Xiao 2.1 Hongyu told 9 Snake member Li Ang to bring only one person, and Li Ang told Dragon King, who was on the grassland, about the deal between himself and Xiao Hongyu. It's a bit far away from you. I don't think there's much hope. I'll go back here after a while. There are still 10 large groups of people in Suihu who are waiting to be assigned jobs. Li Ang's words made Dragon both King and Jian Xing felt heavy. Fortunately, the other party did not completely neglect them in the end, and gave them a list of collected materials, promising to exchange these materials for magic equipment. However, this means that the future of the Will of Steel may not be too far away. At least if they have not been led by Li Ang to upgrade, they may have no hope of fighting against the 9 snake pirates, and Dragon. It would be nice if King can keep the 3rd place in the future. Then it seemed that luck ran out. The 3 special magical beasts were all 4th level monsters, and the final result was that Xiao Hongyu's level stopped after only reaching level 27. Don't be dissatisfied at level 27, so what if you reach level 30? Do you think you can defeat 4th level monsters at level 30? You should try to find powerful magic. On the way back, Xiao Hongokil just looks swollen. Hichi Oni-san's image forms a lovely contrast. Lilith and Nanika also couldn't understand the conversation between Xiao Hongyu and Li Ang. Although they felt complicated about the older and more women around Li Ang was the dominant one after all, so they couldn't say anything. Xiao Hongyu still had a bitter face, She looked at Li Ang resentfully, and said, "This time you have made a lot of money. The 4 civilization treasure chests are the cores of the 4 magic towers, although I don't know exactly what those things are useful, but the entire minus area is so big, there are only 1,000 in total, it is definitely a good thing." Li Ang did not deny it, but asked, "Then do you know how many resources 11 are needed to build a magic tower?" "The list I gave you before, the main dozens of materials, the required amount is recorded in tons. With the size of your 9 snakes, is it possible to build a magic tower?" Xiao Hongya was speechless. Until she returned to Suihai City, she didn't speak much. "My lord, it seems that this beauty is very dissatisfied with your directness," Lilith said quietly as she watched Xiao Hongya go to the 9 snake pirates. Li Ang smiled lightly. Women are greedy, they have already reached level 27, a full 20 levels behind the second place Dragon King. Li Ang is not polite to expecting a magic tower. In fact, if the world is regarded as a game, the existence of Li Ang has definitely become the existence of bugs in the world. According to the existing conditions, if you want to contact and formally start to obtain the qualification to build the magic tower, how can you? Most magicians must reach level 20 or above, and a small number of elites must reach level 50 or above. But Li Ang forcefully relies on the dafa of shaking people, killing special magical beasts like pigs and dogs. After going back and forth for a few days, Suihai City now has the appearance of a large-scale village. After receiving Li Ang's nod and assurance, people who don't have the special skills Li Ang needs, and have no strength to protect themselves, choose to join Suihai City. Haikan became Li Ang's people. Li Ang stood in mid-air with wings of the wind spread, and started construction after a certain distance along the coastline. The entire construction was strictly planned. Even if it was only a temporary house, houses like brick houses would definitely be built in the future, but now, however, the planning for the future of the city has already begun. "Boss, this is the urban construction drawing you asked us to design. It is in line with the harbor city." The person who spoke was Zhu Hengguang, the interim chief engineer of Suihai City's urban construction appointed by Li Ang. "Introduce that I have done planning work for the construction of a small foreign city in my previous life, and I also have experience in large-scale projects." Li Ang has no way to judge the authenticity of the other party. After all, the other party can't produce any relevant documents and certificates. He can only let the other party sign the contract magic. If there is a problem with the Snow Wolf City project, Zhu Hengguang will be gone. As a result of the direct connection between engineering and life, Zhu Hengguang quickly came up with the construction plan for the first phase of the formal project after making a temporary urban living plan. Li Ang will look at some blueprints. Judging from this, Zhu Hengguang probably did not lie to him, even if there is a certain amount of moisture in his self-introduction, but the real skills are still available. "Very good, after the first phase of Suihai City is completed and accepted, I will reward you with a gold-level magic book. I will also give you a temporary hat." Li Ang patted Zhu Hengguang on the shoulder in satisfaction, and promised something that made the people around them gasp. Li Ang's idea of wanting to start a big business has been clearly expressed in his own actions, and he must care about own's reputation as a career preceding entry stage, so it is basically impossible to deceive people. However, without waiting for some other engineers to envy Zhu Hengguang, Li Ang said again, "The person in charge of each street, after the project is successfully handed over, each person will have a silver-level magic book. The people of the Celestial Dynasty can build the Celestial Dynasty wherever they go." "Okay." Everyone excitedly agreed and went down to work. The low-level skeleton soldiers summoned by Li Ang can only do the physical work of logging and quarrying, and they can only work step by step with Li Ang's life skills. Now it involves large-scale engineering construction, which is by no means rigid and they can complete it. Therefore, the people here in Snow Wolf City don't have to worry about work issues at all. And Li Ang also made arrangements. He ate big pot meals made by professional chefs and lived in a warm wooden house. Li Ang also offered a salary ranging from 100 to 500 yuan per day depending on the type of work he was doing. Now that there is a shortage of supplies, money is not very valuable. On the other side, the 9 Snake Pirates Snow Wolf City residence belongs to Li Ang, but just like everyone else, they are exempted from rent for 3 months, and the 3 months, it happens to be Zhu Hengguang and the others the bottom line time for project handover. "Leader, is there any change in level 27,083, let us see." Yes, how much magic power has reached level 27? I'm so envious. Is that Li Ang interested in our team leader, and even took him away directly? If you want to know the coordinates of the special magical beasts, it's not too difficult to offer a reward on the regional channel, or find it yourself. I think it's possible. Commander, are we going to merge with Suyu in the future? Everyone talked to each other, chattering. Obviously most of them were men, but these guys are now more capable than women, making Xiao Hongyu, who was surrounded when she just came back, full of black lines. Slap! Xiao Hongyu slapped one of the few furniture in the wooden house, a solid wooden square table, and a clear palm mark appeared on it in an instant, and the tabletop was completely cracked. Everyone was dumbfounded, even Xiao Hongyu didn't have time to try it after upgrading, and now she was surprised by the change of own. Tuan, group leader, don't your hands hurt? The little girl Shang Guanlaner swallowed her saliva, and the people in the crowd who used to like to make some harmless jokes about Xiao Hongyu had already begun to slowly retreat. Although the ships have transported 2 groups of people back and forth in the past few days, it was only less than 10,000 people, and a lot of people have also come in these few days. 30 to 40,000 standard log cabins exist. The total population is nearly 150,000. These people haven't settled down completely yet, and ON has too little intelligent power at their disposal, so they didn't register these people, just counted a rough number of them. We plan to follow you to your other 2 cities, isn't it convenient? Xiao Hongyu found Liang, who was about to open all the treasure chests collected during this time, although she was talking to Liang, but all members of the 9 snake pirates, including Xiao Hongyu, stared at the treasure chest next to Liang. The black iron ones occupy the most, but there are also gold level ones, and they know that the treasure chests of Liang were completely discovered by the skeleton soldiers who opened up the wasteland and moved back. He didn't do anything, a real hang-up dog. And now they are going to watch this hang-up dog become a god with their own eyes, and their record makes them overwhelmed. Liang seemed unable to see the jealousy and heartache of these guys, and said sincerely, "Welcome, why not welcome, you even want to set up the headquarters in Suyu." Xiao Hongyu curled her lips, although the relationship between the 2 is good now, but who would have thought that there would be conflicts in the future, when the headquarters is located in the other's lair, it is not certain that it will be cool. Although I don't want this kind of thing to happen, but the world is unpredictable, so it is necessary to keep a hand. Okay, then open the treasure chest, we won't be an eyesore here. Xiao Hongyu turned her head and left after saying that. Of course, they said they were an eyesore, but the real one might be Tian Haozhong. From Liang's side, Xiao Hongyu didn't go far, when there was a strange cry of pain, accompanied by bursts of dazzling golden light. Ah! My eyes! My eyes! Damn it, who has sunglasses? Did anyone wear sunglasses when they traveled here? I'll buy them at a high price. God, don't flash me, I'm going blind. Xiao Hongyu turned her back to Liang, her jade hands were clenched tightly, and all the members of 9 snakes behind him were also trying their best to restrain themselves at this moment. In fact, they are the only ones who have such emotions. Looking around, all the magicians who approached here have put down their dinners. They are obviously rich and delicious meals with vegetables and meat, but at this moment they have the feeling of knocking their meals down. The impulse to Liang's head. This guy is too cheap. The little girl behind Xiao Hongyu, Shang Guanlaner, gritted her teeth and spoke out the hearts of everyone. Why did this terrifying summoning magic fall back into this guy's hands? Xiao Hongyu had this thought more than once during the few days she had been in contact with Liang, and this moment was especially strong. This night's dinner was boring, this night's starry sky was boring, this night's sleep, tossing and turning. Liang yawned early the next morning, but basically everyone in the area was just like him. Xiao Hongyu also appeared in front of Liang with faint dark circles under her eyes. Last night, this grandson opened the box until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and didn't stop. It could be over in half an hour at most, but this guy insisted on it took 4 or 5 hours. Damn you, what a dog! Xiao Hongyu, a well-mannered Oni-san, finally gritted her silver teeth and popped out these words. Last night, she had no choice but to use meditation to pass the time because she couldn't sleep well. Otherwise, her dark circles would be even heavier. Liang yawned back, looking sleepy, as if he just couldn't hear. Hurry up and have breakfast, I'll arrange some things, and I'll leave after finishing. As he spoke, he walked towards a slightly larger wooden house. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but this is the city lord's mansion of Suihai City, which is the residence of Silvek, and he came here not only to explain some things, but also to try out a good thing that was opened in a gold-level treasure chest last night. Your Excellency. Sylvek is now the city lord of Suihai City, but Li Ang's name is also the city lord. Li Ang thought about it. Call me my lord from now on. This time I'm looking for you because I have something to tell you. Li Ang started talking to Sylvek about his thoughts on the future positioning of Suihai City. There is a river 60 miles west of Suihai City through the forest, and about 20 kilometers to the west after crossing the river, there is a main river that runs through the entire Minas. We will definitely use it in the future, and now there must be a lot of people gathered in life. Although the skeleton soldiers can't independently manufacture more complex houses, there is no problem with road construction and so on. I will summon more skeleton soldiers and ghost howling cavalry to command you. My request is to manage Suihai City well. When the first phase of the project is completed, it is best to repair this road as well. Seeing the map Li Ang took out, Sylvek nodded to express his understanding. My lord, these are all easy, but there is one thing that can't be helped. We don't understand the language of these people from another world, and we don't know their characters either. That's the second thing for today. Li Ang interrupted him with an expectant smile on his face. Just yesterday, when he opened the treasure chest, when he opened it to a gold-ranked treasure chest, he encountered a spell that was of great value to him. Soul Magic Spiritual Guidance, gold-level magic, which can reach a link with a target that has a magic contract, a soul contract, or a master-servant relationship. The subject can pass certain information and knowledge in his mind to the servant. The latter can be used freely. Note: for those whose mental energy does not meet the standard, the servant will die on the spot. This is simply a copy of the brain version. And now the strongest around Li Ang should be Lilith and the others, and this thing should be risky, so Li Ang first found Sylvek. After Li Ang finished speaking, he started to run the magic directly. The magic itself did not fluctuate much, and the magic power consumed was not too big. Li Ang felt the existence of Sylvek's soul easily, and the two formed a smooth relationship. Unilateral linking. Li Ang immediately copied the knowledge of Chinese language and characters to the other party. The whole process took about 5 minutes. After Li Ang finished the magic, Sylvek spoke. My lord. The words are correct and full of Chinese language. It's done. Li Ang was overjoyed. The 6th level monsters are fine, and the 5th level monsters are next. For this reason, Li Ang specially summoned a 5th level monster, a vengeful spirit, a male vengeful spirit. Immediately, Li Ang didn't want the other party to go back to the snowy land with him, so he should stay as Sylvek's assistant. The image of male wraiths is not as pure and pleasant as Li Ang's Pleiades maids. This thing is very similar to Sylvek of Night Terror. After experimenting, the 5th level monsters did not have any problems, and they learned the Chinese language easily. Then there are 4th level monsters, 3rd level monsters, and 2nd level monsters. When it reached the 1st level monster level, the skeleton warrior transformed by the undead. Halfway through, the skeleton warrior exploded on the spot, and the skull flew away. After a few experiments without giving up, Li Ang still failed. Li Ang finally accepted the fact that the magic usage limit is for 2nd level monsters, and the brain capacity of 1st level monsters seems to be insufficient. After Xiao Hongyu and the others had finished their breakfast, they saw that the third group of people had boarded the ship one after another, but Li Ang couldn't help but wonder, isn't this guy still in a hurry to go back? Could it be to catch up on sleep? Xiao Hongyu felt that Li Ang could really do such a thing. Seeing a person wearing a black cloak who couldn't see clearly looking down at the document in his hand, and writing and drawing on it with a pen, Xiao Hongyu stepped forward and asked politely. Hello, do you know where Li Ang is? Oh, my lord is at the city lord's mansion, but I'm busy with something, so I don't want to disturb you. The man immediately pointed in a direction and said. Xiao Hongyu nodded, but seemed to realize that something was wrong. She turned her head suddenly, and looked at the person who showed her the way. This is not a human, it is clearly an undead clan, a skeleton clan. Hey! Hey! Xiao Hongyu's brain crashed, and she looked at the skeleton man in front of her in a daze. Is there anything else, miss? The skeleton man spoke again, his upper and lower jaws opened and closed, and now Xiao Hongyu was sure that the words of heaven came from the mouth of this guy just now. Xiao Hongyu shook her head with a stiff smile, turned her head and ran back in the direction she came from just now, all the way back to the cabin of 9 snakes. Before she had time to share the abandonment incident that happened just now, the little girl from Shangguan was out of breath rushed in, looking a little crazy and ferocious. You. Guess what I encountered just now? My god, I must be crazy, can you believe it? The undead, that is the undead summoned by Liang, they can talk. They can talk. Celestial language. I'm going to speak celestial language. Now, Xiao Hongyu was sure, it wasn't an illusion just now, the undead could really talk, and she saw that the other party was still writing and drawing on paper, and they even wrote about Ykiu. The other members of Nine Snakes felt that Shang Guanlaner hadn't slept well and was out of spirits. Shang Guanlaner was still trying her best to explain, but Xiao Hongyu turned her head and walked towards the city lord's mansion. As soon as she arrived, Liang came out and the two happened to meet. The undead can speak the Chinese dialect and write, did you make it? Xiao Hongyu asked straight to the point. Liang smiled, see? How is it? It feels good, doesn't it still have the smell of northern Shaanxi? Xiao Hongyu took a deep breath, letting herself suppress the shock in her heart, but, didn't know how to evaluate Liang's actions. Leaving aside that the other party has such means, Liang will definitely control the snowy land in the future. These undead tribes are loyal to Liang, and these people can only serve as a deterrent by force. But now although direct management is somewhat difficult, it can play a role in supervising human management. Those who try to be moths and rats secretly under Liang's hands are afraid that they will be in big trouble now. Smart woman, Hong Hong, why don't you just follow me, I'll give you the position of city lord. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Liang approached Xiao Hongyu slightly, and said. Liang could tell the meaning in the other party's eyes at a glance, and the other party had already realized Liang's purpose. Xiao Hongyu didn't speak, turned her head and walked towards Nine Snakes. The undead tribe began to speak the Chinese language. This change shocked the entire Suihai city, and everyone felt a tense atmosphere, as if they and others had lost some advantage of autonomy. Some people who obviously have an official atmosphere, and they were probably some leaders in their previous lives, saw this scene and their faces turned livid. Originally, they had already planned it out. Although they were not strong enough, they could take advantage of the fact that the undead clan did not understand the Chinese language and characters, to fish for fishes, and even when they reached a certain position, they could continue to do the business that was rich in their own pockets in the previous life. Now it's almost out of play. Liang has absolute trust in these summoned undead tribes, and these undead tribes are also extremely loyal to Jiang. In other words, when the matter was in front of Liang, he must have believed the words of the undead clan. They will be under absolute monitoring, and it is impossible for them to be promoted to the management of Suihai City without really making some achievements. But other people who have no bad intentions are worried about whether own jobs will be lost. After all, they are all living people, but these undead races seem to never know how to get tired. Fortunately, Liang had expected such a situation to happen a long time ago. He directly announced the scope of work for the undead clan. In addition to the supervision work that some people had already expected, it was the collection of basic resources, the city walls and the roads leading to the city. Outside road construction. In addition, the protection of the city is completely in the charge of the undead clan. Anyone who lives in the city that belongs to the snow region will naturally receive sufficient protection while being under certain jurisdiction. The projects that were launched were still being launched one by one, which finally made the people of Suihai City settle down. Now there are more than 3,000 undead tribes in Suihai City who have the ability to communicate and write in the Chinese language, which is more than enough for supervision and management. Phew, we'll see how many idiots there are when we go back. Liang stood at the bow of the boat. This time, the transport personnel on the 4 ships were relatively mixed, involving planting, breeding, sword forging, and jewelry design. Both. For some reason, Xiao Hongyu, the head of the 9 snake pirates, came to Liang's boat. When she heard Liang say this, Xiao Hongyu, who was blowing the sea breeze, suddenly asked. Can you kill someone? Logically speaking, you have been alone in the snowy region, and even though the methods are very tough, you should have never killed someone in the true sense, right? Liang was slightly taken aback, he rubbed his chin, and after a while he slapped his palm on the side of the boat. Isn't it? Sure enough. I'm a good person. Xiao Hongyu. Xiao Hongyu stared at Liang with bright eyes, her expression was indifferent. Liang curled her lips, and said lightly, what's the point of killing people? I just need to give an order, and my subordinates can deal with people. I don't even care about it from beginning to end. You need to take a look at that person. In this case, do you think killing people is like a game in a game? what kind of a good person can you say that you are? Xiao Hongyu shook her head. Li Ang didn't explain, and there was no need to explain. Human beings are the most impure creatures in this world. There is light in everyone's heart, but there is also darkness that cannot be ignored. Thank you big brother for the 100-point reward if you are destined or not, thank you. When the 4 wooden boats including Li Ang and others returned to Linhe City along the river, before disembarking, Li Ang discovered that the current Linhe City had undergone tremendous changes. Although the original Linhe City was called a city, its walls were all made of wood, so it could be said to be a water fortress relying on the river. But now the wooden wall has been demolished, and the city wall has been built on the basis of several times the expansion. My lord. Gu Shiliu stepped forward to welcome Li Ang to disembark. You should still call me the lord from now on. Did the newcomers make trouble? Yes, my lord, because we don't understand the language of these people, and my lord's order before leaving was to expand the city, so I confined them in one place and prevented them from moving freely, but it seems that some of them very dissatisfied. Li Ang narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Gu Shiliu's words, and smiled lightly. It's really not life-threatening. He didn't explode on the spot. The most important thing now is to instill Chinese language and Chinese characters into the undead tribe in the snow region. Phew, it's really cold in here. All the members of 9 snakes behind Xiao Hongyu put on fur coats, and now they wrapped themselves tightly. Looking at them, Li Ang thought of the time when he first came, when it was so cold that even the place where he sat was freezing his buttocks. Now he is already the owner of the 3 cities. Are you going to Snow Wolf City with me, or staying here? Li Ang looked at Xiao Hongyu and asked. Of course I'm going to your Snow Wolf City. I'm really curious about what your undead factory looks like. Xiao Hongyu's purpose this time is to see where Li Ang can get life skill experience. Li Ang didn't care, and after letting Gu Shiliu take care of these people, he recruited a group of cold-cursed horses to turn them over. Hey, you are indeed a leader on the list. There are groups of second-level monster horses. This is definitely a good thing to hang on the trading ground. 9 snakes Xiao Lu rode on the back of the cold spell horse. The envy on his face couldn't be concealed at all. The appearance of the cold curse horse can definitely touch the male aesthetic point, and at this stage, those who have mounts are basically big men. Li Ang doesn't care much about this. Although it is a second-level monster, the requirements for the environment are really high. It must be in a world of ice and snow. If it goes out, its strength will definitely decline, and even some problems will occur. However, the cold curse horse is really suitable as a mount in this vast snowy area. No matter whether it is ice or snow, it can walk on flat ground. I go. When everyone came to Snow Wolf City, they were stunned by the sight before entering the city. During Li Ang's departure, the construction of the city has not stopped. Snow Wolf City itself is almost completed, but now it has become a real city from the outside. The North City Gate is open, and there are 2 ferocious stone beast statues standing on both sides. The city wall is about 8 meters high, directly blocking the road between the 2 snow-capped mountains, and the length is estimated to be 4 to 5 kilometers. On the city wall, there are 2 undead soldiers wearing chain mail, iron faces and holding long knives or spears every few tens of meters. On the city wall, there are 2 teams of soldiers and horses lined up neatly, patrolling back and forth on the city wall. Through the open city gate, Xiao Hongyu and others could even see the flat road in the city covered with a layer of snowflakes, as well as the houses under construction on both sides. Hong, how is it? This is only 2 months of results, and we will continue to improve in the future. Linhe City and Suihai City will also develop soon. If you want to do something for me, I will not hesitate to be the city lord. Yes. Li Ang threw out an olive branch again, and now even the other members of the 9 snakes were moved, and they all stared at their leader with admiration. Xiao Hongyu was lying when she said she wasn't moved, but she didn't immediately agree. After all, although Li Ang gave her the position of city lord, the restraint and supervision of the undead tribe must be indispensable. Let's talk about it, I'll think about it. Li Ang wasn't too anxious, and he wasn't in a hurry either. After all, although he hoped that Xiao Hongyu and her team could do things for him, it wasn't absolutely necessary, and the other party wouldn't force him if they didn't want to. Riding a cold-cursed horse into the city, the snow outside is very thick, but you can see skeleton soldiers sweeping the snow on the streets inside the city, and the sound of house construction can be heard on both sides of the road. I seem to have seen your city structure somewhere before. Xiao Hongyu looked at the well-organized streets, which looked familiar, and Li Ang smiled lightly. Chang'an. Shangguan Lanner behind Xiao Hongyu suddenly thought of the reference point for the layout of Snow Wolf City. Li Ang nodded with a smile. Although due to its geographical location and its own area, it can't reach 108 squares in the two cities, but there is no problem with smaller ones. Li Ang seemed to be talking about something exciting, and it started eloquent. The Celestial Dynasty people in Minus account for the vast majority. Among these people, there must be some who study the history and culture of the Celestial Dynasty. With these people, plus the undead tribe I summoned, I can completely establish a new dynasty. Even if it can develop here in the future, I will directly change the name of Snow Wolf City to Chang'an. Li Ang was riding a cold cursed horse and talking about his own thoughts excitedly. All the people in Nine Snakes looked at him so stupidly. They had to admit that Li Ang really seemed to be shining at this moment. And we have crossed over from the world of science and technology, can't we create products that combine magic and science? There must be someone in Dragon King who can make guns and cannons. So you wanted to annex us early on, didn't you? Xiao Hongyu interrupted suddenly. Immediately Li Ang's expression froze. Gan, said too excitedly, I got carried away. Xiao Hongyu glanced at Li Ang lightly, and didn't express anything else, but in fact, she wasn't too surprised. Comparing my heart to my heart, if I have this strength, I also want to try to make a hegemony. Now Li Ang's residence is no longer the previous small wooden house, and of course there is no palace compound or anything, it is just a much larger wooden house with a large yard, which is still temporary. When the resources are all together, Li Ang will directly build the magic tower and live in the own Aurora Bewitching Temple. Li Ang brought Xiao Hongyu to the workshop area, and just ignored it. He still needs to transmit Chinese language and Chinese characters to the undead tribes above the second level. Now Li Ang's undead tribes in Suiyu have reached a terrifying 300,000. Although at least 200,000 of them are skeleton soldiers who don't even count first-level monsters, there are more than 10,000 to nearly 20,000 undead tribes above second level. This is a big project. Li Ang returned to his own residence and began to work like a machine, while Xiao Hongyu wandered around Snow Wolf City. Although she was brought to the workshop area by Li Ang, she didn't go in. Instead, she returned the same way and came to Baikan where she had just entered. Before that, she vaguely saw a greenhouse-like building at the entrance of a street. When everyone came here and passed through several rows of small wooden 583 courtyards under construction, they saw 10 neatly arranged sheds extending from their side to 100 meters away. Hiss! This guy seems to have started planning a long time ago. Such a big shed is not made of glass, but crystal. The undead who held the handle should have received Li Ang's call. He did not intend to drive away the observations of the snake cotters. Xiao Hongyu opened the wooden door and walked in, and immediately saw a green world, the wheat seedlings, all planted neatly as far as the eye could see were the wheat from the other world. There seemed to be other crops at the far end. How is this possible? It's only been 2 months, how can the wheat grow so fast? Zhang Shivo, who is nicknamed Prince of the Fire River in the world, was speaking. Clearly. He bent down and dug up a handful of soil, felt and smelled it, and the look of surprise in his eyes became more and more obvious. I can't believe that the soil is so fertile. It is very likely that Li Ang has already started preparing for this matter after the supply box was broken. He has no way to collect anything to eat in the snowy area like the outside. Except for meat, some vegetables are extravagant. Shangguan Lanner, the little girl who has always been quite suspicious of Li Ang's character, didn't notice it herself, and now her tone is unconsciously filled with admiration. Xiao Hongyu stroked the vibrant wheat seedlings, took a deep breath, and murmured, maybe he had an idea before the supply box was broken? Do you think that with his personality, he will supply the own supplies and hand them over to the supplies? Is it something that obviously carries luck? Everyone thinks about what Li Ang has done during this period of time. Although it seems that he is blindly giving, he firmly holds the initiative in the hands of own. Everyone couldn't help thinking secretly, did this guy really only rely on the terrifying summoning magic to achieve such an achievement? Afterwards, everyone entered several other greenhouses, and there was no doubt that each of them was full of plants and green fruits, vegetables, and some potions are all grown. Sure enough, this guy started planning a long time ago. I was surprised that the price of seeds on the purchase list of his trading market shop would be much higher. At first, I just thought it was for life skills. Now it seems that we thought it was simple. He completely wants to achieve self-sufficiency, please control others. Even, controlling others through resources. Li Ang never imagined that at this moment, in Xiao Hongyu's heart, he has become a person with sinister intentions and seems to have dark special effects. Leaving the agricultural area where the greenhouse is located, Xiao Hongyu and others came to the storage area. Naturally, this place will not be open to them, and when they approached, the guarding undead skeleton soldiers also let out a clang. Pulled out a long knife from his waist, the meaning is self-evident. However, even if you don't need to go in, you can roughly understand how rich Li Ang is just by looking at the warehouse at this moment. The warehouse is definitely the largest building in Snow Wolf City. A single warehouse covers an area of 100,000 square meters, and there are 3 such warehouses in this storage area. Just the gate of the warehouse is 5 meters high. Moreover, Xiao Hongyu and others have seen that all the wood and other things have been piled up outside the city and covered with things, so the things in the warehouse are very likely to be some things such as magic metals, potions, magic books, and even magic weapons. Kind of stuff. In addition, there must be a lot of food such as meat, rice noodles, grains, and oils, etc. Preceding entry stage will open out of the material box. Head, look. Suddenly, Zhang Shivo, the 9-snake cotter in the team, seemed to have seen something, and Xiao Hongyu, who was distracted, looked in the direction pointed by the other party. 2 skeleton soldiers were pushing a flatbed cart and came to the distance. Another warehouse not far from them. Xiao Hongyu's eyes were all on the other party's flatbed cart, which turned out to be a set of indigo armor that was put on a wooden figure. Blaster set, bronze-level magic equipment including breastplate, leggings, and handguards. Xiao Hongyu's hands trembled slightly. The blueprint of this thing was sold to Li Ang by their 9 snakes. It was obviously ready for mass production, but this guy just kept silent. Although she had expected this kind of thing to happen, she still had it. A nameless anger rose. Seeing with her own eyes that the 2 sets of completed gale wind suits were sent to the warehouse in front of her, Xiao Hongyu was already sure that there must have been a lot of black iron level brave suits in stock. Xiao Hongyu quickened her pace, perhaps for the purpose of shortening the distance to forging materials. The storage area and the weapon forging area are adjacent. An area close to the eastern city wall, or in other words, all 3.3 of the 2 streets is like a forge copied and pasted. The high temperature of the furnace makes the stone roads on the ground in this area slippery, but there is no snow. Ding 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 ding. The crisp sound of iron forging came, and Xiao Hongyu and others stood in the middle of the road. There were standard forging workshops on both sides, and through the windows in the middle, one could clearly see the skeleton soldiers inside who were forging a piece of iron in an orderly manner. One row is all for making armor, the other is for making steel boots, and the other is for making weapons. This is a paradise for obsessive-compulsive disorder patients. How much equipment can be produced in this day? When Li Ang finished dealing with the matter here, it was already night, and at this time, Xiao Hongyu and others, who had been wandering around Snow Wolf City for a long time, also came to Li Ang's residence under the guidance of the undead clan. The faces of all members of the 9 snake pirates, including Xiao Hongyu, were not very good looking, and Li Ang naturally knew why. After all the undead tribes have some kind of connection with him. He has a panoramic view of Xiao Hongyu and others' every move in Snow Wolf City today, and he doesn't say anything about why the other party is in a bad mood. Everyone has been tired all day today. Eat a good meal and rest for a night. I will start to arrange work for those people tomorrow. By the way, let's see if the people at the shipyard are really capable. I promise you 2 treasure ships. I have already cashed in, Li Ang said. Xiao Hongyu nodded, but she was not as enthusiastic as before. Looking at the silent members of the 9 snake pirates, Li Ang clapped his hands, and immediately Sadeko in a white dress floated in. Li Ang's beautiful wraith maid attracted the attention of these people. Order to serve dinner. Sadeko nodded obediently and went out. Now the Pleiades maid corps can be said to be in Li Ang's battle queue and is in a half-retired state. However, Sadeko and all the female grievances seem to enjoy this kind of life of a maid, and work happily every day. Li Ang led everyone to the restaurant on the side. Although there is no other decoration here except for a somewhat rough Chinese-style screen, there are probably not many people who can spend time on house decoration in Minas now. People have this kind of thought. Because there were too many people, Li Ang asked people to move in a few tables again, and he and Xiao Hongyu occupied one table, and the others were very sensible and did not move in. Soon Sadeko led a neat row of female resentful spirits in the same immaculate white dresses floated in, together with the hot meals on the plates in their hands. Beauties, gourmet food. After that, when the magic tower is completed, there will be a mansion again, and you will be the winner in life." 9 snake cotters muttered softly, the envy and hatred in their eyes could no longer be hidden. "My mother was still a virgin in her last world. Do I still have to be a virgin here? I'm not reconciled." Xiao Lu gritted his teeth. "Ha, you deserve it. When the project was negotiated and I treated you, you refused to go. Ask Zhang Shivo if he is happy." The prince of the Fire River, Zhang Shivo, who had been silent for a while, almost didn't get angry, and it was so easy to pull something on him. A table is full, with familiar Chinese dishes from the previous life, and another world dishes made through the blueprints of this world, stewed meat with bright and rich soup, stir-fried vegetables fresh as if just picked, salads, fruit plates, soups. "Have you always had this kind of life before?" Xiao Hongyu swallowed her saliva indiscriminately. Just by smelling the aroma and looking at the appearance, she can guess that the taste of these dishes is designated as the best. Even the boss in the previous life has not eaten a big meal for more than 2 months now, and the secretion of saliva is uncontrollable in the mouth. Li Ang shook his head naturally, and said with a funny face, "What are you talking about? I set up this big table by myself? In the past, Sadeko and I ate together, each with a bowl of rice, at most 3 dishes. Today we eat together. It is to celebrate my success in talent recruitment, and the second is to welcome you as guests." In the middle of speaking, Sadeko took a black jar from the hand of a wraith maid. "I made some rice wine myself, can I have some?" Li Ang pointed to the jar. Xiao Hongyu hadn't said anything yet, but the tables on the other side were already crazy, each of them had a jar of wine, and same here at Li Ang. "Damn, slow down, Sala. Sala. No, okay, do you want to drink it all by yourself? Daddy hasn't touched alcohol for more than 2 months. Crack. Do you want to drink to the altar? I warn you, if you dare, Daddy will push your head into the horse's ass." Xiao Hongyu saw that her subordinates had completely lost their image, and she couldn't help but get angry, but she couldn't give a warning. She smiled apologetically at Li Ang, and nodded, "It's okay to drink less." As a strong woman, Xiao Hongyu naturally has the real ability to drink, but after a while she still has important matters to discuss with Li Ang, but she controlled it. During the banquet, Li Ang enthusiastically served Xiao Hongyu with food, and Xiao Hongyu was a little uncomfortable with being intimate, but Li Ang did not persuade him to drink. He drank a lot himself, while Xiao Hongyu drank casually. In fact, this rice wine is very common, the ingredients are collected in the material box, and the method is a very common farming method in the previous life. But the person who can drink in the current environment may be G. In the end, the other members of 9 Snakes staggered and supported each other, and led by the wraith maid, they walked towards the residence arranged for them. During the period, Xiao Lu, who was drunk, wanted to take advantage of a maid, and then everyone was weird. Under the watchful eyes of the maid, controlled by the hypnotic magic of the wraith maid, she was so ugly that she died on the spot. "I made you laugh." Xiao Hongyu's pretty face flushed with anger. In the past, it was fine for Xiao Lu to be ignorant. Now that she did such a shameful thing on such an occasion, she made up her mind to wait until today, and she must educate her well. "Own this subordinate." Li Ang shook his head, wanted to say something, but hiccuped beautifully, and could only wave his hands to show that he was fine. "Do you have something to tell me? Tell me." Li Ang said, his spirit is very clear, after all, he is already a level 30 magician 907, I don't know if drinking will make you drunk. But at least this amount is not enough to make him drunk. However, Xiao Hongyu was very skeptical, "Can you talk like this? Why can't we talk? Don't tell me you went to bed because you were worried about talking." Li Ang laughed loudly, with an excited expression, which meant nothing but happiness. "I saw your workshop today, it is very splendid, and it is already able to mass-produce magic equipment." Xiao Hongyu said. Li Ang nodded, but said nothing more. "We want to buy a batch of magic equipment." "Yes, but after you provided the materials on the first batch of materials list." Li Ang nodded again, but his answer was not vague at all. "Can't we just put it on credit first? I can sign that kind of contract with you." Xiao Hongyu begged. Li Ang sneered, stretched out a finger and shook in front of Xiao Hongyu, "No, and do you think it's because of money? You are wrong, I was looking to see if you have the ability to cooperate with me, if not magic equipment, if you can't get the supplies I want, you won't be qualified to cooperate with me." I can completely support a force by myself to collect supplies for me outside. Xiao Hongyu still failed to convince Li Ang in the end, and even approached Li Ang vaguely in the end. In the ambiguous atmosphere, Li Ang remained unmoved, which made Xiao Hongyu feel a little frustrated. Xiao Hongyu reluctantly left Li Ang's residence, and Li Ang was washed up under the service of Genzi, and lay down on the bed a little drowsy. The fragrance was soft in his arms, shaking Li Ang's body. He suddenly opened his eyes, his consciousness was clear, and he saw a woman under his blanket, with her eyes closed and blushing, leaning against his back shivering, wanting to get close, but don't know how to actively please each other. This person is Li Ang's maid, Ishigaki Satomi. Unexpectedly, Sadeko arranged for her directly on own bed. It's not humane to be romantic for one night, but Satomi Ishigaki couldn't get up the next day. However, Li Ang came to the place where the people in Linhe City were resettled in high spirits. Xiao Hongyu and Shangguan Lanner also followed, in their words, to see if any of these people could really build treasure ships. Xiao Hongyu looked at Li Ang suspiciously. She didn't know why she always felt that something had changed in Li Ang overnight, but she couldn't tell where it was. When Li Ang came to Linhe City, he went directly to the place where these humans were imprisoned. He didn't come here yesterday to see it, but as Gu Shiliu reported, his conditions are good, at least he doesn't have to worry about cold and hunger. The magic power on Li Ang's body fluctuated, and a gust of wind carried a handful of snow with Li Ang soaring up and landed on a high platform, looking at the crowd uniformly wearing animal fur coats below. His voice is not loud, but it can be heard clearly by everyone present. Before signing up, I told you again that as long as you have a skill and want to come here, you can come here, but it is definitely not that you can leave if you want to. Most of the people present are from the Celestial Dynasty, and there are also people from other countries, but since you are here in the world, we have only one common identity, Blue Star Humanity. Not far away, Xiao Hongyu curled her lips in disdain. From the understanding of this time, this sentence is purely a scene, fart. Not to mention anything else, Li Ang's attitude towards the cherry blossoms is not good. After calculating the time, it is estimated that the Knights of the Stars and Stripes have already fought against the Black Dragon. We don't know what will happen in Macho Continent in the future, but judging from the current series of changes, it is absolutely unfriendly to us, but many of us don't have any big thoughts, just want to live a good life own days. When Li Ang said this, some people in the crowd nodded in agreement. In the snowy area, you can work life with peace of mind. Next, according to the registration information you filled out in the previous registration, go to different locations to register and get your jobs. Li Ang was still talking, but a person below him raised his hand and interrupted. Li, Mr. Li, I would like to ask how this job will be distributed. We see that you don't have any civil servants here. Are you going to recruit from among us? Li Ang followed the sound, and saw that this was a middle-aged man, a little embarrassed, but it was not difficult to see from some of the conditions on his body, before he traveled to this world, this guy was also a greasy elite. Li Ang smiled lightly and said, I have this idea, why, do you have someone to recommend? When Li Ang said this, some people in the crowd obviously became excited, and not far from Li Ang, Shangguan Lanner, who was standing with Xiao Hongyu, looked at the group of people with pity. These people are going to be unlucky. Under Li Ang's gaze, more than 100 people raised their hands, and the middle-aged man who spoke first just now continued, Mr. Li, my name is Sumakai, and I graduated from the law school of Yale University. I have been working as a lawyer for 13 years, and I think I have the ability to act as a legal advisor in your territory and formulate relevant laws. Li Ang nodded, seeming to agree with his face, nodding. This scene made the people who raised their hands below move their minds. Master Li, everyone came from the civilized age. You employ so many people. I think we need to formulate a good working hours and management system. First of all, the welfare of workers must be open and transparent. Master Li, in such an extreme environment, we believe that women should reduce their working hours, preferably within 6 hours a day. Mr. Li, everyone is from the Celestial Dynasty. The system of renting houses is a bit excessive. After all, it is the first house. I think you should provide it to us for free. After all, don't you have so many undead people? You can build some. The more these people talked, the more excited they became, and some smart people in the crowd had begun to secretly stay away from these people, and they had already drawn a clear line of boundaries with these people. Son, remember these people. These people may be driven by greed, maybe they are confused by appearances, or they are still immersed in the legal system of the previous world, and they will not live in the other world. From now on, you will jump out of the one in the previous life. Here, in the snowy land, Li Ang is the law, he is the law of the king, because his fist is the biggest. Among the crowd, Mr. Gu pulled Gu Jian aside and said in a low voice, his cloudy eyes were shining brightly at the moment. Gu Jian nodded solemnly. The old man has experienced many ups and downs in his life, and his ability to judge people is still very accurate, but in Gu Jian's heart, Li Ang is definitely not a good person. On the high platform, Li Ang was really happy at the moment. The good news came here early in the morning, there was no need for work inspections, and some of the swindlers, Nyo Zhao, showed up by themselves. Li Ang beckoned to Su Makai, and immediately amidst the exclamation of the other party, he was carried up by a strong wind and landed firmly on Li Ang's high platform. Li Ang smiled and shook hands with Su Makai, who was still in shock. Mr. Su, after what you said, I really want to consult on some legal matters. Su Makai quickly tidied up his own hair, and said to himself, say it. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Ang looked around ponderously, and then stopped on a captive herbivore from another world. Needless to say, an undead skeleton soldier came over leading another world deer that was targeted by Li Ang. Mr. Su, what kind of animal is this? Li Ang asked with a smile. Mr. Su, what kind of animal is this? Facing Li Ang's question, although Su Makai didn't know what Li Ang was going to do, he still answered honestly. It's a deer. Li Ang shook his head. Su Makai looked carefully at the animal, and then a line of words appeared in front of his eyes, and he immediately said. This is a snow deer of a first-level monster. Li Ang shook his head again. This time, he didn't give the other party a chance to answer, but pointed to the walking snow deer led by the skeleton soldier and said, this is a horse. Immediately, everyone's breathing was slightly stagnant. As a person from the Celestial Dynasty, they didn't know what Li Ang meant. Although Su Makai is a returnee elite with greasy hair and powder noodles, the illusion that the Celestial Dynasty turned a deer into a horse is still clear. Immediately, some fine beads of sweat began to ooze from his forehead, and his whole body was trembling slightly, looking at Li Ang's still gentle and calm gaze, but at this moment it was like falling into an ice cellar. Mr. Su, from a legal point of view, is this a deer or a horse? Li Ang's voice was slightly lowered, but it sounded like thunder in the ears of everyone present. In the crowd, those people who had risen together with 727 and Su Makai had been dragged out one by the undead tribe, begging around in horror, but they were held down tightly by the skeleton soldiers and knelt in the snow. Su Makai was restrained by Li Ang's magic power, and forced to turn his head to look at these people who were pressed on the ground. His whole body was trembling uncontrollably, as if he was shaking, but he couldn't say a word. Is it a deer or a horse? Li Ang suddenly raised his voice and asked rudely. It's a horse. It's a horse. Su Makai yelled in horror, and immediately knelt down, with a lot of tears and snot. But now I think he is a cow. It's a cow. It's a cow. Su Makai collapsed. Li Ang bent slightly, pointed at the walking snow deer again and asked, what is this? What the gentleman says, it is what it is. This is in line with the common sense of the law. The snowy area belongs to the gentleman, and the gentleman is the lord here. Everything here is in the hands of the gentleman, including the law. Li Ang was slightly surprised, this guy can turn his head. Li Ang let him off for the time being, but bad luck for those who followed suit, Li Ang said without any pity in his eyes, cut them all. I don't remember that I recruited civil servants. Everyone gasped. Under the high platform, Xiao Hongyu turned her head slightly, but Shang Guanlaner had already turned around and covered her ears. Amid the screams of hysterical fear, a total of 127 people who wanted to fish in troubled waters were beheaded in public. Everyone looked at the headless corpse lying on the ground, vomiting, dizzy, and crying, but when Li Ang's eyes fell on them, they all tried their best to restrain their fear. Worried that Li Ang would feel displeased with own behavior, he was also dragged out and cut. When the scene was restored to order, Li Ang continued, I believe there must be some of you whose registered skills do not match own, or even like this group of people. Trying to come to the snowy area to be a moth that reaches out secretly. It doesn't matter, my undead clan will monitor your work, if you are exposed, you will definitely die. Some people secretly swallowed their saliva, feeling that they were really in the mouth of a tiger, and the underworld had nowhere to vote. And when Li Ang started announcing the distribution of work, This kind of thinking reached its peak. Only then did everyone realize that the undead tribe under Li Ang's hands could speak Chinese language overnight. Moreover, they can also write in Chinese, which prevents them from speculating. It feels different to have someone who is trustworthy and able to do things under him. Li Ang walked to the registration office of the shipyard with ease, and saw that the first one was registered, Budge, and became the consultant of the temporary chief engineer of the shipyard. Founding of the country. Master, how long will it take to get the blueprint of the treasure ship? Li Ang asked straight to the point, and Xiao Hongyu behind him also looked forward to it. Gu Jiangguo chuckled, neither humble nor overbearing, Mr. Li can just call me Lao Gu. As for the blueprint, I already made it on the first day I came here. Speaking of which, Gu Jiangguo led Li Ang and Xiao Hongyu to the temporary residence he assigned, and then Li Ang saw the thick drawings on the table. Hehe, when I was asking for paper with the general of the undead clan here, it was a long time to make gestures. Gu Jiangguo said with a smile, without any trace of fear that Li Ang had just killed more than 100 people. Xiao Hongyu looked at the thick stack of blueprints, frowned, and said with some doubts, but I was lucky enough to visit this treasure ship museum when I was in the last world, and there are not so many blueprints. Gu Jiangguo's expression remained unchanged, and he said with a faint smile, if you're talking about the museum in Jialing City, the old man made the design drawings there. Although the treasure ship is an ancient relic, some things on it are still kept secret. One copy is complete. Li Ang temporarily believed Gu Jiangguo's statement, and asked, how long does it take to build a treasure ship? Gu Jiangguo replied without hesitation, 1.5 months for one ship, but if Mr. Li is willing to expand the shipyard, there is no shortage of resources and manpower. The bigger the factory, the more ships that can be produced in 1.5 months. Li Ang didn't have any worries about this, and directly handed over the work of the shipyard to Gu Jiangguo. In Li Ang's vision, the more treasure ships, the better, at least 1.5 months. Boat. When Li Ang and Xiao Hongyu came out of the shipyard, the more than 100 corpses outside had disappeared, and even the bloodstains had been buried by the snow. Li Ang has a clear plan for the structure of Suiyu. First of all, that is, the Lord, is in the highest position. In the future, there will be leaders from departments such as the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Finance, etc., and the greatest probability will be humans who have traveled through time. But now there is only a rudimentary supervision department, and Li Ang has appointed his former magic teacher Sokka, the skeleton mage, as the head for the time being. Further down are the various city lords. The candidates for the city lord preceding entry stage are naturally loyal to the own undead tribe first, and the late stage will promote some humans to be the city lord. As for him, Li Ang, as the strongest protagonist, he only needs to continuously improve his strength and summon more undead powerhouses. The members of the 9 snake pirates still left, although anyone with a discerning eye could see that even Xiao Hongyu, the head of the group, was showing reluctance on his face, but as Li Ang said, if there were no first batch of pirates list of materials, it is impossible for him to provide Ju Snake with even a magic weapon. What surprised Li Ang was that shortly after the 9 snake pirates left, a lot of news appeared in the private chat between him and the head of the Stars and Stripes Knights, Mines. Mr. Li, are you here? As I told you, the Sakura nation is really disgusting. I must wipe them out. Mr. Li, I have already collected half of the supplies you want, but now I have encountered some troubles. Can you complete this transaction with me first? Give me half of the magic equipment first, and wait until I get rid of that old fellow Heichi, before completing the other half of the transaction. The information was obviously urgent, but Li Ang smiled lightly. He didn't expect that the Stars and Stripes Knights who had been instructed by him hadn't taken the initiative to find trouble with the Black Dragon Society. If Li Ang remembers correctly, the two seemed to have an alliance on the surface. Li Ang let out a sneer, but he was still very sure of Mine's ability. The other party had already collected half of the supplies in less than half a month, and the speed was very fast. Li Ang was about to agree, but another private message appeared, and the person who sent the message made Li Ang narrow his eyes slightly. It was the old Heichi guy that Mines was talking about. Shoyawu, Li Jun, don't bother me, I heard that Li Jun is collecting some magic materials recently. I don't know if I, Black Dragon, are qualified to cooperate with your excellency. The manpower and material resources we have are stronger than that white-skinned pig of mine out a lot. Li Ang, I don't cooperate with Sakura people. It was a very direct veto, but Li Ang did not expect that the other party sent another message. Shoa Utake, Li Jun, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Our Black Dragon Society has the same amount of supplies, but we only need 80% of the magic equipment. In addition, I have a young daughter, who is by my side. The technique also has to learn from her mother. Li Ang sneered, Sakura dog, how is it compared to beasts? Li Ang, not interested at all. The Black Dragon Society looked at Heiqi's Hequan and exhaled heavily, his face was heavy, and everyone in the room looked ugly. No way, this Li Ang is a complete hater, he doesn't even care about some benefits. Heiqi's Hequan felt a little troubled. Father, let me take our Black Dragon warriors to kill those white pigs in mines. As long as we completely occupy the central region and firmly control the resources in this area, then Li Ang can only trade with us. Heikisara's eyes were ruthless, but his bold words made everyone in the room shake their heads slightly. Li Ang can still send troops by himself. At that time, let alone relying on the 100 Black Dragon warriors gathered by us, even if it doubles again, it will be impossible to resist. The only woman present who spoke was Heikis Hyliang just now. Minako Kuroki for Li Ang. Although she is a woman, she has good management skills, and in the previous world, she was in charge of most of the company's business of the Black Dragon Club. However, what Kuroki's Hequan said to Li Ang was not discussed with the other party at all, that is to say, at this moment, Kuroki Minako didn't even know that she had become a trade item at that moment. This means that Li Ang refused, otherwise, the other people in the room would step forward to control her in an instant, and then arrange for carriages and horses to be sent to the snowy area. A flash of jealousy flashed deep in Heiqiziu Liang's eyes. This little sister was only over him, and even though he was a little sister, to outsiders, he seemed to be the elder sister of the Heiki family, and it was not easy for him Heiqiziu Liang to travel to this place, a world that speaks with strength. I thought that as a man with a good swordsmanship talent, he would formally become the helm of the Black Dragon Club, but within a few days of dreaming, my little sister directly attracted an elite group of hundreds of warriors, that is, now the elite combatants of the Black Dragon Society, the Black Dragon Knights. We must snatch the control of the Black Dragon warriors. Heiqiziu Liang thought bitterly in his heart. At this moment, Minako Kuroki seemed to be the core of the room. She said in a cold voice, Li Ang's support is actually three. One is the summoning magic itself, which can summon men with terrifying combat power. The second is his cheating life skill level and his workshop. The last third is the trading field stores and currencies that have formed a dominant position. According to the information we collected, the main purpose of Li Ang collecting so many magic materials is to build a magic tower, and I guess, the opponent has so many high-end combat power, but the level has not been improved again, it must be the encounter arrived at a certain bottleneck. The magic tower is the way to break through this bottleneck. If Li Ang were here, she would be so shocked that she would applaud. She has a unique vision and accurate judgment. She is indeed a very powerful woman. So how do we break through the opponent's target? Heikis Hequan asked. Minako Kuroki pondered for a while, and said, in fact, there are certain targets, but definitely I am an extreme target. If we win the war with the Sunset people, or even get the initiative, we will seek cooperation from him at that time, and lower the price a bit, and I think he'll agree. However, we also have to prepare for the worst. Our knife smiths will also start to attack the forging technique quickly. For things like magic equipment, no matter whether the one we make is better than the other party, we must at least first can be made. Li Ang still doesn't know at this moment that a strong woman of Sakura has already made a plan to fight against On, and at this moment he has just completed the deal with mines. Lone Star Iron, Zhongdianhua, Nebula Wood, Black Stone. Every material is calculated according to the car. When a car full of 70 or 80 cars of materials was transported into the warehouse and stored in categories, what Li Ang paid was only 50 sets of black iron level warrior suits. And Mains may not know that the overall value of the materials he collected is at least worth 50 sets of gold level magic equipment, and they are standard sets. At this moment, after receiving the equipment from Li Ang, Mains was so excited that he couldn't hold it back. He and his subordinates immediately equipped it, and then rushed towards Shimei Mountain screaming. Killed their guard there. My lord, Lord Polnarenki has returned. The delicate and lovely maid Sadeko floated into Li Ang's study room, and at this moment in the study room, Li Ang was frowning and writing and drawing on a piece of paper, but at the moment the study room was full of waste paper. These papers are all pale yellow, and there are faint magic fluctuations on them. Pang! A slight grey smoke emitted from the paper in front of Li Ang. Li Ang sighed, and put down the shinaz brush in his hand, failing again. "My lord, do you want someone to send another batch of magic paper?" Sadako asked softly while tidying up the things on the ground patiently. Li Ang turned his head and saw that he had used up another stack of magic paper before he knew it. Li Ang nodded in agreement, then got up and walked outside thinking about 877, muttering to himself. "It shouldn't be. I drew according to the cycle of magic power. How could it not constitute a magic power pathway?" Walking out the door, Ishigaki Satomi was standing respectfully at the door of the study. Even with the magic contract, Li Ang still did not give the other party the right to enter her study, and Sadako was always doing the cleaning of the study. When he came to the living room, Pulunilenk was sitting there. When he saw Li Ang appearing, he got up immediately. "My lord, I have already checked the snowy land. 18 special magical beasts have been solved. This is the treasure chest." Li Ang nodded lightly. Even if it was one treasure chest of civilization that was enough to drive the entire minus crazy, 18 of them were in front of him, but it was hard for him to feel a little bit happy. Paul Naranki seemed to have discovered something, and asked, "Has my lord started to try to draw the magic circle on the magic paper?" Li Ang nodded. "If my guess is correct, the lord should have failed, moreover hundreds of times." Li Ang nodded feebly again. "Is it true that the order of the magic circle's magic description is correct, but the magic circle just failed at the last moment?" Li Ang raised his head in surprise, and was completely hit by the other party. Paul Naranki shook his head helplessly, and said, "My lord, I told you that magic is not achieved overnight, even if you want to draw the magic circle you know on the magic paper. If I guess right again, if so, the lord must be a magic circle described in Machol language, right?" This time, before Li Ang nodded again, Paul Naranki sighed helplessly. In the world of magic, words themselves have a fluctuating effect on magic power. Some specific magic must be described in the language and characters of that race. Law. It dawned on Li Ang that the magic circle he created was the undead magic extreme transformation obtained before, but the target that this magic itself can act on cannot exceed second-level monsters, which is not right for Li Ang now allowed. He wants to transform this magic. The most basic thing is to at least transform 4th-level monsters. If he is lucky, he can go further. Li Ang wants to try to make this magic have the ability of group transformation. But just like what Paul Naranki said, Li Ang has only learned a little bit about the undead language, and it is impossible for anyone to use the undead language to describe a magic circle. Li Ang finally collected the magic language 3 days ago. Done. It takes a full 100,000 copies of Machol language to collect all, which is almost impossible for other people, but in the face of Li Ang's strong trading ability minus Mal. However, the collection was completed in less than 3 months. But now it seems that the description of undead magic in Macho's language is really nothing. Machol language itself is also a powerful magic language, but it can't describe the magic of a few attributes, including the death attribute that undead magic belongs to. Paul Naranki explained Road. So if I want to improve this magic, I'm destined to be unable to bypass the level of undead text. Li Ang asked helplessly, and the latter nodded. Li Ang was helpless. It seemed that it would take some time before he wanted to improve his magic independently. He could only focus on the civilization treasure chest brought back by Paul Naranki. A total of 18, and counting the 4 obtained by Li Ang and Xiao Hongyu outside the snowy area, there are currently 22 civilization treasure chests that have not been opened in Li Ang's hands, which means that Li Ang will has 22 magic tower cores. And Paul Naranki was obviously looking forward to it. Li Ang looked at Paul Naranki, who usually had a dead serious face, but when he was anxious, he didn't have the idea of selling rice. Go to the first civilization treasure chest and open it. Congratulations on obtaining the special magic item Magic Tower Core. Congratulations on getting the gold level magic book Wind Magic Healing Wind. Congratulations on obtaining blueprint Evil Wind Bow. 3 things. The core is not a special type. Li Ang thought about binding it himself. Anyway, it seems that a traverser like himself can have multiple magic towers, and when Li Ang chooses to bind Sui High City, the whole there is no doubt that the world has made a sound again. On everyone's map interface, following the Snow Wolf City and Lin in the snow region, there is another coastal Snow Sea City in the northeast. But then Li Ang was a little bit in trouble. What he can bind now is the 3 cities, and now the binding is over. At the same time, he alone has 3 magic tower cores, 1 ice-type bone-piercing heart, and 2 ordinary ones. However, it was useless to keep the treasure chest of civilization in his hand and keep it closed, so he chose to open all of them without doing anything else. Since he couldn't use it himself, he let his subordinates use it. As for the future, when you have more cities, you can naturally deal with them later. 1,000 special magical beasts, 1,000 magic towers, according to Li Ang's estimation, every 4 or 5 months, basically no one except him can master the power that threatens 4th level monsters. And in 4 to 5 months, what realm can I grow here? The remaining 21 treasure chests were opened by Li Ang one after another, and naturally there was not a single 3.4 of them that was bad. 22 magic tower cores, 7 of which are special, corresponding to different powers. Heart of Demon Song, Heart of Blood Pool, Heart of Hellfire, Heart of Hypergold, Heart of Black Bones, Heart of Compassion, Heart of Vicious Poison. Looking at the 7 magnificent crystals of different colors and styles floating in the living room, both Li Ang and Paul Naranki were fascinated. Li Ang came back to his senses, and immediately summoned his own core undead subordinates through his mind. Soon, Li Ang's residence, the core group of undead gathered here. This is really incredible. Nanika looked at the cores of the magic towers floating in the living room, and a pair of beautiful eyes stared at one of the cores, which was as bright red as a bloodstone, and anyone with a discerning eye could see at each other's desire. Li Ang didn't mean to be tricky, his mind was full of self-created magic now, and he had seen a lot of magic tower cores, so he really didn't have any troubles in his heart. Hee, that's fine, take it if you like it, and it was originally intended to be shared with you. Li Ang's magic power surged, then the bright red heart of the blood pool flew in front of Nanika. Li Ang only felt a heat on his cheeks, and then in a gust of fragrant wind, Nanika brought that heart of blood pool into a room. Li Ang shrugged, accustomed to this kind of vulgar temptation, but the enjoyment on his face made the Lady Lilith on the side roll her eyes. Paul Naranki chose Blackbone Heart, which is suitable for practicing undead magic. Then Li Ang saw that no one else was moving. 11. What do you mean? You take it. Li Ang's words made the rest of the people look shocked and unbelievable. Sadeko's small body swayed uncomfortably beside Li Ang, her ruby-like eyes looked at the core of the magic tower, but she hesitated to reach out. Is this really okay? I'm just a very weak wraiths, magic towers. Yes, Lord, this treasure is not something we are qualified to touch. We are very grateful for the kindness of the Lord. Please don't waste this kind of treasure on us. Gu Shiliu took a step back, but his voice was somewhat trembling. My lord, please summon some more powerful adults, we still. Cook, the general of Guixiao cavalry, also said in a complicated way at this moment. However, before Cook could finish speaking, Li Ang interrupted him directly and rudely. What are you talking about? You are the first to follow me. If even you are not qualified, I don't think anyone else is qualified. Lilith looked sideways slightly, but underestimated Li Ang. Li Ang was a little impatient and started to distribute directly. Sadeko, you are using spiritual magic, and you can bind this heart of demon song. Although Gu Shiliu doesn't know fire magic, you can bind this hellfire heart, your business I will deal with it in the future. Cook Heart of Kangjin. Mr. Sokka, haven't you been researching healing magic recently? You can take this heart of compassion. Just give the last heart of vicious poison to the west of Suihai City Alwijk. Li Ang's movements were quick, and everyone looked at him in a daze. In the end, Paul Naranki smiled lightly and took his blackbone heart to fuse. What a bunch of lucky little fellows. It is also your blessing that you met someone like the Lord. Li Ang's left cheek was bitten by Sadeko, the little girl didn't know the severity, her white teeth hit Li Ang's cheekbone in a solid state, making the latter really don't know how to evaluate her suddenness. Li Ang glanced at Sadeko who was running away, and then turned to the 2 skeletons of Gu Shiliu and Cook. I warn you, except for beautiful women, if anyone dares to have physical contact with me, I will tear him down. The 2 retreated respectfully, but Li Ang saw that the remaining 15 ordinary magic tower cores had encountered difficulties. How to deal with these things? Should they just keep floating here? Or find a special room for storage? Li Ang felt uneasy. My lord, can't you save some things there? Like the corpse of the ice sacrifice dragon. Lilith suggested. Li Ang frowned slightly. He didn't know whether the trading field could be put into the core of the magic tower. He tried it, but as expected, there was no reaction at all. Civilization treasure chests can still be put in, but there is no way to open the core of the magic tower directly. Even Li Ang estimated that even if the interspatial ring was built after a while, there would be no way to fit it into it. Reluctantly, they had to ask the workshop to make a safe, put these magic tower cores into it, and lock it in Li Ang's study. When all this was done, another 10 days had passed. In the next few days, Li Ang's life became monotonous and busy every day. He devoted himself to the study of undead script. To improve, at least understand the undead text involved in this magic, and first describe this magic. Once the time passed, it was half a month. In the past half a month, Minds of the Stars and Stripes Knights settled the other half of the first batch of transaction materials as scheduled. A force with more than 5,000 people has been formed in the middle domain. These people are all Sakura people. This surprised Li Ang a little. The speed of development of the Black Dragon Society made him somewhat unexpected. But fortunately, Minds is not a waste. Relying on the Black Iron level magic equipment traded with Li Ang, the Black Dragon warrior of the Black Dragon Society is not their opponent at all in a head-on confrontation. And now Minds has also started to pull the banner of the tiger. On the one hand, he maintains an arms deal with Li Ang, but on the other hand, he somehow got on board with the steel wool on the grassland and reached a horse trade. Expanding own Stars and Stripes Knights. Pang! A curl of green smoke floated from the magic paper. Porin Alenk on the side said quietly, "My lord, as a subordinate, 523 should not speak out on this matter, but, my lord, young people must know how to control themselves." Li Ang has a dark hair, although these days he and Ishigaki Satomi are indeed quite intimate, but it was really caused by his trembling of his hands just now because he saw that he was about to succeed. Taking a deep breath, Li Ang said speechlessly, "I really don't know, teacher, as an undead tribe, where did you know this?" Li Ang picked up a piece of magic paper again, adjusted the on state, injected magic power into Shana's paintbrush in his hand, and immediately a slight blue light flickered on the quill-like pen tip. Who? Following Li Ang's movements, the magic paper was quickly drawn with beautiful lines, first the magic circle, then the rune, and finally the ending. It sounds easy, but such a project must be completed in one stroke, and as long as there is a slight hesitation, the magic power stays in a position on the magic paper for the wrong time, and it will be burned immediately. Finally, as Li Ang raised the paintbrush in his hand, he saw the black lines on the magic paper suddenly turn into a grey light at this moment, and finally turned into a static magic circle, but it was the same as undead magic extreme transformation. The magic circle is exactly the same. Looking at the magic circle that seems to be floating from the magic paper, it is full of a sense of accomplishment. I have consumed tens of thousands of magic papers during this period of time. It can be said that the magic paper has just started. The workshop is completely for Li Ang alone. My lord, do you think you are a genius? That is 12,700 pieces of magic paper. Although they are all the lowest level, they are still capable of making 12,700 low-level magic scrolls. What you have achieved so far is it just portrayed a silver-level magic circle. Before Li Ang had time to express any exclamation, Paul Naranki on the side said indifferently, with speechless contempt in his tone. Now Paul Naranki can be said to have taken over the title of strict teacher from Sokka, Li Ang's previous magic teacher. When the two of them were in the study, they had no intention of saving face for Li Ang. What do you really have to say? Fortunately, Li Ang has gradually gotten used to Paul Naranki's behavior. He picked up a notebook beside him, which was densely packed with various lines and text descriptions. It is a draft of architectural design, and it is also like a program design plan. This can be said to be Li Ang's only sense of superiority in front of Paul Naranki, but because Paul Naranki can only understand the Chinese characters above, but he doesn't understand what Li Ang is going to do with these things. Li Ang smiled lightly. In fact, after he completed the collection of Macho language, he had a deeper understanding of the principles of magic. These so-called magic languages are actually somewhat similar to the programming languages of the previous life, and the magic language composed of simple magic is only a few sentences. But the more powerful the magic, the higher the level of magic involved. The complexity of these magics can be seen when the magic circle is unfolded, and the more complicated the words on the magic circle are. The more complicated the texture, the more terrifying the magic itself. After discovering this feature, Li Ang even specifically notified Sylvek in Snow Sea City to add programmers to the talent recruitment. This approach is absolutely unbelievable. After all, it has come to another world. What is a programmer without a computer? Li Ang did not write rashly, although he had already made plans in his notebook in advance, what kind of undead text to use, where to go, how much magic power to output, and where to form a connection path. All these things have been taken into consideration, and even so, there are a total of 5 editing methods in Li Ang's notebook. After a while, under Paul Naranki's quiet gaze, Li Ang started to write. His movements were quite decisive and fast. The magic power on the tip of the pen was immediately linked perfectly with the magic circle on the magic paper, and then he began to write quickly. Spread out to the surrounding. Swipe, swipe. In the quiet study room, only the sound of Li Ang's pen tip scratching on the magic paper was left, while Paul Naranki's gaze on the side was quite calm at first, but as time went by, with the magic on the magic paper in front of Li Ang, he was a little surprised that the array was expanding more and more. Paul Naranki's gloomy dead face turned his eyeballs slightly sideways, looking at Li Ang's serious side face, a little confused. In his opinion, Li Ang's ability to describe the magic circle is only the first step in magic research, and the subsequent communication of magic language, linking of magic circles, and the matching of old and new runes are all difficulties, but looking at Li Ang now, it seems that with confidence. It's like copying a finished product. In fact, there is nothing wrong with Paul Naranki's idea. Before this practical operation, Li Ang had already made a lot of designs and plans in his notebook, and a lot of drafts were discarded. The 5 magic circle transformation plans that came out in the end were all calculated and simulated in his mind, and he started the actual operation only after finding that there was nothing that violated his existing magic principles. In fact, it is to bring individual programs into the software for simulation and experimentation. Just as Paul Naranki was thinking, Li Ang raised his hand and left the paper. There was a weak fluctuation of magic power in the air. Under Li Ang's nervous gaze, the grey light flowed on the magic circle, which was about 30% larger than before, and remained stable for several minutes. It's done. Li Ang was a little uncertain. It's just a simulation on the magic paper. Whether it is really successful or not, you still need to follow the above steps. Based on Paul Naranki's experience, he can judge that Li Ang has succeeded, but he still said so. Li Ang nodded, thought for a while, picked up the magic paper in his hand, walked out of the study, and came to the small courtyard. Through thoughts, a wraith maid flew over and waited respectfully for Li Ang, but Li Ang hesitated at this moment. If this failed, the wraith in front of him would only have death. After all, he is wise, and has followed him carefully for so long, even if the relationship is not as strong as that of Sadeko, he still has a sense of nervousness and guilt for performing surgery on the patient. My lord, this step has to be taken, right? At least you have already succeeded halfway. Paul Naranki appeared behind Li Ang, and that's why he didn't directly tell Li Ang that he had succeeded. Practice undead magic, and have a good magical transformation talent, the test on the living body must be passed. My lord, please use my body as you like. This delicate and lovely female resentful spirit also said with a firm face at this time, but the tiger and wolf words she said made Li Ang speechless, and the tension was on the contrary. Most of it was eliminated. What's your name? Li Ang asked. The wraith maid shook her head dejectedly. Unless our wraiths are 6th level monsters or above, we don't have a name. Sister Sadeko. Gong. When it comes to Sadeko, the maid is obviously envious. Li Lihao. Li Ang reached out and touched the other person's head, saying, Ga Coconut, your name will be Ga Coconut from now on, promise me, you will survive. The female resentful spirit stared blankly at Li Ang, felt the warmth of his palm, murmured the name Ga Coconut in her mouth, but her eyes turned slightly red. Gaeko will work hard. Come, my lord. What kind of god-level invitation? Although it is an improved magic, the usage conditions and principle of undead magic extreme transformation remain unchanged. The current version 2.0 just breaks through the old level limit and raises the limit of transformation to the 4th level monster and below. It still needs to be modified to add items. Kong Minjiu, silver level magic material, one of the main forging materials for space equipment, forging master can handle it. A jade about the size of a baby's fist, similar to the Hishan jade in the previous life, was taken out of a warehouse and sent to Li Ang. To be on the safe side, Li Ang decided not to do it directly like transforming ordinary skeleton soldiers' things. A magic material of the space system may be able to achieve good results. Ji stood nervously in the small courtyard, holding the Kongming jade in his hand. Li Ang closed his eyes and took a deep breath of magic power surging in his body, and finally thought about the own 2.0 version Extreme Transformation Magic Circle. His eyes suddenly opened, and then a grey magic circle suddenly unfolded on the ground under the feet of Kayako, gray. The energy instantly engulfed Kayako. At this moment, Li Ang has no time to estimate whether it is a success or a failure this time, and keeps inputting efforts according to his own calculation. 100, 200, 1000, 2000, 10,000. In the end, a full output of 36,000 mana points. Just when Li Ang was worried about whether his mana was enough, the magic finally stopped. The light dissipated, and the original Gayako's figure became much taller. The original height of about 1.5430 meters directly increased to a little over 1.7 meters. At the same time, her waist-length hair that was originally as black as ink has also turned into a faintly fluorescent off-white, and the cold air on her body has become heavier, but at the same time it gives people an ethereal feeling. Wraith, a 4th-level monster, a special wraith that has been transformed by the undead. In addition to being able to use its original soul magic, hypnosis magic has the ability to use space magic. Although Kayako's appearance has changed a lot, her voice is still the same as the previous lowly sound. Feeling the change in her body at this moment, she danced happily in place, but the original white gauze skirt could no longer wrap her entire body. It revealed a shocking whiteness. Li Ang turned his head hastily, only to find that Paul Naranki had turned his back at some point. He was old and smart, and probably thought of it before Li Ang performed the magic, but he didn't have time to tell Li Ang. Li Ang coughed dryly, and hurriedly asked Kayako to change his clothes first, while he began to recall the whole process just now. He was very cautious when he cast the spell, BBBF, just now, and every link was driven by the magic power of his own simulation. It seems that On's first transformation plan was successful, so what about the remaining 4? As if seeing Li Ang's doubts, Paul Naranki took the initiative to explain this time. The magic of the magic language itself is that there is not only one way to perform a magic, but there are many among the methods. There must be one that consumes the least magic power when used. A simple fireball technique can be completed with tens of thousands of magic languages, but the magic power consumed by the combination of some of the magic languages is no less than the standard of a gold-level magic. Only then did Li Ang realize that it was necessary for him to continue the experiment. After all, the own magic had consumed more than 30,000 of his magic power just now, and he was almost about to face failure due to insufficient magic power. Perhaps among the remaining 4 magic language editing methods, there is one that consumes less magic power than the current one. Thinking of this, Li Ang is about to go back to the study room again. This is Kayako, but he has reappeared. He has changed into a large white dress. At this moment, Kayako is even more charming as a mature woman. Behind her was the petite Pleiades head-maid Sadeko. The reason why Sadeko appears here is that she understands Li Ang even if she doesn't say it. And since it was a success this time, Li Ang didn't plan to let Sadeko be the test product for the next version, and directly asked people to fetch the magic materials that he had thought about before. There is a big box, and the jet black silk is the soul-weaving spider silk arranged by Li Ang in the Western Magic Crystal Mine. All the spider silk is gathered here. Since she is Sadeko, it's natural to play with her hair, Li Ang thought proudly. The quality of the soul-weaving spider silk itself is not low. It is also a silver-level magic material, but it is a magic material that focuses on the spiritual realm. After receiving Li Ang's nod, Sadeko excitedly stood directly on the wooden box containing the soul-weaving spider silk waiting for Li Ang in anticipation. Once raw and second cooked, when Li Ang used Extreme Transformation 2.0 for the second time, he was obviously much more decisive, but the consumption of mana was indeed too huge. After the transformation, Sadeko's image has not changed much, that is, the long hair that originally touched her ankles has become more shiny and bright, and there are 2 more blue and purple pattern tattoos on the back of the other's small hands. Wraith, a 4th-level monster, a special wraith transformed from the undead. In addition to being able to use its original soul magic and hypnosis magic, it has the ability to use and learn line magic. Thread magic, a strange magic name, but Li Ang's mind immediately appeared. In Li Ang's mind was a big guy in sunglasses wearing a pink cloak. Sadeko's line magic is very interesting. Having also been promoted to the 4th level, Sadeko happily danced around Li Ang's neck, and a pair of white legs inevitably rubbed against Li Ang. Maybe this is a spiritual attack of a physical nature, Li Ang thought to himself. During dinner, Ishigaki Satomi, who used to be serving by the side, could only stand still. Kayako and Sadeko, one on the left and one on the right, did not refuse Li Ang's various needs. Li Ang has not yet arrived at the start of the restaurant. Li Ang's private chat channel, who was enjoying the blessings of being equal to others, suddenly started beating violently. Li Ang frowned, and opened his mind, but it was this guy Minds who spoke. Alexander is not big, Mr. Li, we have discovered a big event, which may affect you. Alexander is not very big, Mr. Li, the Black Dragon Society has now formed a forging team with 100 people in Zhonggaiu, and I have seen several of the world's top forging sword masters in the Cherry Blossom country. Alexander is not big, also, we have collected the second batch of supplies, do you think we should trade tonight or wait until tomorrow? Although it was a little uncomfortable to be disturbed by the other party, Li Ang was slightly surprised by the news sent by Minds. Recruited people to set up the own forge. At the beginning, it was naturally impossible for them to forge high-end items such as magic equipment, but given them a certain amount of time, if there is no external intervention, they will definitely become bigger and stronger. Li Ang is still very sure of this. It may not be as good as Li Ang's workshop in the future, but it can definitely be regarded as the second in minus. Even though Ironwool is now building a forge, it is obviously not as good as the Black Dragon Society in terms of scale and manpower. How did the Black Dragon Society find so many people? They are all Sakura people. Li Ang murmured. At the dining table, Genzi and Kayako, who were serving Li Ang, stopped and waited quietly for Li Ang to deal with the matter. On the contrary, Satomi Ishigaki, who was standing behind her, hesitated when she heard what Li Ang said, but then spoke. If it's Sister Minako, she can do it. Li Ang turned to look at her, and Ishigaki Satomi hurriedly said, Sister Minako is the daughter of Kurokai Shizumi, the president of the Black Dragon Association, named Kurokai Minako, she is a very powerful person. It is not difficult to see from Ishigaki Satomi's tone and demeanor that she admires and adores this woman named Minako Kuroki, as if she is her little fangirl, but Li Ang cares more about another matter. How many daughters does this Heichi's Hikun have? Li Ang asked. Although Ishigaki Satomi didn't know why Li Ang would ask such a question, she still answered honestly, there is only one sister, Minako. The descendants of the Kuroki family are a man and a woman, the eldest son Kurozaki Sara, and then sister Minako. Li Ang frowned, if this is the case, it would be strange, that old guy Heichi's Hikun was willing to trade such an excellent daughter to him in order to make a deal with him, what on earth was he thinking? Judging from the information received from Minds, it can be said that the current Black Dragon Society has come to the present almost entirely through the leadership of this woman, and the contributions of Heichi and his son can even be concealed. Do big families also practice patriarchy? Li Ang felt a little weird. He looked at Ishigaki Satomi again, and asked, you have a good relationship with this Minako? Ishigaki Satomi nodded naturally, but as if she had thought of something, her face was suddenly stained with an abnormal blush, and she said in a jerky way, yes, Sister Minako and I grew up together, and then my father entered Heilong Heavy Industry, and the two of us also studied in Jingda together. Elder sister Minako, she likes me very much. Li Ang nodded slightly, but suddenly felt that the other party's words seemed to carry some strange information. Looking at Satomi Ishigaki, who lowered his head and fiddled with his fingers uneasily, he had a bold guess in his heart. Does Minako Kuroki have a boyfriend? Li Ang asked. Ishigaki Satomi blushed and shook her head, never. It was really hammered. Li Ang didn't know how to feel about this cherry blossom made in her heart, the other party had already been teased before, and the object was still a woman? I don't know why, Li Ang not only didn't have any disgust, but even had a hint of excitement. Li Ang was thinking a lot, is he tied up with someone else's girlfriend now, NTR? Sadeko and Kayako looked at Li Ang's expression with doubts on their faces. The protagonist seemed to be trying to restrain something, but at the same time seemed to be longing for something. Human beings are so complicated. After a hasty dinner, Li Ang dragged Ishigaki Satomi back to his own bedroom. This night, Li Ang was particularly excited, and Ishigaki Satomi seemed to have turned on a certain switch. Early the next morning, Li Ang finally remembered that he hadn't had time to reply to Minds' message. He slapped his forehead and secretly expressed his own critical spirit for the absurd night last night, and then quickly contacted Minds. Minds on the other side has actually been waiting for Li Ang's reply, but after waiting and waiting, there is no news. Finally, the meditation lasted until the next morning. Li Ang finally reported to Ji. Li Ang, trade now, according to the previous price, pay with one hand and deliver with the other. Should we directly exchange the coins for the corresponding magic equipment this time? Alexander is not big, yes, same as last time, Mr. Li's brave suit is really powerful, especially the long sword. I have fought with the Sakura devils several times, and their weapons are just a gap when we cut them, it's simply not too cool. The corners of Li Ang's mouth curled up. As long as the weapons are good, they are used to the weapons and equipment he sells, will these sunset people still build them by themselves? After all, it is better to rent than to build, and it is better to buy than to rent. On the contrary, this Black Dragon Club has basically never purchased weapons from his mall, and the other party is completely using domestic demand to drive production. If it does not cause some trouble for the other party, the in-depth communication with Ishigaki Satomi last night made him. I also got a lot of news from the other party. The Heike family seems to be united, but in fact it is only on the surface, especially when the two brothers and sisters of Heike went to the next world, they fought openly and secretly. Li Ang, Heike's Hequan's son, Heike Sarah, how much do you know, and what is his current strength? Mines had just received the magic equipment traded by Li Ang, and when he saw Li Ang's message, he was slightly startled, thinking that he really didn't want to see the Sakura people. He was actually in the snowy area, and he was still paying attention to the situation here. Alexander is not very big, Heike Sarah, nicknamed Black Dragon De Liang, level 9, Devil Sovereign list rank 61, talent magic is silver level wine magic drinking joy, after drinking, it can be improved to the greatest extent. His own physical fitness is 3 times that, coupled with his superb kendo strength, there are very few people on our side who are his opponents. Li Ang narrowed his eyes, sat on the chair in the study and tapped with one finger on the table. Wine magic is novel, but will Minako Kuroki be the opponent? Instead of asking Li Ang, Mines on the other side directly sent the other information collected on his side. Alexander is not very big, Heike's Hequan, nicknamed Shoyawu, level 12, Devil Sovereign list ranked 5th, talent magic is silver level evil magic peel, can lower second level monsters. The magical beast's flesh and blood are forcibly devoured to improve his physical fitness. In addition, his kendo strength is still higher than that of his son Kuroki Sarah. Alexander is not very big, Minako Kuroki, nicknamed Zheng Girl is level 6, not on the list, talent magic is bronze level wave magic Chi Wave, it doesn't have much combat value, but she controls the Black Dragon warriors. These people were impoverished because of the development of technology when they came to the next world. Now Li Ang finally understood why Heichi's Hequan wanted to trade his own daughter as a trade item. Magic of evil stripping can actually improve himself by devouring the flesh and blood of magical beasts in a disguised form, so that is to say, the once old Heichi's Hequan saw the possibility of his own rebirth. And his daughter, who has no strength at all, has a greater voice in the Black Dragon Club than him, which is absolutely unbearable for the other party. Eliminating a hidden danger of power struggle, mastering the Black Dragon warrior, and at the same time reaching a deal for magic equipment with Li Ang, it is indeed a bloody deal. Li Ang shook his head disdainfully, quite disdainful of this Heichi's Hequan's structure, but it is undeniable that there is something in the other party that makes his heart beat, evil magic stripping. Although it is only silver level, and can only devour and absorb the flesh and blood of second-level monsters, Li Ang has already completed the transformation experiment of Dead 527 Spiritual Magic Extreme Transformation 2.0, as long as the magic language is used properly. He believes that he can also create Magic of Evil Stripping 2.0. In addition, he felt that Minako Kuroki was valuable. Li Ang, Mines, in fact, I can now produce the bronze rank storm suit. This set of equipment itself has added wind-type magic materials, which is more suitable for cavalry equipment. Li Ang sent a message to Mines, and finally sent the message of Ghost Suit to the other party. Mines on the other side immediately blushed and had a thick neck. This thing, he has to leave. Alexander is not a big deal, Mr. Li, feel free to ask for any conditions. I think you can see our efficiency. Li Ang is quite sure of this point. The Sundowner Mines is indeed much more efficient in handling affairs. For example, the 9 snake pirates have not even delivered the first batch of supplies, and it is almost at the end. However, Mines has already delivered even the second batch. Li Ang, I need accurate pictures of Kuroki Shizumi's talent spell casting, to capture every detail of the magic circle clearly, and I want Kuroki Minako. Seeing the last sentence of Li Ang's message, Mines put on a smile that men can understand. Li Ang, after the matter is completed, I will give you 10 sets of storm suits. Alexander is not big, 20 sets. Li Ang, deal. Immediately, Mines' face turned green, and it was obvious that he paid a stupid price. Li Ang hummed a ditty and closed the chat interface, and mines did pay back a very stupid price. After all, Li Ang's psychological price was actually 50 sets. Now Win set has accumulated a full 3,000 sets in Li Ang's warehouse, and now it is accumulating at a speed of 200 sets a day. Just as he was about to pick up the magic paper and start simulating the remaining 4 improvement methods of undead magic extreme transformation, there was a knock on the study door, and then Sadeko floated in. "My lord, that human named Sumakai has come and said that what you told me has been done." Li Ang was taken aback for a moment, then nodded when the other party came in. Wearing a standard white snowy animal fur coat, Sumakai entered the study tremblingly and did not dare to look around. He handed a document to Sadeko with nervous hands, and said, City Lord, the staffing and distribution of the various departments that you have explained, the list review has been completed, please take a look." Sadeko put the document in front of Li Ang, and Li Ang read it seriously. Linhe City Shipyard, person in charge, Qin Keming. The total number of chief engineers in Gujiangguo is 611. Linhe City Breeding Factory, person in charge, Wang Daji. Animal pastor, Lu Shi, Wan Haiwen, the total number of people is 130. Linhe City Construction Team, person in charge, Xiao Shen. Chief engineer, Wan Heilu, Li Jianyu. Total number of 219 people. Benevolence. Linhe City Collection Team. Linhe City Medical Center. Linhe City Civil Affairs Bureau. There are more than 50 departments, some are related to the city's infrastructure, some are related to the management of these people, and some are technology workers in factories. This guy Sumakai really has some skills, and the situation recorded on it is also very clear, and he has marked some people who he initially judged to be fishing in troubled waters. Of course, Li Ang didn't pay attention to his one-sided words. All the departments and factories are supervised by Li Ang's undead team, especially in the factory, where a lot of goods are involved. If they are all managed by these people, Li Ang dares to use his toes to think, soon transaction market will suddenly appear a large number of goods for sale. Watching Li Ang close the document, Sumakai nervously waited for Li Ang's trial. The scene of more than 100 people being beheaded was vivid in his memory. Every night, Sumakai would dream that these people came back to ask him life. "Lawyer Su." Yes, my lord, please tell me." Sumakai nodded and bowed. Li Ang smiled lightly and said, "I plan to let you be the interim Minister of Finance of the entire snowy region." What? Sumakai suddenly raised his head, thinking that On's ears had misheard, with an unbelievable expression on his face. "You were the famous lawyer in the previous world. You should be clear about property and public and private property. Now that Suiyu is starting up, many things are unreasonable. In the future, order is still needed. First of all, let's Suiyu with the emergence of private ownership. I don't want everyone to become rice bugs eating from the big pot." Li Ang said to himself. "You recruit the people you think you need, and formulate the salary and reward standards for these people in Suiyu as soon as possible. For the things Suiyu sells in Minus Mall, if you consume them internally, you can reduce the price appropriately. But it is up to you to decide whether it is limited or legally restricted. At most 2 months, I want to see the results." Sumakai didn't know how to answer for a long time. His mind was full of questions now, whether he had reached the sky in one step. Minister of Finance, this is definitely a position of real power in Suiyu, and Jiang does not allow him to recruit people by himself. It seemed that Sumakai was a little flustered. Li Ang said lightly, "If you do well, you will be rewarded. If you don't do well, I heard that you have suffered from insomnia recently, I have a way to make you sleep peacefully." Sumakai has shortcomings as well as advantages 4.0, and his shortcomings are obvious and easy to deal with, that is, his mind always wants to go to places that he should not go, simple violence and the threat of death can easy fix. Li Ang, on the other hand, needs the advantages of the other party, that is, experienced legal and management skills. Li Ang's method worked very well, and Sumakai immediately dispelled all the thoughts he shouldn't have. After receiving the official seal of own interim finance minister, a special official seal engraved by Li Ang with magic, he hurriedly started planning and recruiting. Naturally, there were some people who wanted to be moths at the recruiting site of the Ministry of Finance. These people were excluded by Sumakai without hesitation. Just kidding, if something goes wrong with these people, Li Ang will definitely let Sumakai first hit the road. Devil Sovereign List minus. First place, Li Ang, level 30 magician. Second place, Little Red Flower Ovo, a level 27 magician. Third place, Dragon King, level 15 magician. Fourth place, Eternal Swordsmanship, level 15 magician. Fifth place, Augustus, a level 13 magician. Sixth place, Showa Yubu, a level 13 magician. Devil Sovereign list has been refreshed again. The number 1 Liang is still a gold level magic book. This is the third time it has been refreshed, and it is the same as the previous refresh. Liang didn't even care about the gold level magic book. What is the magic book? And I am still concentrating on studying my own magic. Since I completed the transformation of Undead Magic Extreme Transformation to version 2.0 5 days ago, and selected the one with the least mana consumption from the remaining 4 rune edits, Undead Magic Extreme Transformation 2.0 Pro officially launched. The mana consumption of the previous version 2.0 required more than 36,000 mana to complete 11, and now the 2.0 Pro has directly dropped to 10,000. With Liang's 80,000 mana reserve, it can be used 8 times directly. And just today, he finally completed the 3.0 version, which is the magic design of group transformation, and finally integrated 7 kinds, all of which should be completed after calculation on the notebook. Now Liang is simulating on the magic paper, and the basic magic circle for operation is already Undead Magic Extreme Transformation 2.0 Pro. Paul Naranki was still sitting beside Liang's desk. These days, Liang gave him a great shock. He had only recently come into contact with magic writing, and even some undead writing on the magic circle could not be fully recognized. But after mastering a small part of undead script, he can use these undead script and magic principles to improve the existing low-level magic. The key point is that even though Liang failed many times, it became less and less in the end. Just like now, in the past, the 1.0 version of the magic circle would fail to be depicted on the magic paper, but now the 2.0 Po can be easily produced. Under Paul Naranki's watchful eye, Liang skillfully processed and modified the magic circle, while the modification of version 3.0 was obviously more complicated and cumbersome. Liang spent a full hour. When the off-white light was shining on the magic circle, the thin shirt on Liang's body was already wet with sweat. He simply took off his drenched clothes, revealing his fair but well-dressed upper body. He was panting slightly as he sat on the chair. This person was in a somewhat overdrawn state. Obviously, this solution is too cumbersome, and it will be a problem to expand the magic circle when using it. As a result, it is difficult to support one use with your magic power. Polunarang on the side made a own evaluation. Liang nodded. In fact, he has also ruled out the first plan of version 3.0. With a thought, Sadeko, who was standing outside the door, opened the door and floated in. Seeing that Liang was covered in sweat, she hurriedly brought a towel to wipe him off, and at the same time a cup of hot water came over. While resting, Liang saw the message from Xiao Hongyu on his interface, and sneered disdainfully. Just yesterday, Iron Will on the grassland finally delivered the materials on the list they agreed with Liang, but there was no news from Xiao Hongyu's side. List first. After all, the level is only 3rd level away from Liang. If you work hard, it is not hopeless. But when she fought a 3rd level monster, she had to recognize the reality. Combat power may be related to level, but level is definitely not the biggest factor. Even though she is level 27, she doesn't have any powerful magic, and it is difficult to deal with a 3rd level monster, and she even suffered some minor injuries. But the experience gained is far away from upgrading to level 28. The desire to reach level 30 before Liang, get the core of the magic tower, and build a magic tower to compete for the top spot was ruthlessly broken. And Liang has never targeted the other party from the beginning to the end. When the final agreed date came, the 9 snake pirates had no choice but to deliver the agreed magic materials. This also means that Liang has basically collected the materials for building the magic tower. Liang is not in a hurry to create magic towers. As long as there are enough materials for own Aurora Confusion Temple, it can be built in seconds, so it is better to get out own magic first. After resting for a while, after meditation recovered, Liang's eyes began to simulate the second plan on the magic paper again. However, the second plan was quickly rejected. It was also too complicated and cumbersome to consume too much magic. Liang simply ate his meals and didn't even leave his study room. It wasn't until all 8 scenarios were simulated that he finally heaved a sigh of relief and rolled off to sleep. After a night of nothing, Liang got up early in the morning after breakfast and came to the small courtyard excitedly. At this time, there were 50 skeletons of 10th level monsters standing in the small courtyard. These were transformed by Li Ang from the rankless skeleton soldiers, and now, they will be the experimental subjects of Li Ang's Undead Magic Extreme Transformation 3.0. The 3.0 version can be used to transform the monsters below the second level in groups, and then there is 3.0 Pro that can be modified in groups below the 4th level monsters, and finally the finished product 3.0 Pro Max consumes the lowest mana. Group transformation of 4th level monsters. 50 is the tentative number Li Ang decided for the sake of safety. In fact, his magic can directly affect 200 targets of the same race at the beginning. Each of the skeleton warriors has a burning flower 057 next to their feet, and their bodies are scorching hot. Even though they have separated from the original root system, the heat is still unabated. Burning flower, bronze level magic material, grown in a volcanic environment, can be used in the production of fire-type potions such as burning potion, fire resistance potion, burn healing potion, etc. The production requires pharmaceutical mastery above grade. This thing is one of the things in the list of the 9 snake pirates, but here it was used by Li Ang as a secondary material for the transformation of the undead. The 50 skeleton warriors already had a certain amount of intelligence, but it wasn't very high. Their fighting instinct was several grades stronger than their intelligence. Li Ang didn't hesitate this time. As the grey-white magic circle unfolded under the skeleton warriors' feet, 50 beams of light enveloped them all. Group magic obviously consumes a lot more mana than the previous 2.0 version, but fortunately, 3.0 Pro Max was arranged after Li Ang. With more than 60,000 magic power invested, the magic started running smoothly, and the fire in the magic circle appeared and disappeared in the off-white light. When the light dissipated and the magic circle disappeared, the appearance of the 50 skeleton warriors had changed drastically. Before Li Ang had time to see the information of the transformed skeleton warrior, a huge roar sounded from the sky and the earth. At this moment, no matter whether it is the time-traveling magician who has found his job in the snowy region, or other people outside the snowy region who are still running for power or survival, they all suddenly raised their heads. Congratulations to the magician Li Ang, for the first time creating a magic gold level Undead Magic Extreme Transformation 3.0 Pro Max, rewarded with a lost treasure chest 1, and won the title Practitioner of the Abyss. The first self-created magic appeared in the Macho continent, and the Moiwan list was opened. Magic Abyss list, magicians with self-created magic can be listed on the list. According to the amount of self-created magic, a certain amount of lost points can be obtained every day. The lost points can be exchanged for commodities in the Lost Mall. Moiwan Bang minus. First place, Li Ang. Number of self-created magic, 1. Self-created magic entry, Gold level Undead Magic Extreme Transformation 3.0 Pro Max. Daily lost points, 100. Everyone was stunned by this sudden movement, creating their own magic, and it was a terrifying gold level. There are absolutely very few people who have gold level magic now, and this guy Li Ang has already been able to create his own magic. It's not that no one has thought about this aspect, but the terrifying 100,000 collections of the Macho language, and the difficulty of not knowing where to start, and the zero foundation of magic principles, made everyone choose to give up. Or honestly look for the treasure chest, opening from the treasure chest is more suitable for them. In the snowy area at this moment, Su Makai, who was working in a slightly larger wooden house in Linhe City, and the 50 civil servants he had recruited all stared wide-eyed. After a while, everyone shouted excitedly. The boss is awesome. The city owner is amazing. Mr. Li is awesome. Different titles express admiration and respect for the same person. At the same time, in the vast sea, Xiao Hongyu and the others were also stunned by what Li Ang did. Ka ka ka. Lightning flashes, the torpedo-type magic is obviously effective against the magical beasts in the ocean, and all members of the 9 snake pirates now know at least one thunder-type magic, although the level is generally low, but the combination is not to be underestimated. However, at this moment, all members of 9 snakes are full of Li Ang, a man with wisdom in his arrogance, who is really always ahead of the whole world. On the grassland, Dragon King, who had just finished a frenzied battle, was sitting on the grass out of breath. Just now, he saw that his experience value had increased a lot, and before he could express his joy that he was one step closer to level 16, he was caught by the world announcement in the sky was stunned. The same emotion also appeared in the Black Dragon Society and the Stars and Stripes Knights in the central area, and at this time the two sides were engaged in fierce battles. On Shimei Mountain, Maines held a black iron-level brave's long knife, and fought fiercely with Hakis Hiquin, the president of the Black Dragon Association. After a fierce fight, the two suddenly separated, staring at each other. "Shooting my talent magic, what do you want to do?" Hakis Hiquin was puzzled, but also vigilant and dignified. The two had fought long before they reached a superficial alliance, but Hakis Hiquin, who had been immersed in kendo for decades, could only draw with Maines. "At that time, I still felt that my body was still in a state of aging, and I could easily deal with the other party in a normal and equal state. But now the facts before his eyes made him feel as if he had been slapped in the face. He obtained a young body through magic of evil stripping, but he still couldn't defeat the opponent. Especially when Maines was using magic equipment, Hakis Hiquin was even faintly at a disadvantage. Both of them were out of breath, and just as they were about to fight together, an announcement about Li Ang sounded in the sky. And this voice seemed to inject some power into Maines, and the more he fought, the more fierce he became. In Li Ang's small courtyard in Snow Wolf City, Li Ang's eyes finally saw the information of these skeleton warriors. Mutated skeleton warrior, a third-level monster, a special skeleton warrior that has been transformed by the undead. After 2 transformations from the undead, they have a tendency to think of a new race and have a strong fighting instinct. They can use fire magic, possesses the ability to turn objects in contact with flames. The blazing red flames enveloped their entire bodies. The metal armor on their bodies had undergone a complete change. The metallic luster reflecting light on the surface disappeared. At this moment, the surface of the equipment on their bodies seemed to be flowing through rocks with magma. Fiery flames flickered among the roughness, as if the armor was wrapped in pure compressed flames. But when Li Ang looked at the images of these so-called mutant skeleton warriors, he equated them with a certain movie character named Ghost Rider from the previous world in his mind. And it's easier for Li Ang to call them ghost fighters than any mutant skeleton fighters. Boast. 50 evil spirit warriors knelt in front of Li Ang and shouted in the language of the dead. "Thank you, my lord, for giving us a new life." Li Ang raised his hand slowly, but he wanted to see how powerful the ghost knight was. Following his order, a ghost warrior walked out of the queue and slowly came to a metal that Li Ang used to practice chopping. Before the pillar. Shua. An afterimage flashed by, and with Li Ang's mental energy, he could barely detect that the evil spirit warrior's action was about to kill. Draw the knife to chop, and draw the knife. His movements are crisper than those of the top masters of the previous celestial dynasty. On the forged pillar of ordinary steel, there appeared, "Are you okay?" a gap that could almost be said to cut off the pillar, and there was a faint fire in the gap, as if the place was melted by high temperature at the moment just now. The cut is smooth for ultimate comfort. With just one knife, Li Ang understood that although the ghost warrior is a third-level monster, its own combat power will definitely not be too strenuous when facing magical beasts, which are third-level monsters. Immediately, Li Ang had an idea about the elite combat troops under his command in the future, and the ghost fighters must have a place. Meditation has restored the following magical powers, and the subsequent magical experiments are actually unnecessary. After all, when Li Ang used the 3.0 version, this new Moyuan Bang directly took his 3.0 Pro Max. It is certified, even if he has not used it yet. The number of skeleton warriors is enough, but now the number of burning flowers is not enough. In the end, Li Ang was only allowed to form an army of 1,000 evil spirit warriors, which was named Burning Legion by Li Ang. Handed over to the commander of Bone 16. As for the strength of the 4th-level monster of Bone 16, under Li Ang's magical transformation, he used a burned flower mother plant as a synthetic material to become a 5th-level monster, and he who obtained the fire ability waited until the magic tower of Hellfire Heart is completed, and its strength will only increase to become more terrifying. After dealing with the matter of the Burning Legion, Li Ang can finally own the magic tower, but he needs to clear a large enough space first. Li Ang directly plans to place the Aurora Confused Temple in Snow Wolf City. After all, it is his own the most powerful city. Following Li Ang's order, all the undead tribes in Snow Wolf City started to move. While carrying the materials needed for the construction of the magic tower and clearing the open space in the center of the city, Li Ang put his mind on the lost treasure box he just got. Following the civilization treasure chest at the core of the magic tower, something called Lost Treasure Chest appeared in this world, and a lost emporium was also opened. The lost treasure chest is dark gold in color, but compared to the platinum treasure chest of civilization, it gives off a low-key nobility. With Li Ang's thought 350, the treasure chest opened instantly, but unlike the fleeting light of other treasure chests, a beam of light pierced the sky from Snow Wolf City to the sky in an instant, and the huge movement made everyone in Linhe City see it clearly. And a voice also sounded in Li Ang's mind. Congratulations on obtaining the Lost Level Magic Soul Song Road. Congratulations on getting the Gold Level Special Item Feng Shen Bird Blue Feather Pen. Congratulations on getting the Ice Child Philip Goes Collection. The sound ended, but Li Ang had already understood. The levels of magic books from low to high are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, red gold, diamonds, and the magic above diamonds is called lost magic, which can also be called the level of forbidden spells. It's a huge price to pay. Soul Magic Soul Chanting Road. The magic created by the dead necromancer Jerome can call back the souls of the living who have passed away from the undead world, and the price is that their souls will always be slaves of death. Seeing his dead wife tell me what I think, she has disappeared from the world. It doesn't have any attack function, but it deals directly with the gods, and involves life and death. Although it is soul magic, it should be called compound magic, which involves the principles of soul magic, life magic, space magic and so on. Not to mention that Li Ang's current level of magic power is useless at all, and at this price alone, he dare not use it at all. His eyes were more on the two things behind. Feng Shen Bird Green Feather Pen, a gold level magic item, which can be used to draw magic circles, depict magic lines, make magic scrolls and other items. Magic pen, this is definitely the right time for Li Ang. The Nasius paintbrush he is using now is only a bronze level magic item, but to be honest, Li Ang already feels that this magic brush can't keep up with his pace. Not to mention anything else, just the simulation of Undead Magic Extreme Transformation 3.0 Pro Max, the continuation and transmission speed of the magic power is a bit slow, just like a pen, there will always be ink but it can't be written situation. As for the other Ice Sun Philopugs collection, it should be a not low-level ice magic experience. Li Ang happily put away the things, the beam of light dissipated, and the snowy area returned to calm again. Li Ang looked at 5 or 6 hills of magic materials that had gradually piled up in the center of the city, and only moved out less than 1/3 of the amount. The North Trading Field is completely controlled by the Minus Mall family. If we collect these materials according to their normal value, let alone the time, even if we add all the 3 cities of Li Ang, it is far from enough. That is to say, only Li Ang has the ability to process and assign value to these raw materials. When the life occupations such as blacksmith and pharmacist level up in the future, the value of these things will continue to rise. At that time, even Li Ang will not be able to collect so much at such a sandy price. The center of the city was making preparations for Li Ang, but Li Ang opened the Lost Mall from the interface of Magic Abyss list. The first page of products caught Li Ang's breath. Evil Dragon's Tears of Regret, Lost Level Magic Necklace, ignores all curses below the diamond level, ignores the 30% damage effect of dragon language magic, increases the magic value by 1 million, increases the efficiency of meditation by 10 times, and wears this equipment will be affected by dragon's disgust. Exchange price, 1 billion lost points. Harakol's Tin Rod, Lost Grade Magic Wand, increases the damage effect of death attribute magic by 50%, reduces mana consumption and release time, and uses the wand to pay for vitality. Exchange price, 1 billion lost points. Devil Blood Clothes, Lost Level Magical Robe, increase the use effect of evil magic 5 times, automatically gather the Underworld Fire Shield with a defense factor of 100,000 every day, which can automatically resist enemy attacks. Use this magical robe will be listed into the must-kill list of the Devil family. Exchange price, 900 million lost points. This is only for magic equipment, and there are other interfaces such as potions, materials, classics, magic books, etc. But after looking through it, Li Ang found that the cheapest item above cost 100,000 points. And most of the cheapest things are in the classics, which are full of a lot of magic foundation and experience. Except for classics and potions, all other things are in single quantities or in limited quantities. Take the magic equipment that cost 1 billion lost points when I just clicked in. If Li Ang has enough lost points in his hand at the moment, after purchasing these items will disappear in the Lost Mall. However, the descriptions of these magical equipments also made Li Ang shudder. They are all equipments with great side effects, either consuming lifespan, provoking powerful enemies or polluting the soul. However, the increase in strength brought by itself is absolutely terrifying. In fact, Li Ang's needs for these things are limited. At least in his opinion now, he would rather spend his limited lost points on the purchase of magic books. After all, even if he reads these things himself, he can show them to others. Li Ang will even be able to build the largest magic library in the Minus region in the snowy area in the future. Name, Li Ang. Title, Lord of the Snow region. The speed of ice and snow magic cultivation is increased by 50%, Practitioner of the Abyss. The magic power consumption is reduced by 20%. Level, 30. 8,000/80,000. Experience, you can continue to get it after condensing the heart of magic power. Magic, Undead Summoning Art. Papalagan Sutra. Complete Magic. Beginning Language. Golden Magic. Engraving. Undead Magic. Extreme Transformation 3.0 Pro Max. Soul Magic. Soul Path. Soul Magic. Spiritual Engravement. Undead Magic. Racial Induction. Undead Magic. Ghost Fire. Great Earth Devil Law. Great Riot. Ice Magic. Ice Vortex. Blade. Blood Magic. Blood Heart. Jade. The Great Earth Devil Law. Land of Vitality. Skills, Anatomy Master 57571/1 million, Sewing Master 667/1 million, Forging Master 21.70/1 million, Cooking Mastery 1161/1000000, Cultivation Skilled 121/10,000, Implantation Proficiency 97/10,000. Unknowingly, today's Li Ang's attributes have undergone tremendous changes, especially his own life profession. The first batch has reached the level of a master, and the master's life skills can cope with today's changes in the world. That's more than enough. If Li Ang took a screenshot of such an attribute panel and sent it to the regional channel, it would definitely be described as shocking. Li Ang waited for a while, and soon Gu Shiliu came over and said respectfully, "My lord, the materials you explained are all ready." At this time, Bone 16 had also undergone tremendous changes. His entire body, including the original bronze-colored armor, was burning with blazing red flames, and there were also many hideous hungry ghosts patterns on the armor. Heterogeneous Bone General, 5th level monster, the infantry elite class of the Undead Skeleton Clan, can command and control the low-level Skeleton Clan, has fierce cold weapon combat skills. After the Undead transformation, you can use the original Dead magic when you go out. Bone magic, you can also use fire magic. Wise. Li Ang nodded, got up and walked towards the city. At this moment, the central area of Snow Wolf City had already been cleared out. When building the city, Li Ang intentionally vacated the central part as the location of the own palace, while other traversers, such as the 9 snake pirates, thought he was going to build a square or garden in the city. The area of the central open space is not small, almost 1 million square meters. After arriving here, the surrounding buildings lined up evenly as if they were the 8 trigrams array of the previous life. At this time, the open space is filled with all kinds of magic materials, including potions, magic metals, wood, ores. Among them, there are also many silver level and gold level materials, but these are obtained by Li Ang in exchange for some black iron level magic equipment. Everyone withdrew from the land, and Li Ang slowly came to the center of the arena. After a while, Paul Naranki appeared, holding a magic crystal in his hand, wrapped in a brocade of soul-weaving spider silk. The box came to Li Ang. Li Ang opened the box, and inside was a rhombus-shaped transparent crystal, with the cold air emanating from the crystal. This is the magic core of the 7th level monster Frozen Tree that Paul Naranki solved alone, but the body of the frozen tree itself was hung in the Minus Mall by Li Ang for temporary preservation. Originally, it was planned to use Ice Sacrifice Dragon as one of the main materials of the Aurora Confused Temple, but now that there is a more advanced frozen tree, it is natural to choose the frozen tree of 7th level monsters as the main material. With the thought of Li Ang, a huge 100-meter giant tree appeared in the center of the field, and the moment it appeared, the entire open space quickly condensed a layer of frost. Even if it was dead, the impact of the frozen tree still cannot be ignored of. The moment Li Ang released the frozen tree, Li Ang immediately took out a scroll from his arms, and tore it open without even looking at it. The moment the scroll was torn apart, it turned into a mass of intense light, rising above Snow Wolf City like a small blue sun. The terrifying magic power fluctuations on the ground caused the surrounding airflow to move violently. The animal fur coat on Li Ang's body was blown, and his body began to slide on the ice. But he quickly stabilized his center of gravity, a beam of light shot out from his body, and shot into the light ball in mid-air instantly, and then all the magic materials in the venue were pulled upward by an invisible force, shooting the light ball from all directions together. A majestic temple quickly took on a rough shape with the passage of time. After about 2 hours, all the magic materials required on the scrolls disappeared. And the temple finally showed its final appearance. The style of the temple is similar to a palace called Versailles in Li Ang's previous life. Golden gilt designs can be seen everywhere, and the temple descends slowly. Li Ang also saw various reliefs of solemn or pious figures on it. "My lord, move quickly!" Paul Naranki yelled strangely, pulled Li Ang and ran away quickly. Only then did Li Ang come to his senses. Although this thing is magnificent, but is this dog trying to crush him to death? Unfolding the wings of wind, Li Ang and Paul Naranki narrowly ran out of the scope of the Aurora Confusion Temple, and this also made Li Ang clearly realize how terrifying the area of the temple itself is. At least 100,000 square meters, this is definitely a proper horror building. Hoo hoo! Li Ang panted heavily, watching the ground behind him make a roar, and then the whole body was completely integrated with the ground of Snow Wolf City, as if it was a temple built step by step. Li Ang was afraid for a while. Congratulations to the magician Li Ang for building the first magic tower in the Minus region Aurora Confusion Temple, and won the title, Prophet. Go to Te Niang's prophet, Daddy was almost crushed to death by the own temple. Li Ang scolded his mother angrily. It can be said that he couldn't find any faults in the shape and decoration of the temple. Li Ang is really a bit over the top. The world is once again discussing Li Ang's establishment of the magic tower, but Li Ang is not interested in caring about these voices at the moment. He has clearly established a detailed connection with the Aurora Confused Temple in front of him, and he can clearly feel every corner, every room, and every layout inside it. A house of 100,000 square meters, at least in Li Ang's eyes, this thing is a house. It seems that our Pleiadian maid group is about to expand. Li Ang murmured. Aurora Confusion Temple, although its name is the name of a palace, it can be said to be a building complex. In the Great Hall, there are 300 to 400 small halls, all of which are resplendent and extravagant. Just the length of the corridors connecting them is enough to circle around Snow Wolf City, which covers an area of more than 30 square kilometers. In addition, Aurora Confused Temple itself is a magician's palace, and it naturally has the characteristics that the magic world should have. Apart from the unsurprising magic crystal chandelier, what Li Ang cares most about is the particularity of its internal space. As if it has been expanded, from the outside it can already be said to be incredibly huge. Aurora Confusion Temple, the inside itself is bigger than what it actually looks from the outside. 98 or so. The building itself has a strong magical defense, especially some rooms that should be used to experiment with potions or study magic circles. The strength of the building itself can be said to be terrifying. The environment here is absolutely impossible for any magician to refuse, such as now. "My lord, this magic tower of yours is too big. If the old man gives you lessons, it will waste a lot of time going back and forth." Polunarenk, who has never talked much, rubbed his hands at this moment, with a gloomy expression on his face. With a look of longing and embarrassment at the same time. Li Ang didn't understand what the other party meant, but Li Ang would make arrangements without the other party asking. "Don't worry, this Aurora Bewilderment Temple is so big, I plan to use it as the political and power center of Swayu in the future, not only Mr. Paul Naranki and you, including Mr. Saka, but also the high-level officials of Swayu and the public in the future. Will all take place here. In addition, it seems that the area vacated before is too large. It is just right to turn the remaining 900,000 square meters of open space into a large garden and plant rare plants in this world." Li Ang turned around, looked at the obviously left open space, and then looked at the same buildings in Snow Wolf City. It really needs a garden as a decoration for the city. Now that there is such a luxurious palace, Li Ang didn't want to stay in the small courtyard for a second, and immediately ordered everyone to start moving into the Aurora Confused Temple. 2 maids, Genzi and Ji, brought a large number of beautiful wraith maids, Ying Ying Yanyun, into the Aurora Confused Temple. As soon as they entered the gate, they were surprised just looking at the furnishings in the front hall just after entering the gate. Exhale. It is bright and clean, and even the floor is polished by some magic stone, so you can't feel any resistance when walking on it. Red or golden magic crystal chandeliers on the dome illuminate the great hall like daylight. All of this is so luxurious and noble in the eyes of Sadeko and the others, but after Li Ang came in, he felt a little dissatisfied with these, not for anything else. He had been to the Palace of Versailles in a certain country in his previous life, and inside the display is definitely luxurious and full of class. On the other hand, the Aurora Confused Temple, has its own architectural pattern, but the internal display is completely unworthy of such a magnificent building. It's like a house that has been decorated but hasn't had time to place and plan various furniture displays. It feels empty. In particular, the interior of the Aurora Confused Temple itself is still so big, and Liang has vacated such a large space around it. It seemed very abrupt. But all of this is temporary. Liang is confident that given him time, the Temple of Aurora Confusion will soon become another world's Palace of Versailles, and even Liang is a little swollen thinking that in this other world, the Blue Star 5 of the previous life, the palace is reproduced. Moving to a new home, Liang's temper must be to celebrate, so the entire minus mall, including weapons and equipment, are all discounted, the lowest is 50% off. On the regional channel, Liang's golden profile picture appeared, moving to a new home, having fun with the people, shopping mall discounts, time limit for 1 day. When it's finished, there are also photos taken from Aurora Confused Temple, one of which was taken from a bird's eye view. The magnificent buildings are located in the center of the neat Snow Wolf City. The noble beauty makes the entire minus area shake it. Is this the Magic Tower? Aurora Confusion Temple, what a domineering name. Who leverous? Boss. There is no shortage of gardeners. In my last world, I was engaged in garden design. There are so many empty places around you. You must be building a garden, right? Still having fun with the people? Hey, has this already brought into the role of the rich and powerful? It's really dirty, with so much capital but don't know how to help the poor and destitute, scum. Upstairs whores a keyboard man for nothing, a sneak used for moral kidnapping. If someone praises him, someone will trample on it. Even if Liang engraves his own profile picture on coins, it is impossible for everyone in this world to like him, but he naturally doesn't care. The intense discussions in the regional channels intensified, and the shipments of the Liang Minus Mall were also going on horribly, just like the 11 of a certain treasure in the previous life, a large number of products were sold out as soon as they were put on the shelves. Now Liang, the Minus Mall, has a wider and wider range of sales, ranging from weapons and equipment, even magic books, to as small as a piece of paper. Of course, they are mainly ordinary things. Of course, there are not many that involve the level of magic. Even if there are, most of them are dishes made with another world ingredients. There are two things that cannot be avoided when entering Snow Wolf City, the sound of iron forging in the east of the city, and the aroma of dishes in the west of the city. But now that Liang has recruited so many people, he has also begun to plan to expand the scale of his business. For example, for clothes and fabrics, skeleton soldiers will only mechanically follow the appearance set by Liang for them, and the products they make are like factory assembly lines. Although the quality is good 4.9, but in terms of aesthetics, it is really good. No. After all, Liang can't rely on these skeleton soldiers to design clothes, can he? Now, in a garment factory in the snowy region, some people who had experience in clothing design and tailoring in their previous lives were brought together and began to design some clothes with the style and characteristics of the snowy region. After being approved, it will be handed over to Liang. Then Liang is like inputting the program set by someone else into the computer, so that own assembly line can make new styles of clothes. Hoo. What on earth do you want to do? Shimei Mountain won't make you work so hard. Hey Cheese Hequan panted violently. The loose linen cherry blossom suit that he was originally wearing was already torn, and there were several blood-oozing scars on his body. He questioned Mines, who was also panting violently in front of him, but slightly better than him, with a gloomy expression on his face. At this time, with the two at the center, hundreds of people are fighting fiercely. The two groups are easy to recognize. On one side is the slightly shorter Sakura man, and on the other is the blonde Sunset man. The Sakura people have the advantage in numbers, but at the moment they are retreating steadily, and they have been suppressed and beaten by Mines. There were casualties on both sides, but the Sakuraman, who has always been known for fighting madly, hit an iron plate. The corner of Mines's mouth curled up into a ferocious arc, his eyes were full of aggression. In their eyes, your head is very valuable, it is a cherry blossom head, for a piece of black iron magic equipment, 30 can be exchanged for 1 bronze level magic 11 equipment. Hey Kiz Hiquan's pupils shrank slightly. Are you working for Liang? Are you making his knife? Mines smiled indifferently, and said, you Sakura people in the last world developed well because you understood what it means to be able to bend and stretch. How come you can't see the situation clearly when you come to this world? Mines raised the long sword of the brave in his hand, and a dense light radiated from it. In contrast, the samurai sword in Haiki's Hiquan's hand was already full of gaps, and it was about to collapse completely. I also want to thank you all. It is because of you that Mr. Li is willing to cooperate with me and give me such great support. If you want to steal Mr. Li's business, you Sakura people are probably out of their minds, right? Mines said, and this is his guess about why Li Ang is targeting the Black Dragon Society. Maines couldn't believe that he was given such a lot of support simply because of a woman and a few pictures that he didn't know what to do with. He prefers to believe that the reason why Li Ang dealt with the Black Dragon Society is entirely because they are engaged in forging workshops. Very normal Sunset Man businessman thinking. Hand over Shimei Mountain. In addition, your daughter proposed the forge. Mr. Li wants her. If you agree to these two conditions, we will agree to a truce. Otherwise, although the loss will be a bit big, there are conditions given by Mr. Li. We are not at a loss. Mines offered the terms of a truce. He Chi's Hequan's face was uncertain, and he said after a long while, temporary truce, here tomorrow, I will give an answer. Mines was silent for a while, and looked at the situation on his side. Because of the black iron level hero armor, only 7 or 8 of his own death were unlucky enough to have their heads chopped off by Kuroki Sara, and the rest were all minor injuries. Okay, tomorrow. Minako Heike, who was anxiously waiting for her father and elder brother to come back in the Black Dragon Society, ran out in a hurry when someone reported that Heike and his son had returned. Father, how is the situation? Is mine still conflicting with us because of Shimei Mountain? Heikime asked. However, Kuroki's Hequan and Kuroki Sara took a deep look at her, walked towards the inside of the courtyard without saying a word. All the craftsmen who were tinkling and building a new wooden building were driven out. The atmosphere in the room was dull, and several samurai leaders who quickly bandaged up also came. Father, what is the other party's purpose? Minako Kuroki asked this question again, but everyone in the room looked at her and remained silent, even the leaders of the Black Dragon warriors who once supported her. An ominous premonition rose in Kurokai Minako's heart. Minako, how is your strength now? Can you defeat a samurai who only uses swordsmanship? Heike's Hequan asked in a low voice, but did not mention today's matter. Father, father! Minako Kuroki realized something, and turned her eyes to several samurai leaders beside her, but they all avoided their eyes and pretended not to see. Minako Kuroki shook her head. Your assertions during this time are not wrong in themselves, but the mistake is that Li Ang is too strong. Heike's Hequan said. So father wants to hand me over. At this time, Minako Kuroki had already guessed the matter. Although Maines was absolutely hostile to the Black Dragon Society because of the Shimeishin incident, today's conflict obviously too big. First they fought on the plain, and then on Shimei Mountain. They fought for a whole day. She also saw the wounded who were brought back just now. The fighting was very tragic. As a child of the family, you must make sacrifices when necessary. Heike's Hequan said resolutely, a gleam of joy flashed in Heike Sara's eyes, and he even began to think about how to win over these Black Dragon warrior leaders. The sadness in Heike Minako's eyes flashed away, and she took another look at the leaders of the Black Dragon warriors, but they still didn't dare to look directly at her. Taking a deep breath, Minako Kuroki calmed down, even if you want to use me as a bargaining chip, you should at least let me maintain my last dignity. Kuroki Shizumi nodded, and Kuroki Minako returned to her own room to change clothes and put on makeup. In fact, she simply cleaned herself up. During the period, 2 women were watching her in the room to prevent her from committing suicide. Touch! A voice sounded, and a samurai ran to Heike's Hequan. The president is not good. Miss ran away. Nanny. After all, Minako Heike has been in charge of the Black Dragon Society for a while. Although the treasure chests are openly opened in front of everyone in 570, with her ability, it is not a problem to intercept some of them by herself. And she escaped this time by relying on a black iron level hypnotic magic scroll to control the 2 watchers, and then immediately mounted a steed and galloped to her death. However, the pursuers of the Black Dragon Society did not catch him, but at this moment a group of cavalry blocked her way. Miss Heike, I don't think you want to see a rough gentleman. Mines had a triumphant smile on his face. Minako Kuroki finally turned pale and became a prisoner of Maines. In the final analysis, this world is still above 1 power. I don't have the mind to worry about why Mines stopped here. Even though Minako Kuroki is extremely confident in her own beauty and wisdom, she still feels a deep sense of powerlessness at this moment. She even tried to use beauty tricks to get out of trouble during her captivity, but these sunset people had been strictly explained to them by Mines early on, and if they dared to touch their equipment, they would never even think about it. At this time, it is obvious that weapons and equipment are more attractive. As for women, there are some businesswomen in their camp of the Stars and Stripes Knights. Li Ang also quickly learned the news that Maines had snatched him away, and the pictures about He Kizhiquan's magic of evil stripping magic circle were also sent to Li Ang. However, to Li Ang's frustration, magic of evil is magic in the attribute of magic, that is to say, it is magic from the devil tribe, and the magic language used is also the language of the devil tribe, which also makes Li Ang sit on the candle. Yes, because he knows that Polnarenki does not know Mozu. Seeing Li Ang, who obviously got a magic with great potential, but was distressed because he couldn't analyze and improve it, Polnarenki on the side laughed like an old god. It's true that I don't know demonic, but who said that no one else can understand it? Polnarenki said with a smile. Li Ang looked at him suspiciously. The blood race itself not only exists in the undead world, but also has branches in the devil world. Li Ang immediately understood what Polnarenki meant, and Lilith understands Mozu. Just when Li Ang was about to get up to look for Lilith, Sadeko floated in, but now Sadeko's clothes have been changed into beautiful maid skirts. My lord, Minister Sokka has something to do with you. Sadeko reported in a very professional manner. Since Li Ang made Aurora Confused Temple the center of power in Sueu, everything in Sueu has finally moved closer to the direction of formality and order up. Aurora Confused Temple, the highest floor, is the 9th floor, and what Li Ang is currently in is the central position, a palace that represents his status as a ruler. The 9th floor is Li Ang's bedroom, study, magic text research room, potion research room and a series of private places. The 8th floor is mainly the Great Hall for large-scale court meetings and celebrations, and the 7th floor is the residence of high-end combat forces around Li Ang, such as Polnarenk. Below the 7th floor and above the 3rd floor are the offices of some high-importance direct organizations in Sueu. The other floor and the 2nd floor are the residences of the guards, and the 3rd floor is the residence of the Pleiades Maid Corps. Sokka is currently serving as the head of the supervision department of Sueu, and he has indeed achieved good results during this period. Sueu once again executed 300 people who fished in troubled waters and wanted to reach out secretly. After Li Ang nodded, Sokka, who was dressed in a black and gold robe, walked in, saluted, and gave him a seat. Everything became more formal. What's the matter, Sokka, could it be that someone has embezzled again? Li Ang asked while sitting on the own golden throne with crimson glazed wings, and the latter shook his head. This time, my subordinates didn't come here for this purpose. This time, it's another matter. Now, whether it's the 3 cities in our snow region, a large number of human children have been found doing nothing. This problem is very serious. Their parents have jobs arranged by us, but the children don't have any unified management and arrangements. They just run around every day. This will not only bring them danger, but also waste their time. Li Ang frowned, but he had overlooked it. Indeed, when recruiting people, they were allowed to bring their families, and many of them had children. Has there been a count of the number of children? Li Ang asked. Sokka had been prepared for a long time, and handed a document to Li Ang, on which the statistical data of the 3 cities were neatly written in Chinese characters. Snow Wolf City, 1,570 people. Linhe City, 1,860 people. Suihai City, 2,100 people. There are more than 5,000 children under the age of 15. Among them, because they are outside the snowy area, a large number of people join in every day, and the situation in Suihai City is the most serious. If these children are not controlled collectively, it is easy to cause trouble. You know, they are not powerless, they also have talent magic. Hiss, the school is about to be established. School? What's that? Polnarenk asked this question, and Sokka was also puzzled. It seems that there is no such organization in the undead world, Li Ang thought. It is the place where knowledge is cultivated and taught. According to different ages and knowledge reserves, it is divided into different grades, and then different knowledge is taught by age. The higher the grade, the more difficult the knowledge taught. Li Ang briefly explained the following. Polnarenk frowned. My lord, I don't recommend you to do this. Magic itself is noble, although it is cruel, but the lower level creatures are not worthy of contact with magic, let alone teaching them magic unconditionally. This is absolutely not allowed. Li Ang chuckled, what are you kidding, teaching magic unconditionally? He is crazy to have such an idea. Now Liang definitely has a complete magician training system in the entire Minus region, and even in the Macho world. He can definitely summon intelligent undead tribes like Sokka from the undead world continuously, as long as Liang gives them in still Chinese language and Chinese characters. These people are qualified magic teachers. Liang's teaching of magic starts from the most systematic principles of magic and magic words. That is to say, those who graduate from the Magic Academy in the future will theoretically have the ability to create their own magic. With such a good condition, Liang will open it up for free? What if a white-eyed wolf rebellious guy is trained in the future? This guy is still super talented. The School of Magic will be established, but the admission to the school will be subject to strict scrutiny. First of all, the first thing is to be loyal to Shui Yu and to me. Don't worry about this aspect. I will recruit someone to take charge of this aspect. Start with ordinary schools, teaching mathematics, Chinese literature, and history. Liang immediately made a final decision on this matter. As for subjects such as chemistry and biology, the ghost knows whether the theorems and changing rules of the previous life still applies here. That's not a problem, but, my lord, we don't know what you said. Sokka nodded, but said helplessly. Liang chuckled and said, it's okay, someone will. Liang already had a candidate in mind. And soon after Liang's order to summon, "Okay Zhao," was issued, Shi Lei had already appeared in this resplendent palace, and was led to Jiang by a maid in less than 10 minutes. My lord. Shi Lei bowed and saluted at a standard 90 degrees. Liang's study is not small, covering more than 100 square meters, surrounded by bookshelves full of books. With his back facing the window, Liang is sitting on a bearskin armchair. Sure enough, I have been working in Sakura life for a long time. Seeing Shi Lei's actions, Liang curled his lips, and Shi Lei immediately became nervous. He had heard his own daughter tell him privately more than once that this city Lord Li had unreasonable reasons for things related to the Sakura people. Prejudice and targeting. Here's an errand for you. Liang casually threw a document to the other party. Shi Lei hurriedly caught it, and when he opened it, his expression froze instantly. The interim minister of the Suiyu Education Department, now in the entire Suiyu, including Suihai City, there are more than 5,000 school-age children doing nothing all day long. Even if you travel to this world, you can't let go of education. You come to recruit people. I remember that many of the family members brought with them were teachers. It's also possible to recruit people from outside the snowy region. You can decide on these, but before that, I want to ask you a question. Liang raised his head slightly, looked at Shi Lei who was polite and wearing glasses, and asked, what do you think the school should focus on now? After Liang finished speaking, he just put his elbows on the table and looked at each other together. Shi Lei swallowed nervously, his brain turned quickly, as if he had returned to the time when he was interviewing for Heilong Heavy Industry when he graduated with a PH. It's really deadly. Ideological education. Shi Lei gave his own answer. Now it's another world 403. Some ideas from the previous world are no longer suitable for this place. These students should understand that their survival is inseparable from the protection of the city lord. They must guarantee absolute loyalty to the city lord. Liang chuckled and shook his head, I don't expect absolute loyalty. Just don't teach a bunch of white-eyed wolves who shout for freedom and welfare all day long. What do you think, Minister Shi? Shi Lei breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and said with a humble and respectful face, My lord, please rest assured, my subordinates will definitely do their best. Liang waved his hand, and Shi Lei quickly left. It looks like I'm busy again tonight. Shi Lei left, but Liang had an evil smile on his lips. A certain bed-warming maid will definitely thank him very hard tonight. Not long after Shi Lei left, Sadeko came with Lilith. My lord. Lilith is definitely the most pleasing salute among Liang's subordinates. I heard from Mr. Paul Naranki that you know how to be a demon. Lilith was puzzled, but still nodded, and asked, Does the Lord want to learn demonic language? This, BBCJ, may be very hard for you. After all, in addition to learning the principles of magic, necromancer and close-handed swordsmanship, you also need to learn handle the official affairs of Suiyu. Liang was taken aback for a moment. If Lilith hadn't said that, he wouldn't have realized that he was spending such a tight time every day, but after being exposed to deep-level magic, Liang is already immersed in it. It's okay, time is like water in a sponge, if you squeeze it, there will always be some. Seeing that Liang has already decided, Lilith naturally has no reason to refuse. In fact, in her heart, She also has a good impression of the studious Li Ang. Since the city lord has decided, I will naturally teach it with all my strength. However, I need to tell you, the city lord, that although the basic letters of the demonic language are only 904, but its complexity is that the number of phrases such as synonyms and synonyms is terrifying. $8. Li Ang's life immediately became tense. He felt as if he had returned to the time when he was crazy introverted in school in the last world. What was even more uncomfortable was that the introvert was forced, but now he took the initiative. When Lilith is serious, she really has the spirit of a teacher. Not to mention anything else, at least Li Ang can clearly feel that there is always a strange atmosphere between the two of them as they get along for a long time every day. My lord, you are wrong again. Here is the synonym I told you. Although it is harmless as a language expression, it will cause big trouble if it is used in the magic circle. For example, whiplash has more than 50 meanings, but if it is used in the wrong place, the attack power of the magic itself will be insufficient. It is a trivial matter that will cause internal movement of Moli, which will cause trouble. The devil race itself is a race with extremely strong reproductive ability, but the premature death rate of juvenile devils can reach more than 60%. The main reason is the confusion of magic power caused by the wrong use of runes. It's also wrong here. Lilith was standing in front of the blackboard in a lively manner, with a pointer in her hand and a slightly conservative aristocratic long dress, but Li Ang keenly discovered that Lilith was definitely not as small as Nanika said, she was still very small. Considerable. Ahem. The clear cough made Li Ang tremble, and he immediately came back to his senses, only to see Lilith staring at him with watery eyes, a blush on her pretty face. My lord, if you have dictated these runes today, I can give you some small rewards. When Lilith said this, she dared not look Li Ang in the eyes. Why do you feel that this plot is somewhat familiar? As time goes by, although there is no news channel in this world, the development of Swayu is a hot topic every day on the regional channel. From the very beginning, under the efforts of Finance Minister Su Makai and others, Swayu worked out a reasonable salary system and holiday system, which aroused heated discussions among everyone. People thought that Li Ang wanted to establish a homeland owned by the Blue Stars in another world. Then Minister of Education Shi Lei took office, and the first thing he did was to directly recruit teachers with teaching experience on the regional channels. In the beginning, we only recruited ordinary teaching teachers, but then we simply got Li Ang's instruction, and also recruited professionals with research majors. In my previous life, I was engaged in pharmaceuticals, glass processing, bacterial research, and electricity. Snowland seems to be making big moves every day. Either the Elk Snowmobile in Snow Wolf City on Linhee City Road is officially in operation today, or Snow Wolf City officially opened the sale of houses in the city. Private ownership has already appeared in Swayu. Although the largest private ownership has always been the Lord Li Ang, some private shops and workshops have also begun to appear in Swayu. For example, the glass used to build houses in the entire Snow Wolf City is contracted by 3 families who have been engaged in glass processing in their previous lives. They opened their own workshop in a small hill not far from Linhee City to burn glass. Although the appearance is definitely not as good as in the previous life, Li Ang is very happy about it. Because the emergence of this phenomenon is of great benefit to the snow region. This is a magical world, but it is not necessary to continue to learn the magic of this world, and technology is not without merit. Now Li Ang has set up 2 laboratories specifically in Snow Wolf City, one is for researching potion and the other is for researching magic power. For the former, Li Ang wants the researchers who are coming soon to study from the perspective of cytology and genetics, and for the latter, Li Ang thinks that these experts in physics and other previous lives need to learn the magic principles of this world first. And these researchers, Li Ang, will make them the first batch of students in his magic academy after signing a magic contract with them. Li Ang arranges his own time full every day, and he really looks like a leader. Genzi is in charge of the daily management of Li Ang's Aurora Confused Temple, and Kayako is in charge of the identity of Li Ang's secretary. Unknowingly, Li Ang and others have traveled to this world for half a year, and today, Li Ang received a report from Kayako, and Mains personally escorted them to bring Minako Kuroki, who is now in Linhee City. And the second batch of recruits who entered the snowy area with mines were mainly high-level technology talents from previous lives. Li Ang immediately stopped his studies and came to Linhee City in person. Today's Linhee City has changed greatly. First of all, inside the expanded city wall, various residential areas have been put into normal use. Judging from the population alone, the scale of Linhee City is even larger than that of Snow Wolf City, and because the surrounding area and terrain are very suitable, the future expansion of Linhe City is also very simple. People who have been here for a few months have gradually become familiar with and adapted to everything here. Ding ding ding. The groom rang the bell. This is the station of Linhe City. It is said that it is a station, but it is actually a snowmobile made up of reindeer from another world. It can carry about a dozen people at a time. Now it mainly travels between Snow Wolf City and Snow Wolf City. Between Linhe City. Children with leather school bags lined up to get on the bus, but this was their school bus. Minds and the others all stared wide-eyed at this moment, and kept calling God in their mouths, completely unable to believe that this was the other world in his impression. They disembarked from the newly built pier in Linhe City, and saw 4 huge wooden boats that looked like tall buildings on the water in the distance. Before they could recover, a man wearing an animal fur coat with the obvious official logo of Snow Region came towards them. Sunset people? Can you speak Chinese? There are many such people here, and it was later that Minds realized that these people were the staff of the Suihu Civil Affairs Department, who were not only responsible for registering the information of these newcomers, but also responsible for assigning temporary housing to these people. However, Minds and the others didn't come here to settle down. They told the other party in some broken Chinese language that they were the ones who had agreed with Li Ang to come here to make a deal, and the staff member directly notified Snow Wolf City. When Li Ang came to Snow Wolf City to meet Minds and the others, these guys had just finished soaking in the hot springs and were about to go to a barbecue restaurant to order a barbecue. Li Ang reckoned that On's arrival might have disturbed them. Linhe City Hotel. Seeing Li Ang's weird gaze, Maines, who had already changed into a white fur coat at the moment, couldn't help but cough dryly. Sorry, Mr. Li's construction here is really good, and I even have a feeling for it. The feeling of traveling in Siberia in the last world. Li Ang nodded slightly to express his understanding, and then looked at each other. Minds clapped his hands, and a room door on one side was opened by a Stars and Stripes Knights. Then Li Ang turned his head slightly and saw a woman sitting quietly in the room. Sister Minako. Ishigaki Satomi's voice convinced Li Ang that she was right. This woman is indeed beautiful, giving people the beauty of a cherry blossom woman, but she also has the strength of a strong woman. That's right, I'll go to Snow Wolf City with me in a while, and I'll pay you off with the 20 sets of windsuits that I promised you. Li Ang nodded and said. Immediately a relaxed smile appeared on the faces of Maines and the others. Ha ha ha, being able to cooperate with Mr. Li is definitely the greatest luck for me, Minds. Minds put his own position very low, which gave Li Ang some recognition for this sunset person, at least knowing the current affairs. Your Chinese language has improved a lot. Li Ang asked Maines to send Minako Kuroki to a carriage. Ha ha ha, it seems that my efforts are still effective. I have learned from some people from the Celestial Dynasty recently. By the way, a very strong Celestial Dynasty person appeared in the central region. There is another world rice that can't be seen at a glance, it should be wild. Li Ang suddenly turned his head, his gaze was like lightning, but after looking at the current environment, he still didn't ask this news here. Although Minds and the others hadn't spent enough time in Linhe City, they thought they still had bronze-level equipment to collect, so they could only go to Snow Wolf City with Ji Ang first. On the way, Li Ang and Minds sat in a carriage, and some other members of the Knights of the Stars and Stripes rode in the rear carriage, while others rode cold spell horses. Tisk tisk tisk, Mr. Li's life is getting better and better. Minds couldn't hide the envy on his face, and he secretly sighed in his heart. No wonder it took only a few decades for the last world dynasty to change so much. Celestial people seem to be particularly good at creating wealth in a peaceful environment. I have several sunset people under me. In the last world, Mr. Li was the designer who made carriages for the royal family. Shall we cooperate to open 10 carriage shops? Minds' head became active. Li Ang chuckled. Sunset Man did have a skill in manufacturing traditional carriages, but he was not interested in talking about them now. Only he and Maines were in the carriage, and Li Ang's secretary, Kayako, was driving the carriage. Minds, can you tell me about the group of Chinese people in the central region you mentioned earlier? Minds smiled and said, I knew you would be interested in this. These people are very low-key. Even if we hadn't expanded the scope of our activities to collect and search for the magic materials on the list, we would never have imagined that there would be such a large wild rice field in the south of the Central Territory, and it would be quietly occupied by people. Gone. The leader has been on the Devil Sovereign list, and he is now ranked 9th, so the spider will not rush to the street. As for his talent magic, we don't know, and we have never played against him. Having said that, Mainz looked at Li Ang's eyes and shrugged helplessly. Well, I'm from the Celestial Dynasty after all, and I don't want to lose my qualification to cooperate with you because of some things. A smile appeared on Li Ang's face. Mainz, I appreciate my frankness and directness. When the carriage entered Snow Wolf City, especially before Aurora Confused Temple, everyone in the Stars and Stripes Knights was stunned, and their mouths grew big. You should have seen the picture I posted on the regional channel. Are you so surprised? Li Ang got off the carriage, looked at the reaction of everyone and asked with some doubts. It took a long time for Mainz to react, took a deep breath, and his voice was trembling. How can this be the same? I can't tell how big it is from the picture. Is this the magic tower? He looked at Li Ang with burning eyes, but he knew that Li Ang definitely had extra magic tower cores. Hehe, I'm a bit special. I think it will be very difficult to have such a magic tower in the future. Li Ang shook his head slightly, and led the crowd into it. Mainz quickly realized that 5 or 60 asked a question. It's too open. Mr. Li, I think your place is a bit too spacious. At least there should be some artworks, paintings and the like hanging on the walls, as well as statues. I know many artists who know this kind of stuff. Most of these people have no food, Mainz said. Li Ang turned around, with a half-smile. Mainz, what do you think? Hehe. Mainz smiled coyly, but he didn't say it clearly here, as both of them knew it well. The members of the Stars and Stripes Knights were arranged by the maids to drink tea in a small hall on one side. When the black tea mixed with the aroma was poured into the small and exquisite white porcelain cups, the people sitting on the soft leather sofa, everyone in the Knights of the Stars and Stripes seems to have passed away. Looking through the neat houses and shops outside the window, it was a moment of fascination. If it weren't for the fact that they were still wearing combat armor, they might have really thought that the time travel was just a real dream. Mr. Li really has come ahead of us in all aspects. When he came to Li Ang's study room and saw the dazzling array of books and scrolls on the shelves around the walls, Mainz felt sore again. He also saw a small blackboard in the corner on the side, densely covered with ghostly symbols that he could not understand, and Li Ang's desk was also stacked with scattered books and notes. He seems to have seen a Chinese student facing the college entrance examination in the previous world. Hehe, are you envious? When you come into contact with these things, you won't be envious anymore. At the beginning, my resentment towards loyal Japanese is now completely grafted on these things. Li Ang shook his head but had no intention of tidying up. After dealing with the matters on Mainz's side, he will continue to study on his own. Mr. Li, what are these? Is it difficult? Mainz took the hot tea brought by a wraith maid, nodded his head in gratitude, and then asked curiously. Li Ang didn't feel that there was anything to shy away from, and said bluntly, undead writing, demon writing, magic principles, magic array structure, and magic power transmission, there are many more. In short, it is very complicated. Yeah, I can roughly hear it. Mainz's expression froze. No wonder Mr. Li is able to dominate the Moiwan list. Li Ang shook his head with a smile. He didn't comment on the use of idioms by the Sunset Man. He straightened his face and finally got to the point. Mainz, what do you think of that spider's character of not jumping on the street? Is there any? What aggressiveness? Aggressive. Mainz blinked his eyes, thought about the meaning of the word Li Ang, and shook his head after thinking for a while. Impossible, I even think that person is a bit timid. If it were me, with such a large piece of wild rice field, I would have opened a shop in the trading market and bought people's hearts wantonly. I feel that they are very ordinary farmers in the Celestial Dynasty, don't cause trouble, but they don't want to show off. Li Ang nodded slightly, and began to think about a certain possibility in his heart. It has been several months now, and the materials such as rice noodles that I have stockpiled have reached a point of tension, and although the greenhouse has been expanded and built a lot, there is no calendar to provide food now. He needs a stable food production place, and this place where the spiders don't rush to the street is obviously very suitable. However, Li Ang's performance made Mainz a little nervous. He didn't want Li Ang to directly intervene in Zhonghaihu's affairs. Mr. Li, in fact, if you are interested in this grain production area, I think you can communicate directly with that spider, and that person doesn't seem to be incapable of communicating. Li Ang nodded his head, put the matter aside temporarily, took a sip from his teacup, and asked, how many people can you get for the matter you mentioned earlier? Mainz perked up knowing that Li Bo was talking about human trade. It's hard to say the exact number. After all, it still depends on what kind of person Mr. Li wants. If it's a teacher, it's easy to deal with, but it's not easy to deal with scientific research and technology personnel. After all, this kind of person is also an elite in the previous world. In addition, there are quite a few white elephants in Songhaiu. Li Ang listened quietly to the other party's narration. When talking about these people, it was not like introducing people, but introducing products one by one. Li Ang didn't even feel a trace of guilt from the other party. Of course, Li Ang will not feel guilty. If these people come to me, if they are down to earth and hard-working, they will at least have a rich life. In the end, Li Ang and Mainz reached a cooperation, but there was no written proof or agreement. Instead, Li Ang and the other party reached a contract with contract magic, which is the secret of both parties. Li Ang won't care about what means Mainz and the others use to get him, and Mainz will pay special attention to the people from the Celestial Dynasty, and will not be too harsh on the people from the Celestial Dynasty. In addition, Li Ang focused on the requirements for orphans. As long as they are not injured or disabled, he can accept children unlimitedly. Is Li Ang going to do child welfare? Of course not, children are best reshaped, and he needs to cultivate some special forces that are absolutely loyal to own. These children, regardless of their previous nationality, will be brought up by him in a unified way, allowing them to receive the most orthodox magic education, and then these will also become a sharp weapon for Li Ang to control the hearts of the people in the power. Mainz left excitedly. Before leaving, he asked Li Ang if he could set up an office of the Knights of Stars and Stripes in the snowy area. Li Ang did not refuse. Just follow the rules, and now 9 Snakes also have an office in Suiyu, but there is no one there. Although Mainz really wanted to return to the central region immediately to arrange this secret business, but his subordinates all wanted to relax in the snowy region. At this time, he could not be completely dictatorial. Relaxing in the snow for 5 days is considered a holiday. Li Ang didn't go to see Kuroki Minako immediately, but put her under house arrest in a random place. He is busy with another matter now. Aurora Temple of Confusion in a deep palace, Li Ang is sitting in the middle of a magic circle, only the lower body is wearing shorts, and in the magic circle, there are a lot of magic materials, and most of them are obviously approaching the undead system. Gold level magic material Curse Keel, gold level magic material Shenko, gold level magic material Violent Goo Intestine. At a glance, more than a dozen pieces of magic materials are all gold level. Undoubtedly, all of these things came from gold level treasure chests, and some were opened from civilization treasure chests, but now they are used by Polnareff to set up a magic circle to gather the magic power of the first 11 undead system for Li Ang the heart, that is, the heart of the original magic power. My lord, have you remembered the key points? Once the cohesion ceremony starts, even I can't help you. Polnareff asked solemnly. Li Ang nodded, took a deep breath and signaled the other party to start. Since the completion of the Aurora Confused Temple, Li Ang has asked Polnareff to prepare for the preparation of the Heart of Magic Power. Although he is still at the top of the Devil Sovereign list, he has not improved. It means stepping back. Polnareff's wand touched the magic circle, and Li Ang's whole body was overwhelmed by the terrifying magic tide at the moment when the magic circle was activated. There are a large number of intermediate magic crystals dug from the Zishan magic crystal mine in the magic circle. These magic crystals continue to provide magic power for the magic circle after Polnareff activates the magic circle. At this moment, after the magic power is fused with the undead magic material of the magic circle, the magic power containing the spirit of death rushes into Li Ang's body. Thanks to the Black Iron level meditation method Papalagan Sutra obtained before, Li Ang can look inside the surge of magic power in his body, which also allows him to easily and intuitively adjust these magic powers. After Polnareff's explanation, no matter what race it is, practicing magic requires condensing the heart of magic power, and the heart of magic power is located around the heart, but for some special races, the importance of the heart of magic power is higher in the heart. The broken heart of some races is not necessarily death, but if the magic heart is destroyed, it is definitely cool. Li Ang controls the magic power poured in from the limbs to flow in the body first, assimilating and merging with the magic power in his own body. This process is very time-consuming and painful. After all, the constant influx of magic power from outside is itself a huge burden on the body. Soon Li Ang's body began to have fine blood beads oozing from the pores of the skin. In the Great Hall, apart from Polnareff, Lilith and other undead men were also watching nervously here. Can watch. Fortunately, besides learning a lot of magic tricks every day, Li Ang also competes in melee combat with Ghost 16, Cook and others. His physical strength is not low, although he trembles slightly. But it can feel that the magic power in its body is not out of control or abnormal. After half a day, Li Ang's magic fluctuations are no longer as terrifying as before, and the undead magic materials in the magic circle have all been turned into scrap powder. Li Ang's body has been expanded to a limit at this moment, and at this moment, he can indeed condense the heart of magic power. According to the method described by Polunaran, the heart twitched, and a drop of crystal blood was forced out, and then it was quickly wrapped by the grey magic power of the undead system. As the magic power condensed more and more, a tiny grey energy crystallization occurs around the heart. As if revolving around a celestial body, the grey crystal absorbed the magic power in Li Ang's body vigorously, continuously growing itself, while slowly rotating itself. And the fluctuation of magic power from the outside world has stopped at this moment, and everyone heaves a long sigh of relief. This is basically done here. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, Li Ang slowly opened his eyes, which were full of joy. At this moment, in Li Ang's body, a heart of undead magic power about the size of a soybean is constantly rotating around the heart. Congratulations, my lord, for a successful breakthrough. Paul Naranki and the others congratulated happily. Li Ang waved his hand. At the moment in his line of sight, on the Devil Sovereign List panel, own level has broken through to level 31. Devil Sovereign List minus. First place, Li Ang, level 31 Magician. Second place, Little Red Flower Ovo 27th level Magician. Third place, Dragon King, level 18 Magician. Fourth place, Eternal Swordsmanship, level 17 Magician. Fifth place, Augustus, a level 17 Magician. Sixth place, Shoyawu, level 16 Magician. Ninth place, Spiders Don't Rush to the Street, level 15 Magician. 34th place, Black Dragon Daliang, level 13 Magician. 35th place, I'll Beat You Ga Dad, a level 12 Magician. 36th place, Little Girl Shishi, a level 12 Magician. Overall, the improvement of the strength of the people on the Devil Sovereign List is still very positive, especially the 9 Snake Pirates, which originally only had 47,260 people, but now there are 30 of them in the Devil Sovereign List. It seems that Xiao Hongyu has already realized the problem that she and others are facing at this moment. The level itself does not bring them much increase in strength, and they need powerful magic from time to time. Li Ang doesn't like it very much. But for people at this stage, it is definitely a good thing. Xiao Hongyu suspended her level promotion, and tried her best to help the strength of the rest of the 9 Snakes Pirates to improve, so that more people in the 9 Snakes Pirates as a whole can get rewards from the Devil Sovereign List, which is indeed a very wise elite training route. My lord, after you get used to it for a while, you can gather the second heart of magic power again, but the existing resources are very suitable for condensing the heart of ice magic power. Paul Naranki looked at Sadeko serving him. Li Ang put on a piece of clothing and said. Li Ang nodded, and handed over the follow-up work here to the other party. He and Sadeko came to the oversized hot spring hall. They said it was a hot spring, but in fact it was Li Ang who asked Paul Naranki to activate the fire element through the magic circle. The magic core, and a large pool built with special ores. Li Ang sat in the pool and closed her eyes comfortably, while Sadeko carefully wiped Li Ang's body. Her pretty face was flushed, probably from the heat. After breaking through to level 31, Li Ang felt as if he had broken free from some kind of shackles. During this period, he directly began to publicly offer rewards for information about special magical beasts in the regional channel, which made other magicians anxious. If Li Ang does this, sooner or later 1,000 magic towers will be rounded up by him alone. Name, Li Ang. Title, Lord of the Snow Region. The speed of ice and snow magic training is increased by 50%, Abyss First Practitioner. The magic power consumption is reduced by 20%, Prophet is qualified to learn and practice time magic. Level, 31. Magic power, 10W/10W. Experience, you can continue to obtain it after condensing the heart of magic power. Magic, slightly. Skill, slightly. The construction of the first magic tower gave Li Ang the title of Prophet. The effect is that he can learn and practice the magic of the time attribute. The so-called time attribute is the magic that involves time, and it is ranked last in the magic book interface, which means that both the acquisition and the cultivation difficulty are top-notch. Similar to it is the G attribute that represents space. It has been half a year now, no matter which one of the two, anyway, Li Ang has opened so many gold-level treasure chests, and I have never seen a magic of this kind, or even magic books. On the contrary, there are magics of these two attributes in the Lost Mall of Magic Abyss list, but at that price, the lowest level red gold level magic costs more than 1,000,000 lost points. Li Ang can only get 100 points a day. Lilith walked out of Li Ang's study with a blushing face, her mouth was tightly closed, her eyes were a little flustered, and her steps were a little messy. Lilith, is the Lord inside? Hey? Did you fall down? It really is a short leg. However, there was a voice that made Lilith tremble. Looking sideways nervously, she saw Nanika walking up the stairs on one side. Lilith lowered her head slightly. It turns out that there is some space in the knee pressure. Why don't you talk? Nanika looked at Lilith as if she noticed something was wrong, but Lilith immediately took a step back, as if she was about to leave. Nanika moved faster, stopped in front of the other party, looked up and down suspiciously at Lilith, and frowned. Weird, what are you doing? You talk. What's in your mouth? When Nanika asked this sentence, Lilith's small face flushed suddenly. Looking at the approaching Nanika, Lilith panicked as if she was looking for a place to escape, but she found desperately that Nika had blocked all directions of her escape. Gudong! In a panic, Lilith swallowed her saliva involuntarily, but she was completely stunned. Her eyes suddenly seemed to lose some kind of light, and she stood there stupidly. Nanika looked at Lilith, who was stunned, and backed away twice, but she didn't see any reaction from Lilith. She shook her head speechlessly, and walked towards Li Ang's office. Behind her, what she didn't notice was that Lilith's small hands were slowly clenched, her whole body was shaking, as if she was trying to suppress something, her little face turned blue and red. It was really strange. Ah, Lilith! In the study room, Li Ang was sitting on the golden throne with a happy face, murmuring lazily. The table was still full of books. Just now, he studied very efficiently in Teacher Lilith's magic text class. After the course was over, Teacher Lilith gave him a reward that he still can't forget. Knock button. There was a knock on the door. Li Ang answered lazily, and Nanika walked in. Li Ang looked hesitant, and murmured, I can't keep up with the nutrition. My lord, what are you talking about? Nanika didn't understand what Li Ang meant, and frowned slightly. Li Ang was startled, sitting up and shaking his head. It's okay, I'm a little confused in learning magic literature. What's the matter with you, Nanika? Norika didn't care about it, and said, Gu Jian, the head of the design department at the forge, reported that he had completed the design of the Jinwu Vi armor, and he had completed the detailed drawings. Li Ang was slightly surprised. Gu Jian was the son of Gu Jiangguo, the chief engineer of the Linhe City shipyard. The decision made him set up the design department of the forge. And after Li Ang arranged the other party there, before he said what he asked the other party to do, Gu Jian volunteered to say that he could design the ancient Jinwu guard armor of the Celestial Dynasty, and Li Ang naturally had no reason to stop him. For 2 months, Li Ang almost forgot about this, but Gu Jian really figured it out. Li Ang immediately said, let him come over, I will meet him in person. And Gu Jian happened to be waiting for a reply in the small hall on the first floor of Aurora Confused Temple, and appeared in front of Li Ang within a few minutes after receiving the summons. Li Ang found that Gu Jian seemed to be a different person now, or that the other party's eyes were not the same as when they first met. The first time they met was when they signed up. Gu Jian looked at Li Ang with deep suspicion and wariness. At that time, the biggest purpose of the other party joining Suiho was probably to protect his grandfather Gu Jiangguo. It was because he found that the other party's eyes were less guarded and more respectful. Gu Jian eagerly handed over a thick plate of blueprints to Li Ang's hand respectfully, and Li Ang noticed that there were quite a lot of bloodshot eyes in the other party's eyes. Although work is very important, you should also pay attention to your own body. Li Ang said. The latter scratched his head in embarrassment. At the beginning, I promised Mr. Li for 1 month, but at that time, I ignored the special nature of metal materials in this world. I am already very sorry that Mr. Li didn't blame and punish me. Gu Jian, she explained embarrassingly, but Li Ang seemed to have heard something incredible and interrupted the other party. You mean, this blueprint corresponds to the other world's magic metal? Li Ang's voice raised a little because of surprise, but Gu Jian said nervously, I didn't invest in the materials from that workshop, I just found the metal residues from the waste behind the workshop, and then processed them separately. Their properties have been studied. Hearing the other party's explanation, Li Ang finally paid attention to Gu Jian at this moment. This person is about the same age as himself, and he is also a talent. Of course, the other party's design must be in line with the actual situation. The current Gu Jian is definitely not capable of manufacturing real magic equipment. At best, he uses magic metals to manufacture the Jinwuvai armor on the blueprint. In this case, the Jinwuvai armor is only black iron, and it is not worth Liang go to war. However, if he wanted to truly forge this kind of armor into magic equipment above the bronze level, Gu Yu had a long way to go in the future. He needs to learn magic patterns, magic circles, magic materials, forging, etc. Liang's body is leaning on the own gold level throne. On the golden throne of crimson glazed wings, Liang's mental energy and thinking ability can be greatly improved and increased. Gu Jian, you are very talented. Although you haven't made the real thing yet, this blueprint is very detailed. Liang looked at the drawing and said. The Jinwu Guard was the royal guard of the ancient Tang dynasty in the last world, and their armor was naturally high-end and domineering, and it was very fishy in terms of appearance and practicality on the battlefield. However, Gu Jian changed the original ordinary materials according to the characteristics of different magic materials, but changed them into magical golden guard suits from other world. Using the silver level magic metal golden remnant light, the defense power is not low, it can protect the wearer's head, and at the same time, it has a certain resistance to spiritual magic. Phoenix wings, use the bronze level magic 200 magic metal black fang steel, which is beautiful and matched with the visor forged by the same black fang steel can play a role in mental shock. Face guard, it is forged with bronze grade magic metal black fang steel, and its shape is Fudomyo's angry face. Note, is there a kind of magic that can be blessed on the visor to assist the line of sight and break illusion art? Supplement item, it is made of silver level magic metal Shenku iron and silver level magic material mammoth skin, which is flexible enough and has good defense, which can resist beheading. Shoulder swallow, use bronze level magic metal blood horror iron. Then there are breastplates, shawls, armor ropes, breastplates, leather belts, skirt armors, military uniforms, hanging legs. In addition to weapons, a set of Jinwu guards is only armor, and there are more than 20 large and small parts. The more Liang looked at it, the more satisfied he became. At the same time, he also felt some urgency and anticipation for the equipment to be manufactured as soon as possible. Gu Jian looked at Liang's satisfied face, and felt a little relieved. Liang put the drawings aside, looked at the other party carefully with burning eyes, and suddenly asked, I want to hand over the entire forge to you to manage, can you be confident? What? Gu Jian's expression froze on the spot, his mind went blank. Mr. Li, I think. Gu Jian wanted to refuse, because he understood what Sway Forge represented, and it was an absolute position of real power. But he is not Liang's confidant after all, but he dare not accept it. Liang interrupted the other party with a wave of his hand, and said, if you are worried that I won't trust you, I will put an insurance between you and me, sign a magic contract, and officially become a member of Swayu, and become Liang people. Do you mean it? Liang snapped his fingers, and in a magic circle, a contract composed of energy appeared between the two. Gu Jian swallowed her saliva, he has seen the world, but now such a big fortune is in front of him, but he has to be moved. You should have learned about the magic equipment in this world during this period of time. The more advanced the magic equipment, the forging materials themselves are not very good. It still depends on the craftsmanship. Magic lines, magic arrays, etc., are in other places you can't learn it at all, and I plan to set up a magic academy, which will teach systematically. If you sign this, you are one of your own, and I will not be stingy with my own. Liang looked at each other quietly when he said this. Gu Jian took a deep breath and looked at the contract in front of him. It was a master-servant contract. After signing it, Gu Jian was Liang's subordinate and follower. How to sign? Gu Jian wisely chose to hang out with Liang, and after the contract was established, he also received the own special official, BBDG, seal. The head of the Swayu military forging department does not need to worry about the daily production. He is mainly responsible for designing the weapons and armor of the previous world in his mind with magic materials, and then handing them over to the forge for forging. It only needs Liang, the master controller, to read the blueprints and easily pass through the spiritual link, so that these skeleton soldiers can be accurately forged according to the blueprints. In addition, Liang also gave Gu Jian permission to recruit people in the regional channel, as long as he thought it would be beneficial to forge snowy weapons and equipment in the future, he could recruit anyone, and as long as he came and followed the rules, he could be directly appointed. The Magic Academy that Li Ang told Gu Jian has naturally been completed, and there is no need to build another building. Aurora Confused Temple has hundreds of large and small halls, not to mention accommodating a Magic Academy, even building another one is easy. Lose. The place where Li Ang is now is just the main building of Aurora Confused Temple, surrounded by a large number of auxiliary buildings connected by corridors. The environment inside is not worse than the main building, but the height does not exceed the 9th floor of the main building. The annex building on the west side has 68 halls of different sizes and 6 floors in total. At the moment, in the largest great hall on the top floor, middle-aged and elderly people with grey hair or thin bodies with obvious elegance are waiting here. These people are all people from the Minus area, who are a little closer to the snowy area, and each of them was an elite figure of Blue Star in his previous life. The composition of these people is also very complicated. Although the Celestial Dynasty people still account for the vast majority, there are also many people from the country. Of course, everyone who can appear in this hall is a person who has signed a magic contract. Some mindless people who shouted about human rights were thrown into the forest to feed magical beasts in Linhe City without even coming to Li Ang. Old son, this Li Ang is very active. Look at the number of people we have here, almost covering most of the basic research project personnel. Mechanical, agricultural, biological, I will go, and there are also architectural design personnel. A middle-aged man whispered in the ear of the old man beside him, and he was amazed. The person known as Sun Lao was closing his eyes and resting his mind. Hearing what this person said, he opened his eyes slightly. Yanbo, you and Xiao and I crossed over together, right? Xiao and I is pregnant now, except for Shui Domain. If you go out, you will die. Stay here safely. The person known as Yanbo nodded in agreement. Old son, you are joking, I am a power machine engineer, and talent magic is Te Niang's little fireball. I dare not do things with my family. I just don't know what Lord Li wants us to do. If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.